football.
Yeah.
Santiago is a basketball AD, and I wonder if he's struggling to convert to being a football school AD because BYU has a national championship in football. It is and always has been a football school.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026 or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit one gift card per customer account while supplies last.
After this hot summer, it's nice to begin to feel the change in the season. Some of the mornings now are cooling off. Pretty soon, we're going to have some spectacular colors up in Utah's mountains. It's time for you to get into Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Hopefully, you've got all the kids taken care of back to school. It's time for a treat. Make that reservation for you and that special person to dine at one of the two Ruth's Chris Steakhouses. There's one, of course, up in Park City, and boy, when the colors change, it is sitting right in the middle of it all. And then, of course, there's downtown Salt Lake City at 275 South on West Temple. Make those reservations and anticipate that perfect meal, the perfect steak, seafood, poultry, whatever it might be, with all of those delicious side dishes and the desserts. And everybody at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse does the work for you. Make your reservations at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City, so install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NBA.
Yeah, it's that third year that really gets me. If you were to do a 2-year deal in that $60 million range, something around what we expected given what they could afford financially after getting Peyton Watson, I might have been okay with it. Paying him over $30 million in his age 39 season seems very, very irresponsible to me. Obviously, his playoff track record speaks for itself. I'd be very scared of how that contract is going to age. I kind of chuckled to myself when I saw the trade kicker because nobody's trading for that contract. 3 years, $97 million for somebody who turns 37 next week. I just think that's a little bit irresponsible.
CBS Sports' Sam Quinn talking about the James Harden contract.
Overpaying people seems like a problem, and he clearly seems overpaid. The playoff track record, yeah, they've been to a conference final. They want to get to an NBA final. Is this the guy who's going to ride? Mitchell, Mobley, Harden, Allen, and Sam Merrill out of Bountiful High School in Utah State are the 5 guys under contract for that 28-29 season, which puts them at $200 million. Now, right now, the second apron is $20 million. You'd have $20 million for the rest of the team. Will it go up the next couple of years? Yes. Will they have $30 or $40 million to build out the rest of the team? Doesn't seem like that's good enough. Philadelphia, just this coming year. Philadelphia, New York, Boston, Miami with Antetokounmpo. How many of these teams can they beat in the playoffs? When are they going to run into one of them? It looks like Cleveland is caught in what I like to refer to as the NBA cul-de-sac. You're going forward, but you're not going to go very far because it looks like there's homes in the way. What are you going to do? I think you're going to back up and you're going to start over. And I don't know if you noticed, but the Jazz spent 4 years backing up because they got caught in the NBA cul-de-sac. And it's super easy to do. There's a traffic jam in the NBA cul-de-sac. There's a lot of traffic there. I can't believe the Knicks made it through. I thought they were jammed up in the cul-de-sac, but they made it through. And they got to Titletown. But the path to Titletown is complicated. It's a maze. But it's amazing when you get there. Oh, why isn't PK here to witness this kind of greatness? All right, that's about enough out of you. Part 1. Lakers minority owner Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong not selling his 4% stake. I learned yesterday reading a story, 3 minutes of my life I can't get back, 3 minutes closer to death, nothing to show for it. Don't know why I read that story. I learned more about the Raiders' minority owners. I don't care. I don't care who the minority owners are. The majority owners, they're the ones who make the decisions about hiring, firing GMs and coaches and whether big-time free agents get big-time contracts. So those are the people I care about. When the then Padres owner, Peter Seidler, said, hey, $200 million payroll? Ha! We're going over that. We're going way over that. That's the kind of stuff I care about. I mean, great for Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong that he is sitting on $15 billion, but he's 4% owner. He doesn't decide what happens. And now it's news because he's not selling? Okay, fine. They were trying to figure out how Jeannie Buss could stay as a governor. I don't care if she stays as a governor. She's not going to stay as a governor. The team's been sold twice now. We got 2 new owners since the family sold. It's just a matter of time. And now we know exactly what Bob Iger meant when he said, I like to work with her, but, we'll see what happens. And we're like, well, dude, you either want to work with her or not. You're either going to fire her or not. Oh, he knew the other kids were going to sell and that by NBA rules, she couldn't be the governor anymore. And he had no say over that. Because he's not selling part of his team to get her back to a 15% stake. Okay, now I get it. All right, that's about enough out of you, part 2. The Sacramento Kings. You guys can be a mess. That's fine. Somebody needs to be a mess. It might as well be you. I feel bad for the people of Sacramento. I worked in Sacramento. It's a good fan base. They show up. They spend their money. They cheer. Like everybody else, they want their team to win. And they get very little of that. So I feel bad for the fan base. But as far as the organization, wow, what a clown show. What a bunch of crazy mistakes they make. I like that they fill up what is trending because they seem to fire a coach every 3 weeks, so it gives us something to talk about. That's good. But now we got the ex-Kings trainer filing a suit alleging pregnancy discrimination. Hey, Kings, you have messed up a lot of stuff. But really, a trainer who's pregnant, you can't just let some, just let people live their lives, let it be. Why does this have to be a thing? Just stick with drafting the wrong person and firing the coach too quickly. Just stick with the mistakes you know. I'm about to break into waterfalls. I'm really close. I'm going to let out the inner Beyonce here if I'm not careful. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Don't go chasing pregnancy discriminations. Stick to the rivers that you used to know. Stick to firing the coaches you used to know. All right. The NBA's second apron claims yet another victim. Could the Nuggets cost-cutting eventually cost them Nikola Jokic? Quietly, Nuggets star Nikola Jokic can become a free agent next summer. Who writes this stuff? Did you write that? Or is that the lead to a story and somebody else wrote that?
That's the lead
So
to the
that
story,
was plagiarism. It was bad plagiarism. Quietly, Nuggets superstar Nikola Jokic can become a free agent. Nothing quiet about it. It's still your way. I've read that 10 times. joker to the Lakers. If Denver does something great and puts together a great roster, he'll stay there. He's wasting his prime there. He's a very smart basketball player. He is well aware of the shortcomings in that roster and in that team. And there's been tons of speculation. He's friends with a certain European player who plays in Los Angeles for the Lakers. Can the Lakers put the Joker together with Luka Doncic? And what would that look like? Well, it might be terrifying for the West. All right, DJ and PK.
#NFL.
Mendoza play fake, and he throws one over the middle. It's picked off. Here we go. Across the 40, the 50, it's Woodhouse. The 40 of the Raiders, the 30. Mendoza trying to chase him down at the 15, 10, 5. Rock and roll. Does he get in? Yes! Touchdown! Officials checking the sideline. And
to
Woodhouse.
the house!
Yes!
Yes. It was a play-action play and went through my progression. Probably should have checked it down to the flat. Saw the flat player relate to him. And at that point, I started backing up and threw the check down to Mike Washington, and it was not a good throw. We weren't on the same page, and it was a interception.
And a pick six. I just can't stare at Fernando Mendoza and just think, okay, you're the number one pick. You're going to come in. You're going to be awesome. You're going to light the world on fire. He's going to struggle. He might end up being really good because I'm old enough to have watched John Elway struggle, and then he went to 5 Super Bowls and won 2 of them. Yeah, he figured it out. But he lined up behind the guard. The dude is lost. Literally lost. Typically, if you want the ball and you're the quarterback, you line up behind the center. John wasn't clear on that in the middle of a game in his rookie season because everything was moving fast. But back-to-back Super Bowls, legend, Hall of Famer. And not the only guy who struggled. Troy Aikman's 1-15 and just getting the stuffing beat out of him. And then he won 3 Super Bowls. Peyton Manning was a mess as a rookie, throwing interceptions all over the place. And he went to 4 Super Bowls and he won 2, and he's a legend. And I'm not old enough to remember Jim Plunkett. Well, okay, I am, but I really don't know much about it other than it happened. Plunkett won a Rose Bowl and a Heisman Trophy and then got drafted and washed out. I think he was on his 3rd team with the Raiders when he figured it out. He didn't do anything for the Patriots, who drafted him. And he won 2 Super Bowls. It's been going on forever. Give him time. Of course he sucks early on. He was great at Indiana. Yeah, and the defense was great. I think they gave up like 11 points a game last year and were 2nd in the nation. Of course they went undefeated. Give him time. We'll see how it plays out. More bad people, players, fighting, Giants, Dolphins practice. More bad people. Cowboys Saints fined $500,000 for brawls in a joint practice. $500,000's pocket change. Sounds dramatic. It's close to nothing. About $500,000 away from nothing. Saquon Barkley. I hate joint practices. Apparently he gets chippy and likes to start fights. He starts it and then he gets out of the way and lets the old lineman do it. He'll get his licks in. I just don't understand the fighting. What are you doing? And I saw some coaches come out and, 15-yard penalties, and we're going to kick guys out. Maybe that's why we're having so many fights. Many guys are like, I don't want to be in this thing. I might as well get kicked out. I'm a vet. I'm okay. I got my roster spot. They're paying me. I'm going to start. Vita Vea dismisses any trade talk. He got his extension. He says they want to be a Buck for life. He just wanted his money, and now he got some more money. Troy Aikman on the Cowboys' playoff failures. It starts at the top. That's true. It's not big a shock. It's just a shock to hear it come out of Troy because Troy is a Cowboy lifer, and Troy loves a lot of things about the Cowboys and the fan base and the people in the organization and the owner, and that he would go right at Jerry. That's, I think, what's catching people's attention. For someone like me to say it, yeah, so what? I don't have some lifelong relationship with Jerry Jones. Troy does, and he says it, and it does start at the top. Because you're hiring all the coaches and you're making a bunch of the personnel decisions, including on draft day and free agency. So, yeah, absolutely it starts at the top. DJ and PK.
#college football.
I had a couple people bring to my attention that there may be up to hundreds of players who are released here in the final NFL cutdown day, which comes Sunday, August 30th, that could somehow find their way back to colleges. They have to cut down to 53 by Sunday, August 30th. Some of those, depending on these judges' rulings, now will look to go back to college because colleges will pay there will be players who have choices to make. Do I go to this practice squad where I can make this amount of money, or do I go back to college? If they go back to college, then colleges have to cut players to make room for the players that were just in NFL camps competing for NFL jobs. And again, I know we're in the time of a wild west in college sports, but this is something that is transformative and will shape two different sports with players leaving from the NFL to go back to college. We've heard of it going the other way, but it could be going the other way now. It's crazy.
Adam Schefter getting wound up. A little sugar on his Wheaties this morning. Greg Sankey, SEC commissioner, adding to that entire discussion, filed an affidavit in one of the court cases, I think it's in Louisiana, speaking out against pros returning to the NCAA. He says it fuels disruption. It goes against the academic endeavor that it's been. As soon as I heard that, we have to get into this more. But I did this. I literally did this. Not in football, obviously. But can a college kid get a job and go back to college? People do that all the time. We literally encourage people to go back to college and further their education. Perhaps they need a rule. You get to bring 2 players back, or 1 or 3 or 4. I don't know what the number is. And then you don't have to cut people. The NBA's changed their roster rules all the time. They used to have 12-player rosters. And then they had 12, and they had an injured list. A guy's stashed on the injured list. So you can have 3 on the injured list, but no more because you're stashing. And then they finally just said, have a roster of 15. Stop with this injured list stuff. And they added 2-way players to go to the G League back and forth. Colleges just need to change their roster rules. I took a job as a sophomore as a part-timer at a radio station. Should that make me ineligible for college radio? No. I was still at the college radio station. And then my professional radio station went belly up because it is a bad idea and it costs a lot of money, and there was already an established station doing news and talk in the market. I'm out of college eligibility. I can't go back. I got to go to Australia now, play in the A-League with Joe Ingles. Do radio in Australia with Joe Ingles. No. If you don't like it because it's a tradition and what we're used to and you want to stick to the old rules, at least that's a coherent argument. But the whole... And I thought Sankey got way off track there. Just, we know what we know. We like what we like. You don't want to bump people off rosters. Add a couple roster spots. You can tweak it. We've seen other leagues do it. Start acting like a pro sport. And this is where maybe conferences need to make their own rules. Because when the NCAA makes rules, then you can't do it because you got a monopoly here. It's restrained to trade. And that, I think, is why they're losing every court case. But if a conference does it, it'd be legit. I don't think at this point it's about NCAA incompetence. I think at this point it's about the Constitution. That's the issue. Not at other times that the NCAA hasn't lacked leadership and hasn't lacked vision, because they have, and they clearly got to take those hits. But I can't pile on them for every one of these court cases right now. The fact they're a national organization is working against them. I think conferences could draw up these rules pretty quickly. I was surprised, but Oklahoma coach Brent Venables agrees to a new 6-year contract, expected to average more than $10.5 million per season. I don't know if it's as bad a deal as James Harden. And Venables went to the playoff last year, but he still did it with half a team. The defense was great, the offense wasn't. I know Mateer had a thumb injury, and now he's a year older, and if he's healthier, maybe it'll go better. Man, they had a couple seasons before that were terrible. And now they are all in on Brent Venables. Okay, good for you. See how that works out. Right away when Oklahoma plays Michigan. Right away we'll find out. That could send either season headed the wrong way, given who both teams have to play later on. Which is why Indiana doesn't want to play a game like that. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Here it comes, and it's hit in the left center field. Well struck, and it's back towards the track, and it's gone! Over the wall! 3-run home run for Jordan Walker. His 26th of the year.
Pitch, fly ball center field. Back goes Rodriguez at the warning track. At the wall, it's gone. Garrett Mitchell goes deep, number 9, and there's your insurance run.
Here's pitch. Swung on a high fly ball. Right center field. Working up to theirs, and there it goes. Home run for Luis Garcia Jr.'s 25th of the season, extends the lead for the Yankees to 4-1.
Yankees going to beat the Orioles 6-1. Yankees playing a little better baseball here, even though they don't have their team. Are they going to be healthy for the playoffs? Hard to believe they can do anything in the playoffs without Aaron Judge. But they're doing a nice job of staying afloat without him and with multiple injuries. And Bellinger's been out for a long time, so they're doing well. We had pitchers' duels, and we had people blowing games wide open. On the pitchers' duel side, the Braves shut out the White Sox 2-0, held Chicago to 1 hit. And that wasn't the only 2-zip one-hitter of the night. Rangers beat the Nationals 2-0 and held them to 1 hit. Move those games right along. Quick. You want a lot of runs? Cardinals beat the Reds 10-9. Cardinals 3 games over 500, kind of on the edge of the wild card race, trying to catch Arizona, San Diego, Philly. So they have to catch at least 2 of those 3 teams to get into the playoffs. They got a chance. There's still time. And the Angels, who are out of time and aren't going to do anything, but the Astros could, and the Astros got beat 18-3. Yikes! So they're high-scoring games of the day. Jacob DeGrom of the Rangers in that 2-0 win over the Nationals becomes the second fastest player to 2,000 strikeouts. Now that's a reflection of the fact that he came up as a position player and played as a position player in college and all that, switched to pitching in the minor leagues, came up late because of it. Because when you say he's fast, I mean, he's been around. Remember him with the Mets. He's with the Rangers now. And thinking, he can't be that young. I mean, he's in his 30s. And then thinking, I don't think he's in his early 30s either. I had to look it up. He's 38. So it's not in terms of age. It's in terms of number of games and number of innings pitched that he was the second fastest to 2,000. Because he's 38. Diamondbacks moving Marte to the 10-day injured list after his strange absence. They got to pull themselves together. That rocked them, and they had a bad series in Boston. Boston's a good team. They had a bad series anyway, but you got to think that was part of it. Kansas City Council says that $600 million for the Royals Stadium. The Royals are in for $700 million plus cost overruns, I think. So now they're going to want to get the rest of the money from the state of Missouri. And we'll see if they're motivated to hold on to that team because the Chiefs took them and their state taxes across the state line. They're going to build a dome in Kansas in a couple of years. So we'll see what happens with the Royals. The A's Stadium taking shape. If you haven't seen the photos online, they put on one of those big steel trusses. Is that the only place we use the word truss? T-R-U-S-S? I don't think it's used anywhere else. Somebody's building something if you say the word truss. Pictures are pretty cool if you haven't seen them. They've been out for a couple days now. DJ and PK.
Hashtag BYU.
Aiden trapped, and Fears got his hand to deflect it. Numbers feeds Kohler. He'll get it.
Jackson Kohler laughing at that one.
Here in East Lansing, couple of dunks. Which one do you like better? Carr got up to the rim high. Jackson Kohler, hey, you know what? I could get up too, a little.
BYU basketball fans, this is the news you've been waiting for. Who are the big men? Are they going to run a 6 foot and under team this year in the Big 12? Because that won't go very well. They need some bigs. Well, they get a commitment from Michigan State big man Jackson Kohler. So there you go, Cougar basketball fans. As for BYU football, they're starting to compile draft lists because, of course, we have a whole college season to go and an NFL season and playoffs, and there's going to be a draft next April. So let's get the draft list going. BYU players on the list, to the surprise of no one, Isaiah Glasker. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Evan Johnson, L.J. Martin, Faletau Satuala, Kiana Tanavasa, and Kedu Olave. So I don't think there's any big surprises there. Mac was just talking about, we replayed that in the last segment, about Tanavasa and how good he was looking. And I think off the top of your head, most of you would have listed 4 or 5 of those guys, and you're not draft experts, but you still would have figured it out. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Utah.
We can talk about this with Steve Bartle. He's coming up, covers the Utes. He's going to join us in the next segment here in a few minutes. Morgan Scalley's alumni plan aiming to make Utah football family. And they want that to be family beyond the last snap. Some of the guys have stayed close to the program. Some guys have drifted away. Morgan wants to make it way more intentional. And he wants to enlarge the efforts and the staff. And I think there's multiple reasons to do this. I think it can help you in recruiting. You keep players connected. They might see high school players, diamonds in the rough somewhere, give you a tip. That might pay off occasionally. I think that showing players the benefit of being part of the extended family, staying somewhere 4 years. We talk about this with Fafita at Arizona. He's going to be a legend there, right? What are the advantages of staying in one place and not transferring? If you're getting outbid by $250,000, $500,000, $1 million, kids are going to transfer. But if the money's relatively close, maybe they don't. And we've seen that with NFL first-round draft picks who might have been lured away by Alabama. They were able to hold on to their star tight end. So I think Morgan's looking for every edge. How often it pays off, but he wants to keep more family around the program. And he's got some ex-teammates working on that. Also, Utah sued Freddie Whittingham over breach of contract. There's a lot of stuff in there. To me, it all comes down to there was a buyout fee in there, 75% of the money he's owned for the year, and then his prorated amount because he was actually under contract for 13 months. So it comes out to about $400,000. I think if he gets his $400,000, either Freddie cuts that check or Michigan does. It says in the Trib did a nice story on it in the Salt Lake Tribune, and they said like 6 other coaches were in the same situation, and their payments have been made. So I think all the other stuff in there is noise. When the U gets their $400,000 from Michigan or Whittingham or a Michigan booster or whoever, then I think this all goes away. But I think that is the crux of the issue. DJ and PK.
Hashtag RSL.
ESPN reporting Sergey Salon's contract extension, 4.5 years, significant raise. They need to do this. He is getting paid next to nothing. He's under $100,000, and he's got 9 goals. So get him under contract and pay him. He'd like some money for sure. He's a guy who bet on himself. He grew up in Spain, came to Oregon State, played there for a year, went to UCLA for a year. Now he's drafted. I think the thinking was he was good, but he was probably going to the Monarchs so he could play a lot. But they loved what they saw in Portugal. And then Victor Olacunci had an eye, and he had to start. And had an eye injury, and he has taken that job with both hands and not letting go. Now, 4.5 years gives him a chance to get even better and for them to sell him sooner rather than later. But not right away. And 4.5 years gives you a little runway. You have a little leverage. You know, they could keep him around for a couple years and then see if they want to move him, see how he develops. But he's got 9 goals, and he's finishing a low percentage of his chances. He has a lot of opportunities. He's been in behind the back line, one-on-one with the goalkeeper, unable to score so many times. I mean, he's got 9, and that's an awesome total for a rookie. That's fantastic. But if you've watched, you're thinking, he could easily have 15. It doesn't take that much imagination. He is creating chances. I mean, he is just a nightmare for people to deal with on back lines across the league. So he talked about it a little bit in the press conference, alluded to, no details as far as the length, but they were clearly working on a contract, and it clearly looked like it was going to get done, and he was obviously happy about it. So he'll be here for a while. MLS planning a potential major overhaul to the playoffs, double elimination reseeding, going from 18 teams to 20. Man, I think the best format is March Madness, NFL playoffs. You get in front of the TV. It's what they do in the World Cup. There's going to be a winner. There's going to be a loser. Stick around for 2 or 3 hours. There's going to be drama and action. That's the way to go. But they want more playoff games because doesn't everybody? That's why baseball just expanded their playoffs. That's why college football's expanded their playoffs, and MLS is going to do it too. The best 2 out of 3 in the first round, I don't think anybody likes that. I think it takes too long and drains the drama, and people don't like it. RSL's back in action tomorrow at Orlando City, 5:30 for the start for that pregame show at 4:30 on 97.5 The Zone. Expecting heavy rotation because there are heavy legs. Going to be a lot of new faces. I guess 11 would be the maximum number. But I think even Cabral, and it was clear from Pablo's post-game comments, even Cabral could be rotated. If he can be rotated, everyone can. He has not missed a game in a year and a half. He's gone full-on Stockton, Malone. I mean, he hasn't been traded. He hasn't gone Big T, Thurl Bailey playing 84 games in an 82-game season. But he has been an Iron Man here. I'd have to do the math on it. I guess I'd better if the streak might end. I think he's right at 60 consecutive appearances over a year and a half. All right, DJ and PK, that's what's trending. Sponsored by Shamrock Plumbing. No job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Don't quote me on the 60. When I do math live on the radio, bad things happen. I'm usually pretty good at it, but... All right, Steve Bartle next. Jason Kreis at 8 o'clock. Kevin Graham talking NFL at 8:30. We'll talk Utes with Steve next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 has been smooth drive all morning. No delays from Provo up to Ogden right now. Where we are seeing delays this morning is in Parley's Canyon on eastbound I-80 as you're trying to exit for Highway 40 and on the Mountain View Corridor and Bangor Highway in West Valley City. Looking for a new ride? Doug Smith offers great savings with new and used vehicles, big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit us in American Fork, Spanish Fork, Linden, or at heydoug.net. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. And if you're trying to keep track of high school football games all across the state, make sure you listen to Game Night Live, Red Zone, tonight on 97.5 The Zone. Also tonight, NWSL action. The Utah Royals visit the San Diego Wave. First kick is at 8 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. And the Salt Lake Bees host the Reno Aces at 6:30 on 102.7 HD2 and the KSL Sports app. If you want to introduce your company to the Zone's passionate listeners, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Now's the perfect time to recognize the everyday heroes who make youth sports happen in our community. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are celebrating the coaches, referees, organizers, and volunteers who give their time so our kids can play. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. Each week, one deserving hero will be spotlighted during the Jake and Ben Show at 4:30 p.m. every Thursday. And the winner receives a $250 gift card courtesy of Beehive Meals. Don't wait. Lift up someone who lifts up our kids. Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Covering the Utes better than anyone else. This is Ute Insider Steve Bartle of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK. PK's back on Monday. Be back next week. Little last gasp summer vacation. We're joined right now by Steve Bartle. Steve, good morning.
Morning, DJ. How we doing, man?
We're doing well. I got a couple questions for you here. A little positivity, a little negativity. Where would you like to start? A little lift up, a little positivity, a little negativity, a little truth telling. What do you think?
I'll let you tell me where to go.
We're going to start with a positivity, an affirmation in the morning. Are you ready?
I'm ready, sir.
Of what you know, and I know very limited access to the team at this point, of what you know, the position group that you believe should give Ute fans most help, that will bring them to their feet and have Rice-Eccles Stadium rocking, that position group is?
Wide receiver. Based on what we've seen, based on what we've heard, I think there's a lot of reason to be optimistic, confident, excited, if you're a Utah fan, to see this group in action. I think there's a lot behind what Utah has, and Braden Pagan, who comes to Utah from Utah State, that familiarity with McGiven and the offense, I think, is just going to do a lot for him. And the chemistry that has seemingly developed with Devin Dampier, by all accounts, sounds like it's at a really good place. So I think Utah has the sort of go-to receiver in Pagan that can produce week in, week out. And then, as we've learned throughout the offseason, so this is a group that has some depth. There have been some surprising guys that have developed and progressed this offseason. One in particular is Nate Johnson, who's been around the program now a few years. He's really kind of settled in to this wide receiver role, and, he's helped kind of solidify the depth, give Utah another option in that room. So Utah is coming into this season feeling like they probably have 4 or 5 really solid receivers, and then, the depth behind them where you can sprinkle in and have guys available for you to step up at different points throughout the season as well.
Alex is going to have to host the rest of the show because I just blacked out twice. I didn't hear most of your answer. The first time you said the strongest position was wide receiver, and I just went straight. I just faded to black. I didn't hear anything. And when I came to, you just said they're 4 or 5 deep at wide receiver, and I passed out again. That was an unexpected answer. I hope Ute fans handled that on the freeway better than I did, because that could be a dangerous situation. Wide receiver, the best. So you're grading on a curve in part because that's been, well, let's be honest, that's usually been the position group that's been least likely to bring the stadium to its feet.
Yeah, it's interesting with what Utah still has in place, at running back and at quarterback with Devin Dampier and Bird Ficklin and Wayshawn Parker, in that running back room. I think the group that is just going to get this Utah fan base really excited is, like I said, the depth and ability in that wide receiver room. They have some guys that I think can really, I don't want to say shine, but I think this offense is going to shine a brighter light on that wide receiver room, some of the ability that they have in that group and the depth that they have in that group as well.
Well, you are echoing what Ron McBride said yesterday. He said he thought the key to that group, and he was right with you, he thought that there was unprecedented depth there, and he thought the key was bringing a new OC and bringing a position coach in, and they come from other schools. In the case of McGibbon, he brought in players from his 2 previous schools, both San Jose State and Utah State, and he said they're known. There's relationships there. It's proven over time. They've practiced with these guys day in and day out and multiple games, and they know what they can do. There's no guessing. There's no suspecting. So, all right, I'm going to have to adjust and quit blacking out here. You and Mac are on the same page. I'm hearing the same stuff 2 days in a row. Perhaps I should trust 2 sources, right, Steve?
Perhaps you should, DJ. Perhaps you should.
All right. Let's go to the other side of the same coin. If I want to know the position group that's most likely to bring the place to its feet, now I want to know the position group that's most likely to have Ute fans putting their head in their hands. No, I paid to watch this. What happened? Where's that most likely?
I think this entire offseason, the biggest question that I got, the most consistent question that I got was centered around the defensive tackle room, the defensive line, and stopping the run.
Yep.
And, Utah went into the transfer portal. They brought in 3 defensive tackles from the portal. 2 of them have a good quality playing experience coming from Wyoming and San Jose State. Another one from Tennessee who played at times throughout his career there. But a lot of the expectations, I think, for just what the standard is with that room and that group in particular, there's some uneasiness still around that group. And based on what we've been able to kind of take away from our viewing sessions, we just haven't been able to come away with a lot to provide any sort of valuable progress report on that group. And so, it's going into the season kind of blind and kind of uncertain. There's, and coaches and players have talked about that group has stepped up. And, there's some pieces in that room, some players in that room that garner a lot of optimism and confidence in their long-term projection, optimism around what they can be this season. But it's still going to require them to step up into roles and into playing at a certain level on a week-in, week-out basis that we just don't know where that's at with that group. So I think that is, yeah, like you said, if there's a group that could potentially bring this fan base to their knees at times, given how things went at the end of the season last year, I think that that defensive line group, specifically when we're talking about stopping the run, I think that's the big question mark and concern for Utah fans going into the season.
Of all the answers you've ever given me, Steve, I rate that the number one answer. All our conversations on the air and off the air. You hit so many key points that I want to underline and put exclamation points after, and I think you're very smart. And I've always said this, and Alex, I'm going to say this to you now that you're producing our show a million times. Whenever you meet somebody and then they talk and then someone looks at you and they go, that person's really smart, what they mean is they agree with me. I think so-and-so is really smart. That means whatever you were talking about, doesn't matter if it's football or banking, politics, I don't know, whatever. When they say, the person walks away, that person's really smart, that means you agree with me. That's all that means. It doesn't mean anything about IQ. And I agree with what you said, and I thought you had a key phrase. What the standard has been. Everybody's here spoiled. Everybody here is spoiled. You need 2 D tackles, you need 2 D ends, except you don't, because it's an exhausting position to play. You're getting hit and beat up on by 300-pounders, and you're sprinting all the way to the sideline. You're trying to sprint upfield 10 yards. You got to turn and sprint back 15, 20 yards the other way. It's exhausting, so you have to have a third player and be able to rotate. And you get hit so much, there are going to be injuries, so you have to have a fourth player at both positions, or the coaches are privately going in the room and like, what are we going to do? Because they're anticipating going 8 deep. And we all stood in front of Kyle Whittingham multiple years, and he said, we're 9 deep, we're 10 deep. One year, he said, we're 12. I got 12 guys I can trust on the D-line. And that is unheard of. That is not normal. Coaching staffs all across the country are just biting their fingernails thinking, who's guy 6, 7, 8, and who's guy 9, 10, just in case we really have a bad run of luck. And you don't usually know. And it is usually a massive question mark when you get deep into D-lines. And it stresses coaches out big time. And the standard here is so high. It's like, of all the things Kyle Whittingham did well, that's one of the best. The D-line was nails. Rock solid year after year. Guys coming and going didn't matter. So, brilliant answer, Steve. Spot on. I mean, the wide receiver thing shocked me. I'm not going to kid you. But the D-line thing, that was straight money right there. That was brilliant.
I appreciate that, BJ. And look, like, to your point, you do need to have depth at the position, unlike you've had before. Mm-hmm. And what's making that difficult is everybody wants depth, and everybody is willing to pay a price to have that depth. And for Utah this year, they went in, like I said, they went into the portal. They brought in 3 guys that they feel pretty optimistic about, that they felt, coming to Utah could benefit from the development plan here, especially with Steve Saunders and this new, strength and conditioning program and how it sort of changed these guys physically. I think they're obviously counting on this young group and these transfers to come into the season. And, maybe they aren't playing at a really high level week 1. Right. But this is a group that with experience, I think, can progress, week after week, month after month, and that sort of thing, where by the end of the season, it's a much different, much improved group. And you're going into next off season feeling good about this group. But as of right now, the concern is just, where's this group right now? What is it going to look like week 1, week 2, when Arkansas comes to Rice-Eccles? That's the big concern right now.
It's a normal amount of stress. I think a lot of coaching staffs have this. Utah's just been immune to it for a long time. But I think there's a lot of teams wondering, and a lot of teams, it'll be answered positively. They'll get to that depth, and guys will perform at a pretty good level, and it'll work out. But there's a lot of question marks at a lot of schools across the country. I just think that's normal at this point. And Utah's just back in a normal situation. They haven't, and it's a little uncomfortable because they've been in such a comfortable situation for so long because they've been beating the odds with their ability to recruit and develop. Yeah. I am also curious. Let's go to the other position groups. As we get a couple weeks into this, is there anybody emerging, a name people should remember at another position group? Like, whoa, watch out for this guy.
Yeah, a player that I've, in talking with him, I've had the opportunity to chat with him twice, and he's a transfer addition Utah brought in. that they actually recruited him originally out of high school a few years back. He ended up signing with Kentucky and then transferring to Akron. Cornerback Elijah Reed, I think, is somebody that coming into this defensive secondary, Utah had the majority of this group pretty settled, right? With Jackson Benny, Nate Ritchie, Rabbit Evans, those guys in that safety room making that group. Scooby Davis at one outside corner spot. And then, they had another guy in Rob Caldwell who they had penciled in that nickel spot. It was that other outside cornerback spot that was wide open. And so it was Elijah Reed, James Chenault, J.C. Hart really battling it out for that group. And, from what we've heard, we had the opportunity to speak with Reed, as a media group. He was really impressive. And I think he's the type that has the size at 6'2", 6'3". He's got long arms. He's in that mold of, the long corners that Utah's had in the past, the Keith McGills, the Sean Smith, those types of corners that really play that sticky press man coverage, but have that athleticism to still be, to still protect themselves vertically. And I think that is something that as I've done more and more homework on these players, I feel like Reed is perfectly suited to step into that exact role. And so I think Reed is someone that, he's off the radar a little bit, but I think he is absolutely someone that will, I don't know if he's locked in the starting role right now. I don't know. I can't say for certain, but I think he's going to be a pretty big contributor for Utah this season at that cornerback spot.
Last thing before I let you go. Fred Whittingham getting sued by the university. Reading through some of the stories, I came up with to the conclusion. There's a lot of stuff in there, but I think a lot of it is noise. I think the crux of the issue is that the university feels like they're owed about $400,000 due to the terms of, essentially the buyout for him to leave his deal with 13 months left on it. I don't know Fred's side of the story, and people don't tend to comment when there's pending litigation, so I don't know that we're going to hear his side of the story. But I thought that was the crux of it from what I read. And when either he cuts the check or Michigan Booster, whatever, however that's handled, then it goes away. It did make the point in the story that with the other assistants who moved, that's already been handled. So I don't know if Fred thinks there's something different, if there's some language in his contract or whatever. What's your understanding of that, where it stands, and how you think it's going to play out?
Yeah, that is my understanding of it all. I don't have a good sense of how it's going to play out, but as you pointed out, all of the other assistant coaches, went through that process and went the right way. They went.
Well, a lawyer somewhere had his phone cut off. He was about to cross the line. Maybe it was a judge. Just knocked him out right there. And that's it. We've heard enough of Bartle. All right. You don't have to get him back. I think we see where he was going with that. But thank him for us. There you go, Captain. All right, DJ and PK. Got to take a break right here. Coming up, 8 o'clock hour. Jason Christ will join us from Real Salt Lake. We'll hear more about Salon's contract. Got a big game coming up Tuesday in Denver with Leon in the League's Cup quarterfinals. We'll talk with Jason about that, the game on the weekend. We'll talk with Jason Christ at the top of the hour. Kevin Graham joins us at 8:30. Got some NFL preseason games going on. Time to start talking football with Kevin every week. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Starting to see our first delays of the morning on southbound I-15 as you head through North Salt Lake into downtown, and on the northbound side as you near I-80. We also have a crash on eastbound Corey Wire Highway in Eagle Mountain right now as you're approaching the Mountain View corridor. Attention property managers, customers see your parking lot before they see your lobby. Make sure the first thing is unforgettable with Go Pave Utah. Seal coating, crack sealing, striping, patching across the Wasatch Front. Visit us at gopavutah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The drama down at BYU basically is Kalani complaining that he's not getting resources. Long and short of it. It is obvious to me that football is on the march, and they are being aggressive about not getting what they feel like they're due.
There's a battle for resources. I don't know if they were promised to Kalani. I don't know if they weren't promised to him, but he feels like they're close and he needs more.
This plays right into a discussion that we've had since the dawn of this show. Can you be a football and a basketball school at the same time? And this is exactly what I'm talking about. I think the answer is no. I really do.
Yeah, of
if
course.
you had to pick between being a basketball school and a football school, you pick football. The money is in football.
Yeah.
Santiago is a basketball AD, and I wonder if he's struggling to convert to being a football school AD, because BYU has a national championship in football. It is and always has been a football school.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Hi, I'm Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sac Lake City with Advanced Window Products. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100, or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit one gift card per customer account while supplies last.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This week's High School Player of the Week knows success takes preparation, and the same is true for financial success. That's why Hercules First Federal Credit Union partners with Greenlight, the money and safety app for families. With a qualifying Hercules account, you can get Greenlight free and help your kids learn to save, spend wisely, and build healthy financial habits. Help your future MVP win the money management skills that last a lifetime. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Hundreds of children are experiencing homelessness, living in a family shelter with just the bare essentials. And back-to-school shopping is a luxury they can't afford. But you can help. The Road Home Apple Tree program provides a brand new outfit, shoes that fit just right, and a backpack. Giving is easy. Donate online or shop for a child in need. Visit theroadhomeappletree.com today, because every child deserves to start school feeling like they belong.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, Motley Crue with performances by Tesla and Extreme at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater, September 21st. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Get your tickets today and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. DJ and PK, college football fans, what are we doing? Are we really going to have players come back from the NFL and play college football? I think the answer to that is yes. Looks like the courts have opened the door. There's a judge in East Baton Rouge Parish who might rule on it, so we might have another ruling. It's crazy that the rules are being fought over and changed 2 weeks before the season. I think conferences have to step up and start making rules. I think it's been clear for a while. I don't think any rule the NCAA make is going to stand in court. I don't think it's possible. They've lost too many cases, and too often it comes down to restraint of trade, and they're a monopoly, and they can't. It's the Constitution. It's not the NCAA being incompetent at this point. There are other places where the NCAA has no clue and has been totally incompetent, and we can all go crazy about it. But not on this. I think that this is why we've heard people say conferences are going to have to take the lead and make the rules. Are we going to a place, and I know we're fighting over a playoff right now, but are we going to a place where the Big Ten and the SEC are going to expand and be massive and just have their champions play for the national title, and whatever playoff there is will exist within two big leagues? I think there's a decent chance that'll happen. Now, there could be legislation in Washington to stop it. It may take a long time for that to happen, but I can see that happening. But that's in the long run. In the short run, they've got to figure out, eligibility. And there are rules that get put in place in sports that don't match what happens to every other college student. For a long time, you couldn't pay an athlete, but you can pay a college student. College students can have jobs. Why can't athletes? Because they'll cheat and they'll get around the rules and they'll play payers directly. Yep. And that's where we are now. And it hasn't ruined the sport. So, I don't know what to tell you. Ohio State and Notre Dame still win. The SEC is still really good. Wasn't the end of the world. Is it different? Yeah. Is it weird? Yes. Is it sustainable? Well, I'm not going to be writing the checks to sustain it. And I've also ruled Alex out. Alex has told me definitively he will not be writing those checks. So I don't know beyond the two of us who's going to write the checks, but we're out. And I know PK's out also. I mean, literally, he's out on vacation right now, and he's probably having a waffle somewhere that he wouldn't normally allow himself to have. But, hey, it's vacation. Let's not count the calories on vacation, please. That's what vacation's for. So the three of us are out. It does drive me a little crazy when they start talking about athletes this way. And we know what they're getting at, but stop telling me about the fundamental principles of college sports. It has been one way for a long time. And if you like it that way and you want it to stay that way, okay, I get that. That's a good argument. If that's your argument, you want to stick with that, okay. I am up for the whole, it's going to unfairly harm high school students. You got to have rules that allow other people to make somewhat logical decisions in their life. I'm going to sign this letter, and I'm going to agree to accept this scholarship and go to this school and accept this amount of money and go to this school. And then before you ever play a game, you get the rug pulled out from under you because somebody came available from the Dolphins camp. That's a level of chaos I think we all find unacceptable. And full disclosure, I have a niece who has played college soccer, and she's been caught up in this. And there's no question, for a lot of reasons, it was great that some kids were given a fifth year during the COVID pandemic. I get that. But it came at a cost, and it jammed up freshmen. The pipeline got narrower. Promises were made and not kept. And not just to my niece, so I'm going to get on the soapbox here, but I've heard stories about her teammates too. And then when you go to another school and you start talking to coaches as a reporter, and they're like, oh, yeah, that's going on. There's still, no matter what rules we make to accommodate kids, there are only 11 kids at a time who get to play in a football game, or 11 kids at a time who play in a soccer game, or 9 plus a DH 10 in a baseball game. So you can do whatever you want with the roster and all these eligibility rules, but only so many kids can get on the field. So acknowledge that, and are you okay with it? And if you are, move on. And if you're not, make a rule. But don't ask the NCAA to make it because it's going to get slapped down in court if they make it. But I do think conferences can. And the whole thing, and there were some quotes from Sankey out there. If another college student like me can, at college radio, get an internship and then get a part-time job, why can't I come back the next year and work? It's a little different. I'm not on a team. I'm out there freelancing in life. But there's a lot of things that are available to college kids. Can we really not make them available to college athletes? Is there a deadline you need to get back by? You can bounce back and forth from the G League or whatever. I get it's weird, and if you just think it's too weird, fine. But this whole thing of amateur athletics, that was built just to keep some people out. Like, oh, you can't be a professional and play sports. You have to be an amateur. And this was all across. This was the Olympics. This was tennis. Golf at one point went through this. Well, I guess it's okay if we have pros and we play them money. It sounds so antiquated. Alex can't even stay in this conversation. He's just going to his phone. He's like, man. But it's like all these people broke free. The amateurism was rules made by people who had a lot of money who didn't need money to keep other people out so that they could win and say, I'm great, or my buddy's great. And we can push all these other people out and not let them compete. Put our hands on our hips and be disgusted. Oh, professionals for money. Oh, please. Golf, tennis, the Olympics. I know my sports history. 33 things that went through it. Guess what? We started paying people. It was different. It wasn't the end of the world. And it didn't ruin everything. It didn't ruin everything that Tiger Woods was making money while he was dropping dramatic putts and chips and throwing uppercuts and running around the green. Didn't wreck it. So I'm sure we can get through this. I think some roster adjustments need to be made. If you're going to be bringing people back from cuts, and we've been tiptoeing towards this. There was a time where if you had an agent, you're out. You can't play college sports. Okay, now if you declare for the draft, you're out. You can't play college sports. And we always tiptoe across the line. All right, well, you can get an agent and you can go interview with NBA teams and work out, but there's a date and you have to drop out by then. Okay, we keep moving the bag back and it never seems to wreck everything. So I think maybe now what you need to do is here's your roster and you get X number of spots and people you can welcome back from whatever NFL or NBA camp and add to your roster. Because then you're not squeezing a freshman. You still squeeze them on playing time. We can think our way around this, people. It's possible. A little change might not wreck everything. But don't lecture me on the purity of college sports and the whole academic thing. My eyes are going to roll into the back of my head. Come on, man. All right, when we come back, Jason Christ, Real Salt Lake making changes. Players gone, players signing, big games coming up. Money to be made, money to be had. How does it get reinvested? We'll talk with Jason next. Stay with us.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Now's the perfect time to recognize the everyday heroes who make youth sports happen in our community. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are celebrating the coaches, referees, organizers, and volunteers who give their time so our kids can play. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. Each week, one deserving hero will be spotlighted during the Jake and Ben Show at 4:30 p.m. every Thursday. And the winner receives a $250 gift card courtesy of Beehive Meals. Don't wait. Lift up someone who lifts up our kids. The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaron Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
Hundreds of children are experiencing homelessness, living in a family shelter with just the bare essentials. And back-to-school shopping is a luxury they can't afford. But you can help. The Road Home Apple Tree program provides a brand new outfit, shoes that fit just right, and a backpack. Giving is easy. Donate online or shop for a child in need. Visit theroadhomeappletree.com today because every child deserves to start school feeling like they belong.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, time to spend a few minutes with Jason Kreis, President of Soccer Operations for Real Salt Lake. Jason, good morning.
Good morning, DJ. How are you?
Good. I have so many questions. You are the right guy at the right time, Jason.
Ooh, okay. Let's go. Fire away.
Inquiring minds want to know, when you move a player like Gozo, like how long did those talks happen? Behind the scenes, when did you know it was going to happen? Did it get nerve-wracking at any point? Did you try to talk him into staying? What can you tell us?
All those answers are yes. Yeah, it's obviously not a short process when something like that happens. Crystal Palace also being a partner club of ours with some shared ownership, they had expressed interest fairly early on at the same time as another Premier League club was talking to him. They at the time seemed an advantageous one because they were quite open to taking him in the winter when we really wanted to push the transaction too. At the last minute, things changed. They got a new coach on board and their new coach wanted Gozo in immediately. Obviously, the player was keen to go as soon as he could. He wanted to be there for preseason to give himself the best chance to get into that first team and to have an effect, immediately. So there was a lot of things that lined up, I would say, in a very positive way to tip the hands towards doing a deal now. Not the least of which was a significant transfer fee that we were able to receive. So Obviously bittersweet. Bitter from the point of view that we lose a player that was contributing in a massive way towards our successes and cheer, but sweet because it is a huge win for our club, for our academy, for our coaches, for our community, and for our state even, to have a kid that comes from the Salt Lake area, Utah, able to now play in the Premier League is a success story, massive success story. So in the end, it was a decision that we had to make.
Is the reported $15 million fee accurate?
I'm not going to comment on that.
When you get money, whatever the number is, when you get money like that, how and when does that get reinvested in the club?
Well, I think first and foremost, there needs to be an understanding that our academy and our development system is a very, very expensive venture for our club. And as I said, so this being a massive success story for that, we're able to say we can recoup some of that money when we are able to sell players. The other way to recoup that money is probably a little bit less obvious one is having players contribute in big ways for our first team. So we think we've had enough success stories to continue the march and continue our identity of being a developmental club. But then, the other obvious piece is that we need to add players now. So we've got another couple of weeks left in the transfer window. Heard in his recruitment department have been working extremely hard to try to bring in some players to take up the contributions that we lose in Gozo. And the idea is that if we can add multiple players, starting level players, then we could in fact have strengthened our team. That's our objective right now.
I am aware, and I'm sure you are too, that there are many soccer experts spread across our community. Some are in the fan base, some are in the media, some are actually working for the club. Who knew? And they prioritize the positions differently, looking for strikers, looking for a defensive midfielder, looking for obviously someone to go specifically into the wingback role where Gozo was. And there have been major injuries across the back line as well. How do you prioritize all of that? You did mention multiple players, so I'm assuming you've seen some of this and have a little bit of a ranking in your mind here.
Yeah, and again, this is really Kurt's world, but I can try to interpret his mind for you if you'd like.
Please.
And I think obviously we as leadership have opinions as well that go into these decisions. But the obvious one is the right wing back position. Zach stepped into that role in the day that Gozo kind of stepped out of it, and I think did an unbelievable job. So we were all feeling really good about that. And then he goes down with what looks to be a 6 to 8 week injury. And so we feel like we definitely going to need somebody in that position. There's the other obvious thing to think about is the offensive contributions we were getting out of Gozo, whether he was playing wingback or when he played in one of the 10 positions or even the 9 position, he's adding goals and assists. And so we're looking for a player that can also do that. And then have started to think about now just initial thoughts on center back. Because Justin Glad is out a little bit longer term. And so we feel like there's a need for that as well. So, I guess priority might be wing back first, attacking player, and center back sort of probably a 1 and 2B.
Yeah. Do you have a timeline for Justin Glad's injury? Because I've heard that timeline's been readjusted a couple times. Maybe originally people thought he'd be back by now, and apparently he isn't that close, although maybe you have new information.
No, it's one of those really difficult situations to even get a proper identification of what the injury has been. Initially, as you said, we thought he would be back after the World Cup break. And then we got to coming back at the World Cup break and was still experiencing pain. And so we've had, 2 to 3 times where we've started to ramp him up, and then the pain level has been too high. And so now he's in very much a rest mode for a couple of weeks, and then I think it's going to be another 8 weeks on top of that. So this is a couple of months more until we see him back on the field.
Is there a timeline for Emeka Eneli returning?
Yeah, Emeka's right around the corner here. I think he's supposed to return into full training next week.
You've got a game coming up with Leon, and for people who are new to soccer, the multiple competitions and how you prioritize them it's completely foreign to someone who follows, Major League Baseball or the NFL or whatever. How do you rank these? How important is a game in Orlando on Saturday in MLS play versus the game Tuesday against Leon in the League's Cup. How and why do you prioritize those games?
Well, I think when you start to think about the sport of soccer, it is different than other sports, and that it is very much an endurance sport, and it takes multiple days to recover, and oftentimes, seeing 3 games in a 6-day period, as we're in right now, is an impossible ask. And so, yes, you are forced into a situation where you have to prioritize games, and for us to be in a quarterfinal of this League's Cup with the opportunity to come out of this tournament and say that for this tournament we were the best team in the U.S. and Mexico is a rare opportunity. So we are certainly going to prioritize that over a league game. Although I think it's not as easy a decision as that, because right now we have faltered a little bit in our standings in the league, and we need to be wary of that as well.
To what do you attribute the faltering over the last 5 or 6 MLS games?
It's difficult to say, really difficult to say, because it's probably a little bit too easy and basic to try to loop them all together. I think you have to kind of go one by one and say what has been the issues. I think coming back immediately after the break and going on a really difficult road trip at LAFC in Portland was challenging. And certainly I think we've had our challenges with teams that play a certain way against us, and that's the teams that sit back and counterattack and do it very effectively have given us trouble. And Dallas was a team that did the exact same as that. So we have to consider sort of, how we're going to succeed against those teams as we move forward, because certainly we will see it in the final piece of the season and going into the playoffs. But I would also say that in all of the games, we have had some really positive things come out of them. So, the mindset's still there. The ability to create and score goals is still there. It's a little bit about, I think it's a little bit about focus as we're going through, and it's the hottest part of the season, and typically a part where you do have some downturn before we get to the final push here.
Want to circle back to where we started. I introduced you as president of soccer operations, and it goes back to sports are different, right? You don't just have a team. You also have a second team in the Monarchs that can act as a development / minor league team. And then you've got the whole academy. So there's so many players at so many levels trying to make progress. It needs someone over all of that. And I'm curious for these the stories we've seen where, certainly Gozo's just a spectacular success story. But Zach Booth he's from Eden, Utah, and he was looking very intriguing before his injury. He was doing some stuff that was opening eyes for sure in the fan base. But maybe you knew that because you got to see him develop along the way. How many more guys do you have who could open eyes and intrigue fans that way who are in the pipeline?
Well, quite a few. I would say, obviously, we have the U16, the U18 team, and we have the Monarchs. I would say that in each of those teams, we've got 2 to 3 players that we feel like could be major contributors for us over the next 4 to 5 years. So, we feel really, really good about what the work we're doing in the developmental space. We say the developmental space, we're talking about a mixture of the 16s, 18s, and the Monarchs. All of those for us are considered developmental teams. Absolutely. I mean, let's not forget about Aiden Hezerkani, who at the beginning of the season scored a couple of goals and had some really incredible contributions. Nico Moisa as well. So let's not about that the victory issue really these issues, but I think there's no reason why they couldn't become major contributors for us over the last part of the season.
Major League Soccer is about to flip its season. We'll have a full season here and crown a champion, playoffs in November and December, and then a little break, and then there'll be a thing called a sprint season, about 14 games and a playoff, and then the new full season will start, and you'll begin to play on the European calendar where the season starts in the summer and wraps up in May. And I'm curious, I've started to read that some MLS teams are prioritizing winning during that sprint season, and others may use it as an extended preseason and use it for development and not worry about winning. I assume you've had some conversations along those lines. What are you thinking about for that, for RSL and that sprint season early in 2027?
Well, I would say, though, I would say that I can't imagine a time where I could answer a question to you and tell you that we wouldn't be worried about winning. I don't think that that's going to exist for us. I think we're going to look at every opportunity and say, what is our, not motivation, but what is our modus operandi to get ourselves to a place where we can win. And I think, from a team building perspective, I would be looking at the teams that are really thinking about a major transition, teams that are having to do a major rebuild. Those would be the teams that I would think would look at that sprint season and say, okay, we're not going to go out and sign any more players right now. We're going to work with our young players for the sprint season, and then we're going to sign players in the summer transfer window. I don't think that's us. I think that we've got a strong enough core of veteran players to lead us to go after things in that sprint season. So that's how I see it right now.
And I would think that even for the young players who are developing, if the goal isn't winning, then the pressure isn't there, and how much developing is really being done, right?
Yeah, that's 1,000% correct, and that's exactly how we have to always consider our Monarchs team. And it can be a challenge. You have to mix the two, but if there's not a culture of we want to win every game, then you're not developing players the right way either.
Yeah. Well, Jason, we appreciate the time. In a few minutes, I'm not going to press you for what the lineup's going to look like in Orlando. I just think it has to look really, really different because it looked like there were some very heavy legs out there in the last couple games. Guys have been giving their all, but the needle might be getting near empty for a few of them.
I think that's a fair comment, DJ.
All right. Thanks, Jason. We appreciate it. We'll look forward to seeing what that lineup looks like tomorrow night.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. There's Jason Kreis. Multiple topics right there. He was good on everything except he didn't want to confirm $15 million. I didn't want to lose my sportscaster license. I felt like I had to ask. He didn't want to lose his president and chief operations license. He didn't want to answer. The dance must be done. I don't think there's more Gozos in the organization because that is such a high bar and such a high level. You could be a really good player and not have the potential Gozo has. Pablo Mastroeni has been using words like unicorn. Just for the sheer number of sprints at the level he does, how quickly they come together in a game. Like somebody might have a sprint and might have another one, 5 minutes later. And like Gozo's just stacking three of them on top of each other. He moved not just because of what he was doing, but because the potential. There just seems to be so much more upside. But soccer's a brutal game, and who knows how long a chance he gets. There are clubs that players invest in and give multiple chances, and there's plenty of stories in soccer about, you get a week to 10 days. You didn't look good in training, we're going to loan you out. And then the story, and I think this is changing a little, but I don't think it's changing a lot. You go over there, and it's like, I'm not here to help you. You're going to take my job. I mean, that always exists in sports, right? Now, there are places where there's a little, that's not quite as harsh. There's still a little bit of, you're an American? Please. I think that's getting broken down. Landon Donovan faced that, 20 years ago now, probably. And it's definitely changed, but I also don't think it's completely gone away. Super intriguing to follow Gozo going forward. When they moved Andres Gomez, it didn't work out for him in France. He's now playing, I think he's in Brazil, last I heard. But it was going pretty well for him in Brazil. So you got to move around, find your niche. And that's where soccer is similar to other sports. There's plenty of NBA players who get to their third team and then they really settle in. And you look and they bounced around a little early on. So it'll be intriguing to see what happens for Gozo. But the academy's working. It's, originally it was good at producing defensive players. Justin Glad's the best example, but there are plenty of other good players who played for them. But attacking players, they're harder to develop. They're harder to find. They get paid more money because supply and demand, there's fewer of them. And Gozo, he was having a big impact from a position that's a little more defensive-minded. You don't expect 6 goals and 5 assists in half a season out of a young player in a wingback role. But he produced, and that's why he's in England now. All right, thanks to Jason for coming on. When we come back, Kevin Graham's talking NFL football. We'll talk about some development of some young guys, see if we can find some sleepers for your fantasy team, and development of teams, because in the NFL, you can go from worst to first in a heartbeat. It happens all the time. It's not going to be the same old, same old. It's going to be different. We'll talk with Kevin about that coming up. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound I-15 has a pocket of slowing in Midville and near I-80. Southbound I-15 has cleared up, and you are back to a 30-minute commute from Ogden into downtown. We are still seeing heavy traffic on Bangor Highway from 35th South over to the 201 freeway. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, your big plans. We move purpose, we move you. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
He's Adam Rittenberg with us here on Jake and Ben. There has been some internal conflict. You talked to Brian Santiago and obviously talked to Kalani. Did you come away with any impressions about their relationship?
Only that Brian really wanted to keep Kalani and understood how damaging it would have been if Kalani had left for Penn State, which was the full expectation at Penn State and talking to people there. He was a foot and maybe a few toes out the door back in early December. They brought him back. His comments recently suggest that he's not fully happy with the way things are going. So it's something to monitor, because I'll tell you this, guys, Penn State's not the last school that's going to come after Kalani Sitake if he continues on the trajectory that he's on, because of all these qualities that we outlined, plus the fact that he wins a heck of a lot of games. It'll be interesting to see how this thing goes.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Utah's only PGA Tour event is back. The Bank of Utah Championship returns to stunning Black Desert Resort October 1st through the 4th. Experience championship golf, incredible southern Utah views, and an unforgettable atmosphere for golf fans and non-golf fans alike. Upgrade to the Greater Zion Club for premium views and all-inclusive food and beverage. Don't miss your chance. Ticket prices increase September 14th. Get your tickets today at bankofutahchampionship.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sometimes, firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
As summer winds down, it's time to get back into a routine. Between school drop-offs, homework, sports, and everything else on your calendar, dinner shouldn't be another thing to worry about. Beehive Meals makes back to school easier with meals your family will actually look forward to. This month's menus include favorites like chicken Alfredo, chicken burrito bowls, meatball marinara, steak fajitas, and jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. Spend less time stressing over dinner and more time enjoying the moments that matter. Visit BeehiveMeals.com and make this school year your easiest one yet.
At Shriners Children's, we're home to the world's leading pediatric orthopedic care. Because so many life-changing advancements start here. We provide access to the best doctors and never allow your ability to pay for services to compromise the care your child needs. We're the first place to turn for the most common or complex orthopedic conditions. Home to possibility and empowering kids to achieve the extraordinary. The most amazing care anywhere begins at shrinerschildrens.org.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Scotty G and the Coach, Tuesday from 10 to 2 at my hearing centers, 8941 South, 700 East. Time to welcome Kevin Grand back to the show. He's had an off season to recharge, to leave all his negativity in the off season. Because when it's time for football, you got to let the good times roll, Kevin.
Good morning, DJ. Talking about negativity, a couple days ago I texted you. I was driving to a doctor's appointment. I was listening on the KSL Sports Zone app to you, and I think I texted you. I'm like, dude, man, you're on fire. Your energy, you're hilarious. Today, man, it's like salty Salt Lake DJ. Like, when's PK coming back? Because I think you need to be rejuvenated after a week of solo hosting, in my opinion.
Well, it's 3 days, not a week for starters. So there's that. And Kevin, I'm a complex individual. I have many moods. And I react to the news that's in front of me. So if Greg Sankey makes me a little salty, that's on him.
I think you stayed up late doing Morgan High School football or whatever you were doing last night. So, yeah.
Not as late as you might think. There's
Okay.
a new rule. If you get a 44-point lead in the fourth quarter, the game's over. They have a mercy rule the way they do in baseball or softball.
Oh, do they really? Oh, wow. Well, that's cool. Well, I did not know that. So that's a new thing.
Mercy me, that got out of hand.
So who mercied who then? Morgan, who was they playing in Mountain View or something?
3A Morgan made a one-handed interception on the first play of the game and returned it for a pick six, and the dam broke. There was three plays later, there was a fumbled shotgun snap and a 20-yard field and a short touchdown. It was 14-0 after 2.5 minutes, and it looked like Mike Tyson coming out and just, we got to end this fight in a hurry. I got to get to a movie tonight.
Nice. I do think, and I was listening to you earlier, you're talking about college football and going on about, letting these players, they go to the NFL and able to come back and play before the season and blah, blah, blah. And to your point, I understand. And you're using the analogy that how you left college and you went back. I think there's a little difference there, DJ. No offense, but you actually were paying the college to go back. Where, there's a flip here where the athletes are going back and getting paid now and possibly taking roster spots and all that. I think there's just a little bit of a discrepancy there, but. How far do we want to go, DJ? Okay, if players can go to the NFL now, like let them play now in the league, and you know what? When it's time for them to, instead of going to the practice squad, let's send the player back to Utah or BYU and get back on the field in mid-season. Okay, let's just keep going with it. Let's just be minor league baseball and major leagues and go that route, because I think that's great for the betterment of college football. Because everything's great for the betterment of college football right now, because this sport is just in such a wonderful position, and it's so fun following free agency all over the place and listening to the SEC and Big Ten complain about each other, who's better, which actually is kind of amusing. But let's keep growing these leagues and let's have West teams play all the way in the Big Ten, in the Midwest, and play Rutgers. Because Rutgers really needs to be in the Big Ten too, because that's awesome. So let's just keep going and expanding. You know why? Because you left school to go work for a failing radio station and then went back to pay to go back to school. So thank you very much.
Number one, who's salty now? Oh, pot kettle. Number two.
And yet next week 0, with a bunch of stupid, dumb games will be played. And guess who will be sitting there watching every single minute? That will be me. But I know what you're saying.
Me too. I'm watching it too. I've already got North Carolina and TCU on my schedule. Who else playing week 0? Number 2, in that passive-aggressive answer, you called me stupid. I see what you did there. You were paying the school, DJ, because I know you, and there's no chance you were on an academic schedule or academic scholarship. You got the IQ of that chair over there, DJ. You're not getting it. Please, you were paying them. So there's that. I'm hurt.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm hurt,
yes.
man.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I mean, DJ, look, if you left school and made the decision to leave school to go work for a radio station, I'm sorry, you were not on an academic scholarship.
I did a lot of things. Well, I wasn't. That's a fact. I am stupid. I am about as bright as that chair over there. It was just the reading, the writing, and the arithmetic. The rest of it I had down cold. And let's be clear, I didn't leave school like a lot of people. I worked while I was in school. I had to pay for school.
Okay.
My parents helped some. I mean, they helped some. I mean, basically split it, but I still had to come up with some cash somewhere.
Well, that's good, I mean, but at college, we can argue now that college athletes, they work too, they go to school and they get paid to play their sport, that they go to school and they get a free education. But let's face it, who's really getting an education now when you're playing sports and D1 football or basketball for that matter? You're not. So, yeah, I mean, I get it. I understand what you were doing. I did the same thing as well, and it makes sense. And I think down the line we should all, I think students that are smart, they should get paid. Yeah, they get an academic scholarship, but you know what? The players get a scholarship. So I think if you were actually going to school and say you're a algebra major or whatever the hell you're going to major in these days, AI major, I don't know. I don't even know if algebra exists anymore. You're an AI major, you know what? And you're really good at it. Then not only should you get free schooling, but you should get paid to get up every morning and go to class, because I think that's only fair. So, yes, we should all be paid.
Algebra exists because that's where you learn to find X, the unknown quantity. And that is just a synonym for Kevin, because when Kevin comes on this show, we are getting X, an unknown quantity. I had a whole list of questions, but like David Locke, you just grabbed the steering wheel and we're turning right, DJ. All right, buckle up, man. Where's Bowler? Remind me to buckle up.
It's only because you're being salty today. Even though I hear the Great Salt Lake is apparently dying. I don't know. Is it going up in the atmosphere or something? But yeah, you're replacing what's left of the Salt Lake. So it's good. I like it.
We refer to that as evaporation, Kevin. Going up in the air. There's a word for that. I learned it in college at UC Santa Barbara because I didn't drop out when I did radio.
Well, I went to Central Michigan University, and I didn't drop out, and yet I still don't even know what that is. So, yeah.
When the lake goes up in the air.
Just kidding. Which I didn't even think it could do because you float in it. It's so salty. I didn't even know the water could go in the air. So, anyway.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Football. I have theories. I might have floated this by you, and I can't even remember if it was on the air or off the air. Every year, somebody goes from worst to first, and sometimes they go from bad to really good. I mean, Jacksonville wasn't a last-place team. They had 4 wins 2 years ago, but Tennessee was the last-place team. They only won 3. And then you fast-forward just 1 year, and there's Jacksonville winning 13. They went plus 9 wins. Wow. And so we see worst to first. We see the Bears win a division. And I've got some teams here I think absolutely not, but I got some teams where I wouldn't be shocked at all. I mean, the Saints in last place, only 2 games out of first. I guess anything can happen in the NFC South. The NFC North, where 9-8, Detroit and Minnesota tie for last place, but they're only 2 games behind Chicago. Anything can happen there. But a true shocker, if I'm looking for a shocker, well, I'd go to Arizona or the Raiders because that'd be shocking. I just can't see it. They're a long way away. I want to say the Jets just to wind you up for the rest of the segment, but I won't. I won't do it. Cleveland doesn't have the quarterbacking, so either it doesn't happen this year, but if it truly happens, Washington is a 5-win team. Maybe they're healthier, but it feels like they're wobbling. I'm not feeling it. But the Giants bringing in Harbaugh, a guy who knows how to win, who stops the nonsense and gets everybody moving in one direction. If they suddenly came together, it'd be surprising. But if we're going to have an expected surprise, which is an oxymoron, another word I learned at UC Santa Barbara, it'll be the Giants then, right? If we're going to have a shock, if we can predict the shocking team, which doesn't seem right, we shouldn't be able to predict the shocking team, it has to be the Giants, doesn't it?
From a coaching standpoint, yeah. Now, will Dart step up and become, the quarterback and stay out of the tent, even though he hates the tent? Will he be able to be healthy and get through it? I think we'd have to wait and see. Plus, you know what? That division is going to be better. I mean, the Eagles, obviously, they go up and down, and the entire city either hates them or loves them, depending on each week. That's typical Philadelphia. But, will Jalen Hurts be able to step up with the new offensive coordinator and Sean Mannion? So I have to think Philadelphia's in the mix. And I hate to say this because I despise this team and always have since the day I was born, but the Dallas Cowboys seem to be getting their stuff together. So it seems to me, depending on health and whether that defense can actually become the semblance of an okay defense, and if they can continue offensively to put up the points and yards that they did a year ago, I think the Cowboys are going to be really good. So yes, I think the Giants are going to improve, but I don't know if they're going to go worst to first. I don't really see that happening. I think the obvious one is what you said. It's either Detroit or the Vikings. I guess I'd probably more lean towards Detroit if they can stay healthy. And offensively they can get it back together now after losing Johnson to the Bears, because again, they were a decent team last year at 9-8. I think the Saints can be better if Shuck, which is amazing to me that SHOUGH is Shuck, whether or not he could actually continue to develop. He was actually, I heard you tease like sleepers. He could be a sleeper quarterback for fantasy football leagues because he actually played pretty well the last half of the season last year and was one amongst, I think, the top 10 quarterbacks in the league from a point perspective. So the Saints could possibly, make a little bit of a move there just because that division is so bad. I'm based in Charlotte now. I follow the Carolina Panthers a little bit. I listen to sports radio and listen to them. There's so many injuries and they're so bad right now in the preseason. I mean, they won the division at 8-9 last year. So, that could, I think Tampa Bay, anytime you put a quarterback like Baker Mayfield, in a contract year and he's ticked off, he could have an excellent year and it could really honestly be Tampa Bay's division in my opinion. But that's the beauty of the league. Again, what's the schedule going to dictate? I haven't analyzed every single schedule. New England, as I brought up 9 million times, was kind of a farce last year because they had such an easy schedule to play. And then everything lined up for them in the playoffs with injuries for the other teams and bad offenses that played and everything else. You got to put the schedule into play. And then obviously, too, we don't know what the injury situation is going to be for these various teams as they go through the season. So, again, the beauty of the NFL, something we can't say always about college football. Yes, college football now we can argue that the top 10, 15 teams all can arguably have a chance to get into the playoffs and actually win a national championship because of NIL and everything else. But you have all those bottom feeders that have no chance at all, where in the NFL, as we saw a year ago, some of those bottom feeders can rise up and actually be a factor in the NFL, which makes the league, as great as it is.
The Steelers have made the coaching change, but they're still ham and egging it a quarterback there with Aaron Rodgers. So that division looks pretty open. The Bengals maybe going from 6 wins. They're a third-place team. They're not a last-place team. The Ravens with the coaching change, maybe a new face, a new voice. Maybe that helps them going forward, but I feel like the Ravens are aging.
I agree.
The Ravens, the Bills, the Lions, I know any of them could do it this year, but I feel like they better hurry up and do it because they've all been up for a while, and these windows, like 3 to 4 years is a long time to be good. I'm ignoring your Eagles slander. I don't have any emotional attachment to them, but they're up and down. They've been in the playoffs 8 out of 9 years, and the year they missed was 2020, which was bizarro with COVID and how you could practice, and there were no fans. And so if you're going to miss one time in 9 years, that's the year to miss. So you got an easy explanation. So I'll ignore your Eagles slander there, but I do feel like it's on for these other teams. They're probably getting near the end of the window. Put the 49ers in that group. It's like
injuries, man. Yeah, there's so many injuries.
The date on that cheese is about to expire here. You're going to pull it out of the fridge. There's going to be something green growing on it.
Yeah, go back to Baltimore. I think it all goes on to Lamar Jackson. I think they're a playoff team. Now the question is, can he actually rise up and win the big games in the playoffs that he has not been able to do in his career? It'll be interesting to see because, they have a new offensive coordinator there. He's a 30-year-old dude named DeClan Doyle. He held the play sheet for Ben Johnson a year ago. So obviously there's some hype building around him. Now, let me remind you this. The offensive coordinator or the guy that held the play sheet for Ben Johnson the year before was a guy named Tanner Engstrand, and Engstrand was fired after 1 year as offensive coordinator with the New York Jets. So just because you hold the play sheet with Johnson doesn't mean you're actually going to be a great OC. But Baltimore, you're right, with the new coach. Defensively they're going to be there. Offensively, with this new OC, can they get the max out of Jackson? Can they run the ball enough like they should because they have the weapons, from a running game perspective, even though Henry's getting old, but still he can produce. So, I don't know. I like Baltimore. Pittsburgh's going to be fun to watch just because it will be Rodgers' final year. He has he's re-energized. He has come back together with his former head coach to the glory days in Green Bay. So I will be curious to see how the Steelers watch. And to your point on the Bengals, it really comes down to the health of Burrows. Can he stay healthy? Can the offensive line protect him? And can the defense, kind of like the Cowboys we talked about earlier, can they actually stop someone for a change? If those three things happen, then yeah, I think the Bengals are a factor as well. So it's going to be fun, man. I'm so excited. I mean, we're still a few weeks away, but the NFL season is coming quickly, and I'm very excited to see how it's all going to play out.
What do you think of the Lions? Because if there is a star-crossed fan base, those poor people.
Oh, yeah.
60 years. Could you get to a Super Bowl? Please?
I know.
One?
I know.
You could lose it.
Yeah.
Just get there.
Yeah. And it's really sad because, my brother and I, we grew up in West Virginia. We could have picked any teams to root for, and I picked the Jets, and I've been miserable and angry and basically a terrible human ever since because of them. My brother, when he was young, we moved to Detroit, and he became a Lions fan. So, he's actually happy being a Lions fan. I don't know why, only because maybe they won recently, so that's a positive for them. But they're a jinx franchise, much like the Jets, much like the Browns. Everything that could go wrong at the wrong moments actually happened. Look what happened a couple years ago when they're in the championship game and had a lead against the Niners and totally blew it and screwed that game up and ended up not going to the Super Bowl. And then last year we saw that they took a step back. To me, it's whether you have enough faith in Goff. And I don't know if I do. I think he is a very good, solid quarterback. But is he that QB that can take you to the Super Bowl? I think what we can look at is arguably the best coach in the NFL right now, McVay with the Rams. He didn't think so, and he traded, and he got Stafford. And guess what the Rams did with Stafford? They won a Super Bowl. So I don't have 100% confidence that Goff is a Super Bowl winning quarterback. He seems to go in a shell at the wrong times, seems to make mistakes at the wrong times. And then, of course, you talk about the curse. Look how many injuries the Lions always have. Aaron Glenn got the Jets coaching job last year because he took a defense that had like 10 starters hurt and somehow made it and patched it together to be a very good or at least a decent defense that got the Lions into the position to actually have a chance to get to the Super Bowl. So I just think certain franchises are jinxed. And unfortunately, if any of your fans out there listening are Lions fans, I don't think you're going to see a Super Bowl in your lifetime. Quite likely, much like I'm never going to see the Jets in a Super Bowl in my lifetime. How's that for positivity?
pretty salty.
Exactly.
Man, we're past pot and kettle,
use
man.
The facts. Just use the facts, Just look at the facts of the franchises we're dealing with here. It's not going to happen. It's just not there. If I was a betting man, if I could bet on in my lifetime, because I like to put $3 or $5 down on something every once in a while, I would bet that the Lions and Jets will never make the Super Bowl in my lifetime. Now, the problem is I won't get that payout. It'd actually be the first bet I'll ever win in my life, and I won't get the payout because I'll be dead. So there.
Now that's salty. You just killed yourself right on the air. You just whacked it. What are you doing? Nostradamus forecasts his own doom.
I know,
what are
there you go. Hey, I'm dying. We're all dying, DJ. Just like the Great Salt Lake, it happens.
You're going up in the air. You can say that, but the Kansas City Chiefs won one playoff game in 50 years. They were a 1 seed and flamed out in the playoffs. They could not get it right after the AFL-NFL merger. They won the last game, the Super Bowl before the merger. They did it. They got to the mountaintop. They didn't do anything. And then they bring in Andy Reid, and he turns them into a playoff team because he knows how to get a team into the top quarter of the league and keep them there. And then he has Mahomes. Boom! Multiple Super Bowls, multiple Super Bowl wins. Everybody in Philly would have bet against us. They were whining and go, why can't we have nice things? Because they kept losing the NFC title game. And when they let him go, they win Super Bowls too. They've won a couple without him. It's the most amazing thing. I don't know why you say never in sports. Crazy things happen. I would have made as many $3 and $5 bets as you wanted. Really? $3 and $5 bets? Well, we have to get to that. We have to get to that
I
later.
wish I had money. I don't have the money you have, DJ. But yes, continue.
Nice.
Hey, I'm just replacing PK for the day.
I'm placing $0 bets over here. But I would have never expected Philly. When they fired Andy Reid, I'm just scratching my head. And when I hear there's multiple planes on the tarmac waiting to fly him away because NFL teams cannot wait to get a hold of him. And then he has the job interview and he just said, yeah, it was just too much. I was trying to be GM and coach. That was a bridge too far. It's like, man, you can even self-diagnose, right? It's just like, I need to have a big say in personnel, but I don't need to be I need to be in the room. I don't need to sit at the head of the table. And he figures it out, and holy cow, look at him. I mean, Andy Reid is now, for all the heat he took, at poor clock management, Andy can't do math, all the stuff we heard in Philly. Like, you tell me right now, Andy is in a top 5, maybe even top 3 coach in NFL history. Any way you slice it, like most regular season wins, most Super Bowls, most Super Bowl appearances or championships, most playoff wins. Just on down the list, he's like top 3, 4, 5 in everything.
Yeah, and you know what? But one name, Patrick Mahomes. He won Super Bowls once he finally got Patrick Mahomes, who they traded up to get.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean, I know. It's amazing how that works.
What?
By the way, it's the same thing with the Eagles. Why did the Eagles win a Super Bowl? They have Howie Roseman, who's the general manager, and if you look at his history and all the moves he made to assemble that team, I mean, it's pretty amazing. I mean, that's what you need. You need great players, but you also need great management, which stems from great ownership. Again, teams like the Lions and the Jets, as we talked about teams that are jinxed, they have terrible ownership. They've had terrible ownership. Lions have gotten a little bit better in their ownership, only because it took I don't want to get dark, but, because I've only been dark enough, but it took multiple Fords to actually pass away for them finally to find the right Ford.
It really did. Now you're just telling the truth. It did.
Am I true? Exactly. So they finally found the right Ford that would actually hire good people and step aside and let those good people assemble the team properly and get a decent coach and put a nice mindset into play and a good culture. Culture, we overuse that word, but a good culture. And they're finally now a decent organization. Same thing with the Chiefs. They got Andy Reid, but then they had Patrick Mahomes. They always had pretty stable ownership in the Hunt family. And you know what? They put it together, and he's won. And he's going to go to the Hall of Fame, no doubt. Should be first ballot Hall of Famer as a coach. And, and I'm not writing him off. I think the same thing is with the Chiefs because they are kind of going on the downfall a little bit, but they have to rebuild. I mean, Mahomes is not that old, and Mahomes is still great when he's healthy, and that'll be a big key of how much, how is he going to be when he's fully back coming off the injury from last year. But they have a good base, and the other thing they've always been able to do, it seems, is pluck those newcomers. They almost kind of take the approach of Belichick with Brady, where Belichick would not always give Brady the best wide receivers, but he would get the right receivers to fit the system they were running, and Brady, as we know, is the GOAT. Well, same thing that Kansas City has done for the most part with Mahomes. They find those players that will connect with Mahomes, and they won Super Bowls that way. Now, they haven't been able to do it as of late, or at least last year, but they do have some talented players that are in the mix right now that if you read, and again, it's preseason, I don't know what you can believe in preseason, but it shows that they're building talent around him again, and if they can protect him, and if he can be healthy, and and all the things come in play, Reid knows what he's doing, and he's a great coach. Then the Chiefs are going to be right in the mix too. I do believe though the Broncos, and I hate to say this because I despise the Broncos, but I do think the Broncos are the best team in that division, and it's going to be a tough putt for Kansas City to overcome them. But I don't think we're going to see the Chiefs. I would not be surprised if the Chiefs are in the playoffs again after having such the horrendous year they had a year ago.
I believe the Broncos should be the favorite in the AFC. I don't think they're a slam dunk. I wouldn't give them a better than 50% chance of they're just the leader. It's not, It's not a runaway. But I do think getting Nick's healthy, as good as that defense is, to have a veteran coach with that kind of experience and that kind of track record, I think Denver's got to be the favorite. However, Buffalo is clearly in the mix, just riding on the greatness of their quarterback. Houston is in the mix, riding on the greatness of their defense. There are other really good teams. And if someone's coming out of nowhere, maybe it is Joe Burrow and maybe it is the Bengals. we'll have to see with that. But
but on paper, DJ, you're right. I mean, and again, anything can change. Injuries are a huge factor. We always have to play and put that in consideration. We saw what happened with the Broncos last year when they lost the Knicks in the playoffs. They could have been in the Super Bowl, and quite frankly, I think they were better in New England and should have been in the Super Bowl. So, but on paper, 100% agree with you. Broncos are number one in AFC. Number two, probably the Bills. And in the NFC, it's the same thing. Number one's the Rams based on talent, and number two, right behind them, is Seattle. I mean, those are the four I think we have to watch and look towards as the favorites going into the season. But, it's a 17-game regular season.
Rank your top teams in the NFC for me.
I put Rams 1 and Seahawks 2.
Okay.
Those would be my top two right now.
Right. So no change.
And then maybe follow. What's that?
No. Well, you're changing the top. They are the top two. You're flipping 1 and 2 because last year Seattle beat the Rams in the NFC.
I agree.
Game.
I agree. But I just think, I mean, again, if you look on paper, the amount of talent they have, you look at coaching, and you're right, Seattle won the Super Bowl. I still have that. I don't know how many people are still waiting for Darnold to revert back to his Jets days, since I was there for that. But I don't think that's going to happen. But I also, though, believe that Darnold replicating what he did a year ago would be, I don't know. I don't see it. I think he'll be a good quarterback. I have to admit that he is a good quarterback. He's a freaking Super Bowl winning quarterback. So, but I do think Rams-wise, especially if Aaron Darnold will come back, which I assume he will, because he's only been working out he's been working out, it seems like, every other day with the Rams. I just think the Rams, talent-wise, are the better team, and obviously they have a great coach as well.
All right, we'll let you go with this breaking news.
Yes.
I can now confirm that this is Bear Bachmeier's last year at BYU, who will replaced next year by 43-year-old Aaron Rodgers. Don't worry,
is he
Ute
college
fans.
eligibility left?
Don't worry, Ute fans. Yeah. He's going to go to court. It'll work. He'll take the judge on a darkness retreat, and he'll win in court.
He'll be the next Jim McMahon of BYU.
It's
write
okay.
It down.
It's okay, you fans, because even though Bert Ficklin's going to transfer out and Dan Pierce's going to transfer out, Tom Brady's coming. We're going to have storylines.
That's
We're
right.
the oldest
But you know
quarterback.
what?
Hey, we've got a lot of old players here. Let's just have a couple more old quarterbacks.
Oh, yeah.
No
you know what?
problem.
And Utah will be in great shape because they're going to recoup their $400,000 plus $1 million in damages from Fred Whittingham. So they're going to be in great shape, too. So, yeah, that'll be awesome.
Yeah, there'll be a settlement there. We'll never get to discovery. We get all kinds of juicy questions and juicy answers and stuff we want, so we know it won't happen.
It's all dumb, man. Why even put it in the media? I mean, and why ask for $1 million?
Well, I don't think you can keep it
call
out.
in Michigan and they'll pay you the $400,000. Give me a break. Why bring all this back up? I mean, there's going to be enough of this going on for Utah anyways, with comparisons of Morgan Scalley and Kyle Whittingham. If you're Utah and if you're the Utah administration, let it go. You screwed up. You let Whittingham go. He took millions of dollars from you. Let it go and move forward. It's not hard.
That's not going to happen. There's super hard feelings. And we can sit here and say there's hard feelings and people don't
Salty
really believe
DJ.
us. People don't believe us because we're the media. But Kevin, you're in Charlotte, and I suspect you know their hard feelings. And I think you just spelled out how everybody should be able to confirm it. You can't keep it quiet. Once you file a lawsuit, there's reporters who...
You didn't have to file a lawsuit. It's not hard to collect $400,000 from Michigan. It's not hard.
It is.
It's not.
It is if there's hard feelings.
Dude, I almost pay that much to have my daughter go there. It's not hard to collect money, and I have no money. So, yes, I'm just saying.
It might be hard, Kevin. There's hard feelings. And the hard feelings run both ways.
I know. It's going to be so fun. I'm envious of you guys in covering this football season. And by the way, ADs in Utah, sorry, I'm just going to throw salvos out. Just pipe down, both of you guys. I mean, seriously, you're not the program. You're the caretaker of the program. Do what's right by your program and by your fans. Get your ego, put it aside, move forward. That's what good management people do. Listen to all those management podcasts, okay? Put your ego to the side and run your programs for the benefit of your program and your fans. And oh, by the way, BYU, your program is football. Basketball's great. It's football. Give Kalani what he wants. Otherwise, he's gone next year, just like Whittingham is gone this year for Utah.
Well, now, Kevin, we need to bring you back after the break if you want to weigh in on what's going on at BYU, because there's a lot to say there. Now, do you have somewhere to go, or do you want to come back after the break?
No, dude, let's keep going. I got nothing to do. I'm semi-retired. What the hell?
We got to take a break. And we'll come back and we'll get into Kevin, because Kevin just, again, grabbed the wheel. We're taking a right turn. We're going down Athletic Director Boulevard. I've been down this street before. I'm gonna get a ticket from the cops for cruising.
I'm going to get a DJ lecture on the other side. Stay tuned, everybody. How's that for the tease?
We're salty when we come back on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
The biggest Nissan savings of the summer are happening now at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Save up to $10,000 on Armadas and Muranos. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months. Lease a new Sentra for only $199 a month. A luxurious Rogue Platinum for just $425 a month. Or drive off in a tough new Frontier for only $29,999. Or 0%. But move fast. Visit Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. 11155 South Jordan Gateway in South Jordan. Or shop now at TimDalySouthtown.com. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Bigger selection, bigger savings, bigger deals. OAC, see dealer for details.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
AI is everywhere, but how can it actually help your business? Every business is hearing about AI, but knowing where it can make the biggest difference isn't always obvious. DevSimplify.com helps you identify where AI can save time, reduce costs, and improve the way your business operates using the team you already have. DevSimplify.com custom builds the right solution for your business. The businesses that embrace AI strategically today will lead tomorrow. Learn how to make AI your advantage. DevSimplify.com. Utah's only PGA Tour event is back. The Bank of Utah Championship returns to stunning Black Desert Resort October 1st through the 4th. Experience championship golf, incredible southern Utah views, and an unforgettable atmosphere for golf fans and non-golf fans alike. Upgrade to the Greater Zion Club for premium views and all-inclusive food and beverage. Don't miss your chance. Ticket prices increase September 14th. Get your tickets today at bankofutahchampionship.com.
Everyone knows that having a good credit history makes it easier to save money and get approved for the things in life you need, like credit cards, auto loans, home loans, and a lot more. But here's the problem. Building your credit history takes time. That's why UCCU created Credit Builder, an innovative loan program designed to help you build your credit history and raise your credit score. Visit UCCU.com to start building or rebuilding your credit today. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
When last we left you on As Kevin Graham Turns, our weekly football soap opera, Kevin, who is salty, grabbed the wheel and took us down Athletic Director Boulevard. Kevin? Is Kevin with us? Okay. Kevin did not react. All right, well, while we wait for Kevin, caller 12 right now. 801-575-ZONE. Wins a family and friends 5-pack of tickets to Aerofest 2026 featuring Styx in Chicago at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on August 30th. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. All right. That'll give you something to do here while Kevin and I have at it, okay? Alex, you can get a winner for the concert tickets. And so I'm recapping what you're saying. You're muted.
I know. I accidentally hit mute. I accidentally hit mute on my phone, and I forgot to take it off. I muted myself. Here I am, like railing on you, right? And then, of course, you didn't get to hear any of it. So, but yes, I'm going to sit back now because this whole thing started today on you explaining how you left college and you went back to college because, and that's what all players should do and be able to do. And so now you're going to lecture me. So please, Professor DJ, tell me what's going on over there.
I've been misquoted by the media on my own show. I did not leave college. I told you I was working while I was in college. I kept going to class and getting mediocre grades, Kevin. Nothing changed. Okay.
Okay, good.
You said, and that's one scenario. At the end of the break, you were talking. You went on a classic Kevin Graham end of segment rant. And another thing, and you said, "Hey, the athletic directors, you got to step back. No egos. You don't like the Ute lawsuit, but they want their $400,000, and there's hard feelings with Whittingham and Fred and Kyle, and so that's that, right?" And then you said at BYU, and you said, and here's a scenario, which can't be ruled out, right? It's certainly on the spectrum of potential stories. Hey, give Kalani his money. If you don't, there's going to be other big-time jobs open, and he's going to leave.
Hell yeah.
That is certainly a plausible scenario. That could happen. Here's another scenario. If we extend the game board out a little bit. First off, I don't think it's purely the athletic director. Football coach at BYU is really important. there are a lot of people in management roles, both school and church, that are BYU football fans and want to have a say. And obviously a couple of them need to have a say. You would always have a president and, a region or something who are involved above the athletic director. BYU could have way more than that. There is more bureaucracy for multiple reasons. Some of which people would probably like to change, and some of which just can't be changed. They're owned by a church, and it's just going to be the way it is, right? So there is a decent chance in my mind, and I can't guarantee this, because some things are, the stove's just too hot and people aren't going to touch it. They'll tell you some stuff, but they're not going to tell you everything. But I believe that there are people, first off, I don't think the AD has the latitude to unilaterally do some of the things that have been done there. That's not how it works, especially at BYU. So I think there are people above who've weighed in. And I think based on some of what we've heard and the frustration level we heard, I can't rule out the fact that there would be people above the athletic director, at least someone, but more likely the plural, because there's so many people involved, that would like to see Kalani go and would like to hire Jay Hill. Now, we heard a little bit of that last December. Hey, if Kalani goes, we got Jay Hill. We're in a good spot here. And maybe there's a lot more than that. Maybe there's people who would actually like to see that transition happen. And since they can't fire him, well, it's like you in high school. You don't want to break up with your girlfriend. So, you just don't call her. You don't take her to dinner. You're kind of a jerk. And she breaks up with you.
You
ghost them. Not on you.
You ghost them.
That's
called ghosting these days, DJ, in the young terminology.
But you're old, so I tried to stay in 1900s lingo for you.
I'm single and divorced, and I have dated, and let's face it, I have been ghosted before. It's a shock. I know. It's called ghosting, but continue.
Oh, man. Well, I can't. I'm emotionally verklempt. My guy Kevin's been ghosted.
Oh, I know. It's okay. I deserve it. All right, continue.
Okay. So we can say, hey, put your ego aside, and that's stupid. But, well, what if that's a game plan? And I just think it's a potential scenario. I can't prove it. Nobody who's executing that game plan wants to go tell Radio Boy that. I mean, come on, let's be honest, right? But one scenario you threw out there right for a break, that's logical. Here's another one, and there might well be a third one, because as this has gotten loud, the heat's turned up, and now people are holding their cards a lot closer to their chest. And I don't blame them. Everybody's got a boss, and everybody's got a job, and they want to hold on to it. So I'm not criticizing that, but let's just acknowledge that's the way it is. People are quieting down a little bit here. Now there may be a moment where it's to their advantage to speak up again. But Kalani himself has acknowledged this publicly. We had people on social media, you'll love this. People on social media, the media making this. The dude literally, after practice, stood in front of the cameras in the indoor facility, because they're really hot here, so they're practicing. They built it to handle cold weather, and now they're using it to handle hot weather. But whatever works, I don't blame them. I go indoors, too. It's too hot to be running around. There's too much smoke in the air for the players to be breathing that stuff.
It's called global warming. It's why the Great Salt Lake is leaving, apparently.
It's going up in the air. So Kalani steps in front of the camera. Stay on point. Stay on track. Kalani steps in front of the cameras and says, I don't want to talk about that. My agent's handling that. That's no denial. That's confirmation. And actually, it's so much, and the games are so close. We're getting the point now. I got other stuff to do, right? That's my contract needs to be fulfilled. My agent's going to handle it. That's why I'm paying him. I got film to watch. I got recruiting to do. I've got coaches to talk to. I've got analysts to talk. I mean, his plate's full. And I thought that was 100%. For whatever we're getting fed, 70 or 80% of the truth is people try to get whatever they want. That's just part of being in the media. That was 100%. I'm busy. The agent's handling that. It's still a thing. Oh, it's a thing. So I think there's multiple game plans out there.
Okay. I think that's all reasonable. I would like to say that it could be the dumbest game plan that I've ever heard of, if that is the game plan. Not to say that Jay Hill's not a great coach, and he will do fine at Michigan as a defensive coordinator. But you have a coach who's actually winning with less resources than everybody else it seems to have, at least on the major, power football end of things. You have a coach that wants to be at BYU. In fact, he wants to be BYU because he would have left BYU if he didn't want to go to Penn State, which was going to give him a lot more money and every resource that he could imagine to have to help his players and team to actually compete for a national championship. 3, if these promises were made, and it seems to me, because Kalani is the type of guy, and I haven't talked to Kalani in years, but I knew him obviously when he was defensive coordinator at Utah and went to Oregon State and followed his career closely. He was an always upfront, upstanding individual that everybody loves, as we've known. ESPN just wrote about that, basically, about how he is beloved by all. If they made promises to him, and you are a church-run school owned by a church, then shouldn't you keep your promises? Yes, you should. And lastly, if you are the athletic director, and you are right on this, DJ, and DJ, you know this, even though you're not in management, but I know you love to dabble in the management world because I've worked with you before. Your job is to influence those people above you. You manage up as much as you manage down. And I think everybody knows this that are in that middle management world of life, that you have to be able to influence those people above you to get the resources that you promised your head coach, who is arguably the most visible member of the LDS Church and a program that everybody loves and wants and expects to compete on a national level. You need to influence those people as your job to get what you promised your coach. To me, you know me, I just go by common sense and just look at things. And of course, I say stupid things at times. But with all that said, to me, it's just all leveled out. And I think I'm adding a perspective. I think I can add a different perspective and I think that's thankfully why you and PK put me on, because I know that market being there. Now, do I know the day-to-day market? Do I know the things that you just laid out to me? I do not. I'm not covering that team on a day-to-day basis like I used to, but I understand the market, and yet then I can also add that national perspective of what I see over here, knowing some of the things I know about what goes on at BYU and Utah. And to me, think about this, DJ. Say BYU goes out this year and they are projected to compete. They are being picked by many national publications to be that playoff team this year. If they can, of course, get past Texas Tech and beat Utah and go through what they need to do. But whatever. Say they get to that level. And then the faction of BYU people that want Jay Hill in the church or whoever these people are as their next head coach, and they let Kalani Sitake leave to go to whatever the big Power 4 conference team is out there, and they let him leave, you're telling me your BYU fan base would be happy with that? The fan base that's paying the money, the fan base that's giving money to the NIL, or at least some of them are, the most influential ones are, and you're going to tell me that they're going to be happy with that? I mean, it just makes no sense. It does not pass the common sense factor. If you made promises to one of the hottest coaches in college football, who also happens to be a great spokesperson for your mission of that school and represents that school in every way possible that you would want, probably since Lavelle Edwards, and maybe you're going to argue Bronco because Bronco had his quirky little way of managing and doing his things there. You have him sitting there, and you're going to let him go because you have a faction of people that want to move on from him for unknown reasons? It doesn't wash with me. And it will be one, and I know, and again, I argue on one end, you guys, people in Utah should not worry about what national media says. Who cares what Kevin Graham or anybody else that's not in your market says? It really doesn't matter. But as we know, it does. Everybody cares what people think. What do you think the national attention and media and everybody's going to think of that BYU program if what you just laid out happens? It is going to be ridiculous. You're going to look like complete and utter idiots. And you can't let that happen. You can't. So, Brian Santiago, do your thing, do your job, convince people to give the resources that you promised Kalani and his agent, who's going to now hold BYU accountable for these things, and make it happen. It's not hard. Do what you said you were going to do. Win football games, continue to build the program, and if 2 or 3 years from now Kalani is failing, then fine. Fire him and put Jay Hill or whoever the heck you want as your football coach at that point. But I don't think that's going to happen. And if you let him walk after this year because you didn't do your part in keeping what is arguably could be the best coach you've had behind a Lavelle Edwards in your history, and you don't do your part to keep him, then that's on you, and your fan base has every right to shut it down at that point. They won't, because we're fans, but they have every right to do so. That's how I see it.
I love it. I love it when we hear all the voices in your head, Kevin.
I know. There's so many.
I was distracted during that whole long explanation because you talked about me dabbling in management 20 years ago. And I think, how dare you, Kevin? I was dabbling in management yesterday at 5:30 on the phone with you.
I know. And you know what? It's great. All people do. Look what we do as sports fans. We dabble in coaching. We dabble in criticizing players. We dabble in criticizing athletic directors. So, yeah, it's 100% of what we do. So, not a problem. But am I wrong in any way, though? Seriously, DJ. I know what you laid out, but it just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't make sense.
I agree
to me.
with that. I think that PK brought this up with me when I was actually probably going down a somewhat similar path that you just went down. Promises, such an interesting word, right? Some of those promises were made in writing and are in the contract. There's also no doubt to me that some of those promises can't be made in writing because everything's changing so quickly. And there has to be more of an agreement about going forward, we're going to compete at the highest level, whatever that looks like. So how much of this frustration is the stuff that is and can be in writing, and how much of the stuff is stuff that can't be in writing, but generally is a philosophy and everybody's on the same page? And that doesn't change in a moment. There's a gray area. And I can think of a Title IX example from years ago, and the Utes were trying to close their Title IX gap. And, you can't make it black and white. This is the number. This is the amount of money you're spending on men. This is on women. If you're not there, you're not there. Failure, lawsuit, boom. And they worked a path, and I guess everybody was happy with it. They were at least happy enough with it that they didn't come complain directly to the media. But Chris Hill laid it out. We're going to add women's soccer as a sport. We're going to, there's a field. We're going to fence it. We're going to put the grandstand and we're going to put the lights in. We're going to put the scoreboard in. We're not going to do it all on the same day. It's going to get budgeted out, but every year it's going to be better. And we're going to close this gap, quickly and significantly. And now you get to a different era, but again, there's a gap that needs to be closed. How quickly can you close it? How significantly can you close it all the way? Because they're accelerating away from you as just as you're accelerating, trying to close the gap. And so there is, when you take all the emotion and heat out of it, you're aware, well, there is some nuance in there, and where does it stand? Now, maybe personal relationships, and I don't mean just the coach and the AD, because there's multiple people working on the football side, and there's multiple people working on the administration side, and it boils down to the head coach and the AD, but there could be more than that. Who's getting raises? When do they get them? Are they staying or are they leaving? And then that gets the coach fired up. And then investments in facilities and investments in NIL, and players need money right now. Are like, well, we'll raise it. I can't give it to you yet, or the check isn't coming till Tuesday. You know what I mean? So it can be more nuanced than us just screaming on radio. And if you're working together, you can work through it. If you're working together, you can work through it. If there's a lack of trust because maybe somebody doesn't want me here or I'm not sure, then things can get heated pretty quick.
Well, I 100% agree with you, but BYU's got to change their ways, man. You got to move. As they've changed a lot. Like, I would never expect BYU to pay players. I would never expect BYU to do the many things that they are doing now to try to stay on course with the current level that we see in collegiate athletes, their athletics. But you got to continue to change, and you better move quickly, because if you do not move quickly, you're going to lose your coach. And then what are you going to do? It's going to be disruptive no matter what, no matter how good of a coach you get to replace him. So you got to move. And look, I give Kalani a lot of credit because, as I said, as honest and nice and great as he is, he's putting on a really good public campaign right now, man. Don't tell me he did not orchestrate this whole thing. Like, he knows, he probably, and his agents probably been working behind the scenes on some of those things, by the way, that you just mentioned that maybe aren't written in the deal. And shame on them, by the way, because I would have tried to write every single dang thing in that deal I could possibly do.
But you
I know. 100%.
You've written enough contracts. You know that. You can't write everything.
Yeah. Believe me, I know. But if you did, if those things were discussed, somebody wrote those things down, most likely Kalani's agent or Kalani, and that's what they're coming back and holding. Look, you said this on this day. That's what attorneys do. On this day, at this time, why has this not happened yet? And if it is very important to Kalani and the BYU program to get that thing instilled so they can continue to compete and continue to win, because that's what the fans want. Ultimately, we can talk about mission and all that, but ask every BYU fan, what do they want? They want to win. They want to be a national program. They want to be in that playoff and have maybe sometimes slim just based on what you got to deal with going up against the Big Ten and the SEC. And believe me, BYU's never going to have the resources some of those schools have, but you can at least compete on that level and get there. And if they don't, the BYU fan base, as well as I know, are not going to be happy. So do it. And that's where we all started, and we'll loop it back to how this whole thing started with me kind of calling out the athletic directors. But that's where you're, as an AD, you got to step up, man, and you got to lobby. And right now, it's very clear that Kalani does not have faith in his athletic director right now. He does not have confidence in his AD to lobby those people above him, if your theory is correct, and get those things to happen. And that's a problem, and that's a big problem. And especially if you have an athletic director, and I don't know Brian very well, but you have an athletic director that has an ego about it and doesn't like to be called out in that kind of regard, then sometimes trenches, and we've seen this in the radio world and every form of business, sometimes the trenches get dug and you can't recover.
Yeah.
And there may be that time, where you either lose Kalani or Kalani is going to sit there and say, look, it's either me or him, make a decision. And then that would be a very interesting dynamic and provide really good talk radio for you and PK and the rest of the KSL Sports Zone boys for discussions.
Kevin's not guessing here. There are reasons that he left Phoenix and Boston and New York and San Francisco and Dallas and lives in Charlotte now. This is how the management world works. And it's
100%.
It's crazy. All right. I will. Oh man, we're going to be late to another break. Alex is laughing.
Sorry.
He thinks this is hilarious.
So
but there's one more.
Blast.
But there's one more thing, Kevin. There's one more thing,
Sure.
and you know this from negotiating with. You have sat in a room either as a host or as a manager with massive names. Let me just say Kirk Herbstreit. Okay,
True.
Massive names, right?
Yeah.
And
Fortunately.
you're right. Yeah. Kalani has done many things from a PR perspective right. He's a winning, powerful coach, and he's done a lot of things right. And orchestrated might sound like a strong word, but it has been.
It's true.
The cards in the hand have been played well. You can play a hand poorly, you can play a hand well. He's playing it well. If he does move on, and if Jay is next, and honestly, if either Morgan or Kalani moves on, and I were the AD, I'd call Jay Hill so fast.
Yeah,
I'd call him. He's candidate one. Period.
Dude, I think he'll be. I have a feeling. I'll throw this out because obviously I follow the Michigan program closely because I became a fan because I spent so much money on sending my daughter there, and I want Whittingham to do well. Even though I've always respected him, but I will criticize him as well. Jay Hill is probably going to be one and done at Michigan. If Michigan's defense is as good as everyone says it's going to be, I mean, he's going to go somewhere. It'll probably be a more resourceful program than BYU. So I do, and I guess that lends credence to your argument. I do understand why BYU would want to grab Jay Hill quickly because I have a feeling he's not going to be in Michigan very long. So continue. I'm so sorry.
Really good coach and an excellent candidate. But if it were him coming back to BYU and Kalani's gone and the pool of potential coaches isn't as deep, right? Church membership, all that, we know all that, right? So he would have the hammer. You've negotiated with people who've been hard to negotiate with. Who would have all the leverage?
Oh, yeah.
He would want whatever Kalani wanted. He'd want that times 10. I mean, he'd want.
God, well, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't take that job. I mean, if you're sitting there as a coach somewhere, whether you're in Michigan, I mean, he has an outstanding job at Michigan.
Yep.
He could be there for as many years as possible as long as they win. Yeah, he's not going to. I mean, I wouldn't. If I'm a LDS member of the church, and my dream is always to coach at BYU, but I just watch them run out. Like I mentioned, and I don't think it's non-factual at this point that you can argue is the the second greatest coach in BYU history at this point behind Lavelle Edwards. Heck yeah, man. I am going to have every hammer that I'm going to have, man. I am not going to trust anything. I want to make sure that I have every resource that I want. And if they don't agree to it, then fine. I'll just stay in Michigan. Or I'll just go take a job at whatever big program has an opening that year. So, no, yeah, 100%. You're so right on that.
Yeah. All right, we'll leave it right there. We'll see if they can just turn down the temperature and keep winning, because that is what everybody wants, and they've done a lot of that. It's 4 double-digit win seasons in the last 6 years. It looks like they have an excellent opportunity to make it 5 out of 7. And the 2 years that didn't make it, they had quarterback injuries. And it was obvious to everybody, and that is a problem for everybody. The only reason Kyle Whittingham wasn't winning double digits at Utah at the end was COVID and 2 quarterback injuries.
Quarterbacks.
Other than that, he was lining up what was like the Eagles. He went to the conference title game 4 times in 5 years, and 1 year he missed was COVID. Just like the Eagles went to the playoffs 8 times in 9 years, and the 1 time they missed was COVID. So
100%. Yeah,
all right, Kevin,
right.
Awesome to have you on. That was a lot of fun, really intriguing, gave me lots to think about. You're the man, and we will talk to you every week during the football season. We'll love it.
I can't wait, my friend. Have a great weekend. And yes, and congratulations to your new producer, man. I'm happy for him as well. He seems like a decent guy.
He is.
I don't know, though. I don't know if he's a good producer or not, but,
we'll find out. That's to be determined. You're going to set a high bar.
Just kidding you, Alex. All right. Take care, bud. Have a great weekend.
Okay, thanks. See ya. All right, DJ and PK. Got to take a break. When we come back, everything you missed in this show. Had Steve Bartle on talking Ute football. He really did surprise me. I mean, I played it up and made it all dramatic, but he really did surprise me with something he had to say about the Utes. I kind of knew the general direction, but I didn't know it would be that specific. We will get to that. Steve Bartle on the Utes. Next. Stay with us.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK for Peach Windows and Doors. If you're looking to upgrade your home, if you want to turn that home and get that feeling, it's brand new again, get excited about it, do something different, change it up, go walk around the storeroom. Peach Windows and Doors, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake City. There are so many options. And there's somebody there to talk to you. They're really engaging. They want to know. They want to know about your house. They've been doing this for 30 plus years. They've got 500 Google reviews. You can go read them. They've got great customer satisfaction, and they will talk to you about your house. What is it? Is it traffic noise? Is there neighbor noise? Do you hear every car, lawnmower, and barking dog from inside your home? Do you have issues with your energy bills? There are utility rebate opportunities out there and tax credits, and they can change from time to time, sometimes pretty quickly. They stay on top of that information. Single pane windows, double pane windows, triple pane windows. What do you have in your house? What do you want in your house? What are you trying to accomplish? They're great to work with, and they're on the cutting edge of technology. It's not just the doors and the windows and the style and all that. Maybe you want to put a keypad on your front door. Maybe you want to be able to go away for the weekend or go away for a week and lower and raise the blinds on the windows, make it look like your home, change the look of your house, and feel like you have a little more security. Maybe you just want a very secure front door. They have a door that a SWAT team couldn't break down. They got a great story about that. They're open on Saturday, so if you haven't had time to go into Peach Windows and Doors this week with your work schedule, they will be open tomorrow, and they're waiting to help you. 300 West, 2940 South in Salt Lake City, online at peachwindowsanddoors.com.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, even our PHEV models, plus no payments till 2027. That's right, you don't pay till next year. It's happening now during the More to Move You sales event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC. $499 dealer doc fee required. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Your student's career doesn't begin after college graduation. It starts the day they arrive. At the John M. Huntsman School of Business, every student is surrounded by career coaches, faculty mentors, employers, and real-world experiences that build confidence, professional skills, and meaningful connections. From the first semester to graduation, everything is designed to prepare students for career success. The John M. Huntsman School of Business. Dare mighty things.
As summer winds down, it's time to get back into a routine. Between school drop-offs, homework, sports, and everything else on your calendar, dinner shouldn't be another thing to worry about. Beehive Meals makes back to school easier with meals your family will actually look forward to. This month's menus include favorites like chicken Alfredo, chicken burrito bowls, meatball marinara, steak fajitas, and jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. Spend less time stressing over dinner and more time enjoying the moments that matter. Visit beehivemeals.com and make this school year your easiest one yet.
Wherever Utah vehicles are headed, they're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So check your chains, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight roadside fires together. Fire Sense.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, Riley, what is the call? Big play, 1:26 left in the fourth quarter. Harriman up 19-14. Harriman has the ball 3rd and 3, trying to run out the clock. They need to get to the 30.
Give it to Felipe, run behind Kemper Castro.
First down, big hole. Felipe off to the races across midfield for the touchdown to ice the game. 74 yards to put it away for Harriman. Our Hercules Salt Lake County High School Player of the Week, Harriman High School's Felipe. Breaking free for that long touchdown run with 1:14 left in the game, sealing the win for Harriman. He finished the night with 27 carries for 276 yards and 3 touchdowns. Every week, KSL Sports will name a Salt Lake County High School Player of the Week in partnership with Hercules First Federal Credit Union. And Riley, with the correct play call, the former offensive coordinator, nails it. Best on best. Get your best running back. You got him behind the best tight end. And that tight end next to the lineman are going to open a hole, and it's over. Correct call by Riley. Great run by Felipe. He is our Hercules First Federal Credit Union High School Player of the Week. We happened to be on that game as he broke free and did that. And Tonight, I'll be back with Riley. Skyline Olympus, one of 18 games that you'll have access to on KSLSports.com and the KSL Sports app. And 5.3 is up and running. If you have TV over the air, you can watch high school football live on 5.3. If you have an HD antenna, those things are awesome because it's like a one-time cost. It's $20 or $40 or something. Then once you put in, you don't pay every month like you pay for cable and satellite or streaming service or whatever. It's also available on Comcast Cable. Xfinity has it on channel 381. And then other providers will get it over time as the retransmission agreements get redone. Plenty of high school football tonight. Oh, one of the other games is an interesting out-of-state game, IMG from Florida. Literally, sports factory. You go there because you're an elite athlete. It started with tennis. They branched out, football, basketball. They got tons of sports now as part of that IMG Academy. And IMG came here and played Corner Canyon a few years ago, 4 years ago, and got beat, which was, wow, that was an awesome win for Corner Canyon. Very impressive. And so tonight, IMG's at Lone Peak. So you can check that game out on KSLSports.com. All right, stuff we've been talking about during the show today. So many things. Steve Bartle on at 7:30. I asked him best position group. Well, not best, but what's the position group that is most likely to bring people to their feet at Ute games? And what's the one that's most likely to have them put their head in their hands and sob quietly? And said for the one that'll bring you to your feet is the one that used to make you sob quietly. The complete transformation for the wide receiver position. And it really backs up what Ron McBride said when he was in here yesterday. Mac was saying, well, they brought in an offensive coordinator, they brought in a wide receiver coach, and they both brought players with them. So they've got guys they practice with every day. They played multiple games. They've sat in film rooms. They've watched these guys work in weight rooms. They know what they're getting, and they meet the standard. And so as much as we can all cry about the transfer portal, it changed everything, and it has, you can use it to your advantage. And both Ron McBride and Steve Bartle think the Utes have done that in the wide receiver room. Now, the flip side of that, and actually Mac and Steve are on the same page on this one too. Steve said it's the D-line group. And he said it's not that they don't have good players in the D-line, because they do. But it requires rotation, and then because of injury, it requires depth. And do they have that? And the answer is definitely maybe, which is something Mac's been saying all along. I mean, Mac in the spring when he was in said they had 2 tackles and 1 pass rusher and they needed more. Now, they went to the transfer portal, they brought guys in, and Mac has acknowledged that the situation has improved since then. He acknowledged that, and Steve did too. But Steve was more of a, I don't know if I want to put a number on it, but it seemed to me it was more of a, they got like 6 guys, but they still need 5 or 6 guys. They still need to find a couple. There's a couple people progressing, and they need to keep progressing pretty quickly. I think Utah's in a place right now where a lot of teams are, and a lot of teams are very often, and even more because of the transfer portal. You want to play. So if you're somewhere and you're afraid you're guy 8 or 9, and you see you have a chance to go somewhere and be guy 4 or 5, you're going to go make the move. A lot of people are going to make the move. And so it's hard to stack up depth. There'd be years Kyle Whittingham would stand in front of us, and he'd take that question. We have 9 D linemen. We have 10. I remember one year he said 12. And I remember thinking, how's he going to keep them all happy? But now Utah, it seems like they're in a position that more teams are in. Now, the teams that are in this position now in mid-August, you get to October and November, some of them are really happy with their D-line. The progression happens. They don't have the injuries. You have to play 6 guys through the 4 spots. But you really need 8 because you're expecting injuries. Maybe you don't have the injuries, so you don't need to go that deep. Or maybe the guys develop and they get to that moment and they're ready to go. But for some teams, obviously, that doesn't happen, and they don't have much of a pass rush, and they give up big plays and blah, blah, blah. So we'll see how it plays out for the U. That is just a tough feeling for a lot of Utes because they haven't had to endure it. That position was always, if not a strength, a super strength. And now it's a more normal deal, which is all accentuated by the transfer portal, just leveling things out here. While we're on the topic of college football, we spent a little bit of time on this morning. The Senior Bowl likes to pride identifying the best of the best. They bring in they've got a top 300 list, and they're going to bring in players for the Senior Bowl for the NFL to work out. Now, obviously, some people on this list aren't going to go there because they're going to be so good. Their first-round draft picks are not going there, and they're not doing stuff, and they're not getting hurt. And other guys maybe won't even declare for the draft, some of the underclassmen. But they projected 300 players right now. 15 at Ohio State, 10 at Michigan, 12 at Georgia, 9 at Indiana. BYU has 6 guys mentioned. Utah has 2. Jackson Benet and Wayshawn Parker for Utah. So as you look at the Utes and think, how can they be a top-end program? How can they win the league? How can they go to the playoff? And the question to all of that is, who are the big-time playmakers and difference makers? The guys who not only make the big play to help your team win, but they make the game easier snap to snap for everybody else. You're getting doubled, so everyone else just has to win the one-on-one. You're drawing the best, corner, so it's easy for every other wide receiver to get open. Whatever the position group is, give the guys around you an advantage. And right now, they only identify 2 for the Utes. Now, maybe they find more, maybe more guys evolve, and these lists evolve over the course of a season. Right now, BYU has 6, Texas Tech has 9. And so if you're wondering why the league gets picked 1, 2, 3, now you know, because this is the kind of stuff that guides the media members making the picks. They're gonna look at this kind of stuff for sure, without a doubt. Sarkisian at Texas, supposed to have a really good team. Guess what? They have 12 guys on the list. The players for BYU, I said for Utah, it's Jackson Benet and Wayshawn Parker at running back. I really think Parker, 1,000 yards for sure. If he stays healthy, could 1,200 or even 1,400 or 1,500 be in play? We'll see how committed they are to the run game and how many carries he gets. I think that's a big question. He was limited in carries for half the season last year. It was the second half of the season when they started to turn him loose. If he's 15 to 20 carry guy, I think he's going to put up huge numbers. But they got better receivers that are going to throw the ball more, and Morgan's made that clear. And that's going to put more pressure on the D-line. As Mac was saying, was in here yesterday, that 3-play, 80-yard touchdown drive, everyone's loving, the 35-yard pass, the 28-yard pass, and then the touchdown pass to cap the drive. But the defense is like, hey, we need a couple more minutes on the sideline. What are you doing? So it could look different up there. It's what coaching changes are all about. Making it look a little different. I should mention Houston has 4 players on the list and TCU has 2, if you're kind of scouting the Big 12 teams and how they stack up and what they're looking at as potential pros. For BYU, it's Kedu Olave, Keanu Tanavasa, Falatau Satuala, LJ Martin, Evan Johnson, Isaiah Glasker. Pretty much the names you suggest. I would think, honestly, a lot of fans would have guessed at least 4 of those names, if not 5 or all 6. We also talked soccer this morning. Jason Kreis, chance to win a trophy, chance to get to the Champions League, prioritizing the Tuesday game against Leon. They're in the quarterfinals. It's going to mean heavy rotation Saturday, which I think had to happen on its own anyway, because they basically ran the same lineup out in the last couple of games, and they're just playing games too close together here. And you could see the heavy legs, really for both teams. I thought Dallas at times looked pretty tired too. And they've been on the same schedule as RSL. It's been a lot of games and a lot of hot weather all in a row, and there's a lot of running, and the needle is on empty. Guys are just running out of gas. So I haven't been following Orlando as closely. We'll have to see how heavily they rotate tomorrow. I was planning on doing some prep today, but Lloyd gave me a call. Now I'm planning on doing some more radio later today. I gotta squeeze that in before the high school game tonight. Okay. A couple other things. Sergey Solon's contract extension, 4.5 years, contains a significant raise. No surprise. The guy scored 9 goals. He's a rookie. He's been great. He's created even more chances. If he had 10, 12, or 15 goals now, based on all the chances he created, you wouldn't be surprised. He's been really good. He can be better. Clearly, he's got upside, and clearly he's been very good. So no surprise, and he was really happy about the money. So he didn't. The question wasn't about specifics. There weren't as many specifics out and available. Maybe they hadn't even quite been hammered out at that point. But after the last game, he spoke and he got a question about it. And he was smiling and nodding and talking about how happy he was to be in Utah and how well things are going. And he's been moving around a lot. He grew up in Spain. He came to the United States, did a year at Oregon State, transferred to UCLA, did a year there. And now he's in his rookie year in Utah. So, not packing your bags and moving every year, that gets old after a while. Walking into a place and not knowing anybody's name and not knowing anybody personally. And so if they offer you a raise and a big-time contract, okay. RSL plays tomorrow, 5:30 in Orlando, pregame at 4:30. BYU basketball, they got a commitment from former Michigan State big man Jackson Kohler. I think we're all curious, what is BYU doing for bigs? Because you're going to go out there and, it's not an under 6-foot team, but if it's an under 6'6" team, what are you going to do in the Big 12? Well, you're going to get beat a lot. You need some size. So they got to answer that question. Jackson Kohler should be part of that answer. The big money stories today, because who doesn't want to talk about money? The Cowboys and Saints fined $500,000 each for brawls in joint practice. Guys, helmets, shoulder pads. Don't break a hand. Don't end up on the injured list. Stop it. Stop it. Brett Venables gets 6 years and $10.5 million at Oklahoma off a playoff appearance. They immediately lost at home to Alabama, who then went and got smoked by Indiana in the Rose Bowl. Venables had a couple of really dicey years there getting started. I guess they like where he is, and I mentioned Oklahoma has, I think they have 9 guys on that top 300 list. So they got some high-end NFL talent there. So he gets 6 years and $10.5 million. I'd been saying, Texas, Oklahoma, USC, what comes open at the end of this year? If Kalani's still unhappy, who might come calling for him? Well, I don't think Oklahoma will fire somebody immediately after giving him 6 years and $10.5 million. It's college football. You never know, but I think I'd have to lean against it and think he gets at least a couple years there off that playoff berth and that new contract. All right, DJ and PK. What have I missed, if anything? Is there anything I said, anything I covered I need to cover here? NBA people are wondering about the Joker not signing an extension if he's bolting as a free agent. I don't think you should write quietly, Nuggets superstar. No, everybody's talking about it. It's not that quiet. There are people who don't like the Lakers winning because they've won so much. If they get Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic together, they're going to do some winning. You're in the title mix for sure. Could you take home a championship? Could you take home multiple championships? That'd be a pretty big get. With Reeves' contract, would they be about out of money? Well, now we got something to talk about in the NBA in August. All right, DJ and PK, a break. We're back with Final Word next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
Turn it up.
Let's go! It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose a company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners.
Hi, I'm Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sac Lake City with Advanced Window Products.
At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
This is Devin Dampier. As a quarterback, I spent a lot of time making good decisions. Throw it deep, check down, scramble, but one decision was easy. I stopped drinking weird tasting water. You know the kind, the water that makes you wonder, did somebody rinse their pennies in this? That's why I called Culligan Water Salt Lake City.
Culligan offers whole home water softeners, reverse osmosis drinking water systems, and bottle-free coolers designed to give your home cleaner, better tasting water.
Now my water tastes amazing. My teammates keep asking, what's my secret? More film study? Nope. Extra workouts? Not that either. Better water. Although, if you can tell, Coach, that's the reason I complete more passes. I'd appreciate it.
Right now, contact Culligan Water Salt Lake City and ask about their latest specials.
Life's too short for bad water. Trust me, I've been hit by linebackers. Some water is harder to swallow. Make the smart play and call Culligan Water Salt Lake City today.
Visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you love.
UCCU Mobile Banking now comes with Learn and Earn, a fun way to learn about money. Learn and Earn breaks down financial topics into fun, bite-sized games like quizzes and trivia for your entire family. Every time someone in your family completes a game, they earn points towards gift cards from Apple, Amazon, Walmart, and a lot more. The more you play, the more you learn. The more you learn, the more you earn. Visit uccu.com/learn to start learning and earning today.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, we got more stuff to give away. Want to go to a concert tomorrow night? Looking for a free date night? This is your chance. Caller 12-801-575-ZONE. We got 4 tickets to see The Head and the Heart with Noah Rinker and Little Moon. It's a benefit concert for the Ron McBride Foundation tomorrow night, right there in the Sandy Amphitheater. And if you go to the concert, you're supporting after-school programs across the state. Ron works with 7 school districts, 41 schools. Gives away, I think it's about $460,000 this year. So this is a fundraiser for that. You can win free tickets now. You can get there and buy some refreshments or some merch or something and help the after-school programs. Or if you don't win the tickets, you can just go to the concert tomorrow night, Sandy Amphitheater. The Head and the Heart. All right, time to wrap things up here. Been a little late getting to Tim Lacombe and Scotty G. We're going to do better today. Next week, PK is back. Have a good weekend. It's your last weekend without football. Although we do have high school football tonight, and we have a high school game streaming tomorrow night as well. It's a pretty good game tomorrow. So check that all out at KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports app, and on the air on 5.3 Comcast Cable 381. DJ, PK, that'll do it. Tim Lacombe's up next right here on The Zone.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Mammoth,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
This is DJ and PK.
None other than Pete Fiutek is picking BYU to beat Notre Dame this season.
Finally, I got something in common with Pete.
Can it be true?
Oh, that's the game of the century.
Well, Jared says, hey, it could happen. Nobody picked BYU to beat Miami in 1990. Field got stormed that day. Notre Dame is getting criticized for the fact that they only have 2 or 3 good games on their schedule. They're largely, it's like that schedule is soft. They better not slip up because they can't get it back.
That only gets you into the playoff. You will be tested at some point, and if they sort of easy schedule their way, so to speak, into the playoff, and no one's getting to the final by backdooring and hopscotching through 15 games.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah's only PGA Tour event is back. The Bank of Utah Championship returns to stunning Black Desert Resort October 1st through the 4th. Experience championship golf, incredible southern Utah views, and an unforgettable atmosphere for golf fans and non-golf fans alike. Upgrade to the Greater Zion Club for premium views and all-inclusive food and beverage. Don't miss your chance. Ticket prices increase September 14th. Get your tickets today at bankofutahchampionship.com.
Welcome to This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
He's Adam Rittenberg with us here on Jake and Ben. There has been some internal conflict. You talked to Brian Santiago and obviously talked to Kalani. Did you come away with any impressions about their relationship?
Only that Brian really wanted to keep Kalani and understood how damaging it would have been if Kalani had left for Penn State, which was the full expectation at Penn State, and talking to people there. He was a foot and maybe a few toes out the door back in early December. They brought him back. His comments recently suggest that he's not fully happy with the way things are going. So it's something to monitor, because I'll tell you this, guys, Penn State's not the last school that's going to come after Kalani Sitake if he continues on the trajectory that he's on, because of all these qualities that we outlined, plus the fact that he wins a heck of a lot of games. It'll be interesting to see how this thing goes.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time for Scotty G and the coach on a Friday. And Scotty G is out today. So we're going to have like a hodgepodge. That's what we do when Scotty's out. I really do believe it's that they just need somebody to babysit me because they don't want me to have total free reign, Alex.
No, we have fun. We have fun with you.
Of course, Alex, who produces the morning show, with Lloyd having to do some other things today, is pulling double duty. He's going to try to keep up with me and push all the right buttons, which I would fail so bad at that, dude. So half my age and already a lot smarter.
Yeah, a lot of multitasking that happens back here.
Well, I won't try to put you in a bad spot. Little NFL preseason last night, and we'll hit on that. But as you just mentioned prior to us coming on the air, a tweet about an hour ago from Pete Thamel, and we need a legal correspondent. Do we have one? Because I'm so lost in all of the injunctions and stays and protection and non-protection that, my head's spinning a little bit. So, but Pete Thamel put out a tweet about an hour ago and says the class of 2022 loses its federal fifth season protection. Obviously, this legal battle will continue. This was in response to a tweet by Austin Massey, and his tweet was, the 10th Circuit has granted the NCAA stay request in Wisney versus the NCAA. Judge Sweeney's nationwide injunction is now stayed pending appeal, meaning qualifying class of 22 athletes lose its federal fifth season protection, with the big words following, for now. For now.
So is everything that's happened the last 2 weeks, even going back to the Judge Sweeney thing, does that all just now go away? Like, what are we doing here? What is happening? It
sounds as though it's stayed. So to me, that just sounds like it's blocked for a time. But again, at the very end of that, it says for now. So I'm assuming that would impact all the guys that are being talked about. And so that's definitely par for the course. Like, no, you can do it. No, you can't. And then I'm waiting for now another judge to say, well, that judge was an error, and let's do it. So stay tuned, I guess.
We'll wait and see. I think Pete Thamel's tweet, as you mentioned it says there's going to be more legal battles. There's going to be more people trying to get their injunction, right, to override whatever this now injunction is going to be. And so the summer of injunctions, man, just keeps going. We just keep getting more and more legal stuff thrown at us, more and more judges granting things. And, you go from the conversation that it was 2 days ago of, NFL players can come back, the class of 2022 can come back, to this might not be happening anymore. Who knows?
Stay tuned. We'll put a pin in it. But definitely newsworthy, and wanted to kind of start there. Let's actually jump into let's recap some of the NFL preseason, and we'll do that,
as our starting lineup.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So, a really, really big game last night for the Raiders. I know, come on, it's preseason. None of them are big. But a very gutty performance by the 2s, 3s, and 4s. I got through 2 series, and that's typically my preseason limit. But it looks like I missed a heck of a comeback. Really, the story of this one is our guy Fernando and how he would fare. He seemed pretty comfortable. When he got into the game, he made a couple big throws. Looked good, moving the ball down the field. And really, what it made me think of is that was going on.
I would say that it is tough. However, everything that is tough, you wouldn't want something to be easy. If it's tough, it's worth it, and that's why it works at the highest level. And it's great because the teammates, we rely on each other. We rely on the receivers to make the right timing, right route. The receivers rely on the quarterback to throw in the correct timing. The linemen rely on the quarterback to get it out on time. The quarterback rely on the lineman to give them that time to throw it. And then the tight end, there's so many different variables to it. And when we all rely on each other, I believe it makes us closer. And when we become one oiled unit and we have all this synergy and become a dynamic ecosystem where we're evolving together, playing on time, be able to make some off-schedule plays, but mostly playing on time, then that's what teams in this system take the next level.
And they were. I feel like they were firing. They were cohesive, moving the ball. And then Fernando Mendoza, as he has said, man, adversity is going to creep in. And tough things are going to happen. Well, a tough thing happened. He threw not only an interception on that first drive, but Houston's Wade Woodaz, who is trying to make the team. And the NFL preseason is all about making a play and getting that film. And Wade Woodaz actually made a nice play, kind of sunk in coverage and shot right in front of the receiver. And not only did he intercept it, but he took it back 80 yards for a touchdown. And apparently the reaction to our guy, Fernando, was, did I do that? Yeah, you did. You just did. Again, preseason, it's all about getting reps. People that saw it, are quick to say what a bust. But he ended up going 8 for 15, had the 86 yards. And if you want to say he had a touchdown, he kind of did. It was for the other team. But he did throw a touchdown just to the wrong side. The wrong side.
Just to the wrong side.
I still think that dude's going to be great. But really, the story of the game was that the Raiders fell down 20-3, and behind Aiden O'Connell's 15-24, 166 yards, and took the team down to win on a drive. Looked really good. C.J. Stroud played, one series, 2 series, was 4 for 6, 27 yards. I still worry about his ability, to move the football. I know you said last night they were 7-1, but he in their last 8 games, but in the playoffs, man, he was definitely kind of exposed.
Everybody's going to remember that playoff game. And that's, thinking back, and which is why I think I was so taken back by the stat that they put up on the TV about them being 7-1 to finish the season. It was the fact that, yes, it was not the playoff game specifically for C.J. Stroud was not good. I do want him to eventually get over the hump, get over the hill, and look like the guy who came in as a rookie and looked really, really well as a rookie. He hit a sophomore slump, and it just doesn't feel like he's gone anywhere near the potential that you saw that first year for CJ. But I do hope he turns it around.
Yeah, the dude's talented, but there's something about that guy, his inability to be consistent downfield, maybe is it for me. But his, the one thing that stood out to me, I felt like the Texans will be really good defensively again. They were so good early on, flying around, they're physical. So, work in progress in Houston. And, the Raiders, like I said, I think they're going to win 5 games.
I do think the reaction, or I guess the overreaction for Fernando Mendoza and that performance that he had last night is kind of crazy, right? Everybody online is going after him and essentially saying, hey, if he's struggling this much, if he struggled that much against a preseason NFL team, then maybe he's not ready for the NFL, and maybe it is a good thing that Clint Kubiak, the new coach for the Raiders, is hesitant to name a starter. It's potentially going to be Kirk Cousins day one, and maybe it is a good thing for him to kind of sit back, take the back seat, and learn. Which I have to agree. I just don't think that people are overreacting a little bit to the online reaction that I saw towards Fernando Mendoza.
One of the best college quarterbacks I ever watched was Ty Detmer. And early in his career, Ty Detmer was a sieve. He could not take care of the football. And a little bit like last night, that throw Fernando made was a great throw. He just didn't see the full coverage. And that's going to be the big, NFL defenses are so deceptive. The guys are so fast. Linebackers can do things that there's no way your average college linebacker could do to cover ground. So it will be a learning experience, but I think the kid's going to be good. And one interception in a preseason game does not a career make.
So now that I'm doing the morning show, I have drive in here, and I need something to listen to in the morning. We have the national radio happening right before DJ and PK. They were going in on hard on Mendoza too, man.
Were they?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They were going pretty hard on Mendoza this morning, which again, like as you mentioned, it's fake football. It's the preseason. There's time for him to figure it out. There's time to get it figured out. I think again the overreactions to just the one performance, the one little bit that you saw of Fernando Mendoza last night, I don't think it's indicative at all of what he can potentially be in the NFL. Obviously, right? We'll wait to see what happens week one. We'll wait to see when he gets his opportunity against in an actual NFL football game. But for now, I think the overreactions are a bit much.
Yeah, well, they always are, though. People love to win. And, if there's any sight that there could be conflict to that, they want to rebel and be heard. But it's just, I use the same example about 5-6 years ago. There was a clamoring to fire Kalani Sitake. In fact, hashtags all over Twitter, fire Kalani Sitake. And now, Kalani Sitake's the golden boy at BYU. You just got to keep your head down, and not pay any attention to it. And that's the good thing about Fernando. He ain't going to do, I guarantee you, the way he thinks and the way he looks at the world, this has no impact on that dude.
No, absolutely not. He's always going to have synergy, and he's always going to want to make this a well-oiled team.
One thing that does stand out, though, is, the Raiders do have, if they get in a situation where Cousins gets hurt and Fernando's not they do have some quarterbacks. O'Connell went in and played really well last night. I do believe Mendoza did not look like the overall number one pick, but at the same time, as you said, you got to take everything with a grain of salt. Preseason football, there's a lot of agendas out there. There's going to be guys that you're playing with that are on the fence whether they're going to make the team or not. Okay, so this is not real football. The other game last night, not even close to as fun. The 49ers scored 41 straight points after falling down 17-0 and end up winning that game going away. There really wasn't much to that one.
Again, it is the preseason. As cool and as fun as the 41-17 score looks like for the San Francisco 49ers, I do have a lot of questions about the 49ers because while they were so banged up last season and while they were missing players week in and week out, they still had a pretty good season. They still had a winning record. They were still in the mix in the conversation of potentially making the NFC West race. Who wins that division even more fun down the stretch. And so for them to accomplish that, credit to Kyle Shanahan, credit to the players who stepped up in the wake of all the injuries that they had.
And they've had a ton.
So much. And to the to start off the season, they're still in that same position where they're dealing with injuries. You already hear the reports of Mike Evans dealing with hamstring issues. Obviously, George Kittle still recovering from what he was dealing with last season. But my point is, I am curious to see where the San Francisco 49ers lie in all this. Do they have as much as the Seahawks? Do they have as much as the Rams to again keep the NFC West competitive, or will that injury bug finally catch up to them and maybe regress a little bit?
Well, what do you want? You probably wanted that injury bug to keep biting, but being a Rams guy. If you're speaking of the injuries, and they do have a ton of injuries that they've had sustained last year, the guys are on the mend, and then they've had a slew in training camp thus far. George Kittle, as you mentioned, it's encouraging news. He got a positive evaluation, could possibly return for week 1. Mikael Williams still unlikely to be ready for the opener. Ricky Pearsall still dealing with his injury and didn't play. Mike Evans, as you said, dealing with a hamstring. Patrick Taylor Jr. placed him on a season-ending IR Thursday. And then they had 3 injuries in the game last night. Cornerback Renardo Green pulled a hamstring. Offensive tackle Austin Pleasance, a knee in the third quarter. And then Nick Martin, linebacker, injured his hamstring late in the game. So the training staff for the 49ers is very busy.
Did you see that they're actually doing like actual scientific investigations into the electrical substation now? That the conspiracy is finally taken on, and they're actually doing investigations to
see if it has an impact?
Yeah, to see if there's actually correlation. Because I mean, this can't be a coincidence. At this point, with how much you have, with how much with how much injuries you're dealing with consistently, constantly for the 49ers, I don't know if it's specifically the substation, but
is it right by their practice facility?
It's right next to it.
Okay,
right next to it.
So that voltage unsettles them.
That's what the conspiracy is, and so they're actually doing an investigation finally to figure out if there is a correlation. So we'll see what comes out of that. I am curious to see what the findings are.
Awesome. So 2 preseason games last night. There'll be preseason games throughout. We have to wait just one more week for college football, week 0, and I'm excited for that. See TCU, the first Big 12 team that takes the field this year, so that will be fun. As far as the show today, as I said, it's going to be a little hodgepodge. I'm going to have you here for the first half hour. DJ is going to come back at 10:30. Excited that we will have at 11:05, you're not going to want to miss this, Jackson Kohler, former Michigan State player, and was announced last night that he is going to play this last year. If all this stuff works out, we'll talk about it and see if he's got any insight. But I've known Jackson Kohler since he was about an 8th grader, and I've watched his career, his development, his growth, and we've stayed in touch. So this will be fun to have Jackson on, and we'll talk about all things Jackson Kohler, where he's been and, what he's doing now and what he's looking forward to the most joining BYU for his final season. And then later in the show at 12:05, tried to get him on last week, but it was a mad week. Excited we have Mark Few, head coach of the Gonzaga Bulldogs, and most recent inductee into the Hall of Fame, the National Basketball Hall of Fame, the Hoops Hall of Fame out in Springfield, Massachusetts, was put in with a slew of other people, Doc Rivers, Mike D'Antoni. So really, really cool experience for him. And we'll have him on for about 20, 25 minutes, learn a little bit about his experience out there and about him, kind of what makes him tick. Since 1999, Coach Few has won 83% of his games, which is just insane. And with the last couple of minutes of this segment, I want to make sure everybody understands, yes, we know it's football season. We do, yeah. But it's typically like right now we're in the deluge because we're getting all this news daily, locally, that affects all sports. And so as your leader in the state for sports, we want to cover it as well as anybody. I think we went about, if I counted them right, 28, 29 segments in a row of football. So I think we definitely have caught up on everything we know. I mean, we can start making stuff up, but what kind of fun is that? So yes, before the tweets flow in from anybody particular, we know, yeah. But when you can get a guy who just signed a really big signing for BYU, have him on today, and then also somebody that's inducted to the Hall of Fame. You don't get to talk to Hall of Famers all the time. So that is the reasoning. Hopefully everybody, if you're not a big basketball guy in August, maybe go edge your lawn during those segments and come on back because we'll talk football too. Start with it, finish with it, and we'll talk about football all the way through.
Well, and while you edge your lawn, if you missed the 29 segment straights of football that you talked about,
pop those in.
Then go over to KSLSports.com, pull up the podcast, Scotty G and the Coach. Anywhere you get your podcast, it's available for you to go back and listen.
And it's not just talking to people around here. We have definitely had Stuart Mandel on. Love Stuart Mandel. And he was very, very effusive in his praise for BYU. He's not buying Utah. I mean, he's like, show me, prove it to me first. So yeah, we're We are all about sports on this station, and Football Friday actually will commence here soon, and we're going to be right in the middle of it. We'll have our Utah preview show during the week, our BYU preview shows during the week, and most importantly, we'll have the golden tones of Scotty Gerard most of the time, just steering us through it. Anything else, Alex, that you think we ought to hit today in this first segment?
I think, look, just get ready, get excited for football, and in the segments in between. First, I really appreciate Jackson Kohler jumping on and having that conversation, especially now with this new thing that's happening with that Pete Thamel just put out. Really curious to see how that impacts him. So that really appreciate him taking that opportunity first and foremost. But in between then, we will make sure to hit everything college football, NFL football, and all the football that you can imagine.
We probably need to talk a little fantasy football at some point for these guys, and gals that are out there.
Oh, maybe.
I mean, I'm the reigning champ, so I mean, you can take my word as gold. I've won 2 out of 6, so working on a dynasty.
And we'll see where DJ decides to take us to. DJ should be coming up here in just a little bit, coming back, and we'll see what good old David James has to talk about.
I guarantee you David James is already well read on what, about all that legislation that came out about an hour ago. I'll bet when he comes back in here, I bet we can talk a little bit more about that. Then fly right into Jackson Kohler at 11:05. Stay with us. A really, really great show on a Friday. You are listening to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Joining the show now, college football writer for CBS Sports, John Talty. I was down at Big 12 Media Days, and the buzzword was unsustainable. Is the status quo unsustainable? And if so, how long in the future is that?
You go back to the start of NIL when guys were just starting to get paid, and you had athletic directors crying poor and how this is not sustainable, we can't do this. The issue is that I feel like I've been hearing that for 5 years, and somehow the numbers keep going higher. The total numbers have probably 4x, 5x, if not more, than where they were back then. I do think for some conferences and some schools, you might eventually get that point where it's like, this is not worth it to us. We can't keep competing if such and such school is spending $50 million on their roster, and we're only spending $18 million on our roster, which there are Big 12 schools doing that this year. At a certain point, you say, can we win doing this, or do we have to find a different angle or focus on something else like basketball or another sport, and maybe we just try to get to a bowl, and that's where our aspirations are.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. And if you're trying to keep track of high school football games all across the state, make sure you listen to Game Night Live, Red Zone, tonight on 97.5 The Zone. Also tonight, NWSL action. The Utah Royals visit the San Diego Wave. First kick is at 8 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. And the Salt Lake Bees host the Reno Aces at 6:30 on 102.7 HD2 and the KSL Sports app. If you want to introduce your company to the Zone's passionate listeners, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined by Jim Williams, longtime sports media producer, director, and executive. Keep an eye out when MLB expands. Salt Lake City is quietly becoming one of the hottest sports towns in America. Sports Business Journal just vaulted Salt Lake from number 44 to number 12 nationally, ahead of some legacy markets on its best sports business cities list. What has changed? What's driving that?
I think a lot of it is people are discovering Utah. And I think what's driving it is look at the attendance. Look at the attendance at the Mammoth hockey game. The Jazz have always been been strong. And then you've got, of course, Real Salt Lake. People are getting to understand numbers are numbers, whether you want to argue them or whatever. But at the end of the day, you want to be where you're going to be appreciated. This is a fantastic up and growing market. It's going to help the entire region.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
On BritBox, your next hidden gem is right around the corner.
If you're going to be bold, here is the place to do it.
Get ready for Britain's most anticipated series, streaming exclusively on BritBox. Catch new seasons of favourites, including Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
You want someone to get murdered?
And the eagerly awaited new adaptation of Agatha Christie's iconic detective duo, Tommy and Tuppence.
Do you think we're actually really good at this?
Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Watch with a free trial.
Every year, summer ends and the kids go back to school. This year, I'm going back too, at My Computer Career. They'll help me get the skills and certifications that can get me noticed by top employers in months, not years. Now I'm on a fast track to a high-demand IT career where the rewards can finally match my value. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. It's never too late to go back to school.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Get ready, Utah. Southern rock legends Leonard Skinner are coming to the Utah State Fair Park. Hear the songs that defined a generation. Sweet Home Alabama, Freebird, and more. Live in concert. One unforgettable night. September 19th. Your ticket gets you into the show and the fair, rides, food, and all the fun. Don't miss your chance to see rock history live. Get your tickets now at utahstatefair.com.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ocean Spray. It reminds me of Ocean Spray. Every time, dude on his skateboard, just rolling. It's peaceful. It's a Friday. You're out there enjoying it. You're listening to KSL Sports Zone. It's Scotty G and the coach. But Scotty's out today. And when Scotty's out, we just do, we have a hodgepodge of friends that stop by. I guess I get to do Tim and Friends after having to sit through Scotty and Friends for 5 years. Is what it seemed like. How you doing, brother? You're just
I can't hear anything you say. I'm just listening to the music in the background. Old school.
How was your game last night?
Oh my gosh, total surprise. Total and complete surprise. Player for Morgan makes a juggling one-handed interception on the first play of the game for a pick six. Fumbled snap out of the shotgun on third down on the next possession. Another short field for Morgan, 14-0.
This was Morgan and Skyview.
And Morgan was up.
Skyview was really big favorite.
I think they were favored. I don't know if they were really big. I mean, they're 4A.
I didn't get to talk to Vinny DeBrizio.
Morgan's 3A, but they played up and beaten a lot of teams playing up the last few years. So you knew. I expected a really good game. I didn't really know who would win. I thought it'd be really competitive. But Morgan led 14-0 after 3 minutes, 21-0 after 6 minutes, and they won 47-0. And they have a new mercy rule. And if you have a 44-point lead in the fourth quarter,
they run the clock.
No, they run at halftime. If in the second half you get it by 35, it's running clock. It was 41-0 at halftime, so it started with a running clock in the third quarter. If it gets to 44-0 in the fourth quarter, mercy rule, it's over. Any 44-point lead in the fourth quarter. It was 47-0 with 3 minutes left. Skyview got the ball and had to drive down against the clock at the end of the third quarter to score and extend the game. And they actually had to use timeouts, like on 3rd and goal. And 4th and goal, Morgan held, and the game ended. The game ended. We just played 3 quarters.
So last week you were there extended period of time.
And this time I was out early. See? These games are supposed to go 7 to 10. You're right. One week I went till 11. The other week I went till 9.
Even Steven.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just how it works.
Huge crowd at Morgan.
And you got a big one tonight.
Skyline Olympus.
For the Rock.
Yes.
And have you gotten 2 deeps?
I was texting with Brandon
Maddich as we speak.
When I was told
he's texting
to
you
get
the
in
2
the
deeps.
studio, Alex said, "You coming in, DJ?" I was literally, Brandon, my former intern. What are you doing?
I said it yesterday. DJ's the hardest working man. But you have to be loving like this part of it for you because you haven't. I mean, you did this obviously early on, and you've done RSL. But to be able to go call football games again isn't fun as can be.
4 games in 4 nights.
Are you kidding me?
Soccer on Wednesday. Football on Thursday, football on Friday, soccer on Saturday.
So cool.
It is.
I mean, you're living your dream.
Next week's going to be different.
Okay, what is next week?
Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
You just bump up? You got to be ready sooner.
Well, it's because RSL's out of MLS play next week. They're in Leagues Cup. And because there's 4 quarterfinals, they play 2 on Wednesday, 2 on Thursday, and national TV doubleheaders.
So how many games are we streaming tonight?
18, I believe, is the number. I can call that up. The 2 that I've been focused on, there's other good games. There's a lot of good games, but the 2 I've been focused on, obviously the one I'm doing, Skyline Olympus. There's one, I think Matt Coma's calling it, IMG Academy.
From Florida.
At Lone Peak.
That's going to be unbelievable.
Very intrigued. IMG came out 3 or 4 years ago and got beat at Corner Canyon, and they don't lose very often. They're loaded.
So I heard that Lone Peak plays them tonight, and then Bishop Gorman at Lone Peak next week. I mean, that's
Game
crazy.
Game on, let's go.
We'll bring them in, line them up, and the coach is feeling himself over there, man. He's like, we can play anybody.
I got to say that I am stunned at the bravery of some of our local coaches that want to play Corner Canyon and Lone Peak. And now maybe we'll see what happens with Corner Canyon with care. I mean, there's the thought, I don't know that you can keep that rolling that way, but if anybody can, maybe they hire the guy who can. They have a relationship.
They were together all the time, right?
So there's he had left and gone to be his own head coach. So it's a lot like the Kyle Whittingham, Morgan Scally story, right? You coach together a long time. You share the football brain. You know a lot of the stuff. You have a lot of the same attitudes, the same theories and all that. Now, the difference is he's got head coaching experience that Morgan didn't have because Morgan didn't step away the way Statera did, the way Jay Hill did.
Right.
At Weber State.
How's the football so far? Like quality of football you've been watching?
Mixed bag. There's been some stuff that's really good. There's been some stuff. It's early in the year, so you're going to get a lot of 5-yard penalties.
Yeah.
And I have called games where a lot of sophomores have been playing. So I don't know if that means we're about to have a big recruiting class coming up when these kids are seniors, or I have been at smaller schools. I haven't been calling 6A games. I've called one 6A team. Harriman played 5A Bountiful. I did that game. And so obviously the schools where you have less numbers, you're more likely to play a sophomore, but the sophomores have been, they've been players. So, but there's definitely some early season stuff going on. But at the same time, we've seen, big plays and good plays and good drives. So it's a mixed bag.
I love it, man. I love that you're out there doing it. And if you have an interest, jump on. It's pretty awesome. You can watch 18 games, you watch a little one, flip to the other. A lot going on, and you can see players that are being talked about, teams you're curious about. But we are doing a great job of covering that.
So the guy I called the game with last night, Dane Stewart, is part of a crew on Friday nights. They're in here. They're on the radio on 97.5 The Zone. So if you're driving around in your car, they are basically running a red zone I think they're calling it tailgating.
Oh, and then they'll just shoot.
I think there's some branding issues, maybe some legal issues.
I would imagine that's a pretty big
there's
mark
going on.
that
There's
one.
something going on there. But that's basically it. So they have all the streams, so they can bounce around. They can drop in on a game. They can just talk about score updates and kind of keep you in track. So I know their parents will be at games, especially as the playoff race, whether it's winning a region title or qualifying for a playoff or seeing a playoff. How is Team X doing? And so they'll have everything. They're on the radio. That's also streaming on KSLSports.com.
That's awesome.
We got the Friday nights covered, and 5.3's on there. You can watch games live on your TV at home. If you have over-the-air HD antenna, 5.3. If you have Xfinity, Comcast has it on 381. And then it'll come to other providers as the retransmission agreements get done.
We were on 5.3. We've been on 5.3 for a couple weeks.
Soft launch. They worked out
it.
some bugs, just making sure. Yep.
Cool. That's awesome. I didn't sign up for this because I have a face for television, however, so I don't know if that'll work again.
Somebody's done a few TV and pregame shows. You know, Mike Smith misses, you fill in. And then we've had a couple nights where Thurl has missed, and Mike slides over and does the TV with Bowler, and then you slide in to replace Mike. So I see you on TV
every now and again. They let me out, and I typically shave a little more, but I'm kind of getting in the zone here on this thing. So, do you see any of the preseason? I guess you didn't.
I did not see the preseason football last
but you
night.
watched
In high
some
school.
of the highlights.
Couple plays here and there.
Fernando's pick six the other way.
So it wasn't a great quarterback class. He went number one. I don't think people should talk about him like he's Peyton Manning. He may end up being a good quarterback. I actually heard it on the radio first. Because driving home from Morgan, a nice solid 50-minute drive for me.
Of course, you
flipped
find
on
the nearest sports
I
station.
flipped on 97.5 The Zone, and they were talking about it. And they were talking about the Chargers and Niners play last night. That was in progress.
Yeah, that was a nasty game.
And they were talking about Mendoza, and it was a little too breathless for my taste. And it's kind of like, old enough, having watched a lot of quarterbacks come up, like some guys hit the ground running, but most do not. His first year, Mahomes sat. Right?
Yeah.
Tom Brady was sitting until there was an injury to the player in front of him. Elway played right away, lined up behind the guard against the Raiders in the L.A. Coliseum. That was like 2 stadiums ago for the Raiders. And, I'm supposed to be behind the center. I mean, he was a little distracted as a rookie, but he went to 5 Super Bowls and won 2, so went to the Hall
they'll
of
make
Fame.
it through that.
So I think it worked out. So you got to give Mendoza a little time. And it's not just, you can go way back to Jim Plunkett and you can come forward to Peyton Manning. It's always been like this. Like, let it breathe already. We'll see. It's 16-0 in Indiana. Okay, and the defense gave up 11 points a game and was number 2 in the country. So slow your roll. We'll see how it goes for him. They don't have a great team around him, and he's going to need a little time, and they're going to need to build up the roster.
One thing I did see yesterday during the show that was interesting to me because we all expect our guys to go out there just like a Madden game and, let's call this under center play or let's call this shotgun play. So it said that in his years in college, he took 4 snaps under center.
Right.
And, he had taken 3, so he's past that already, but he's getting used to that.
Yes.
That's a whole nother set of skills. It's getting your timing, your footwork.
Whole set of footwork to drop back and
the
and
snap
right
is no
the
joke,
timing.
right? Like you got to. So again,
well, for starters, you got to line up behind the center.
That would be important.
And you can say, but hey, somebody had to coach John Elway up. Move over.
That's the one thing I dislike about sports radio is it's I get that it has to be, but it's so reactionary, and there is no foresight. It's just like, I'm mad right now.
You hated it, and now you're part of the problem.
Well, no, I'm trying to, Alex and I were talking about it, and he was saying, how much shade that Fernando's taken.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, he was 8 for 15. Like the game before, he made one of the incredible throw. Like to me, the guy, he can play this position, but it's like me trying to go in and out of break my first 2 weeks. Even now, sometimes when you're new at something, it takes a minute to polish.
10,000 reps. There's a reason people talk about repetition is a great teacher and get 10,000 reps, and it's a nice round number. And you'll find, over time, it'll work out, Your radio career shouldn't be judged on your 5th toss to break, and nor should Mendoza be judged on his 8th preseason throw or whatever that was.
I think I lined up under the guard. I really do. I think it was that bad. But hey, I have enough understanding. This will be okay.
I've heard the radio version of people lining up under guard, and you haven't done that yet.
Okay.
Well, there are stories. Some of them.
Yeah, I hold myself to, it's kind of a sick thing.
You need to hold yourself to a high standard and push yourself. That's how you get better. So you need to do it, but you also need to do it within reason.
We've got Jackson Kohler coming up just past 11 o'clock. So if you're near the radio, alert your friends. This is good stuff. Kid committed last night, turned down some really great spots, Kansas, Kentucky, to come to BYU. And once again, KY and BYU really show that they can bring him in. So I'm excited to talk to him. Known him since he was a kid. But just this morning saw a Pete Thamel tweet basically saying that there is some sort of now question mark on the class of 22. I don't think this affects him, but did you see any of that stuff that Thamel put out?
I did see a little bit. It came out during our show. I was on the air. Alex actually spotted it and sent it to me because he's getting reps. He's getting reps. He's getting into the flow.
He's the man,
making it
right?
happen.
He's the man.
He's making it happen.
I mean, so I basically thumbed through it, and it's a stay.
I am confused about Kohler and his eligibility and how this works. And I know, right, and so I don't know how the legal process is going to play out. The thing I saw that Alex sent me was, more to come. And I'm like, okay,
Right.
So what is that exactly? Because for people who don't know, Kohler's an American Fork kid. But he played at a bunch of different high schools. He went to Wasatch Academy, right?
Went to Wasatch, American Fork High School, went to Wasatch, and he played in California as well during his high school career.
He went to Coronado?
Is that what? Yeah.
It says here Coronado.
Yes.
This is Nevada. Nevada Coronado, not California Coronado. This is
maybe
Coronado East.
is that? I know he was out of state for a year, but
Nevada.
then he went to Wasatch.
Coronado and Henderson, Nevada. And he came back to American Fork, but then he went to Southern California Academy in
There you go.
Castaic. So he's in California and Nevada, 1 year each. So he bounced around there, but he's been at Michigan State. He's played 4 years. None of them were 2020, which is an automatic year. Where he played just a portion. His sophomore year, he played 21 games.
What was his first year?
22-23.
Okay.
So I think he needs that 5-for-5 rule to be eligible, but everything's changing so quickly, We'll see.
Yeah, we'll talk, but it'll be good to talk to him. The cool part to me is he played for Tom Izzo, and in an age where if you don't play early, you leave. This is a kid that stayed for 4 years and got better each year.
He played all 4 years. He didn't start the first two, and he was only playing 9 or 10 minutes a game early on.
I watched him early, and he was finding his way. I mean, Izzo has really high demands to get on the floor. So we can pick his brain on kind of his experience. We can talk about his time with Tom Izzo, what he's looking forward to the most playing with BYU. So we will have that when we just past the 11 o'clock hour. We'll hit a quick break prior to that. You are listening to Scotty G and the Coach, and it's DJ and the Coach today with Alex doing what Alex does, and that's just making everything good. You are listening to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and Tim Lacombe for Beehive Meals. Yes, Beehive Meals. My wife and I found Beehive Meals during COVID. We were right at the empty nest phase, and we decided to give it a try. We have been subscribing ever since. I'm really excited that they sponsor the show. If you've got a flat top griddle, skillet, or a good old-fashioned cast iron pan, or a slow cooker, Beehive Meals has new ways to make dinner easy. The August flat top menu is loaded with 8 meals, ready to thaw, throw down, and cook, including Greek chicken, teriyaki chicken, sesame chicken, stir fry, loaded grilled chicken, bacon and egg breakfast skillet, taco hash, jalapeno cheddar smash burgers, and steak fajitas. No chopping, no measuring, no figuring out what goes with what. Just thaw it, cook it, and you've got dinner. And these aren't slow cooked meals on the griddle, but you can get those as well. Check out the menus for August at beehivemeals.com. Beehive Meals, less prep, more sizzle, and one less thing to worry about at dinner time.
Okay, I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high-security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating. Heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
The energy, the roar. Moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
America First is a national #1 SBA lending credit union, which means our commitment to helping your business grow is second to none. Whether you're starting up or scaling up, our expert team can deliver the low-rate financing solutions and support you need to achieve your goals. When it comes to helping you succeed, we always stand on business. So head to AmericaFirst.com to apply today. According to the U.S. Small Business Association Lending Report Data, June 2026, subject to membership eligibility, terms and conditions, federally insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoche. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scotty G and the coach, DJ, sitting in. It's about 10 minutes out from our interview this morning with new Cougar Jackson Kohler. Excited for that. This song, the year is 1985. And I am living in Texas. No, this came out.
No, 1985?
No. I'm telling you the year is 1985. This came out before.
Okay. In 1985, you heard this song and you were doing something.
So I really had not listened to a ton of Boston, and I moved to Dallas and made a bunch of new friends, and a buddy would pick me up in his Monte Carlo every morning. And it was just rite of passage for him, man. It was Boston on the way to school.
Cassette deck?
Oh, yeah.
Put it in, yeah. Old school. 1976 it came out. I was guessing, I was going to guess like 79. But.
So we were definitely jonesing into the stuff that was cool, that was before us. And I know my daughter's done that too. She's like into Led Zeppelin and The Cure and all that stuff that came way before her. But it just, the fall, it felt like fall, because it was school. And it starts to get cooled down a little bit in Dallas at that time. And he would pull up early in the morning, and I'd go out, and he played on the basketball team with me, and it was always startling that I'd walk out and he'd have a cigarette going at 16, He was a shooting guard on the ball team and loved to smoke that cigarette.
There was a guy in college radio, you said The Cure. He loved The Cure. With it coming out, he's right in front of it. And he was Iranian. He's a foreign student. And he had a heavy accent, and he had a lot of, and I never knew how much this is like, he's coming from a different country, different culture, or how much he's on the cutting edge of American culture. And I'm like, oh, when's the football game? And he's like he was, and now it's nothing. But then it was cutting edge. He painted his nails black.
Really?
We refer to him as very gothic now. He had the eyeliner. Well, now you're just the lead singer on Green Day. What's the big deal with eyeliner?
Exactly.
It's times have changed, right?
Concert's
But at the
starting.
time, he had this he just had his own vibe. And so he's, I'm probably a junior. My wife's a junior. He's a sophomore. I got a bunch of buddies who are junior. We would all talk about him. His name was Kayvon Bonilla. And Kayvon started a DJ thing. He called it The Web, except with the Web. We're going to The Cure is a really, really good band. And he had just all this attitude. And he had freshmen following him around. And so the guys are talking about it because, we're guys, right? And one day my wife, we're not even dating at this point, and my wife is like, can you believe Kayvon? And all of a sudden, she just starts going, she goes, I really like that guy. But what is with the Pied Piper and all the freshmen following around? It's just like, what are you, one of the guys? This is the way we're talking. You're doing this like, Dan, come here. You got to hear this.
Kayvon's probably he's probably a cult leader there somewhere in Santa Barbara.
He gets to know me. And so by the time I'm a senior and he's a junior, and we interact because we're at the same station, but we're not super tight. But one day he's getting to know me. And I'm talking, he goes, you're a Charger fan. I'm like, yeah. And all of a sudden I realize it's all gone. Like the accent is gone. And he's just like, oh, yeah, I like the Chargers too. I'm like, what are you, from Dallas? What do you mean? I like the Chargers too. What happened? The Verb, they're a really, really good band. I like the Chargers too.
So that was part of the shtick.
It was shtick. It was all shtick. And then all the friend group, Kayvon's been fooling us all. He ran a game on all of us, and it worked.
Yeah, everybody started following him around. Just paint your nails black and start talking.
I don't have to Kayvon,
an accent.
But yeah, there are definitely some college buddies I could call up. The Verb, Friday night, 8:30. The Verb. We're going to have the Cure.
He's probably got a cattle ranch somewhere in South Texas now.
He's like, oh, yeah, Joyner, he's not explosive, but he's a good possession receiver. He's always in the right place. Bails fouts out all the time.
The great Charlie Joyner you speak of.
Yes, he's breaking it down.
Hey, man, I go to Chuck Muncie with the goggles,
man.
Come on,
you're talking.
Let's go.
We don't have players wearing – how many players wear goggles now? Goggles were a thing. You had to protect your eyes. You want to get poked in the eye. You didn't.
They have a little face.
They do have the visors. You're right. Football has the visors.
I would be a visor guy. I wouldn't want people to know what I'm.
Thurl was a goggles guy. Kareem was a goggles guy.
Yeah.
There were a lot of. And
there were
players who wore them. There were players who wore them intermittently based on an eye injury, but there are people who wore them permanently. You just don't see that much of it anymore.
One of the more crazy, you talk about accessories, was a baseball player by the name of UL Washington.
Toothpick
in his mouth, playing the game, bro.
And he'd put that thing on the end of his tongue, and he'd pop the toothpick out 3/4 of an inch. Sometimes it barely peek out. Sometimes it's all the way inside his mouth.
I love that you know that, man. His baseball card, he had a toothpick.
Cut away at first base, and he'd be rocking back and forth. He's just like, UL's going to go. And then all of a sudden it became strikeouts, walks, and home runs, and we lost all the personality. What happened?
Okay, so just let me recap. We went from Boston to Craig Worth smoking a cigarette to The Cure is a good band.
The Cure is a really, really good band.
Joiners, how'd we finish? Yeah, that was quite a.
That was quite the free flowing segment there. Word association and go.
So where do you get this kind of stuff, Alex? I mean, seriously, this stuff is gold, absolute gold.
You get it a couple places. Live on 97.5 The Zone. Later on podcast at KSLSports.com.
That's right. Anytime DJ's involved, you get this. So he's hanging out with me. We got Jackson Kohler up next. Looking forward to our conversation with the newest BYU Cougar. You're listening to Scotty G and the coach, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen. just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit one gift card per customer account while supplies last.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scotty G and the coach. Scotty out today, so joined by the legend himself, David James. You love him. You see him. You hear him everywhere. And today, I'm lucky enough to have him hang with us. And we are also lucky to be joined by just a fascinating dude. I've known this kid a long time and really excited about the opportunity to talk to him. It's Jackson Kohler, newest BYU Cougar. Jackson, welcome to the program.
Hey, man. Thank you for having me today.
Absolutely. How's everything going? How are you feeling now that you've made your decision?
You know what? It's been a crazy process so far, but you know what? After making it official, I'm just so happy to, be part of Cougar Nation and, to get the ball rolling and start getting to work as soon as I can.
I'm curious how a guy who played at 4 high schools then went to college for 4 years at the same school. Had you had enough of moving around? How'd you get locked in an era when people don't really get locked in?
Yeah, no, honestly, from start of high school up until this moment, it's been a roller coaster. High school was super chaotic, especially having the pandemic right in the middle of it. And then once college came around, I wanted to stop kind of bouncing around like I did in high school, and staying there at Michigan State for 4 years was, something really special to, my journey as a basketball player. And now that, times can be super, super weird with the NCAA and, this 5th year, you just got to make the most of your opportunities. And that's what I'm doing right now.
The time at Michigan State, I think it's well chronicled that Coach Izzo is first and foremost a really good basketball coach. But his methods are, he's a very physical guy. He's demanding. How did you find your experience there? Like DJ said, most guys go into a place, if they're not a star, they hit the road. But I think you saw the bigger picture and what Coach Izzo could do for you.
Yeah, Coach Izzo and the staff are known to be, really extreme and, demanding. But when I first got there and times were starting to, become really hard for me, I knew that in the bigger picture, that's exactly what I needed. Most people run into a situation like that where they might hit a wall and, they try to go another direction. But Coach Izzo and his staff has so much faith in me, and they just said, this is what gets you stronger. Not everything, it has to be improved on the basketball court. Sometimes it has to be improved, in your mind and how you see the game. And the way I saw it was, if I can stick this out, these guys have faith in me. I just need to learn how to, overcome this obstacle, which was, the day in, day out grind and, having a coach that, demanded the world. And honestly, I felt like that made me not only a better basketball player, but a better person.
Why not do a 5th year at Michigan State? Why do a 5th year at BYU?
You know what? I think, I know that right now this is such a unique situation. And right now, his roster is full. And it's more than that because I know the younger guys on that team, Cam Warren, Jesse McCulloch, I know those guys, and it's their time now. They're gonna step up and they're gonna shine for Michigan State. And you know what? They're going through a process just like I went through. And I know that if I were in their shoes and, someone kind of came back and, kind of interrupted my journey, things would have turned out differently. And I don't want to impact their journey anymore. I feel like my last year as a senior, I mentored them as best I could and, prepared them for what lies ahead. But now it's time for them to kind of take over and be the faces of Michigan State.
You mentioned unique, and definitely this journey for some of you guys is going to be unique because you played in the NBA Summer League this summer, and very rarely does a guy go do that and then turn around and go back. But it's just kind of the way this is all working legally. Your experience at Summer League, I watched. I was really impressed with you, Jackson. I felt like all those things that Coach Izzo, prioritizes, and that's to be physical, to be a presence, to be strong with the basketball, to make the right play. I feel like you really went out there and did that. I even saw you drain a big old 3. How fun was that, and what kind of things did you learn in Summer League?
You know what? Summer League was an amazing experience. Kind of moving up the level and kind of seeing what, kind of the NBA style of play is like. In Michigan State, it's a little different from, Utah Jazz Summer League. It's a lot faster and, you have way more guys on the team. You have a lot more talent. Everyone on that team can score. Everyone on the team is, one of the best player on their college team. I would say just soaking up as much information and, kind of learning what the game kind of turns into after college. That's one thing that I really tried to pay attention to was the small things, how practices are different than college practices, how NBA games are different than college games. And that's something that I'm really grateful that I got to experience and, having that information with me as I return to college and use that for one more year to prepare for the NBA.
What is the biggest difference between college and at least the Summer League version of the pros? What startled you the most?
Honestly, I think that there wasn't anything that shocked me right off the bat as much as I thought there would be. I mean, obviously, like I said, every person on your roster was the best player on their team in college and prove something. But I think the culture that the Utah Jazz had with everybody was the most special. I think everyone was, happy to be with their teammates, and we actually enjoyed playing with each other and hanging out off the floor. And that's a huge part of basketball. I mean, that's something that a lot of people might not think about, but I think the chemistry and the, camaraderie that we had just by being with each other for a week, of practice and then jumping into summer league games, I think that was really special. And that's what made that experience so fun, was that not only were we having a good time on the floor, but we were also having a great time off the floor too.
So you make your college decision, and you had, you had some great options, really great spots, play college basketball. What was the deciding factor for BYU?
So the deciding factor with BYU was that they have NBA coaches and NBA staff, NBA experience. They had a perfect opening for a big man, and I felt like that it felt like it was just kind of meant to be. I mean, they play a lot of NBA offense, which is something that I need to, which something I was looking for, because going on to the next level, I need to make sure that I can fit into a NBA kind of offensive style of play. And Coach Young and his staff are not only great coaches, and they have great NBA and basketball IQ, but they're great people too. And I feel like that being home is a big part of it. But I feel like the basketball fit was just the best out of any place.
Give us a little self-analyzation, a breakdown. The thing you do best, you're most proud of, you're happiest with, your strength, your go-to, and the area you need to improve the most.
I would say that my strongest parts of my game are playing inside of the post, and then being able to stretch the floor and knocking down three-point shots. I'm a very physical, intense kind of guy. That's something that I take a lot of pride of. I dominate on the glass. That's a huge part of my game. But I feel like I'm a good team leader, and I want to make sure that everyone is on the same page about winning, because at any level, that's what it's all about, is winning. And that's something that I take a lot of pride of, and something that I want to get better at, and something I'm looking forward to showing everybody is defensive versatility. That's something that I've been working on in the off season every single day, and that's the most feedback that I got from NBA coaches, and that's something that I'm looking forward to showing everybody that I can do at an elite level.
So you've had some Powder League games. How's that been? I've gone to Powder League a little bit. It's like an NBA All-Star game a little bit defensively, but it's certainly not Tom Izzo defense. Let's put it that way. But how has it been to be out there and playing against guys with ties to Utah?
It's been great, because a lot of these guys I grew up with. A lot of these guys I've known since I was in sixth grade. Like me and Colin Chandler, we go all the way back to third grade. We've been playing on the same AAU team and traveling, and getting the opportunity to play with these guys finally after so many crazy years of high school and college. It's a meaningful moment for me, honestly, because being able to play with these guys that have known me for the longest time is something really special. And seeing them in Powder League too has just been so fun. And what makes Powder League so fun is that I also get the opportunity to play with my younger brother, Jordan. I mean, he's going through the process right now, and I think he's going to take some big steps this year at Slick. And so I would, everyone keep your eye on him, because he's going to turn some heads, and he's going to do really well this year. But in terms of seeing like all my friends I grew up with that are now have ties to Utah, whether it's Utah University, BYU, or anything like that, it's a special moment for me.
Your brother's playing for a great coach over there at Slick, Dave Rice. Dave Rice will, as you remember, you played for Dave in an All-Star game, I think, and you had 50. Right. So that's a good connection, Rice and Kohler. We'll see if that can continue.
There is word that there's another court decision today that is going to render fifth-year players ineligible, and yet there's also promise that there is going to be a follow-up appeal to that, and so it's not set in stone. I assume you know the situation is fluid and you have multiple things going here. If, for some reason, the rules just say you can't go to BYU, what's next? Is it an NBA camp? Do you have an agent looking overseas to Europe? It seems like you better have multiple plans at this point in your life.
Yeah, I mean, we've always addressed the possibility of what if this can't work. So far, the plan that I understand is that we would try to go to some NBA boot camps and just try to see if I can get a two-way contract somewhere, or even in the G League. I'm okay with playing the G League and kind of working my way up. But at this point, we put a lot of cards on the college thing. But my agent has told me that this can always change, and if it does, you have to have backup plans in play. So playing in the G League would be an option. Playing overseas is another option. I've looked into it a little bit. Not sure how I feel about it just yet, but I would try to find a camp that can take me, that would invite me, and just try to work my way up, even if it means playing in the G League, trying to find a way to a two-way contract. That's what I would say what the plan would be.
You definitely have, you mentioned it, but going through high school and COVID and all of this crazy stuff, man, it's like the weirdest pocket. I guess you got to be on your toes and have a plan. When you think about all the places you've played, the arenas you've played, I'm going to make a guarantee that nothing will stand up to the place you're about to go play in, because that place is a madhouse, the Marriott Center. You heard the stories about it. You excited to play there?
I am so excited to play there. I've seen clips, I've heard stories, and it's all the BYU fans listening out there. I want to make sure that our first game in the Marriott Center, you guys bring it your all. I mean, I'm excited to. I played in some big arenas, but I have a good feeling about the Marriott Center. I want to see how much energy we can get in that place.
Was recruiting this time around different than recruiting the first time around? Was this a little more speed dating, less of the whole dining and world tour thing?
Yeah. This time around, it was 10 times harder than the first time because the circumstances were different. All the coaches weren't exactly sure how to navigate this process because it's so different. It's the first of its kind. And you know what? It was really hard because regardless of the destination, I mean, I'm going to have to come in there 3 months behind in terms of, summer workouts and team chemistry. But I know these guys at BYU, and they're great people. And I'm just hoping that they invite me with open arms and, super welcoming. I've already got texts and DMs from most of the players saying welcome and, happy to have you here. And that's something that is really special to me. I mean, in terms of, the other places that have offered, they gave amazing pitches and they gave, amazing details and offers, but we knew that we had to make a choice, and BYU was the best fit for multiple reasons, for basketball, for family, for my career moving forward after this level. BYU was the best fit overall.
It's crazy to think this team will have transfers from Michigan State, Kentucky, Syracuse. I mean, we used to, we used to do our best to try to get transfers, but man, that's in 1 year, that's pretty good. You talk about Kevin Young and the time you have spent with him. You mentioned the fact that they're good guys. I wholeheartedly agree with that. What is it in your conversations with Kevin Young that gave you confidence that you could trust him with the next step?
I would say that the conversations that I've had with Coach Young have been, very straightforward, and they've been very, very empowering because he, his offense, is an NBA style offense, and they run through their bigs, and they make sure to get everybody involved, and they play at a high speed
And we have good guys around who are very skilled and who can shoot the ball. And I feel like the addition of Colin Chandler and Rob Wright and everyone else on this team, I feel like if we figure out how to play, cohesively together, we're going to be a very dangerous team from the 3-point line, inside the post, on defense. We're going to be a very, very unique, really good team. And that's what Coach Young is all about. He's all about his guys and his team, and making sure that he puts his guys in the best position possible to make it to the next level. And that's one thing that was very that really set well with me, was the fact that he can get his guys to the next level.
I'm as shallow as any media member. I can talk 3-point shots, home runs, and quarterback play all day long and never worry about defense. But listening to you analyze your own game earlier, what I took away from that was the feedback. You have a lot of confidence in your ability to score inside and outside, a lot of confidence in your ability to rebound. The feedback you got from NBA people is about moving on defense. It sounds like the hurdle for you getting into the NBA is, can they put you on the floor and switch everything? As a 6'9" guy, can you switch onto a 7-footer, but can you switch onto a 6'6" guy? Is that fair? And if so, are they going to be playing a lot of man defense and doing a lot of switching on the perimeter at BYU this year? What'd you hear?
Yeah, I mean, the feedback from the NBA guys is that at the NBA level, I mean, all guards have to guard centers and centers have to guard guards. You have to be able to guard anybody, and especially in this modern NBA era, you got insane height, insane versatility of players. Players that are anywhere from 6'8" to 7'5" who can do anything. So you have to be able to guard anybody. And so that's one thing that I talked a lot about with Coach Young, is being able to show the versatility. And I believe from our conversations that I'll have opportunities this year to prove to everybody, that I am not this stereotype, white guy who's super slow with his feet, big guy. I want to show people that I can move my feet. I have some athleticism to me, instead of being the white man can't jump stereotype.
I'll ask this just because I can now. Were the offers pretty comparable across the board for your services?
You know what? All the the offers were all great. I mean, they all were. A lot of these offers, they were just like, how can you pass up on? One of them being Kentucky. Mark Pope's a great guy. And, he's building a great program over there. We were on the Zoom call for 2.5 hours, and, it went really well. But that's what made this whole process, 10 times harder than the first time around, was that all these guys were, offering such great things. But at the end of the day, BYU is the best fit for me, as a basketball player, as a person, as a son to my family. And it was, the best thing for me and, and my life. But some of these offers were, you kind of heard them and you're like,
are you serious?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, man, I would have gone with you. You could have split it with me, Jax. I mean, come on. I've been following you around since the 8th grade, bro.
That's right.
You know who I'm happy for? I'm happy for your dad. Your dad's a good dude. I've seen him a ton in his interactions online and being back at Michigan State. It's going to be neat for him to watch you locally here.
Yeah, no, I mean, one of the biggest things is my parents. They've done such an amazing job of trying to support me and my brothers and my family, and all that travel was really hard. I mean, hopefully they can say it was worth it, but it was hard. But I hope that they this year have the time of their lives, being able to see both their sons play at Slick and BYU. I mean, they deserve the world for all the hard things that they've been through and all the hard things that they helped me with, and with my younger brother. And being closer to them was a pretty big pretty big factor in all this, because even in high school there was times where I had to live away from them. My freshman year of high school, I had to live in a dorm without them. And I feel like there's a special part of this whole process about coming to BYU, that kind of makes up for, all those years in high school that I had to, live somewhere else, or I can only see them on weekends, especially being a 15-year-old kid. There's something very, very special about, being able to do this with them, and being able to see them whenever I want, and, having them be that much closer to this whole process.
Do you have extended family? You got grandparents, aunts, uncles,
I do.
nieces, nephews? I don't know any. How many tickets do you need to the average game? Because I don't know if you know, but they're hard to come by.
Not for him, man. He's got dough. This guy's got cash.
Okay.
You know what? I think for this season I might need a lot. But I heard that it's a little hard to get some, but we'll figure something out.
Okay.
Jackson, man, I appreciate you. We've been talking the last couple of weeks, and I was so excited to see you make your decision and feel so good about it. For BYU fans, you are getting a winner. Kid that I have watched, his footwork is. You're going to love his footwork is Akeem Olajuwon-esque, and I don't throw that out there lightly. He had his footwork in the 8th grade. Coach Rose looked at him and was like, that dude reminds me of Akeem right there. So, dude, go do it, man, and thanks so much for taking the time with us today.
Hey, no, thank you guys, for real. Thank you guys for supporting me through this whole journey, and dating back all the way to high school. You guys' support has meant so much. I mean, even through the years in Michigan State and through this, I mean, your support has meant more than you guys know.
Well, dude, we love you, proud of you. Hope everything works out on the legal front. But I have a sneaky suspicion this kid's going to find his way into that big league because he's serious about it. So thanks, Jax.
Hey, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Jackson Kohler, awesome conversation, and what an experience. Like talking about having, at 15 years old, living in a dorm, and figuring it out.
Man, I was just I don't know his dad. You do, obviously, because of the recruiting process, and I don't. And as soon as he said that, I'm like, I hated it when my kids went away at 18. I can't imagine him going away at 14 and being a 15-year-old in the dorm. But I get it. It's, you want to play high-level basketball, and so he went to Wasatch Academy. He went to schools in Southern California and Southern Nevada. So he's at three different and then he also played American Fork for a year. That's right. Too. So he had 4 years and but that's 3 years away from home in high school. As a parent, that would have.
And then
I get it because you want your kids and their path, and I get every path is different. I would have just come in and whined to PK about it every morning.
The crazy thing to me is that then he goes to Michigan State, and that's a hard place. Yeah. I mean, he asks a lot of you. It's like going to play for Bronco. Mm-hmm. And I heard back in the day they used to put on football pads and put a wrestling mat down on the court. Mm-hmm. They'd wear pads and helmets, and they'd play contact basketball like there were no fouls. So that's back in the day. I'm sure he's kind of reined it in, but physicality is number one. And this kid, I'm telling you, plays. He said it. He plays with a level of physicality.
Steve Mariucci, the old 49ers coach, real tight with Izzo. Mooch, right? Real tight with Izzo. So that whole football influence, not surprising. Mariucci's transformed very, very well into a broadcaster these days.
For sure. Well, that was a fun conversation. Thanks, Jackson, for joining. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that. The BYU fans got something to cheer about again with Kevin Young and his group. We will rein it back to football again when we get back because we already covered them. But they won. They came back and won, bro. Come on. They came back and won.
It's preseason. It is preseason.
Everything was going good, just like he said, and then
give Mendoza time. It's like
I know.
Snap judgments, man. Come on.
No judgment. Heck, I think he thought that guy was, by the way, going to stay in that little zone. That's why he threw the interception.
It was actually not a bad.
It's not like the eyes were red or something.
No, the guy made a good play. He kind of hit himself, and that's what NFL coverage is. You got to figure it out. All right, more when we come back. Thank you, DJ.
Yep.
And good luck tonight calling the Olympus Skyline game, the Battle for the Rock, and DJ will be all over it. Lloyd and I will be back when we join again. You're listening to KSL 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scotty G and the coach.
This is DJ and PK.
None other than Pete Duchek is picking BYU to beat Notre Dame this season.
Finally, I got something in common with Pete.
Can it be true?
Oh, that's the game of the century.
Well, Jared says, hey, it could happen. Nobody picked BYU to beat Miami in 1990. Field got stormed that day. Notre Dame is getting criticized for the fact that they only have 2 or 3 good games on their schedule. They're largely, it's like that schedule is soft. They better not slip up because they can't get it back.
That only gets you into the playoff. You will be tested at some point. And if they sort of easy schedule their way, so to speak, into the playoff, and no one's getting to the final by backdooring and hopscotching through 15 games.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Everyone knows that having a good credit history makes it easier to save money and get approved for the things in life you need, like credit cards, auto loans, home loans, and a lot more. But here's the problem. Building your credit history takes time. That's why UCCU created Credit Builder, an innovative loan program designed to help you build your credit history and raise your credit score. Visit UCCU.com to start building or rebuilding your credit today. UCCU. Love where you bank.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The drama down at BYU basically is Kalani complaining that he's not getting resources. Long and short of it. It is obvious to me that football is on the march, and they are being aggressive about not getting what they feel like they're due.
There's a battle for resources. I don't know if they were promised to Kalani. I don't know if they weren't promised to him, but he feels like they're close and he needs more.
This plays right into a discussion that we've had since the dawn of this show. Can you be a football and a basketball school at the same time? And this is exactly what I'm talking about. I think the answer is no. I really do.
Yeah, of
if
course.
you had to pick between being a basketball school and a football school, you pick football. The money is in football.
Yeah.
Santiago is a basketball AD, and I wonder if he's struggling to convert to being a football school AD, because BYU has a national championship in football. It is and always has been a football school.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Hi, I'm Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sac Lake City with Advanced Window Products. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Now's the perfect time to recognize the everyday heroes who make youth sports happen in our community. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are celebrating the coaches, referees, organizers, and volunteers who give their time so our kids can play. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. Each week, one deserving hero will be spotlighted during the Jake and Ben Show at 4:30 p.m. every Thursday. And the winner receives a $250 gift card courtesy of Beehive Meals. Don't wait. Lift up someone who lifts up our kids. Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
The good, the bad, the ugly. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scotty G and the coach. You got Lloyd and Alex and myself today. How you doing over there, bro?
Can't see.
I know, you had to go to the eye doc and they put something in your eye. That's the worst, that brightness. Eesh. But I appreciate your effort. You're like Willis Reed.
I'm devoted.
You're like Willis Reed. You ran into the door on the way in, but you're here.
No, I know. I might switch to the sunglasses.
Well,
by the way, is there anything worse than when you have that first doctor's appointment or whatever, and because you're a new patient or whatever, and they're like, "Sorry, you can only do it at this time or this time." It's like, I gotta work. Why can't I do in the evening or afternoon, late afternoon, or early morning? Like,
I'm sorry,
I don't know, 8 a.m. or
sees
something
new
like that.
patients.
7 a.m., 7:30. No,
Fridays
new
at
patients are
9:30.
only at 9:30 or 1:30.
Well,
Sweet.
maybe they just want to give you that extra. Did you feel really appreciated as a new patient? Or did you?
Yeah, you know what? Actually, the guy,
Really nice to you?
The gentleman, the helper of the eye doctor was too nice for my liking. Let's just say that. He said, he was Mr. Oh, super. Absolutely. It's okay. You're all, I'm like, you stop. You're too
Bring
nice
it down
for me.
2 notches.
Bring it down just a little bit. I really appreciate
You
it.
could
but
nod and all that. But
a nod. It's like, if I got it wrong, or whatever, you'd be like, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't stress out. I'm like, I'm not stressed
Were you
out.
reading
You're
the-
stressing me out right now.
Should I be stressed out?
Should I be stressed?
So were you reading the
lines?
Oh, it's
yeah.
okay. You totally missed those, but it's not a
No,
problem.
don't worry about it. So you're blind. It's okay.
Yeah, I always hate when I get through and then they say, "Yeah, we're going to go ahead and make your pupil huge."
Yeah.
Dilate
we're gonna
that bad
hit
boy.
this thing with the air, and it's going to really irritate your eye.
And you look like a swamp creature the rest of the day. And light is like you're a vampire.
And the guy says, you could ask for because apparently they have reversal drops for the thing to help,
speed it up
the process like within an hour. And I'm like, oh, that's actually awesome. I'm like, I'll do that. So I said, hey, he's all, make sure you hit him up for it. I said, hey, can I get some reversal drops? He's like, sorry, we're all out. I'm like, thanks. I don't know why you asked.
I thought it was going to be the upcharge.
I don't know why your guy asked me, but okay.
Oh, you want those? It's $35.
Yeah, it's going to be $35.
Well, I'm sorry you went through that. So that's certainly not the good. But the good is that part of the good is you're back because, I'd say when Scotty's not here, I feel like I have to be babysat because I'm,
No, you're a big boy. I was so comfortable that everything was fine. I didn't even worry about it. I had no worry in the world.
You heard the interview with Kohler as you came in?
I think there was more Raider talk than I would have imagined in that first hour.
Well, I
did not expect it.
I think that
especially when you didn't have your fellow Raider fan with you.
Well, but we had to talk about it because those 2 preseason games last night we got to talk about the stuff that actually happens. Because what I've learned about football is
unless you're Jake Scott, and guess what? Preseason doesn't matter.
But like a 60-day window of we're basically regurgitating because nobody's really able to see anything unless it's Arizona State, right? They can see everything. But up here, you ask, hey, how are they looking? Well, I don't really get to see anything. So, we don't get really depth charts. So we're just tossing around.
By the way, I can't believe I know we kind of briefly touched on it before you went to break. I can't believe people actually are upset about Mendoza already calling him a bust.
Right.
Like, come on. The guy kept going. He threw it to where it looked like he was going to settle down in the zone, and he kept going, so it was behind him. It's not like the guy read the route or anything like that and jumped it. Like, it was just a miscommunication between him and Washington.
Well, you heard DJ.
So calm down.
You heard DJ earlier say that Elway in one of his first games lined up under the guard.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh wait,
absolutely.
I gotta go over here. I mean, I was likening it to me coming in and out of break. Early on, it was like every time I looked at you, I felt so disappointed.
And now you're a pro. You're 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, it's just
a pro's pro now.
It's getting the verbiage. The
training wheels are officially off on you.
I don't know. I do recall Ty Detmer throwing a lot of passes to the other team early in his tenure. And he went on to win the Heisman, Development's a thing. Guys don't have to stay right where they are.
A lot of interceptions. A lot of touchdowns, but a lot of interceptions.
Yeah. And then Texas A&M blew out both shoulders in one night, which was ugly. But the good, Lloyd, is that, as a Raider, we are watching wins and losses because it's the only way you can really, even preseason, it matters. And they got down, and there was no quitting those 3s and 4s.
No, everybody's playing for a job, trying to make the team, make a play, make something happen.
But Fernando, to me, he was moving the ball fine.
He was fine.
It looked good. Washington broke a couple runs.
His starting center was out. A lot of that offensive line was out.
I like Washington.
Didn't have Genty.
I
love Washington.
He's
absolutely.
got some stuff.
But there were a lot of the ones were sitting out. So I don't know. It's preseason.
And it wasn't just this colossal, here, let me throw it to you. I've seen some really bad interceptions in my day. Honestly, the defender dropped into coverage, and just like you teach him, he moved on. He made time on the air time. As the ball's in the air, he closed it. And right there, he picks it.
Hey, Nando did not look. The thing is, when he gets in there and he's calling plays, audibles, whatever, he looks like a general.
He does. But then even down, the chase down said something to me. He could have said, it's preseason. He did everything he could.
In fact, actually, I would have been fine with him not.
Yeah, but he did.
I don't want him getting hurt.
I like that he did. So you got to find the fact that the Raiders won a preseason game. I'm going on record, and this is the good. The Raiders are going to win 5 games this year, up from 2 last year.
Okay. All right.
I'm on the clock.
You're on the clock at 5. 5 is the least they can do.
5 is the least they can do. Let's go.
And if 2 of those come against the Broncos, I'm a happy man.
Dude, we are going to party. There will be like black and silver streamers in here the day after. We'll make him our Raiders emblem behind him.
Scotty's going to want to find another shed project when that happens that Monday.
Well, we'll root him out then. We will root him out. Have you tried to attempt to make can we get on the job site, maybe a phone call, just see if we can, embed with the construction crew of one?
I don't know about that.
Especially,
he hasn't responded much, so I'm
if you're out there, Scotty, you got the transistor and you just can't resist. You're listening to this incredible show today.
You know what?
Give us a call.
Something tells me he's listening to a little bit of Guster right now.
Yeah, he is. He's got to soothe his nerves. All right, so all that lumped into one is
good.
Hey,
dang near lost an arm yesterday.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, let's go to the bad.
Now the bad.
First of all, the first bad is make up your daggum minds, courts, judges, NCAA, whatever. You can't, everybody can do this, and now, wait, no, everybody can't, but stay tuned because it could change again. Like, what are we doing here? This could have easily been solved. Alex made this astute point if they would have just grandfathered them in to begin with. But the NCAA, man, you got to protect the integrity because we got more buildings to build along the river there in Indianapolis.
Yeah, it's funny when they decide to actually finally, when they change their mind or they decide to do something.
Yeah, and most times it's like they fine the guy $400 in an era where they're making million, and make him sit out 4 games. It's just, anyway, that's always bad. That's permanent bad. I also want to add to the bad what you said. We have an update, a photo update from yesterday we didn't get to from Armageddon. Scotty was using apparently a circular saw.
And this is a PSA for.
Need I say more? And I started to think about how bad that could have been. I mean, in that picture. So basically, if you're on the stream here, there's, right here where a lot of your veins and everything are. They're apparently too close to a circular saw and got some carnage in the old forearm. And I just started, like last night, I started to think, man, what if he would have leaned one way? I mean, that thing's, you won't. That, I don't know that there's any good, I don't know what happens.
Before you know it, he's typing with just, he has one hand.
So I guess this is a plea. Just buy a shed, man. Prefab.
I wonder if he had to do it all over again. Where when he's finally done and everything that he put into it, when he's finally done,
it'll be
where
double.
He's gonna be at. I feel like he's gonna be like, yeah, that's not gonna happen ever again.
So, man, just if you're out there and think good thoughts for the shed project, it's definitely
thoughts and prayers for our guy Scotty G.
Taking a left turn hard, right? Just like. And, Armageddon is in full force. I think it will be through the weekend. We'll see if Armageddon bleeds into Monday.
Hey, I wonder if our guy Chewbacca can do us up a new AI, one with maybe, I don't know, Scotty missing one arm. And maybe the arm, the sleeve is like.
Think you put a hook on it?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. The bad,
just like Kingpin.
Yes. Yes, just like Kingpin. Okay, I think the idea is out there. That is your bad. The fact that the NCAA and these courts keep messing up everything. We talked to Jackson and Kohler, who's now committed, and he's got to sit there in limbo. I don't think any of that's any good. So when we come back, we will prep. We've got a really cool opportunity, and the timing of it, we were going to try to get him on last week when the induction was happening into the Hall of Fame. But Mark Few, head coach of Gonzaga, was put into the Hall of Fame, a good friend of ours, and we'll have him on a good 20, 25 minutes, and we'll get into his experience, kind of what makes him tick. You're listening to Scotty G and the coach on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined by Jim Williams, longtime sports media producer, director, and executive. Keep an eye out when MLB expands. Salt Lake City is quietly becoming one of the hottest sports towns in America. Sports Business Journal just vaulted Salt Lake from number 44 to number 12 nationally, ahead of some legacy markets on its best sports business cities list. What has changed? What's driving that?
I think a lot of it is people are discovering Utah. And I think what's driving it is look at the attendance. Look at the attendance at the Mammoth hockey game. The Jazz have always been strong. And then you've got, of course, Real Salt Lake. People are getting to understand numbers are numbers, whether you want to argue them or whatever. But at the end of the day, you want to be where you're going to be appreciated. This is a fantastic up and growing market. It's going to help the entire region.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We had Dave Nellison yesterday. Always great chatting with Dave because, let's be honest here, America First Credit Union is here to help you in your financial situation. They are a one-stop shop, and to help incentivize you to become a member, they're ready to put $350 in your pocket. All right, here's the two ways you can do it. Step one, all you have to do is just open up a checking or a checking and a savings account. You do that, you get $150. It's that easy. You want to add $200? Set up your direct deposit, and if you have $1,000 or more deposited within 60 days into that account, they'll add another $200. That's $350 just for doing something you should already be doing, being a member of America First Credit Union. Go to americafirst.com or just go to your local branch and set one up today. That's americafirst.com. Stop by your local branch. America First Credit Union. I'm a huge fan. I'm a member. You should be too. Right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026 or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit one gift card per customer account while supplies last.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, even our PHEV models, plus no payments till 2027. That's right, you don't pay till next year. It's happening now during the More to Move You sales event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC. $499 dealer doc fee required. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scotty G and the coach. Scotty out today. So, you get me and you get my guy Lloyd.
Last day before the, and then it's go time.
Former classmates.
Season. Like next week.
We'll
start up we'll have Frank in on Thursday. Start our stuff next week.
So, if I remember right, we've got, as the season starts, we'll have previews during the week for the Utes and the Cougars. Yep. We will have our Football Fridays, as we usually do.
Coach Mack and
Alema. So, it is, it's here. Week 0 next week in college football. Excited to watch TCU, see what they're all about. Some changes. Sonny Dykes has kind of abandoned the offense that he's always run. And they've got a incredibly capable quarterback. Dude threw for 5,299 yards at Harvard in Craig. So I'm excited to see how that all comes together. And we can actually start, instead of just deluge of information, we can actually start having some data. The BMW championships are going on right now. Watched a little of that last night when I got home. But JJ Spawn, your leader, 4 under right now through 11, but he leads the tournament at -10. We talked a lot about Rory McIlroy. He typically plays well when he pops off, and he's -7, just 3 shots back. He's -1 through 13. But that's always a fun tournament. The purse obviously huge, $20 million purse, and this year it's being played in Belle Reve Country Club, St. Louis, Missouri. And I saw the.
You got a membership there?
I don't.
Okay.
I knew a guy that did at one point. Ray Jack lived in St. Louis, and he ran with. Of course, he ran with dudes that were at Belle Reve. Kid yourself. I talked to Ray Jack a little today, former coach of the University of Utah. Good friends with Mark Few, and I told him
you don't know Jack.
You don't, and apparently we didn't. But he's the one that actually kind of introduced me to Mark Few. They've got a really long friendships that goes back to when Ray was at Washington with Bob Bender in the 90s. So really, really excited to have Mark Few on. In the next segment, we'll have 25 minutes, and I really, you very rarely get time to talk that much time. Usually you're on a clock with somebody like this. So be able to talk about just his growing up years, kind of what made him tick as a young guy. But I really want to get into the magic that is Gonzaga. I mean, it's definitely a story that took over the United States. They were a team that very few, when John Stockton played there, people thought it was Division II or something, right? And where they've come from that point to now, where they're, a name every year, you can kind of set the clock by the fact they're going to be great. 27 straight NCAA appearances for this dude. And having gone to, I believe, 9 in my career, I know how hard it is to do that, to do it every year. Man, it's just amazing, their consistency. So was put into the Hall of Fame last week in Springfield, and we'll talk to him about that experience, kind of the humility of that, being in there with a bunch of the greats of the game. So I'm excited. Lloyd, what do you think I should ask about? I'm sure you've got something. How tall is he really?
Yeah, how tall is he really?
I'll say my producer's just curious.
Just curious. Yeah, put it on me.
I wouldn't do that.
People want to know.
The guy that sits over here typically would do that to you.
I know.
I wouldn't do that to you. I may throw you something, to deal with off the air, but
yeah. Right.
So
okay.
Excited to have Mark Few on. So stay tuned. We will have him when we come back. You're listening to Scotty G and the coach, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Leslie and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
This is Devin Dampier. As a quarterback, I spent a lot of time making good decisions. Throw it deep, check down, scramble, but one decision was easy. I stopped drinking weird tasting water. You know the water that makes you wonder, did somebody rinse their pennies in this? That's why I called Culligan Water Salt Lake City.
Culligan offers whole home water softeners, reverse osmosis drinking water systems, and bottle-free coolers designed to give your home cleaner, better tasting water.
Now my water tastes amazing. My teammates keep asking, what's my secret? More film study? Nope. Extra workouts? Not that either. Better water. Although, if you can tell, Coach, that's the reason I complete more passes. I'd appreciate it.
Right now, contact Culligan Water Salt Lake City and ask about their latest specials.
Life's too short for bad water. Trust me, I've been hit by linebackers. Some water is harder to swallow. Make the smart play and call Culligan Water Salt Lake City today.
Visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you love.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cause you can, you won't, and you don't stop. Cause you can, you won't, and you don't stop. Oh, when you can, you won't, and you don't stop. Might be coming down for sure, Shaq. I got the brand new dude, the guaranteed like you. I'm on like that's a John, yeah, bitches too. So I'm a newlywed, I'm not a divorcee, and everything I do is fucking like Lee Dorsey. Well, it's a taking off the bell on 1, 2, 3. If you wanna do me down, then come see me. I got the 715 with the unique
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Scotty G and the coach. You can listen to us every day, 10 to 2. And we are excited. We're going to have an opportunity to talk to the head coach of the Gonzaga Bulldogs, Mark Few, who last week was inducted into the Hall of Fame with a really cool class. Candace Parker, Amare Stoudemire, Doc Rivers, Elena Del Don, Shamik Holdsclaw, Mike D'Antoni, of course, Mark Few, Joey Crawford. We heard Joey's comments last week. He went in typical referee fashion, and I'll ask Mark about that too. But really incredible for a guy whose journey has been incredible. Got the job in 1999 at Gonzaga and has gone on to go to 27 straight national tournaments and an 83% winning percentage along the way. Pretty remarkable. And fortunate enough through that process or unfortunate, I guess, to connect with Coach and become pals. And so, I got used to him winning most of the times we played. But I didn't feel bad because he does that with most all of his friends, winning 83% of them. So excited to have him on, and we'll have a little bit extended time. Typically, you get like a 10-minute window, but we'll dig in, kind of make this fun, and learn a little bit more about what makes him tick. So later in the program, we will have Greg Wrubell at 1:05. All right. I was just told his timing is a little different, so no problem. We will we'll make do. Mark Few from Gonzaga, the Gonzaga Bulldogs, the head coach, and new inductee into the Hoops Hall out in Springfield. Coach, how you doing?
Doing great, Tim.
Yeah,
how goes it?
This is kind of a weird deal, right? Like we've talked a lot, but never to a broadcast audience.
Yeah.
And
no.
And you probably you probably wonder how they gave me a mic, but they did it. So here we go.
Hey, no, you've been working hard on that side of things. It's good to see you hooked up in a great situation, and I'm proud of you.
Well, thanks, man. I'm proud of you. I confess I have a lot of European friends, but I don't have a lot of Hall of Fame friends, and now I do. Just congrats on that. I know the way you approach it is the way I would. It's you've done amazing things, but you've had amazing people. Talk to me about last weekend and what it meant to you.
Oh my gosh, it was just such a powerful weekend. I think everybody tried to prep me for it. Some of my buddies that are in it, the Jay Wrights and Billy Donovans and John Calipari's and Tom Izzo's, but going through it was just incredible. I mean, the Hall of Fame does such a wonderful, wonderful job of really making it a special weekend. And then, the people that I went in with, the class of 26, is just amazing, and they're fabulous people. I had the opportunity to spend time with them at the Final Four when they announced our class, and then, spending time with them behind the scenes back in Springfield. But man, I'm telling you, as you would probably no surprise to you, the Zag family, friends, players, coaches, supporters showed up strong back there. So it kind of took over the place, and it was pretty incredible.
You used to do that at the Orleans to us all the time. You just show up and take over the place.
We had two great fan bases, or still do. I mean, the fan bases back then were incredible.
Yeah, we had a lot of great games against each other. Joey Crawford, I saw some of his comments last week, and that had to have been a little comical. The referee had to do the referee thing.
Oh man, he was just a joy to be around and then to listen to, and his stories, and he's so animated and fun. And also, I mean, you know what? I think we all see him reffing those games, but then when you see him get honored like this, you can see the emotions tied into it and how much it meant to him, how much it meant to his family. And but what a great guy. And I'm just telling you, he spoke before me. Shamiqua Holtzclaw spoke before me. Mike D'Antonio spoke before me. And I was nervous as heck going into my speech because they all three just nailed it. They nailed it. And, what a great group, and Candace Parker, Mari Stoudemire, just Doc Rivers. I mean, incredible group.
That's so cool. Obviously when you got the job in 99, I mean, you weren't fixated on getting to the Hall of Fame. It was, that was so far away from anything you even thought of. But your consistency has been incredible. I mean, how have you, from the outside looking in, it's amazing the consistency of what you've been able to build. But I know how hard that is. What's been the key to that?
Yeah. Well, I think you kind of know, like the continuity of Gonzaga is, and I tried to touch on that on my speech, it's just not something you see. I don't think you see it in pro sports, and it's hard to see it in college with everybody kind of changing jobs or losing jobs and all that. But I mean, I think I'm just now starting on my third president here. I've only had 2 athletic directors, which is incredible. And I've had tremendous tenure on my staff over the years, and just obviously had some just superstar people that you know so well. I mean, everybody knows what Tommy Lloyd's, how good he is, but also just the Leon Rices, the Billy Greers, the Ray Giacolettis, the Donnie Daniels, Roger Powell's. I mean, it's been a great run. But then through it all, and as I also mentioned, or tried to really, tell the real story. It's, as we know, it's not the X's and the O's, it's the Jimmies and the Joes, the players we've had, and then the continuity of players we've had. So many of them have stayed their whole careers there, has been, or at least stayed till they, got drafted in the NBA. So great stuff, fun stuff.
You've had some pivotal things happen here in the state of Utah. A lot of your journeys through the tournament have come here. You've made some good associations. I know you're close with Dave Rose. I know Stu Morrill, being a Gonzaga guy. But just speak to the basketball in the state of Utah as you've kind of come in and experienced it.
Well, yeah. I mean, hey, nobody I respect more in our profession, and what battles we've had. But they were always, at least, and I hate to speak for you and everybody at BYU, but just, we battled like crazy, but we had such incredible respect for each other. The staffs, the players did, and but those games with Dave Rose were as good a games as we've ever had over the years. The crowds down at the Marriott Center were just as good a crowd as we've ever played in front of, and we've played everywhere. The high level competition. But also just the class. Like, I've had the chance to work around and be around Eric Mika through USA Basketball. He helped us out one year. He was on the developmental team as they were practicing and then scrimmaging our guys. And what a great guy. And just, man, we had some games. And they could have went either way, and in many cases they did. But not only that connection to Utah, but think about, I mean, there's a huge connection between Spokane and Salt Lake City just with John Stockton.
Right. Yeah.
And that's, that's how kind of we all bonded with Utah, because we all became Utah Jazz fans right when that happened, and came to know how much Utah meant to John. So, obviously it meant a lot to us, and I mean, that's been a huge part. The McCarthys, obviously a huge family in the history of Gonzaga, or front and center there in Salt Lake. And so it's been fun.
That's awesome.
It'd be nice to get a couple more Zags down there on the Jazz.
Yeah, exactly. Keep them coming, man. Well, I know you got to run. I appreciate you so much joining, and congratulations. Couldn't happen to a better guy. And I've got the 20 years to prove it. So I sure appreciate you, my friend, and I wish you all the best.
Yeah, I'm my heart is warm that you got a nice spot there, and I'm sure you're doing an awesome job on this show. And have me on anytime, man. So best of luck.
All right, Fewy. Enjoy your summer, man. What's left of it, and go do it again.
Yeah. Okay, bud.
All right.
Take care.
See ya. That's Mark Few, and thought we'd have a little bit longer, but he got up against a recruiting thing. I guess they're in on some kid, and he's got to jump on a Zoom. So
it happens,
and I totally can adjust. So, but great stuff when we could get him. What an honor. I can't imagine growing up. He grew up in Creswell, Oregon, and like I said, took over Gonzaga in 1999. That time, Gonzaga had a name. Dan Monson had taken them to the Sweet 16, and then he jumped to Minnesota. And Mark came in, and it has just been steamroller ever since. He was kind to say that our games were nip and tuck, could have gone either way. I don't remember most of them that way, but I do know we got our share here and there.
That program, I mean, it's crazy what he's done there. It's a blue blood.
Oh, it's
like it has become a blue blood
out of absolute nothing. Right?
I know, Spokane, Washington. Like it, you wouldn't think, and that thing is. It's just it's a program. It's just one of the top programs.
The other cool part about it, he's been named AP Coach of the Year and Coach of the Year in the NABC a couple times. The Naismith Coach of the Year is 14 times the Coach of the Year in the league. But he also got a gold medal. He's part of that gold medal team in Paris. And I do want to have him on again at some point because after that, we talked a ton. I love how locker rooms work, and I like to know kind of just the inside out stuff. And so I called him one day, and he's like, "Hey, I'm going to get a taco, and I'm going to pull over and eat it, and I'll call you back." So he just sat there eating, and we talked about the experience at the Olympics, and he was just had so much almost reverence for the way LeBron James kind of took over a team. And how that team really could have gone either way, but it was really just the leadership. So it's kind of fun to hear that stuff that you kind of maybe can assume from watching it, but he was in the room. Don't hunk me for that.
I'm gonna let you be on that one. I'll let you be on that one.
Well, I appreciate
You're a big deal. You know what? I get it. I'm learning that how the big names and the places that you see, like that's. I'm just fortunate to get to breathe the same air as you sometimes.
Have you gotten my laundry back yet?
No,
Okay.
I have not.
Just kidding.
I'll work on it. I figure that's only a matter of time that would you ask me that.
Oh man, yeah. So you hit it on the head though. The blue blood thing. I mean, that's probably the craziest thing. Like I said, when they announced John Stockton from Gonzaga, it was like, what? Where's that?
No, that's exactly the thought.
And now when you say who's in the top 5, 10, it's usually Gonzaga.
Absolutely.
So BYU's actually a blue blood now in this day and age. Heck, they just beat Kentucky for the 4th time on a recruit. I can tell you we never beat Kentucky on a recruit.
Do you consider them a blue blood? I don't know if I would.
I do.
I would say like they're competing. They're in this new world of what they're paying. But to be a blue blood, don't you have to? Doesn't there have to be a little bit more done as far as winning in the NCAA tournament a little bit?
Yeah, but I think you have to write off because all those teams that.
Because if that's I don't know that I would put BYU as a blue blood.
Well, but my point is like you weren't comparing apples to apples. Like we were playing against teams that were in NIL, but we weren't. So there was a reason when we got to a certain point, depth kind of took over. I think that's all been equaled out now. And now BYU's able to get those top level guys. So it's hard to compare the past because they're playing in a completely different, like they actually have free reign, to go get guys. And we were kind of, who wanted to come to BYU, right?
Right.
You got to have a connection and you go sell them on it and you start talking about things and the honor code. And this is before you're paying them. And it doesn't sound as enticing. Maybe I just didn't sell hard enough, but I think
you sold plenty hard.
The zeros that go with all this stuff now have opened up a lot of doors. I guess is my point. And most of the top recruits that I see listed from year to year in basketball, they have a BYU. The BYU's in the mix. So we'll see. You're right. I mean, typically blue blood is meant. You're constantly winning, so everybody wants to come. But I think the game's changed now. I don't think anybody cares if you win or not. Can you pay me? And if you can pay me, then I'll come.
I still think winning's a big deal.
No, it's a big deal, but
yeah.
But my point is, to some man, they let me get what I can get, and I'll help you win. We've seen that before.
Because by the way, the people that are paying, they want to see wins. The people that are paying money want to see wins.
Well, yes. Yeah. And then that speaks to donor fatigue.
Yes.
And where we are today.
Yeah. Where you're starting to get there. It's
but
like,
even
for a lot of schools are like, what am I paying for?
But I've even in my trying to think through it, like if I had just stupid amount of money, I don't know how excited I would be. It would be like going out in your community rec league and stacking a team, just paying everybody. And so you can stack a team. And what kind of joy does that bring you? You don't go play. I just have found it hard to figure out that people will continue to do that. Even if you were to win one, it's like, okay, that was fun. But the fun is ethereal, I guess. It's not like you invest money and you get the reward on your investment is just being able to, and then access to the Cougar Walk.
That's never going to get not old. That's not going to get old. That is going to be, I had
a couple people call me yesterday that were, just regular fans, and they're like, thank you for at least bringing it up,
I think it's a conversation that needs to be had because it is becoming a thing that is for, I understand if you have money, you're going to have access to certain things. That's just how it is. I get that. But then there's just certain things that should be
just part of the game.
Part of the spirit. I mean,
like getting to the Cougar Walk,
like
staking
Cosmo
out
or
your
any
space.
sort of Cosmo or Bear or whatever. Like those. That's part of the game. That's part of the in-game ops. Like that's stuff that when you buy that ticket, you get to be a part. You get to see that,
right?
And you get and if you're lucky enough, and it's like I've had some times where I took the kids to a baseball game, they get a shake hand, take a picture with Bumble or maybe this with Bear or whatever. That's like you pay that money, and you're hopeful that maybe the kids are hopeful that maybe the Bear comes by or something, or Cosmo comes by, whatever.
They've gone to the strip model,
yeah.
Because
if that's gone, it's like really, we joked about possibly getting sprayed with silly string, and maybe it's only a matter of time before that comes. Hey, if you would like to be sprayed by silly string, that'll be $100, please. It's like, where are we stopping?
Yeah, I get it. So
I understand.
But I did have some people
like
say
things
thank
with
you.
BYU, what they're trying to do. They're trying to make some money, and so it's weird that this thing kind of came after the whole Kalani thing. It's weird that it's like, hey, guys, it's almost like that thing happened with Kalani, and they're like, you know what? We need some ideas here, guys. We need to raise some money. We got to get Kalani paid. And it's like, what do you guys got? Tom, what you got?
$1,600 for Cosmo?
I'll tell you what. What about we start doing some prices with for the Cougar Club members, and we could raise some money. We can have Cosmo. If you want to shake his hand, that's $50 or whatever. If you want to, maybe you want to dunk Cosmo. You get to throw a ball and dunk Cosmo into a pool. That's $100. But it's like they're trying to raise money for the athletic program, and that's good and all. But at some point, you're going to start impacting the fan. Fan experience.
You can get a BYU football facilities tour. How much do you think that'll run you? Per person.
Per person. I'll just say $250.
$108.
$108?
Yeah, to tour the facility.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be. I mean, I knew it'd be up there. You know what? I'll just wait and I'll watch my BYU Sports TV or whatever, and when they do their little videos that takes you through the halls and stuff like that, you can get that there. They got plenty of social media stuff that's of stuff like that.
Which of these things is most appealing to you? An in-seat visit from Cosmo, Cougar Marching Band halftime pass, halftime on-field photo experience, third quarter break sideline access. So you get to see all the all that stuff. The halftime tunnel experience, or the birthday and anniversary video board message. Because I just want to see. We're gonna just kind of see. I'm gonna price this out for you.
Fine, give me the
tunnel experience.
Give me the tunnel experience.
That's where you were going, and we're gonna do it for Notre Dame.
Fine, okay.
Because if we're gonna do it, might as well do it.
Right.
$482. Just stand in the tunnel and smell a bunch of sweaty fellas.
$482. $482?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, at least it wasn't $4,082.
Okay, but that's for Notre Dame. If you want to do it just
for a Big 12 game?
Yeah. That price is probably going to be $250, I bet you.
Yeah, cut it in half.
Let me make sure, because I don't want to misspeak.
I do wonder if they try this out and they
$240.
They rein it in.
$240.
$240, yeah. I wonder if they rein it in. Like I said, the reaction that I've seen, and I granted social media reaction is maybe it's not as you seem to see a lot of the upset stuff on social media. And so maybe it's not quite that bad, but it seems like BYU fans are pretty grumpy. And there were some that were like, "Oh, I love this," and it's the haves that are loving it. The ones that had the money are like, "Oh, this is great. I'm going to buy this, no problem," and they're excited about it. But the ones there's a lot of them that really all they can do is just to do the tickets. They're not happy about it.
Yeah.
Because they want Cosmo to stop by.
So it probably means Cosmo won't be doing a lot of stop-bys.
No.
Unless he's...
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works. That's crazy.
The week of BYU's first game, I got a commitment from the guy who runs game day operations down there and does an awesome job, David Almodovar. We'll have him on. And when we have him on, we'll just talk about this. We'll just talk, we'll talk to him and get some insight. How's that sound? That
sounds very interesting.
Okay. Well, we'll definitely do that.
I'll be honest. I'm interested to how the whole thing came, how that baby was made.
Yeah.
To put it one way, that's a Scotty G way.
And if they were throwing darts at the wall for pricing, okay, your turn. All right, Cosmo is going to be $1,602.06.
I have to imagine this was something they started working on this a long time ago. I'm sure. No. It's just weird that you think the timing of this was.
I think you got it.
Do you think I nailed it?
I don't know.
The whole Kalani thing happened. They're like, okay, we need ideas. We got to raise some money.
Crap, we got to
Kalani needs some money. We got promises that were made that have to be done.
These games are going to be going on. We can do it with that. Yeah, we'll see. It TBD on all that stuff. We'll see if it's a hit. It's a miss, or if prices maybe fluctuate. We'll see. I'm excited. So we talked BYU a little bit there. We got to have fair and equal coverage. So our guy Sly Sylvester will jump on with us. Love him. Love his energy. I love the fact that when we talk about Utah, this dude knows what he's talking about. So we'll have him next on Scotty G and the Coach, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
He's Adam Rittenberg with us here on Jake and Ben. There has been some internal conflict. You talked to Brian Santiago and obviously talked to Kalani. Did you come away with any impressions about their relationship?
Only that Brian really wanted to keep Kalani and understood how damaging it would have been if Kalani had left for Penn State, which was the full expectation at Penn State, and talking to people there. He was a foot and maybe a few toes out the door back in early December. They brought him back. His comments recently suggest that he's not fully happy with the way things are going. So it's something to monitor, because I'll tell you this, guys, Penn State's not the last school that's going to come after Kalani Sitake if he continues on the trajectory that he's on, because of all these qualities that we outlined, plus the fact that he wins a heck of a lot of games. It'll be interesting to see how this thing goes.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, even our PHEV models, plus no payments till 2027. That's right, you don't pay till next year. It's happening now during the More to Move You sales event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC. $499 dealer doc fee required. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit one gift card per customer account while supplies last.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hundreds of children are experiencing homelessness, living in a family shelter with just the bare essentials. And back-to-school shopping is a luxury they can't afford. But you can help. The Road Home Apple Tree program provides a brand new outfit, shoes that fit just right, and a backpack. Giving is easy. Donate online or shop for a child in need. Visit theroadhomeappletree.com today because every child deserves to start school feeling like they belong.
Accessing
the best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I know she said it's alright, but you can make it up next time. I know she knows it's not right. There ain't no use in lying. Maybe she thinks I know something. Maybe she thinks it's fine. Or maybe she knows something I don't. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of trying. It seems to me that
A little Jack Johnson on a Friday. Compliments of the one and only Lloyd Cole. Thank you, Lloyd. That was good. Very good. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and it's Scotty G and the coach. And we are joined, I'm so excited, we're joined by Stevenson Sylvester. You might know him as Sly. Great Ute, played in the NFL, and now he's with us at KSL. What's up, Sly?
What's up, my guy? You know, that music is absolutely stellar. Like, I definitely want to chill. It doesn't feel like Friday vibes, right? Friday feels like it should be a party, right? And so as much as I love it, you know, good tunes, I definitely feel like I should be up and at 'em a little more.
So Sly, I'm learning. You know, I've always liked football, but I really haven't had to deal with football till the games start. And you know, doing what we do, talking about it every day, man. You're analyzing everything. Yeah, you're in it, and you're talking about it. What stands out to you in this early? I guess we're late in camp, but through camp up there on the hill.
Man, it's mostly the difference that Morgan Scalley is trying to implement, right? Understanding the emphasis on production that he's putting in, right? He's trying to maximize efficiency, which I actually like, right? Because like training camp is all about understanding who you're going to go into battle with at the end of the day, right? Who's going to be your first team, who's going to be your backups, and who is your alternates after that is really figuring out that team. And then training camp ends, you figured that out, and now you just hone in the team. But football is a game of phases, right? Depending on the level that you go up from high school, you're playing both ways. So you're getting anywhere between 80 to 100 snaps a game to college where you're focalized in one position. So you could get 50, 60 snaps a game. And then you go into the professional ranks and it's around the same thing. And so your job description kind of whittles down, even from special teams. If you're playing special teams, you may have 10 to 20 snaps a game, depending on the special teams units that you're on. And so it's all about, essentially, if you're a good player, starter, doing that anywhere between 40 to 60 snaps a game, right? And if you think about a snap, how long is a football play? A football play is anywhere between 8 to 15 seconds, 15 seconds on the extremely long end. And so if you go on a treadmill, and I'm sorry, I'm going somewhere with this story.
No, dude, hey, it's good.
If you get on a treadmill, and you want to do intervals. So this is how I trained, right? We did interval training. So I did reps of more than 15 seconds. I'd go for 20, 30 seconds, trying to increase my strength endurance. And that would equate to a play. And then, the time in between is the time in between a play where I'm getting the call from the sidelines or whatever. So my training regimen, I would do treadmill intervals where I would get at least 40 sprint snaps in a workout, right? And that's 40, 20-second sprints that I would do on a treadmill, and that would be my conditioning. Now, what I'm saying is that is what I feel like, I don't know this for sure, is what Morgan Scalley is implementing into his practices. I want to maximize output. That means I'm going to take time off of being out here in training camp. Training camp used to be like we're out on the field for an hour and a half to 2 hours every single time. 2 hours, 2.5 hours in the hot sun, 2 times a day, yada, yada, yada. Morgan isn't like that. Morgan is like, I'm taking the approach of we're getting out here for 60 to 90 minutes, right? But when we're out here, I want you guys to sprint, maximize efficiency as if it's game-like scenarios. So that becomes your normal, right? Your normal is maximizing the output every time you're out on the football field. And that is exactly what I feel like Morgan is implementing in the structure of his training camp. And so I like that output, and you're getting a lot of guys who are focusing, the world is goldfish, right? It's about how are we able to handle our mental and keep our attention for a certain amount of time. And so what he's doing is like, look, you're only going to be out here a short amount of time. Maximize this 60 minutes. Maximize this 90 minutes. Be extremely focused, extremely detail-oriented. Listen to the coaches. Let's get the most that we can out of this one session that we're doing. And that is very different than how traditional training camps used to be, which, I talked to a couple high school coaches with G&L, and they're switching to this model as well. And so the only gap that I have about that is when does that fourth quarter hit, right? Training camp is supposed to be long and draining and dreadful, and you're supposed to maximize output when you hate it the most, right? I hate it the most in that fourth quarter where I'm tired, and that's the equivalent to training camp, is what old training camp used to be. So that's the only thing that I'm going to be looking at this season is when we're in a battle with the team, when we go against Houston, when we go against BYU and these teams, when we're in that fourth quarter, how good is this team? And so yeah, man, it's just a different approach to training camp is what I've noticed up there. At the end of the day, to answer your question, I've just noticed a little different structural output and how things are going. But training camp is training camp, man. Getting ready for the football season, getting ready for these 12 to 13 games that you're going to have in the season is great.
And part of, like, I've heard a bunch of, the change in the strength program with Steve Saunders, that's been really received well. You look for that to be something like you're talking about to add to, maybe less collision, some stuff that you don't really have to do, but more just get right to it. Is that kind of the same approach with what you're hearing in the weight room?
Yes. And so, but here's the thing, I don't know. I say this all the time. I've seen success on many different sides, from the way that Coach Elisaya ran his strength training program. He's got years of experience, years of success with how he was going about it, to now Steve Saunders, which he's got years of experience, right? From the professional ranks, the individual training levels, to how he's implementing it into a training program with a large body of people. And at that same time, you're also implementing the ideology of the head coach. What does the head coach want from these guys? That's a different mentality, which goes into play calling. All of the stuff makes sense with how I call plays, which is how I need my training regimen to be in the off season, right? If I'm a fast, up and down team, I need to be light. I need my offensive linemen to be 10 pounds lighter, still strong, but I need them to be 10 pounds lighter and able to handle hurry-up offense, handle getting up and down the field and being quick and efficient the way the old Air Force teams used to be, right? Or am I a ground-and-pound team where I'm huddling and I'm just going to beat you with brute force? So I need my guys to be heavier. I need them to be stronger, right? That all goes to your competition and all. There's a lot of different factors that go into your training regimen that creates your training plan and go. So it's all about the details of the team, which, this being Morgan Scalley's first year, we don't know. We don't know what that, and we could tell that from Coach Whittingham, and of course, it's the same system. These guys been around each other. It's going to be subtle differences, and that is something that I'm going to be paying attention to this year. Is what is that subtle difference between Scalley, Coach Wick, the old style of football to the new style of football, and what they're trying to do.
There's going to be a not so subtle change in the box up there in terms of calling the games for the fans. You're going to be in that booth up there for Utah this year. I'm excited for that.
We'll see. It's a different perspective, but it's going to be just like the film room, man. So I'll see how that goes.
You're going to kill that.
Stop being so modest.
Yeah.
Sly.
When did you become modest? I mean, hell, it's just me. It's just me.
Hey, man. I haven't been there yet, so I can't tell you exactly how it's going to go. So there's no guarantees, right?
Yeah, I got a sneaky suspicion you're good.
Shot, I'll tell you that.
I got a sneaky suspicion you're going to be great. You talk about subtle differences, and that's kind of what we've been focused on. Like, like you talk about the subtle different approach to camp. I'm really excited to see this Utah offense. Everything I've been able to watch on McGiven. The things that I've heard. Again, this isn't going to be like line up and, it's not going to be a circus by any means. It'll still be physical football, but I'm just excited to see a little bit of nuance.
Yeah. There's going to be some, I think we started to see it a little bit with Beck last year as far as the creativity, right? What I've gotten is, and of course, this is me talking to Morgan during training camp practice there these last week, is understanding exactly, what's the game plan this year? You got talent in the backfield. You got talent in the receivers. You got multiple quarterbacks. So you got everything you need. You got a good offensive line. What's going to be the focus? What's the identity? Literally looks me dead in my eyes and says, I have no idea. Are we going to be 60-40? Are we going to be 70-30? Are we going to 50-50? I have no idea. It's going to be a game-to-game type thing. But just know, whatever we choose, we're going to be successful at, because we do have the guys. We have the horses to make that happen. And I'm just like, if that ain't confidence, I don't know what is, because I'd love to go to a game and be like, I want to run the ball. And that's just what I'm going to do. And you can be successful at it. Because you go against another team, right? They have a weakness, right? Their weakness is their D-line and their front seven isn't together. They don't shift well. They don't hold their gaps well. So run the football. That's going to be our focal point. That's going to get us up in this football game and open up the playbook for us to be able to do other things, right? But they have a really good DB unit, so we're not going to throw the football as much. We're going to be more 70-30 run, ground, and pound here. And vice versa in another game. You can change the dynamic of whatever you want because that is the talent that you have in this program, which is, again, as you said, got me extremely excited for this offense, to see this offense this year, man. It's going to be terrific. I can't wait to see them actually take the field and stop talking about it and see these receivers, see Devin Dampier in his essence here, Bert Finklett in his essence here, the talent on his offense, right? We can't forget about Hunter Andrews. When Hunter Andrews was on last year, he was on, right? And he's like a guy that you're not really talking about. Daniel Bray. Bray is one of the fastest guys in college football. Give him the ball in many different capacities. Wayshawn Parker, we know he has great hands out of the backfield. He's got a great low center of gravity, so it's very hard to be tackled. And then you go into the receiver room, from Kyrie Scholes to Brandon Pagan to Ricky Johnson. They got guys galore. Tobias Merriweather has had a pretty good camp. He's still being inconsistent with catching the football, so he's earning that trust. But you have a 4 or 5 rotational guy. And you have, of course, the main man in the backfield, which is Devin Dampier. He is your biggest weapon. He is smart. He's intelligent. We saw the way that he plays when he is injured. So that's great. You know that he's going to compete when he's injured. You know that he's going to compete when he's extremely healthy, man. So we've seen this offense and this team operate when they're extremely rolling on all cylinders. And we also seen them operate extremely well when they're handicapped. And so it's just bodes well for success here. And it's all about Coach McGivern calling the right plays.
One thing I've always admired about Utah, that family, aspect as a former guy, being able to go back and be part of things. I'm sure you have a relationship with Colton Swan. And tell me about your confidence in what he's going to be able to do as a defensive coordinator.
Man, if you don't have confidence in a Cowboy, I don't know what you got going on.
That's right.
That guy, he's got a linebacker mentality, I tell you that much. And the linebacker mentality is whatever it takes. And I absolutely love that, right? And that was what I loved about being coached by Kalani. Kalani had the utmost confidence in maybe we don't have the answers right now, but we're going to figure it out, right? It doesn't matter if I'm a 190-pound linebacker, a.k.a. me. That was me when I first got to Utah. I don't care if you're a 100-pound linebacker. When you get in the game, you make it happen. At the end of the day, make a play. And that's exactly the mentality that I believe Colton Swan has, and he's going to get it figured out. He's got to understand his weapons, understand his personnel, call the right plays, get his vibe going. And there's nothing that replaces experience, man. So he's got to gain that experience of being a play caller. No matter what preparation you have, you can prepare your face off. You could be looking that person up and down. You could know your opponent's mama and their grandmother and their whole lineage, but nothing compares to that actual experience, man. And that's what I thought Morgan Scott was one of the best at being DC is his experience has put him in position to confidently call the right call exactly when you need it to. So one, Colton Swan has great people to lean on. He's got Luther Ellis down there in the D-line, Sharif Shaw in the back end. He has great assistant coaches to be able to help him do the job that he needs. And, of course, he has Morgan Scally at the head coach. They were like, hey, Scally, real quick, I got this. And Scally can rattle off. So he has the people around him to make him successful. So you take that whatever it takes attitude with the supporting cast that he has, it only bodes well for success.
And the cowboy part. I mean, you could have stopped there. Yeah, you're right. One last question is because I'm getting it a ton, and I know we talked about this so maybe last time you're on, but how's the offensive line progressing?
Man, great. You know what? Actually, I was paying attention to that at practice, and I'm just like, this doesn't look like a fresh offensive line. They look like they got chemistry. So whatever they've been doing, tips off, they've been doing great. They've got attitude, which is what Jordan Gross is trying to implement, and that's coming from the top down. Morgan's like, look, I want my offensive line to be nasty. I don't want them to be smart and nasty, right? I want them to be feared. I want them to block until the whistle. I want them to go. They're going to make sure that people feel them. Every single opponent is going to be like, I hate going against this guy. He's gonna block until the whistle. I'm not going to be able to slip off this tackle because this guy is going to be relentless. That is the mentality that Jordan Groves and Morgan Scally is trying to implement into this offensive line, man. And you know, you got a lot of experience coming back on defense, and the way that this offensive line is attacking them is confident, man. And so having a confident and offensive line that is communicating and rolling well on all cylinders, man, I cannot wait until those guys be able to take the field and we can see exactly what Jordan Groves has been working on and working through all of his people from guys like Zerway Williams and Al Harrison. These guys are absolutely terrific athletes, and I really want to see exactly that chemistry. There's a lot of things that they've been working on as far as schematic wise and things that are going to put defenses at a serious perplexed disadvantage, because they're just going to be like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do with this guy in the game and this guy in the game? And they're doing hurry-up offense, and they're rolling on all cylinders, but I'm still trying to figure out, why is this guy lined up here? Why is Daniel Bray lined up here? Why is Wayshawn Parker all the way out there? Oh, crap, they just shifted. Oh, crap, they just motioned. Oh, crap, they hacked the football. What the heck am I doing? That is what they're going to have on defenses this year, and I'm absolutely going to love it. I'm going to love calling those games.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to love seeing that. I'm going to have one of the best seats in the house at watching that, and so I'm truly, truly excited to see this offense and offensive line really take shape and take the field.
Receivers, you mentioned, right? I keep hearing, and my chops get busted because, people say, oh, we sat here for years saying Utah's receivers, but they never use them. That's going to be different this year?
Again, I don't know.
I mean, game by game. Game by game. If that's a weakness, you attack it, right?
Exactly. That's exactly how it is. No, we've had talented receivers in the past, but you can't go with the undeniable framework of football, right? Not just college football, not just high school football, not just professional football. It's winning in the trenches. And the trenches is the running game. And what has Utah always had is a good running game. So if you got a good running game, yes, it's hard to highlight your receivers. So you have to define success. You have to define success in the receiver room, because if you're talking about, I need 2,000-yard receivers or a 1,100-yard receiver and another 600-yard receiver, that means I'm taking away from the running game. Right? So you have to define success for me. Right now, I just know that those guys are capable. I know Brandon Pagan, just from looking at him, his work ethic, his leadership in that wide receiver room, he's a 1,000-yard receiver. Big body guy that can run extremely well, confident, and carry the load. He can get 12 to 15 targets a game if you want him to. He's that type of guy. I know he can. But again, what is the game plan? And
right.
You have to define success for me with that output. And my biggest thing is I just want to know that the guys are capable. If I do want to have Devin Dampier throw 40 to 45 times a game, do I have capable guys around me to make that happen? And I think Utah does. So you'd have to define what a great receiver room looks like, or define what success in the receiver room looks like from that standpoint.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Well, you are awesome. I am so excited for you this year to be able to call those games, and I'll be listening, watching, taking notes, trying to polish up my football acumen.
Hey, man, you got questions, you just hit me up, man. You got my number.
All right. Hey, Sly, have a great weekend, man, and thanks for jumping on. Appreciate it, and we will talk to you the next time Lloyd gives you a call.
You know it.
He's in charge. I just, I talk to who he puts before me.
I just work here.
That's right, dog. And it's Friday. Hey, thanks, man.
You got it.
Stevenson Sylvester, our very own here at KSL, does a great job. We're excited to have access to him, and he'll be, he's being able to see some things at Utah that others aren't. And he's been really bullish to me in the couple times I've talked to him about the offensive line. That's who everybody peppers me with. Like, Utah football is the trenches. So if that can be good, and there's a little bit more,
you're going to need that for the run to be
right.
to be solid, and there are question marks.
Yep.
Anybody, I think you're going to have to wait and see. And the thing is, that first game, against Idaho, it's going to be. It's going to be vanilla. It's going to be vanilla, and you're going to see some things. And I'm sure they'll open up some big holes against a team like Idaho, but still, I think you still have to wait and see when they go up against better competition like maybe like an Arkansas, somebody that's more athletic. Because Arkansas, granted, they were down last year, probably a little down this year. they still have beasts. They
They
still
have money.
That's SEC talent right there.
They've got SEC
so
money.
that'll be a good litmus test for the Utes.
I feel like the one thing you can find in that first game, I try to find, just make sure the chemistry's there. You know, like you said, yeah, they're going to open holes, but they should. And how's their communication, their penalties, things like that. Thanks, Sly, for joining. We have, man, it's just been fun. We're actually going to be joined on the other side by the voice of the Cougars, Greg Wrubell. We'll talk about all things Cougars with him. You're listening to Scotty G and the Coach on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
None other than Pete Dutek is picking BYU to beat Notre Dame this season.
Finally, I got something in common with Pete.
Can it be true?
Oh, that's the game of the century.
Well, Jared says, hey, it could happen. Nobody picked BYU to beat Miami in 1990. Field got stormed that day. Notre Dame is getting criticized for the fact that they only have 2 or 3 good games on their schedule. They're largely, it's like that schedule is soft. They better not slip up because they can't get it back.
That only gets you into the playoff. You will be tested at some point. And if they sort of easy schedule their way, so to speak, into the playoff, and no one's getting to the final by backdooring and hopscotching through 15 games.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and Tim Lacombe for Advanced Windows. You know what I've learned over the last couple of months about windows? You don't really think about them until they're bad. You're sitting there and you can feel the cold air drafting through, the noise from the outside, your heating bill is rising, and that's why I think Advanced Windows has changed my life. We called Advanced Windows. They're local. They've been doing this for more than 25 years. They build custom windows right here in Utah. And the main thing for me, it was the efficiency and sound. I've got an older home. New windows can make a noticeable difference in keeping the noise outside and the temperature in. So if your windows are drafty, hard to open, or just look like they've been there since I was wearing shorts, maybe it's time. Call Advanced Windows and get a free estimate. Advanced Windows make your house quieter, more comfortable, and a whole lot more efficient. And trust me, your furnace will thank you.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? Everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
There's never been a better time to fall in love with Subaru. Now through August 31st, get award-winning vehicles and exceptional offers from a brand you trust during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Hey, Doug.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Scotty G and the coach, and we just saw a tweeted update from Armageddon. Lloyd, what was it?
It says, roofing and 100-degree weather are no dang fun.
I think our guys up against
You
it.
used the other word, but
Do you think we go over and offer support, or we just let him find his way out of it?
You know what? I hope he's got one of those big construction orange buckets with water. Stay hydrated, Scotty.
Please. And don't let any of that timber catch fire.
And don't fall up. He's way up there right now. It's a picture from on top.
Oh,
Don't
he
fall
took a
off.
picture?
Yeah, he's got a picture. Don't fall off, man.
Oh, I worry about him. But what can we do? We've got more preseason action in the NFL tonight. There are 3 games on the docket. The illustrious Jets will play at Pittsburgh. I'm curious to see what happens in Pittsburgh this year. I mean, 3 head coaches since I've been alive. This is 4. I mean, it's crazy, their run, you know. And this is a new face in Pittsburgh. What do you think will happen with McCarthy? I was not impressed with McCarthy in Dallas.
I think you know what you get with McCarthy. What you saw.
He's just getting a check.
Green Bay. Yeah, he wasn't great with Green Bay. No, I don't. He is not a Pittsburgh Steelers guy. He's not that. He's not that. Bring your lunch pail guy. No, that's just not him. I don't see it. And still, it doesn't really matter. They're still trying to. It's patchwork with Aaron Rodgers, anyways.
Well, that's the thing. You're leaning on McCarthy and Rodgers.
Yeah, no,
I mean, come on.
I don't care that they were together at one point in Green Bay. That doesn't mean anything. Like you saw, he's lost a step. Did he get him to the? He got him to the playoffs, which is that's impressive at his age.
Yeah,
I will say, but that's it. So maybe he gets him to the playoffs, but there's.
I don't think that's going to go.
They're
well.
not the same Steelers.
I'm sorry for my Steeler pals. My cousin's a big Steeler. I just don't. This is not Chuck Noll. This is not Wanstead. This is not Tomlin. This is a whole nother guy. And I just don't think it's family. It doesn't fit.
I don't think it's a fit either.
The other 2 games tonight, the 2 I lump together always. Carolina, Jacksonville, one or the other. You know what I mean? Just same time they came into the league. They're both cats. And then Green Bay at Denver. Scotty gets a look at his, maybe I have to watch it on tape. Delay. That's at 7 tonight. He'll probably be using the daylight still.
Yeah, maybe. Though he does look like he's close to being done. That roofing's coming along.
It did look good.
Yeah.
It's on square.
Yeah, you'll have to pull it up.
I will.
Yeah, it looks like it's doing well. Looks like I think he might have just went right over the empty area, the skylight, and just put roof over it.
Oh, he did?
I think so.
Just don't put anything.
I
in the
don't know
middle.
if he fixed that. I have no idea.
I'll bet he.
So that thing could leak.
He's going to fix that. He ain't leaving that up there. That's what this last 3 days was about. Was to reconurgle. Speaking of reconurgle, we will reconurgle. We'll reconnect with our guy, the voice of the BYU Cougars, Mr. Greg Wrubell. Talk to him about all things BYU and maybe throw in some stories of our past on the road. Have a couple chuckles. It is Scotty G and the coach. You're listening to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. And if you're trying to keep track of high school football games all across the state, make sure you listen to Game Night Live, Red Zone, tonight on 97.5 The Zone. Also tonight, NWSL action. The Utah Royals visit the San Diego Wave. First kick is at 8 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. And the Salt Lake Bees host the Reno Aces at 6:30 on 102.7 HD2 and the KSL Sports app. If you want to introduce your company to the Zone's passionate listeners, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
This week's High School Player of the Week knows success takes preparation, and the same is true for financial success. That's why Hercules First Federal Credit Union partners with Greenlight, the money and safety app for families. With a qualifying Hercules account, you can get Greenlight free and help your kids learn to save, spend wisely, and build healthy financial habits. Help your future MVP win the money management skills that last a lifetime. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
AI is everywhere, but how can it actually help your business? Every business is hearing about AI, but knowing where it can make the biggest difference isn't always obvious. DevSimplify.com helps you identify where AI can save time, reduce costs, and improve the way your business operates using the team you already have. DevSimplify.com custom builds the right solution for your business. The businesses that embrace AI strategically today will lead tomorrow. Learn how to make AI your advantage. DevSimplify.com. Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scotty G and the coach. It's Coach and Lloyd. And we are joined by, yes, that is famous Canadian music you're listening to, but in my mind, there's one guy at the top of that list. That's the voice of the Cougars, Mr. Greg Wrubell. Greg, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Tim. And that was the closing song in the encore of the Rush show I saw a few weeks ago at Madison Square Garden.
Oh, kill me, dude. What a cool experience.
Yeah, I saw the first of their 4 shows at MSG, and they finished with Working Man, and it's always a great finale. And, I mean, you know what you're going to get? You're going to get 2.5 hours. And, there are, legacy acts that go out and keep touring. No, this is not like this. This is Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson and their new drummer, Annika Niles, and their keyboardist, Lauren Gold. But it's Geddy and Alex at the height of their powers in their early 70s. I mean, what they're doing is unprecedented, I think, in rock and roll. You take a 10-plus year break, you lose Neil Peart, you come back, and you're not a novelty act. You're still the kings of rock and roll at that age. Unbelievable show. They've been putting on unbelievable shows now for a couple of months. It is truly remarkable what they're doing. And I was just blown away. I mean, for 2.5 hours, I was just like, this can't be happening. It was unbelievable.
And did they do as they always do? They get into the catalog a little bit, into the weeds, play some of that stuff.
Yeah. I mean, they do the standards, but they also pulled some deep cuts. And to open with Xanadu, it was like a 10-minute number just to get things going, to kind of shows off their skills from the get-go and says, here's what you're in for tonight. So anyway, not to get too distracted, but that song reminded me of what an experience that was. And if you are a Rush fan, you know what I'm talking about. But if you're not, and they're anywhere near you during this, year-long odyssey they're on, it's money well spent.
Well, I'm glad you got to go. I know how much you love them. And just so y'all understand Greg and I's relationship, I worked at BYU 12 years. And Greg was the voice and was with us all everywhere we went. And, we formed a fast friendship just generally, but, it's not out of the ordinary that I'll get a picture from Greg's car and he'll have a deep cut from the Colts or something on there. We love our music groups, don't we?
Yeah, we do. And, it's one of the things that's, kept the friendship strong is connecting over that. Of course, sports, kind of began things. And that's what we're going to get here in a second, obviously. But it's nice to have that musical tie. And I'm sure, as your listeners know, you're very talented in your own right and have your own side quest going, as the kids say. And that's a cool thing to reference also.
Yeah, we'll be playing the Notre Dame game this year. So you're going to have to find a way to come watch us a little bit before you get up there and do your thing. And I know on game day you're kind of stressed out, but we're getting closer. We're getting closer to game day. Yeah. What have you learned thus far, through camp from what you've been able to watch and see about this BYU team?
Yeah, I've learned first and foremost that any concerns about BYU's receiving game have already been alleviated. They're going to be very, very good throwing the football. And I won't be surprised if Bear Bachmeier takes that 3,000-yard passing number from last year and pushes it closer to 3,500 beyond. I won't be surprised at all if he's a 4,000-plus yard total offense guy this year, because he will still run, but may not need to run as much. But when he does, he's still able to do so. The 2 tight ends are as good a tandem as BYU will have had in years in Roger Saleaponga and Walker Lyons. The wide receivers are as tall and long a group as they're the tallest and longest group I've seen at BYU since I've been covering them. They just are. And they're between JoJo Phillips and Kyler Casper and Legend Glasgow. Reggie Frischneck's got a good height to him. This is a very skilled, tall group of ball catchers. And I'm going to add Tiger Bachmeier to the mix. I'm not going to forget about him. But yeah, I don't think there's any concerns about who's going to catch the ball from Bear Bachmeier this year. I've already seen that through 2 weeks of training camp.
We were talking the last couple of weeks. I mean, Bear Bachmeier at this time last year was an unknown, a name on a page.
I mean, how remarkable was what he did last year, given the circumstance, from what you've been able to watch at BYU over your time?
Well, first of all, he's unprecedented, right? Because he was the first true freshman quarterback to start a season for BYU. So I'd never seen that before. Okay, so once you get that out of the way, he's the first of his kind at BYU. But then, dating back to at least 2000 and possibly beyond, but the numbers are really reliable for the last 26 years. Dating back to at least 2000, he's the only true freshman quarterback in Division I, 3,000 and run for 500 in a single season. So that's also impressive. So you're already answering the question. What he's done hadn't been done in at least a quarter century. So that's enough to kind of set the baseline. Then you add, a year of experience in the system, a full off season of conditioning, total familiarity with the playbook, the kind of tools he has around him. Why can't we expect more in year 2 than year 1? And I think Bear's absolutely able to deliver. Aaron Roderick at this point can give him, the full complement of options for any given play. And more often than not, if not always, Bear's going to find the right option in that group of plays. And he's an incredibly intelligent, composed, processor of information there in the backfield. And so I not to throw, the sky's the limit out there, but he's, he should be expected to be better in year 2 than year 1. And he was really good in year 1.
And I would add to that, Greg, in talking to him at the Big 12 media, like, I think he's obviously needs all of the physical tools and everything, but I think his greatest asset right now going for him is just his temperament. The kid just seems to have
so cool, right?
He just seems to have just an understanding of what this is all about, when a lot of guys don't. A lot of guys come in and you've seen it, they want this and that now. I mean, this kid has really done a nice job at just, like you say, processing information and then making good decisions.
And he came to BYU, confident in his abilities, but he was also thinking he'd be a backup. He was coming to compete for the backup job last year. Jake was still part of the program when Bear got there last. Like they weren't casting they didn't need him to come be this, like, that wasn't the plan, but that became the plan, and he was able to step into that role pretty seamlessly. So I think how he got to BYU, how it turned out for him, and then the way he played, becomes he was a 14-game starter. And it's so rare to get those guys, freshman, sophomore, junior, I don't care what class you are, to be a 14-game starter at quarterback at this level of football. Is hard to do. Injuries come, guys miss games, you get banged up. And yeah, he did get banged up at the very end and kind of played through some stuff, but never missed a start, always answered the bell, big body, great mind. What's not to love about him? And again, I don't want to throw this thing way too far ahead, but if he's a 3-4 year guy at BYU, we're talking about all time, because no one ever gets to start that early in their career as Bear did. He's special.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other side of the football, a new defensive coordinator, and we talked to national guys all last 3 or 4 weeks here, and one of the things that's always brought up is that obviously Kalani at Big 12 Media Day just doubled down on, man, I knew Kelly was the guy from the time it opened. You've watched Kelly for a lot of years. Give us some insight into who Kelly is and kind of what you expect from him taking over this job.
Hyper competitive and really prepared, from his time at BYU to Virginia to Boise back to BYU. I think he has a coordinator's mindset with great help around him. Just chatted with him a few moments ago, actually, Tim, on the practice field. And one of the first things he told me was how happy he is with the people he has around him in that defensive room to game plan. He's good on his own. Like he's a good mind. He's a great competitor. He knows the game as well as anybody on that staff, but he has so many people around him in which he has confidence and who give him great assistance. And so I think, while he gets, the headlines in terms of the novelty of the new coordinator and taking over for Jay, he's well prepared for this role, and there's a lot of guys who've been through a lot of important wars around him. So I don't foresee a drop off from one coordinator to the next. I love Jay Hill, respect him as a coordinator. Clearly, he's the kind of guy who's already been a head coach. He has that in him. And it's a loss, right, to have him at Michigan and not at BYU, but not a loss from which you can't recover. And like you said, Kalani felt like it was such a natural slide for K-pop to do this that I don't think there should be a fear of a letdown. And I think BYU can be multiple. BYU can be havoc-centric. BYU, as long as it stays healthy on the corners, can have maybe one of the best corner seasons they've had if they can stay healthy in that top 2 or top 3. When you get Faletau Satuala back from injury, you've got an all-conference, if not all-American type talent at safety. The backers are solid. Kedu Luabe is maybe the most highly touted backer in the transfer portal. And the one thing we know about the defensive line, Tim, is they're going to play a lot of guys. I'm probably going to have 14, 16 guys on my board at D-line for that Utah Tech game. Now, Utah Tech is different. You're going to see more than usual. But that said, they play a lot of guys in training camp. They rotate a lot of guys through on that D-line, and I expect that to remain the same. But I think there's going to be a lot of versatility, a lot of ability to be different and be multiple, even within the same series. I'm excited to see what this BYU defense can do this year under Coach Kelly Poppinga. Let's not forget, Gary Anderson is a part of this thing too, right? He remains on the staff and an important sounding board and game planner in that defensive room as well. So the tools are there. The talent is there. The defense has been good for a few years now, and I think they should stay good this season, Tim.
I kind of see Gary as, he walks around with like a crown. He's the Oracle. Ask the Oracle. He's been around so long and been a part of so many great defenses. It's got to be nice.
It's really comforting. It's really comforting to see him out on the field, right?
Yeah,
and to have him around. I know Kelly feels the same way.
Yeah. In talking about Kelly and the defense, I had an opportunity to talk to him at the BYU Media Golf event, which I was sorely disappointed you weren't at. I was looking forward to, chewing the fat with you, but talked with him, and one of the things that he told me was how, one of the bigger differences from being at BYU before and being back now is the depth. And he talked particularly about the depth along the front and the depth on the in the linebacking core. He's like, we have threes that I got to find opportunities to get them out there on the field. I mean, that is a major difference for BYU.
Yeah, depth, size, strength. I think would be the 3 words that come to mind, especially on defense, but not just defense. I would say all over the field, really. Having seen this thing from WAC to Mountain West to Independent to Big 12, you've seen the body types change and progress over time. To where this looks like, power conference football at every level. And it took years to get there. And I mean, there wasn't the necessity until you got to the Big 12 to maybe look that way, but ultimately you had to get there, and they got there. I think the last years of independence, especially seeing more and more power conference games on the schedule helped, but that Big 12, label kind of set the urgency meter, and BYU matched it. And I think, look at the step-by-step progress they've made, right, from year 1 to year 2 to year 3. And now the hope is here that in year 4, they're able to get over the hump and get themselves into the playoff, because that's a lot of games to win. 23 games over 2 seasons of power conference football, and to not be in the playoff, they're the only team with those kind of numbers that didn't get in. And so whether you want to argue the merits of the snub or not, 23-4 of power conference football, that's tough to not have found a playoff berth at some point. So the hope is the wins can stay there and they can find themselves over the hump and get to where they haven't been before, which would mean, probably winning a Big 12 title game. You'd like to think you get in as an at-large, but it hasn't happened yet for the Big 12. If this thing expands to 16 or certainly 24, the playoff becomes a much more feasible possibility year to year. I think if it went to 24, the Big 12 should expect to have, 2 and 3 teams every year. Right. And that kind of means just being that top 3, you'll be okay. Right now, we're not quite there. 16 makes it a little easier. But as of now, with 12, you kind of have to, win it to be sure about it at this point. But I think BYU's got that kind of team. They don't have Texas Tech on the regular season schedule. But I think Tech and BYU right now, I think for a lot of good reasons, are right there as the top 2 projected teams. We learn a lot, Tim, about BYU in week 2, right, with Arizona.
Oh, yeah.
Glad the game's in Provo. Tucson might be a different deal. But to have that game as early as it comes against one of the better teams, because I think Arizona's right there near the top in this league as well, to have them in Provo, I think is huge.
I feel like the other great thing BYU's got going forward in a year where, you talk about size, strength, everything being at a premium depth. to have that crack at a team like Notre Dame, and not just a crack at them, but have them in Provo. I mean, that's a big boon for things when you talk about the playoff.
And Notre Dame's the kind of team they could be in the top 5, top 10 certainly all year long. Looking at their schedule, and it's a great game because if you win it, now you're an inside track playoff team. If you lose it, it's not a deal breaker, right? Because of how good Notre Dame is and how good I expect them to be. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, the expectation.
It wouldn't be a deal breaker, but you'd certainly want to make sure you're not stubbing your toe in the Big 12. But I mean the risk reward thing, you certainly take that every day at your place, absolutely. And it kind of becomes the linchpin for the season, as it kind of fits right in the middle of your campaign. Either way, I mean you can forecast it being a ranked versus ranked, and if all goes well for BYU, could be a top 10 versus top 10 matchup too.
The last couple of weeks have been a nutty down there, and it's been covered ad nauseum. I'm glad that everything's kind of tamped down. In your heart of hearts, you feel like that thing can get rectified, and everybody can. We've talked about it here. Like, everybody just wants to win so bad. The pressure is high this year. I mean, everybody's on edge. But I like that it's kind of become less of a story, and knowing all the parties involved and how things can get figured out, I got faith that it can. How are you feeling about all that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I just letting it transpire. I mean, I think everything's been said that needs to be said, by the parties involved, and it's big time football. Even at BYU, it looks like that sometimes, right? So yeah, I'm not sweating it a lot.
Right.
I think it's time for everyone to go out and win football games at this point, and it was a conversation piece. Because the parties that were involved, wanted to put it out there, and it's out there. Now that it's out there, let's let things just kind of settle and get handled, and go try and win some football games the way I see it.
And then the other two things that have gotten our radar is the Cougar Club didn't order enough cups. That was a problem. We had lines and people selling them, reselling them for 3 times as much. I mean, you got to love it. And then, of course, the game day experiences. I don't think Cosmo's going to come up and play with my grandkid. Let's just leave it at that, because that's going to cost me an arm and a leg. But I know you don't have anything to do with any of that. I wanted to keep you abreast of what we're hearing too.
Well, I get in trouble when they start selling a chance to call play-by-play for a quarter. Then I could be gone at that point. So I'll just try and keep the headset on my head as best I can at this point.
Well, you do that so well, and with a distraction like Hance is a little bit of a distraction. He's a big kid that gets excited.
But I love being around him and taking advantage of that excitement in the booth.
Oh, he's good. He's so good.
We've been together. Now this is our 4th season, I think, is all. But it sure feels right when he's up there with me, and I hope listeners enjoy it, because I'm having a great time up there with him, and he's I think a perfect complement for me, and hopefully listeners do feel the same way. And I know he's having the time of his life, and such a great pro, and such a great perspective, and no more fun guy to be on the road with, for sure. And so 3 years have gone by in a flash, and soon to be 4, and hopefully we make it at least 4 more, and go from there and see where this takes us.
Dude, I go all the way back to Paul James, Mark Lyons, and this young guy with a backpack down on the field named Greg Wrubell. I mean, that's how far back I go. So
this will be my 35th season.
Wow.
On the crew, Timmy, because 1992 was my first year with the jetpack on.
Yeah, I remember that, dude.
With PJ and Mark Lyons. So Detmer graduates in 91, and I started in 92. In fact, I ran into Steve Clements this morning on the field, and he was part of that quarterback group in 92, and that's how far back it goes with me. So I had those 9 years on the sidelines with the backpack, and then this is my 26th now of play-by-play for football. And with basketball, a little different number there, but Mark and I are going into our 30th year together, my 31st overall of play-by-play for basketball, because I began basketball play-by-play a few seasons before football, because Paul dropped down to one sport, though, for the last few years of his career. He was football only, so he and I split football and hoops till he retired, and then football came open as well. But so this is my 31st year of basketball play-by-play, 30th with Mark Durant. As a little trivial note here, Mark and I are the 4th longest tenured Division I basketball radio duo in the country. We hit the big 3-0 this year together. So that's kind of cool too, to be with Mark as long as I have. So I've had great partners, right, in this whole thing. And you mentioned Hans, and before Hans, Riley, before Riley, Mark Lyons, and now Mark and I going on 30 years. Really blessed to have great partners helping me do what I do. And I hope listeners love them as much as I do, because I've been really blessed that way, I think.
I'm going to think of you and Mark now, and I'm going to think, never going to let you go. I'm going to. No, you guys do awesome. And obviously you and I had a seat right next to each other for most of my tenure there. So that's something I'll always enjoy and remember. Greg, you're the best. Thanks for jumping on today. And we wish you all the best during the season this year as BYU is looking to try to break into that CFP. Okay. He's gone. He's very abrupt. That's okay. That's okay. He's Canadian. Maybe that's a Canadian thing, is you don't necessarily have to end right. But no, Greg is awesome. And man, he's excited. He's excited. He just dropped. Maybe it was a technical
I think
thing.
he just, I think technology.
Technology. Blame it on technology. Is he back? You back? He's gone. I don't know. Come on, man. He needs to talk more about that Rush concert. He had one more thing to say. He's gone. Greg, you are the man. Appreciate you so for jumping on today. It is Friday. It's at 1:30 right now along the Wasatch Front. And you're listening to Scotty G and the coach on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Joining the show now, college football writer for CBS Sports, John Talty. I was down at Big 12 Media Days, and the buzzword was unsustainable. Is the status quo unsustainable? And if so, how long in the future is that?
You go back to the start of NIL when guys were just starting to get paid, and you had athletic directors crying poor and how this is not sustainable. We can't do this. The issue is that I feel like I've been hearing that for 5 years, and somehow the numbers keep going higher. The total numbers have probably 4x, 5x, if not more, than where they were back then. I do think for some conferences and some schools, you might eventually get that point where it's like, this is not worth it to us. We can't keep competing if such and such school is spending $50 million on their roster, and we're only spending $18 million on our roster, which there are Big 12 schools doing that this year. At a certain point, you say, can we win doing this, or do we have to find a different angle or focus on something else like basketball or another sport, and maybe we just try to get to a bowl, and that's where our aspirations are.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scotty G and the coach. Just rounding out another week, 1:33 on a Friday. If you missed our earlier segment, we had the new commit and signee for BYU, Jackson Kohler, made that decision last night. Chose BYU over Kentucky, Kansas, Louisville, among others. One note before I go any further. Saw a tweet from Mitch Harper saying that Jackson Kohler has what he needs from the California legislation that would make him eligible to play this upcoming season. So there were questions about that, but apparently Mitch has done a little digging, and so Jackson looks to be good to go, which is awesome. I want to replay that because there were a lot of people interested in that, and we obviously had a great conversation, a kid that played 4 years at Michigan State, and, just excited to be able to come back and play in the state of Utah.
You know what? It's been a crazy process so far, but you know what? After making it official, I'm just so happy to, be part of Cougar Nation and, to get the ball rolling and start getting to work as soon as I can.
I'm curious how a guy who played at 4 high schools then went to college for 4 years at the same school. Had you had enough of moving around? How'd you get locked in an era when people don't really get locked in?
Yeah, no, honestly, from start of high school up until this moment, it's been a roller coaster. High school was super chaotic, especially having the pandemic right in the middle of it. And then once college came around, I wanted to stop kind of bouncing around like I did in high school, and staying there at Michigan State for 4 years was, something really special to, my journey as a basketball player. And now that, times can be super, super weird with the NCAA and, this 5th year, you just got to make the most of your opportunities. And that's what I'm doing right now.
The time at Michigan State, I think it's well chronicled that Coach Izzo is first and foremost a really good basketball coach, but his methods are, he's a very physical guy. He's demanding. How did you find your experience there? Like DJ said, most guys go into a place, if they're not a star, they hit the road. But I think you saw the bigger picture and what Coach Izzo could do for you.
Yeah, Coach Izzo and the staff are known to be, really extreme and, demanding. But when I first got there and times were starting to, become really hard for me, I knew that in the bigger picture, that's exactly what I needed. I mean, most people run into a situation like that where they might hit a wall and, they try to go another direction. But Coach Izzo and his staff has so much faith in me, and they just said, this is what gets you stronger. Not everything, has to be improved on the basketball court. Sometimes it has to be improved, in your mind and how you see the game. And the way I saw it was, if I can stick this out, these guys have faith in me. I just need to learn how to, overcome this obstacle, which was, the day in, day out grind and, having a coach that, demanded the world. And honestly, I felt like that made me not only a better basketball player, but a better person.
Why not do a 5th year at Michigan State? Why do a 5th year at BYU?
You know what? I think, I know that right now this is such a unique situation. And right now, his roster is full. And it's more than that because I know the younger guys on that team, Cam Ward, Jesse McCulloch, I know those guys, and it's their time now. They're gonna step up and they're gonna shine for Michigan State. And you know what? They're going through a process just like I went through. And I know that if I were in their shoes and, someone kind of came back and, kind of interrupted my journey, things would have turned out differently. And I don't want to impact their journey anymore. I feel like my last year as a senior, I mentored them as best I could and, prepared them for what lies ahead. But now it's time for them to kind of take over and be the faces of Michigan State.
You mentioned unique, and definitely this journey for some of you guys is going to be unique because you played in the NBA Summer League this summer, and very rarely does a guy go do that and then turn around and go back. But it's just kind of the way this is all working legally. Your experience at Summer League, I watched. I was really impressed with you, Jackson. I felt like all those things that Coach Izzo, prioritizes, and that's to be physical, to be a presence, to be strong with the basketball, to make the right play. I feel like you really went out there and did that. I even saw you drain a big old 3. How fun was that, and what kind of things did you learn in Summer League?
You know what? Summer League was an amazing experience. Kind of moving up the level and kind of seeing what, kind of the NBA style of play is like. In Michigan State, it's a little different from, Utah Jazz Summer League. It's a lot faster and, you have way more guys on the team. You have a lot more talent. Everyone on that team can score. Everyone on the team is, one of the best player on their college team. I would say just soaking up as much information and, kind of learning what the game kind of turns into after college. That's one thing that I really tried to pay attention to was the small things, how practices are different than college practices, how NBA games are different than college games. And that's something that I'm really grateful that I got to experience and, having that information with me as I return to college and use that for one more year to prepare for the NBA.
What is the biggest difference between college and at least the Summer League version of the pros? What startled you the most?
Honestly, I think that there wasn't anything that shocked me right off the bat as much as I thought there would be. Obviously, like I said, every person on your roster was the best player on their team in college and prove something. But I think the culture that the Utah Jazz had with everybody was the most special. I think everyone was, happy to be with their teammates, and we actually enjoyed playing with each other and hanging out off the floor. And that's a huge part of basketball. That's something that a lot of people might not think about, but I think the chemistry and the, camaraderie that we had just by being with each other for a week, of practice and then jumping into Summer League games, I think that was really special. And that's what made that experience so fun. was that not only were we having a good time on the floor, but we were also having a great time off the floor too.
So you make your college decision, and you had you had some great options, really great spots, play college basketball. What was the deciding factor for BYU?
So the deciding factor with BYU was that they have NBA coaches and NBA staff, NBA experience. They had a perfect opening for a big man, and I felt like it felt like it was just kind of meant to be. I mean, they play a lot of NBA offense, which is something that I need to, which something I was looking for, because going on to the next level, I need to make sure that I can fit into a NBA kind of offensive style of play. And Coach Young and his staff are not only great coaches, and they have great NBA and basketball IQ, but they're great people too. And I feel like that being home is a big part of it. But I feel like the basketball fit was just the best out of any place.
Give us a little self-analyzation, a breakdown. The thing you do best, you're most proud of, you're happiest with, your strength, your go-to, and the area you need to improve the most.
I would say that my strongest parts of my game are playing inside the post, and then being able to stretch the floor and knocking down three-point shots. I'm a very physical, intense kind of guy. That's something that I take a lot of pride of. I dominate on the glass. That's a huge part of my game. But I feel like I'm a good team leader, and I want to make sure that everyone is on the same page about winning, because at any level, that's what it's all about, is winning. And that's something that I take a lot of pride of, and something that I want to get better at, and something I'm looking forward to showing everybody is defensive versatility. That's something that I've been working on in the off season every single day, and that's the most feedback that I got from NBA coaches, and that's something that I'm looking forward to showing everybody that I can do at an elite level.
So you've had some Powder League games. How's that been? I've gone to Powder League a little bit. It's like an NBA All-Star game a little bit defensively, but it's certainly not Tom Izzo defense. Let's put it that way. But how has it been to be out there and playing against guys with ties to Utah?
It's been great, because a lot of these guys I grew up with. A lot of these guys I've known since I was in sixth grade. Like me and Colin Chandler, we go all the way back to third grade. We've been playing on the same AAU team and traveling, and getting the opportunity to play with these guys finally after so many crazy years of high school and college. It's a meaningful moment for me, honestly, because being able to play with these guys that have known me for the longest time is something really special. And seeing them in Powder League too has just been so fun. And what makes Powder League so fun is that I also get the opportunity to play with my younger brother, Jordan. I mean, he's going through the process right now, and I think he's going to take some big steps this year at Slick. And so I would, everyone keep your eye on him, because he's going to turn some heads, and he's going to do really well this year. But in terms of seeing like all my friends I grew up with that are now have ties to Utah, whether it's Utah University, BYU, or anything like that, it's a special moment for me.
Your brother's playing for a great coach over there at Slick, Dave Rice. Dave Rice will, as you remember, you played for Dave in an All-Star game, I think, and you had 50. Right. So that's a good connection, Rice and Kohler. We'll see if that can continue.
There is word that there's another court decision today that is going to render fifth-year players ineligible, and yet there's also promise that there is going to be a follow-up appeal to that, and so it's not set in stone. I assume the situation is fluid and you have multiple things going here. If, for some reason, the rules just say you can't go to BYU, what's next? Is it an NBA camp? Do you have an agent looking overseas to Europe? It seems like you better have multiple plans at this point in your life.
Yeah, I mean, we've always addressed the possibility of what if this can't work.
so far, the plan that I understand is that we would try to go to some NBA boot camps and just try to see if I can, get a two-way contract somewhere, or even in the G League. I'm okay with playing the G League and kind of working my way up, but at this point, we put a lot of cards on the college thing. But my agent has told me that this can always change, and if it does, you have to have backup plans in play. So playing in the G League would be an option. Playing overseas is another option. I've looked into it a little bit. Not sure how I feel about it just yet, but I would try to find a camp that can take me, that would invite me, and just try to work my way up, even if it means playing in the G League and trying to find a way to a two-way contract. That's what I would say what the plan would be.
You definitely have, you mentioned it, but going through high school and COVID and all of this crazy stuff, man, it's like the weirdest pocket. I guess you got to be on your toes and have a plan. When you think about all the places you've played, the arenas you've played, I'm going to make a guarantee that nothing will stand up to the place you're about to go play in, because that place is a madhouse, the Marriott Center. You heard the stories about it. You excited to play there?
I am so excited to play there. I've seen clips, I've heard stories, and it's all the BYU fans listening out there. I want to make sure that our first game in the Marriott Center, you guys bring it your all. I mean, I'm excited to, I played in some big arenas, but I have a good feeling about the Marriott Center. I want to see how much energy we can get in that place.
Was recruiting this time around different than recruiting the first time around? Was this a little more speed dating, less of the whole dining and world tour thing?
Yeah. This time around, it was 10 times harder than the first time because the circumstances were different. All the coaches weren't exactly sure how to navigate this process because it's so different. It's the first of its kind. And you know what? It was really hard because regardless of the destination, I mean, I'm going to have to come in there, 3 months behind in terms of, summer workouts and team chemistry. But I know these guys at BYU, and they're great people. And I'm just hoping that they invite me with open arms and, super welcoming. I've already got texts and DMs from most of the players saying welcome and, happy to have you here. And that's something that is really special to me. I mean, in terms of, the other places that I offered, they gave amazing pitches and they gave, amazing details and offers, but we knew that we had to make a choice, and BYU was the best fit for multiple reasons, for basketball, for family, for my career moving forward after this level. BYU was the best fit overall.
It's crazy to think this team will have transfers from Michigan State, Kentucky, Syracuse. I mean, we used to do our best to try to get transfers, but man, that's in 1 year, that's pretty good. You talk about Kevin Young and the time you have spent with him. You mentioned the fact that they're good guys. I wholeheartedly agree with that. What is it in your conversations with Kevin Young that gave you confidence that you could trust him with the next step?
I would say that the conversations that I've had with Coach Young have been, very straightforward, and they've been very, empowering because he, his offense, is an NBA style offense, and they run through their bigs, and they make sure to get everybody involved, and they play at a high speed, and we have good guys around, who are very skilled and who can shoot the ball, and I feel like the addition of Colin Chandler and Rob Wright and everyone else on this team, I feel like if we figure out how to play, cohesively together, we're going to be a very dangerous team from the 3-point line, inside the post, on defense. We're going to be a very, very unique, really good team. And that's what Coach Young is all about. He's all about, his guys and his team, and, making sure that he puts his guys in the best position possible to make it to the next level. And that's one thing that was very, that really, set well with me.
was the fact that he can get his guys to the next level.
I'm as shallow as any media member. I can talk three-point shots, home runs, and quarterback play all day long and never worry about defense. But listening to you analyze your own game earlier, what I took away from that was the feedback. You have a lot of confidence in your ability to score inside and outside, a lot of confidence in your ability to rebound. The feedback you got from NBA people is about moving on defense. It sounds like the hurdle for you getting into the NBA is, can they put you on the floor and switch everything? As a 6'9" guy, can you switch onto a 7-footer, but can you switch onto a 6'6" guy? Is that fair? And if so, are they going to be playing a lot of man defense and doing a lot of switching on the perimeter at BYU this year? What'd you hear?
Yeah, I mean, the feedback from the NBA guys is that at the NBA level, I mean, guards have to guard centers and centers have to guard guards. You have to be able to guard anybody. And especially in this modern NBA era, you got insane height, insane versatility of players. Players that are, anywhere from, 6'8" to 7'5" who can do anything. So you have to be able to guard anybody. And so that's one thing that I talked a lot about with Coach Young, is being able to show the versatility. And I believe from our conversations that I'll have opportunities this year to prove to everybody, that I am not this stereotype, white guy who's super slow with his feet, big guy. I want to show people that I can move my feet. I have some athleticism to me, instead of being the white man can't jump stereotype.
That's Jackson Kohler, new signee for BYU, will join BYU for his 5th season. Was at Michigan State the prior 4. Awesome to have him on earlier in the show, and re-aired that for those of you that missed it. We will put a bow on this bad boy when we come back. But before we do, join Scotty and I this next coming Tuesday from 10 to 2 at My Hearing Center. That's 8941 South, 700 East. Again, Scotty and I will be there Tuesday from 10 to 2, My Hearing Center, 8941 South, 700 East. You're listening to Scotty G and the Coach, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the Coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464, or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
Utah's only PGA Tour event is back. The Bank of Utah Championship returns to stunning Black Desert Resort October 1st through the 4th. Experience championship golf, incredible southern Utah views, and an unforgettable atmosphere for golf fans and non-golf fans alike. Upgrade to the Greater Zion Club for premium views and all-inclusive food and beverage. Don't miss your chance. Ticket prices increase September 14th. Get your tickets today at bankofutahchampionship.com.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Hundreds of children are experiencing homelessness, living in a family shelter with just the bare essentials. And back-to-school shopping is a luxury they can't afford. But you can help. The Road Home Apple Tree program provides a brand new outfit, shoes that fit just right, and a backpack. Giving is easy. Donate online or shop for a child in need. Visit theroadhomeappletree.com today, because every child deserves to start school feeling like they belong.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scotty G and the coach, rounding up a Friday. First and foremost, everybody have a blast. You got to work, get that in and then find some time. Be careful. Always be careful. Thank you to Alex Napolis, David James, Stevenson Sylvester, Greg Rubel, Jackson Kohler, Mark Few, and of course, Lloyd Cole, who makes it all happen. Thanks, Lloyd, for keeping this on the rails, my dog.
Oh, all you, man.
And
way to lead this thing. Good job.
You. Appreciate it. I'm excited to get Mr. Shed back. I don't know if that'll be Monday, but there was shingles going up, so we got a chance. They're saying there's a chance. But, to everybody out there, have a great weekend. You have a great show coming up next, as always. My guys Jake and Ben have already dropped their stuff and kind of threatened me if I don't get out of here, they're going to rough me up. So I guess I'll let them do their thing. Yeah, let's park this bad boy. Lloyd, thanks. Have a great weekend. Scotty G and the coach. Next is Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get ready, Utah. Southern rock legends Leonard Skinner are coming to the Utah State Fair Park. Hear the songs that defined a generation. Sweet Home Alabama, Freebird, and more. Live in concert. One unforgettable night. September 19th. Your ticket gets you into the show and the fair, rides, food, and all the fun. Don't miss your chance to see rock history live. Get your tickets now at UtahStateFair.com. Now's the perfect time to recognize the everyday heroes who make youth sports happen in our community. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are celebrating the coaches, referees, organizers, and volunteers who give their time so our kids can play. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. Each week, one deserving hero will be spotlighted during the Jake and Ben Show at 4:30 p.m. every Thursday. And the winner receives a $250 gift card courtesy of Beehive Meals. Don't wait. Lift up someone who lifts up our kids.
Every year, summer ends and the kids go back to school. This year, I'm going back too, at My Computer Career. They helped me get financial aid, and I got to choose online or on-campus classes that fit my needs. Now I'm on a fast track to a high-demand IT career where the rewards can finally match my value. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. It's never too late to go back to school.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Out here, you know the drill. Animals are hungry, dogs are getting muddy, and you just noticed you're low on feed. Stocking up at Tractor Supply is easy on your wallet with our unbeatable prices on select shavings, retriever dog food, and Producer's Pride animal and poultry feed. From backyards to barnyards, we've got everything to keep your pets, animals, and livestock well fed and comfortable with low prices all summer. At Tractor Supply.
Your student's career doesn't begin after college graduation. It starts the day they arrive. At the John M. Huntsman School of Business, every student is surrounded by career coaches, faculty mentors, employers, and real-world experiences that build confidence, professional skills, and meaningful connections. From the first semester to graduation, everything is designed to prepare students for career success. The John M. Huntsman School of Business. Dare mighty things.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined by Jim Williams, longtime sports media producer, director, and executive. Keep an eye out when MLB expands. Salt Lake City is quietly becoming one of the hottest sports towns in America. Sports Business Journal just vaulted Salt Lake from number 44 to number 12 nationally, ahead of some legacy markets on its best sports business cities list. What has changed? What's driving that?
I think a lot of it is people are discovering Utah. And I think what's driving it is look at the attendance. Look at the attendance at the Mammoth hockey game. The Jazz have always been strong. And then you've got, of course, Real Salt Lake. People are getting to understand numbers are numbers, whether you want to argue them or whatever. But at the end of the day, you want to be where you're going to be appreciated. This is a fantastic up and growing market. It's going to help the entire region.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
ESPN 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thanks for making us part of your Friday. However, you may be absorbing the show. Still uncomfortable with that word. Over the air, AM, FM, 1280, 97.5. Streaming at KSLSports.com. Watching on the YouTube. Can we talk about the television broadcast? I heard DJ talking about it this morning.
Then yes, if DJ's doing it, he helped set it up.
Oh, good. Well, we're now on channel 5.3.
Mm-hmm.
Which
on
is
your television.
On your television.
On your rabbit ears or digital antenna or whatever.
So that's pretty cool.
So if you're scrolling through the channels and you scroll up to 5.3, you'll find us and got a lot of high school football content. Going to have some podcasts up there too. So if you want to see how we do that, it's all going to be there for you. I don't know if it's been hard launched, but I guess we just
whatever. It's going. Check it out.
Yeah.
DJ teased high school games, high school coverage this morning.
It's very cool.
I'm just taking cover behind the big dog, David James. Friday night tailgate is tonight following this show. So for you high school football fans, I've got to check and see if Skyline's games, it's Skyline Olympus, but I don't know where it's at. But I try to avoid that area traffic-wise during the football games because construction is a mess.
Yeah, I believe it. They changed the field, yeah?
No. Well, what define changed?
They didn't move it?
No.
It's not an entirely new field? Okay. I know Hillcrest High School, which is out there on Highland Drive and past Fort Union. They just tore up their entire field and rebuilt it because a lot of the schools are getting after it. I didn't know if Skyline also did that.
Who is technically Highland's biggest rival?
East, I believe.
East?
Yeah.
Was there an object that was at stake over the game?
The H-Rock. The big rock on...
What, did East paint it or something?
Yeah, they would paint it. They'd go and paint an E on it or paint it red or whatever.
Depending on who won?
No, they did it before.
Oh,
no.
Like a prank.
It's a prank. Okay, no, that's not what I'm alluding to.
Oh, like the wagon wheel or...
Yeah, right. The Skylines is... The Skyline Olympus is the rock. And it really is just an ugly rock that basically propped up my math teacher's door. That's how much it was held in esteem.
There probably is. I've probably just forgotten about it, or there's a chance I didn't know what it was in the first place.
Christian, who's the Bees' rival?
The Bear River Bears out in Tremont. And that rivalry...
Bees versus the Bears.
Oh, dude, it's crazy. And that rivalry is called the Spike.
Okay.
Because of the golden spike.
That makes sense.
I would have called it the Winnie the Pooh rivalry.
My
Bears
senior year was the 100th game. And
Wow.
Box Elder had held the spike for like 6 years straight. And we lost it my senior year.
Way to go.
You were on the team.
I was on the sideline, yeah.
I watched it. I had the best seat in the house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, then you can't claim the disappointment. You had nothing to do with it. You were just standing there.
Exactly.
Right? Had nothing to do with you.
Not my fault.
No, not at all. Okay. All right. Well, cool. Skyline plays Olympus tonight. I believe David James is going to be on the call for the game.
Cool.
Do we want to... where do we want to start, Ben? Do we want to start with the big transfer news today in the world of college basketball?
Well, I think it's interesting. I think it comes at a very funny time.
Jackson Kohler is transferring from Michigan State to BYU. He was on the station with Tim Lacombe earlier today. You can catch that coverage at KSLSports.com. Let's talk nuts and bolts of the transfer, and then we can kind of get into some other stuff.
Yes.
But this is just what the basketball program honestly needed. Was a player who can play big. They desperately need bigs. He's 6'10", 245 pounds, experience. You listen to his interview earlier, really prioritizes toughness, and really is just what the doctor ordered for BYU.
I'm not going to pretend I broke down Jackson Kohler's game a lot while he was at Michigan State. I did obviously see him with the Jazz Summer League team because he had graduated 4 years. Averaged 12.5 points, almost 9 rebounds, kind of a modern big, 39% from the three-point line. That was kind of his selling point. Took 4 a game last year. It was kind of a new development to his game. He didn't shoot it all in his first couple of seasons, but was good enough to kind of get a look at the NBA level. And then he is a part of this 2022 class that has now become extraordinarily controversial and somewhat mercurial, that was granted eligibility and then today denied eligibility, but because of the state he's coming from, California, he, under a temporary restraining order, is still, as of today, is permitted to join a college basketball team for his 5th year. We will see what the NCAA does next.
Okay.
But as of today, the expectation is, as of today, I don't even want to say the expectation. As of today, he would be eligible.
It is amazing to me that you have to be Perry freaking Mason to cover sports these days.
Yeah.
Like, to understand what's going on in sports, you've got to get Ben Matlock on the horn and make hide nor hair of it.
Right.
But long story short is, after the double reverse injunction, he's going to be injuncted again and then allowed to play.
We think. Probably.
Oh, man. The only people winning in this situation really are the fine folks at Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe.
Yeah. Christian, do you know that joke? The law firm Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe.
Not Landon.
Not Landon.
Not Landon with
Way over
Christian
his head.
at all. He does not appreciate that joke.
Just anti-lawyer stuff, or?
No, it's how lawyers will cheat you and how. Do we?
Yeah.
Do we cheat you and how?
Do we cheat him and how?
Do we cheat him? Yes, and how? That's the law firm name.
That's the joke.
Like, that's the 3 partners.
Okay.
Do we cheat him?
Cheat him
and how?
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Took a minute to get that one to land.
It's Friday.
The kids these days.
But good. I mean, honestly, in the world of college athletics, the Wild West that is, you didn't go get your player. You really have less excuse than you used to. I mean, there just are no rules. So you need a big, go get a big. How many players are currently on LSU's team? Isn't it 3?
Oh, is that all it is?
Or something
I haven't
like
seen
that?
Like that?
The basketball team.
The basketball team. The Will Wade?
Yeah.
He's got like 3 players.
Yeah.
That's it. So, I mean, they're just going to go get guys. I saw a clip with your guy Stinkin' Riley saying I'd take a player that'd play in the NFL. Sure.
Of course.
I'd kick the tires on that. Why not?
So, yeah, I don't want to gloss over that part of it. As of today, the NCAA won a temporary injunction against this judge in Colorado who ruled that everybody was eligible from the 2022 class. Utah has a player. I haven't seen his update, but went to Northern Illinois. I could be wrong. I'll have to look that up. I apologize. But a shooter who is joining the Utah basketball team. I don't know if he's eligible or not. I'll have to see if he's covered under this. I'm sure Bartle has it. Jackson Kohler is covered under this. We talked about Kay Bakeda entering the transfer portal yesterday. If Kohler didn't make it, I don't know where Kay Bakeda is technically coming out of, the way Kohler is coming out of apparently California that covers it. I don't know if Kay Bakeda is available. But that's kind of the conversation every college coach right now is having. Do we actually still have this player from this class that we had commit 3 weeks ago when this initial ruling came down?
All right. Well, call me if he tips off. When it tips off, if he's on the team, because it's almost like COVID in a way, Ben, where they were trying to play football, right, and they were going through all this testing stuff, and we didn't know if the game was going to be played. We had no idea who was going to be on the plane. We had no idea who was going to be suiting up, if they would even make it. I mean, how many games did BYU played all their games, but Utah, how many games did they play? They had at least 1, maybe 2 of the scheduled games get scratched at the last minute because they didn't have the numbers to be able to play the game. And it was like, you would be talking about it. Well, looking forward to this game against Arizona. And then you'd see the news come down. Oh, the team didn't get on the plane.
Nobody's there.
Nobody is going. Yeah. And it got to the point where you were like, you know what? Just let me know if it happens and who's there. The Jazz were a little bit that way.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, do you remember signing, randos off the street, the most random players to come in and suit up a game?
They signed half a team to go to Toronto just in case somebody tested positive and they weren't allowed back into the country.
Right. Minute to minute.
Wow, wild. So, yeah, I have no idea if Jackson Kohler is going to play for BYU. I'm sure there's 12 more rulings coming
Before then.
Before then.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes. But can I tell you what I do think is the most intriguing part of this story, though? And I can't think of a better comparison, so I'm going to tap dance around this one.
Okay.
All right. You know that, let's see, what is it? Old School, you're familiar with it, Christian? Luke Wilson comes home from a business trip early to see his girlfriend. And he shows up, and his girlfriend is with another guy. and she's kind of like tap dancing like, oh, I'm really sorry. And this has only happened once or whatever. And then the doorbell rings, right? And Luke Wilson opens the door, and there's another guy there. And he's like, hey, I'm here for the party.
Yeah.
So best comparison I can think of to why this, I think, is relevant today, other than BYU landed the big that it needed. So the whole narrative with the BYU athletic department is football is asking for stuff it's not getting. The football is asking for resources it's not getting. Basketball has been drawn into this. In fact, when Stuart Mandel was on, it was on with us the other day when I was with Tim. He was talking about how it seems like in basketball they're a real blue blood and they go out and they get these major players. And with football, it has not necessarily been that way. And that's kind of true, or at least that's true according to football.
Right.
And so the counter to that, I'm sure the argument has been, no, we're being fair. We're not being unfair to basketball. We're supporting football. We love football. And then they land the biggest transfer in the country.
Yeah.
We're strapped with basketball too. Trust me. Kevin Young's banging down our door just like you are, Kalani. I'm telling you. And then they land a huge transfer from Michigan State. The huge transfer from Michigan State is the guy knocking on the door saying, hey, I'm here for the party.
Yeah, right. Right.
No, we're being fair with football. Basketball is not getting better treatment than football. No, that is not happening. Oh, got that big time transfer. Had enough money to get that big transfer from Michigan State. Ben, did he transfer from Weber State?
It's the guy who comes up to you and asks you for $1. It's like, hey man, you have $1. I need to get on the bus. You're like, sorry man, no cash. And then you're like buying a hot dog at the street vendor right next to you, and you pay only in cash, and you're just like, sorry buddy, I was lying to you.
It's just, with everything going on, it's such bad timing.
It's rough timing. It's great for BYU basketball. Yeah, you got a center to come in, ideally a much better player or a better player than Kay Bakeda, different but better. He's played 4 years at Michigan State. We know what Michigan State means for college basketball. He picked BYU over some of the biggest schools in college basketball, including Kentucky, which he had narrowed it down to his top two. So ideally, you think, great, almost, not almost in the NBA, but played on a summer league team. Great news for BYU basketball, but an awkward time to celebrate.
Wait, let me rewind you for a second. Kentucky. Now, they're notoriously thrifty when it comes to ponying up dough for players, aren't they? And last I checked, Mark Pope is kind of desperate, so I'm guessing he lowballed old Jackson big time.
Had no money for him.
Nothing.
No, right.
Probably nothing.
BYU probably didn't get him out of the goodness of his heart.
No, of course not. So, it's like if you were telling your kids, like, no, I don't have a favorite. And then Sadie's bike shows up at the door.
You're right.
New bike for you.
Yeah. It's tough. I'm with you. No one's doing anything wrong here necessarily. Great for Jackson Kohler. Good for BYU basketball. I think they are probably recognizing that. Look, they're never going to get, I don't want to say never, but the idea that another AJ DeBonta is coming down the line, they could get the top recruit in the country most years, and he's not going to be as good as AJ DeBonta was. He's just a uniquely great freshman player, one of the best we've seen in some time. BYU will continue to get top 5 recruits, top 10 recruits. They've shown the ability to do that. And getting a player like Kohler to come in who's got some experience, probably knows how to win a little bit better than some of the younger guys that you're trying to get to transfer in or other top freshmen. Xavier Stanton, who just didn't know how to play yet. Kanan Catchings is a pretty good basketball player now, might be in the draft next year. He didn't know how to play when he was at BYU his first year. You recognize you got to be a little bit older. Great getting this recruit. Really awkward timing. Really tough timing.
No, dude, this dude was 12.5-9 in the Big Ten.
Yeah,
this is the exact guy that BYU basketball needs.
Right.
They would have been so much better last year if they had him.
Yes.
He's the dude for them. Good for them.
Yeah.
Kevin Young's having a great day.
Got to create some space. Yeah.
Kalani Sitake, mad today. Angry today. Yeah. I'm sure he's happy for Kevin Young, but I'm sure he's like, oh, I wonder what that cost him.
Yeah, correct. Because he wasn't cheap.
No.
Again, not just because of who was going after him, but a guy who was in the transfer portal, coming off of an NBA Summer League team, who had been very productive. You just know that's costly, and a good NBA player or a good college basketball player is going to be really pricey. So,
well, yeah. I mean, honestly, Kohler's coming back home, right? He's a American Fork kid, so I'm sure hometown discount probably is a thing. Maybe BYU wasn't bidding as much as Kentucky. That could be something that happened. But think about your own self, hometown or no. If Kentucky's offering you $2 million and BYU's offering nothing because they're strapped, you're going to Kentucky.
Well, he probably recognized he's not going to the NBA, at least not this year.
Otherwise,
he would have been on a team.
He talked about what he's been told to improve on to make the NBA, which was, I thought, a pretty interesting comment earlier. He needs to show he's more athletic.
Get in shape.
Yeah, he said he has to overcome the slow white guy rep.
By the way, Northern Illinois, not Northern Illinois. Northern Iowa, excuse me, I just said the same thing. Northern Iowa, Trey Campbell is who the Utes have gone out and recruited. And I haven't seen if he's going to be eligible or not. But there's going to be a lot of teams that took a step backwards today.
Well, Utah's attorneys are doing other things at the moment, so they'll get around to working on his.
Trey, you're next.
Yeah, right. Hang in there,
but
pal.
First,
we got
your money. We think we have $300,000 for you to transfer. Maybe we're waiting to see if the check comes in the mail.
Fingers crossed. Now the attorneys are going to take a bite out of it, but
we'll come up with the other 10%.
We'll get you.
Yeah,
we'll get you.
We'll make you whole.
Yeah.
But we're waiting for our friend Fred owes us some money, and when Fred pays us, we'll pay you. Assuming he's.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He needs the attorneys need to get this guy eligible.
Assuming, he's even available to. Assuming he falls under one of these temporary.
Start suing somebody.
Orders that allows him to play. But you are right where you started. Seems like it's go get your player and then figure out how to get him eligible next. That might be the order you do it.
No, Ohio State should have signed LeBron James. That's where LeBron should have signed this offseason.
LeBron in waiting.
That would really be something.
Never played. We're just gonna figure it out.
Got some eligibility.
Yeah.
Wonder if he could be. Would LeBron at 45 be an All-American in college?
Yes.
I wonder. I don't know. How much does it leave you, and how fast?
Probably not that fast. I mean, that's like 3 years from now for LeBron. 4 years from now.
What about 50?
50 might be a little tougher.
Christian?
LeBron at 50, is he an All-American in college?
Yeah.
Okay.
Christian was distracted.
A.J. DiBonsa's really good. He's nowhere near LeBron. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to pretend like he is.
Uh-huh.
But, A.J. didn't win the championship by himself. And is going to be a pretty good NBA player next year.
Mm-hmm.
So there have been these narratives, these conversations of, what's the most average player that if you put him on a college basketball team today, they could go win a title? And some people are like, SVHT could do it. It's like, I doubt it. I think college basketball is pretty good now.
Who is better today, A.J. DiBonsa or LeBron?
LeBron. By a lot.
By a lot?
By a lot.
I don't know.
There's just so much you see in 20 years in the NBA. There's just so many things you've run into.
Who had a better year last year, Cooper Flagg or LeBron?
Probably LeBron still.
Who had a better year last year, Con Knipple or LeBron?
Probably LeBron still. I mean, Cooper might have had a better year than... Cooper probably had a better year than Con even.
I would have gone with Con for Rookie of the Year. Cooper was good for like 10 minutes.
Yeah,
But that's
stole it for that
that's
last
neither here nor there. I would say both those players were better than LeBron last year. Or at least there's an argument.
Okay.
So I don't know if 45-year-old LeBron would be an All-American. Con Nipple can shoot at least.
Yes, you can. Yeah, LeBron was probably close to 40% last year. Still. What did LeBron
From the
shoot
floor?
last year? From the three-point line. LeBron averaged 27 and 6 last year and shot. Oh no, he was only at 31% from three last year. He fell off.
That's what I'm saying.
Yikes.
From the floor.
Because he'd been.
Had he?
Quite a bit higher. Yeah, he was 37% the year before that, 41 the year before that. He's kind of become a decent late career shooter, and then fell off this year, 31%. Getting a little tired.
Yeah, that guy's
old man James getting a little tired.
That dude is all Pac-12 at best.
The current Pac-12?
Current.
Okay.
It has Gonzaga.
Hey, man, yeah, they have Gonzaga.
San Diego State.
Who was also on the station today. Man.
Yeah.
Tim had a bunch of people on. Yeah, right. I mean, he'd start at San Diego State probably.
He gets some run.
Yeah, right. I mean, depending on who else is on the roster.
Do I think LeBron by himself would win a title in the NCAA tournament? I don't know.
No.
At this point.
Did Cooper Flagg by himself win the NCAA tournament?
No. In fact, he had Con Knipple on his team, too. They were both out there and didn't win it.
So that's the answer to that
Couldn't
question.
beat Walt Clayton.
Right.
So to the point, no. You probably need more than that.
All right. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
BYU has always done more with less. That's kind of their calling card. And it was only maybe a year or two ago where a prominent guy down there stepped up and said, look, we're never going to be the highest bidder. We're never going to throw as much into this as some of these big schools. Well, here we are now, and the coach is asking for more stuff. I honestly believe, Scotty, that what the issue is more than anything, this has happened fast. BYU's been in the game, but every single year there's a demand for more. You know, money is not, like everybody said, just growing down there on trees.
That is a huge reason why you're even seeing Alabama, you're seeing Michigan, you're seeing a lot of these schools begging Congress to get involved to protect them from themselves, because everybody has a point where it's like, we can't do this anymore.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The biggest Nissan savings of the summer are happening now at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Save up to $10,000 on Armadas and Muranos. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months. Lease a new Sentra for only $199 a month. A luxurious Rogue Platinum for just $425 a month. Or drive off in a top new Frontier for only $29,999. Or 0%. But move fast. Visit Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. 11155 South Jordan Gateway in South Jordan. Or shop now at TimDalySouthtown.com. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Bigger selection. Bigger savings. Bigger deals. OAC, dealer for details.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hopefully the pace of life, this crazy summer we've just had, is beginning to slow down just a bit for you. And maybe you're looking for something special to do this weekend. Might I suggest the best meal you have had in a long, long time? Go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. In the heart of downtown Salt Lake City, the Ruth's Chris is here and waiting for you at 275 South on West Temple. Combine it with a movie or some other special event in downtown Salt Lake City. Maybe just a day of shopping. And then, of course, there's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse at Hotel Park City. Take that drive up the canyon, enjoy the mountain environment, and the very best food, from steaks and seafood and poultry and side dishes and desserts that are just off the charts. It's time to pamper yourself, and all you have to do is make your reservations now at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
Your student's career doesn't begin after college graduation. It starts the day they arrive. At the John M. Huntsman School of Business, every student is surrounded by career coaches, faculty mentors, employers, and real-world experiences to build confidence, professional skills, and meaningful connections. From the first semester to graduation, everything is designed to prepare students for career success. The John M. Huntsman School of Business. Dare mighty things.
AI is everywhere, but how can it actually help your business? Every business is hearing about AI, but knowing where it can make the biggest difference isn't always obvious. DevSimplify.com helps you identify where AI can save time, reduce costs, and improve the way your business operates using the team you already have. DevSimplify.com custom builds the right solution for your business. The businesses that embrace AI strategically today will lead tomorrow. Learn how to make AI your advantage. DevSimplify.com. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben, Anderson. It's time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, more ownership news in the NBA. Mark Stad taking over majority ownership of the Timberwolves.
Yeah, this seemingly came out of nowhere. I hadn't heard that this was happening. Now, he was already a part of the ownership group with Mark Lowry and Alex Rodriguez, but he is buying the majority share at an estimated franchise worth of $4.5 billion. I don't know if he's just buying 51%, but he will be the majority owner.
We know anything about this guy?
He's a local, I think an area businessman.
So he is local. He's a Minneapolis guy?
I thought that's what I had understood.
I do think that can be important. I do think it's important that Ryan Smith is local here. He's a Utahn and has made it a priority to keep the franchise here. Like, nobody's ever moving the Lakers out of L.A., you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Minneapolis, Salt Lake City, it's always something that's in the back of everyone's mind.
He made his money in San Francisco, but of course everyone made their money in San Francisco or Northern California if you're in the tech biz. So I don't know where he's from. I'll try and find that. I hate this. I all this turnover in the NBA has got to make you feel a little unsteady if you're a fan. It's a little bit sketchy. I can't imagine Adam Silver loves it, or maybe Adam Silver just loves seeing the price tags of his franchises going up and up and up and everyone making more money and thinking this is good, but you don't want your properties being viewed as something to buy and flip. Unsteadiness is really bad.
I tend to agree with you, but the NBA's least valuable franchise just sold for $4.5 billion. Think about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is wild. I think I told this anecdote the other day, but I remember when Glenn Big Dog Robinson was the number 1 pick, and he wanted a $100 million contract from the Milwaukee Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
And the owner of the Bucks at the time said, I'm not going to give him a $100 million contract. The franchise isn't even worth $100 million. That wasn't that long ago.
No, at all.
Glenn Robinson was drafted in what? It'd have to be like 95, 96?
Somewhere around there.
Out of Perdon't.
Mm-hmm.
So in just 30 years, the least valuable franchise in the NBA traditionally just sold for $4.5 billion.
says he grew up in California, this Mark Stad, so that he's not a Minnesota person. I apologize.
Man.
I thought those were his ties.
Going to be the San Jose Timberwolves.
It's going to be the second time the Minnesota team has been moved to Los Angeles or California following the Lakers. According to Forbes, Minnesota is the third least valuable program or organization in the NBA. New Orleans 29th, Memphis 30th, but they are $3.5 billion, $3.55 billion, and the Timberwolves $3.6 billion. So they're all bunched there at the bottom.
That turned out to be 4.5.
And it was 4.5.
Yeah.
So clearly that's not all that accurate. They've got the Jazz listed at the 24th most valuable at $4.1 billion. Is that $5.5 billion? Like, this is why I actually would be worried if I was a sports fan. And I'm not telling Jazz fans to panic. I don't think Ryan Smith is selling the team. I haven't talked to anyone about it, but if he bought it at a $1.4 billion valuation or whatever the Forbes number was 5 years ago, and now every market is at least $1 billion more than we thought or 30% worth more than they think, does he want to flip it right now for $6 billion and say, I made $5 billion in 5 years? Yeah, great. You want to come in and buy my team? Or whatever. I need the $5 billion. That makes me way richer. That frees up my life even more. Again, I don't get the impression that's Ryan's motivation with owning a team, but at some point it's hard to say no to a certain amount of money. But I do think if you are Adam Silver, you would hope this slows down because the unsteadiness of this can lead to a bad product. The Millers made a bad decision selling the team when they did. Most likely. They still made a killing. What, they bought it for
they did
$40
fine.
million. Sold it for $1 billion. That was a good investment over 30 years.
But they could have gotten 4 if they would have waited 5.
5 more years, right. But their steadiness as owners from 1985 to 2020, to 2019, whatever it was they sold it, was really good because the Jazz had been a nightmare organization before that with their ownership in New Orleans and then Battistone and all these different problems. That's the problem of bad ownership or unsteady ownership. The Millers being here forever was really good. The same people owning the buses, owning the family, at least Jerry, was really good for the Lakers. Once he loses control and these teams are just getting flipped and turned over, and this has now happened with, Glenn, who was the guy who owned Glenn Taylor, owned the Timberwolves. He didn't own it for terribly long, right? Because didn't he buy it from, I can't remember who. And he sold it to Laurie. Now Laurie sold it. That team's had 4 owners in the last 20 years. It's got to be. It's just not. Doesn't feel like steady ground.
I don't know. I don't necessarily disagree, but I think it way more depends on who.
Yeah, it does. Of course.
You know what I mean? Like Glenn Taylor, you wanted that bozo to sell the team. If he would have just kept the team, that actually would have been a bad thing. It doesn't. This Mark Stad guy who's buying the Timberwolves, he could he could do no worse than Glenn Taylor.
Taylor, by the way, owned it from 94 to 2025. Longer than I thought, but 25 he sells it and it's already been sold since.
Awful.
He was awful.
Yeah. So anybody would be better than that guy. So in that case, instability is actually a good thing. To your point with the Millers, and this is why I really don't entirely disagree with you, but stability was a really good thing in the case of the Millers because they were a good ownership group. Yeah. Honestly, they should have pushed Jim Dolan out of New York years ago because he's a terrible owner. I don't care that they just won the championship. He's a terrible owner. They would be better off with almost anybody else. Instability would be a good thing. The NHL instability was a great thing, landing the Mammoth in Salt Lake City because that ownership group down in Phoenix was an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
So the instability there, I think, was a positive. It's all about who, Like if Mark Walter is truly committing fraud to run the Dodgers, Major League Baseball would be way better off without Mark Walter, with anybody else. So I think it all depends on who this Mark Stad guy turns out to be. What's his name, who he's buying it from? He wasn't around long enough to really...
To know if he was good or not.
To know anything,
I'm
right?
totally with you.
So we'll see how it goes. You hope you get yourself a Larry Miller and you don't get yourself a Sam Battistone.
Agreed.
All right, what's next?
Couple of vets finding new homes in the NBA. Klay Thompson is going to join the Heat after a buyout with the Dallas Mavericks. And some breaking news, DeMar DeRozan is joining the Nuggets.
It's Geezer Talk Radio.
Yeah, I don't think either of these players really moves the needle anymore at this point. You know, maybe there will be some moments for one of them in the playoffs, but I don't think either of these teams is winning a title.
Ben, I'm not talking to you per se, but did you watch Klay Thompson on the Mavericks last year?
Right.
That guy's career is over.
Pretty rough.
DeMar DeRozan may have some gas left
Didn't
in
help the
tank,
Kings.
But is he really moving the needle?
No, he's not.
Guess I'm happy for them that they're still garnering a paycheck. That's nice.
Klay shot 38% from three last year, but that's basically all he does because he shot 39% overall from the floor. So all of his numbers are coming from the three-point line, which is what Miami needs next to Giannis. Go park in the corner. You should get some open shots. Give everyone else a little bit of space. But Giannis and Bam is a little tricky together. I know Bam has started shooting a few more threes, but he's not a three-point shooter, so that team needs as much spacing as possible. DeMar can create his own shot, and you can probably push Jokic away from the rim a little bit and give him some space, but he's also a bit of a dribbler because he's an ISO guy, and I want Jokic to touch the ball as much as possible, and if not Jokic, Jamal Murray. So it's just these two teams are probably the same team as one another, just in different conferences. You've got a top 5 player who's been supplanted by the Shai Gilgeous-Alexanders of the world and the Victor Wembanyama's of the world.
There's only one of those guys.
Those are the two top players in the world right now. And Jokic has been pushed down, and Giannis has been pushed down, and now you're just trying to make it work with some decent players around them and some old veterans. It's just really not a recipe that works all that well.
No.
So I'm not expecting this to move the needle for either one of them.
All right, what's next?
Number 3, Sly Sylvester, Ute legend, was on the station earlier today, and he kind of opened up about some of the changes that Morgan Scalley is making to Utah practice.
I want to maximize output. That means I'm going to take time off of being out here in training camp. Training camp used to be like we're out on the field for an hour and a half to 2 hours every single time. 2 hours, 2.5 hours in the hot sun, 2 times a day, yada, yada, yada. Morgan isn't like that. Morgan is like, I'm taking the approach of we're getting out here for 60 to 90 minutes, right? But when we're out here, I want you guys to sprint, maximize efficiency as if it's game-like scenarios, so that becomes your normal.
I thought it was interesting. I heard that today, and he did elaborate on it a little more. But changing the philosophy of camp is part of if you're looking at turning the page from Witt and going from the old guard to the new guard, I think something like camp and bringing in a different philosophy actually could be the source of healthy change. But with that in mind, I remember when Bronco Mendenhall started not hitting in camp, and that was kind of a controversy. And then every missed tackle, everybody's like, see, this is why you hit in camp. And we've talked about Stinkin' Riley and his practice style where it's super soft, and now all of a sudden USC is super soft. But if the philosophy is shorter, more intense practices being a better way to prepare for a season, I could buy into that philosophy. That makes some sense.
I am always afraid, and again, I hate to just go back to the well over and over and over, talking about my Office reference of Michael or Jim wanting to change all the birthdays to one day because it was more efficient. Michael saying, oh yeah, I tried to do that. That was a mistake. Efficiency is the easiest thing to sell at face value. We're going to be more efficient. We're going to do things in less time. It's popular. It's easy. We're going to make it easier for you. And then you start to realize like, oh yeah, you weren't hitting in camp. What was the problem? Oh, you were soft for the first 3 weeks of the season until everyone figured it out. If you can do it, I'm all for it. I do bring a natural skepticism to like, by doing less, we're going to do more. Generally, that doesn't work. And everyone has thought of that. It's not like this super creative solution. Again, I really do understand the idea. You have to trust that people are actually going to make the most of that time. And if the reason that people don't make the most of that time is because that's not their human nature, maybe you need to spend 3 hours out on the practice field to get a total of a good 90 minutes out of them, as opposed to expecting everyone's going to make a solid 90 in 90 minutes of opportunity.
No, I get it. The other side of the coin, though, is that physical, like what we know about the human body always evolves, right? So when it comes to exercise specifically, we've found different ways of doing things that are actually more effective than what traditionally we knew, right? I mean, Sly used the example of how he gets in shape. You know, it used to be like, okay, we need to get you in shape. Go run 3 miles, and then that'll do it, you know? And they discover, you know, as evolution or our knowledge, you know, gets a little bit, that it's actually better for football players to get in shape by working out in bursts. And it's different than running 2 miles. It's run really hard for 30 seconds, and then you take some downtime, and then you run, you know, it's a different way to do it that actually proves to be more effective. So I think the idea is that if you can get the same amount of preparation in, the time actually works for you as opposed to against you. And it gets to the, you know, don't set benchmarks. You know, you you talk about it, that becomes the goal, you know, like, what, the practice was less than 3 hours? Whereas, you know, it's a different philosophy. It's way more intense. There's no downtime. We're fitting it into an hour and a half. And Sly did add, too, that part of it is Morgan wants the intensity to be the norm.
Yes.
So if you're doing everything at 100% all of the time, that just becomes your norm, as opposed to, oh, I'll run some, and then we're going to stand around, and then I'll run some more, and then we're going to stand around. And I don't know. I could buy into it. Now, it could prove to be a disaster, like you're saying. Skeptical of more efficient means you're not adequately preparing. I don't know. I think if you talk to Morgan about it, he would tell you it's a philosophy change.
I love the idea. No, honestly, like, again, I really do love the idea. If you can get more in less time and modernize the workouts, the practices, etc., to get the most out of your players, and so they are prepared when the game comes, which is the only thing that actually matters. I don't care how you practice. Do you perform well on game day? Good. If you're a Utah fan, you really hope it works. Again, I'm just a little skeptical of the people coming in and changing things right away. Now, the good news is this isn't, because we've seen this, someone comes in from out of state, wants to do sports radio in Utah and says, guys, we're ditching the whole BYU, Utah, and Jazz thing. I'm looking at all the metrics. All the metrics say you got to talk NFL first and foremost every single day.
Yeah, right.
You say, okay, cool. Good luck with that. Yeah, you're going to be more efficient. Give us a good breakdown on Houston Texans and what C.J. Stroud did yesterday. Cool, love to hear that. And then your ratings drop to 0, and everyone wants to hear college football and the Jazz. And you say, oh, there was a reason everyone did that in the first place. Like, I understand the idea of coming in and trying to revolutionize what you're doing. The good news is Morgan has been in the program, and he probably has been observing some things that he realizes are wrong and can be updated. So I will give him some leeway to do it. You hope he does it. You hope if you're a Utah fan, the team plays better as a result. But we've got to see it on the field.
All right, stay tuned. We will have more coming straight ahead. Josh Furlong is going to be with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Our buddy Tony Jones will be with us at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sure glad you're back. You are relieved. You have no idea. So what did I miss? Well, I tried to put all the birthdays together at once. Oh. So, terrible idea.
Yeah, okay. I did that. Rookie mistake.
You did do it?
Uh-huh. No. Just wait. 10 years, you'll figure it out.
This is DJ and PK.
None other than Pete Fiutak is picking BYU to beat Notre Dame this season.
Finally, I got something in common with Pete.
Can it be true?
Oh, that's the game of the century.
Well, Jared says, hey, it could happen. Nobody picked BYU to beat Miami in 1990. Field got stormed that day. Notre Dame is getting criticized for the fact that they only have 2 or 3 good games on their schedule. They're largely, it's like, that schedule is soft. They better not slip up because they can't get it back.
That only gets you into the playoff. You will be tested at some point. And if they sort of easy schedule their way, so to speak, into the playoff, and no one's getting to the final by backdooring and hopscotching through 15 games.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. and this, and even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
America First is a national #1 SBA lending credit union, which means our commitment to helping your business grow is second to none, whether you're starting up or scaling up. Our expert team can deliver the low-rate financing solutions and support you need to achieve your goals. When it comes to helping you succeed, we always stand on business. So head to americafirst.com to apply today. According to the U.S. Small Business Association Lending Report Data, June 2026, subject to membership eligibility, terms and conditions, federally insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Ski Chevy is back. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now and get a season pass to Solitude Mountain Resort when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. Retail value per pass is $999. Optional Icon base pass upgrade available for purchase by the customer. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/26. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, eligibility, and restrictions. Get ready to hit the slopes and see your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City. So install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. We're going to talk to Josh Furlong coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll get the latest from the University of Utah fall camp. And we can ask him about his thoughts on the lawsuit that we talked about yesterday.
Yep. He's also got the local AP vote. So we'll talk about his rankings. He also published those at kslsports.com.
If you had that vote, would you take bribes?
Yes.
Who has the NBA vote around here now?
I honestly don't know.
I'd 100% go into that locker room and say, hey, listen.
Because it was Andy for a while, but Andy doesn't cover the Jazz anymore.
You know, you'd be getting yourself an All-NBA vote if something nice were to happen to me.
Yeah, Lowry, you make the All-Star game, and you make enough of them, you qualify for a different caliber of contract. How about a kickback?
How about a little something?
Yeah, you know what I mean. In all honesty, I've never had the vote. I'm not particularly interested in it.
Not that they're ever going to give it to me, but I would flat say no.
Yeah, it's just not. I don't want nothing I do other than covering the people they are, and more importantly, the players they are. Nothing I say should ever impact Nothing I do, at least my opinion, should not impact what those guys make for a living.
Or even if it wasn't tied into comp, I don't want anything to do with their perceived all this
legacy,
or that.
Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I don't want to have anything to do with it. In fact, I think it's kind of wrong.
Yeah.
It's not a appropriate relationship between media and
especially the team you
subject.
cover.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you wanted to say something like you can't vote for the team you cover and nobody can, that way they kind of cancel each other out. You can't vote for yourself in something. Maybe that would make a little sense. And even then, it's like, why? Because I went to that game and Giannis had a great game and I didn't watch his other 81 performances that year? Or whatever.
But think of how awkward that is. If you didn't vote Rudy All-NBA and then show up the next year at Media Day like, hey, Rudy. And he's like, didn't vote me All-NBA, bro?
Come on, man.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I see you every day.
Right.
You're not giving me a vote?
Right.
Inappropriate relationship. I 100% would say no. Or I would say yes and take bribes.
Yeah, it's one or the other.
One or the other.
You either got to be totally going for it, get kicked out of coverage, be thrown out of journalism entirely, but if it's worth a big enough kickback, sure.
Why not?
Yeah, right.
Anyway, Furlong's an AP voter.
And you know what? I think there are some coaches who have bonuses tied to AP appearances.
Yeah, if Josh votes Utah too low, is Morgan giving him the old thumbs down next time he sees him? I'm going to personally email Josh's rankings to Morgan every week.
Okay. Josh published them. Do you credit him? Some people don't. Credit Josh for putting it out there.
There's a place where you can see all of them.
I think you can see all of them, but Josh isn't like, you got to go find it. I think Josh does put it out.
But everybody does put it out. You can go find who voted what where. So we'll have Josh Furlong. He's going to join us. Coming up next, stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Every year, summer ends and the kids go back to school. This year, I'm going back too, at My Computer Career. They helped me get financial aid, and I got to choose online or on-campus classes to fit my needs. Now I'm on a fast track to a high-demand IT career where the rewards can finally match my value. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. It's never too late to go back to school.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Out here, you know the drill. Animals are hungry, dogs are getting muddy, and you just noticed you're low on feed. Stocking up at Tractor Supply is easy on your wallet with our unbeatable prices on select shavings, retriever dog food, and Producer's Pride animal and poultry feed. From backyards to barnyards, we've got everything to keep your pets, animals, and livestock well fed and comfortable with low prices all summer. At Tractor Supply.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, even our PHEV models, plus no payments till 2027. That's right, you don't pay till next year. It's happening now during the More to Move You sales event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC. $499 dealer doc fee required. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined by Jim Williams, longtime sports media producer, director, and executive. Keep an eye out when MLB expands. Salt Lake City is quietly becoming one of the hottest sports towns in America. Sports Business Journal just vaulted Salt Lake from number 44 to number 12 nationally, ahead of some legacy markets on its best sports business cities list. What has changed? What's driving that?
I think a lot of it is people are discovering Utah. And I think what's driving it is look at the attendance. Look at the attendance at the Mammoth hockey game. The Jazz have always been and strong. And then you've got, of course, Real Salt Lake. People are getting to understand numbers are numbers, whether you want to argue them or whatever. But at the end of the day, you want to be where you're going to be appreciated. This is a fantastic up and growing market. It's going to help the entire region.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, Jay Broadbent here from Alpine Home Medical. I've been helping folks breathe easier for 29 years now. Trust me, at my age, I know a thing or two about needing a good night's sleep. Is your CPAP mask old and nasty? Are your masks, filters, or tubing from the pre-COVID era? Or just plain tired of the hassle of ordering supplies yourself? Switch to our resupply program. We handle everything. Automatic shipment straight to your door. Insurance billing and expert support. It's quick, easy, and keeps your sleep therapy on track. Doesn't matter where you got your machine from, anyone can join. Head to alpinehomemedical.com, click on the Easy Resupply button. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Get ready, Utah. Southern rock legends Leonard Skinner are coming to the Utah State Fair Park. Hear the songs that defined a generation. Sweet Home Alabama, Freebird, and more. Live in concert. One unforgettable night. September 19th. Your ticket gets you into the show and the fair, rides, food, and all the fun. Don't miss your chance to see rock history live. Get your tickets now at utahstatefair.com.
Hundreds of children are experiencing homelessness, living in a family shelter with just the bare essentials. And back-to-school shopping is a luxury they can't afford. But you can help. The Road Home Apple Tree program provides a brand new outfit, shoes that fit just right, and a backpack. Giving is easy. Donate online or shop for a child in need. Visit theroadhomeappletree.com today, because every child deserves to start school feeling like they belong.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mississippi, Papa was a copper and the mama was a hippie. In Alabama, she was swinging a hammer. Price you gotta pay when you break the panorama. She never knew that there was anything more.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Man, you know, this business does produce a lot of great stories, like memories. We just spent a whole break going down memory lane. Good times.
Write a great book.
Good times. I still think we should do a podcast. History of Sports Radio podcast, I think would be pretty good. Scotty and I have been talking about doing that for years. We just haven't executed on it.
It's a classic radio thing.
Yeah.
Talk about doing something for a long time
and then never do it. Yeah. All right. Joining us now, he covers the Utes for KSL.com. He's our buddy Josh Furlong with us here on the Jake and Ben Show. What's going on, Josh?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
We're doing well. I know Utah just had a viewing session. What have you seen so far through, what are we, 3 weeks in? A little more of Utah practice, as they are 2 weeks away from their first game.
Yeah, 3 weeks in. And, you know, I think there's a lot of positive vibes up there, right? I think they feel like they've got the talent and the depth that they need to at most positions, right? With that said, they understand there's questions. There's questions at a lot of positions and a lot of things going on up there. But, you know, it's a different vibe in the sense that you're getting an understanding of kind of how this team operates. And Morgan Scally is very open about trying to give people an inside look in this team. So, we only get a little bit of a snippet of the viewing portions. A lot of it is position work, but we're getting to be able to see these guys, which matters a ton, to be able to understand how they operate. And by all accounts, from what we've seen, things have been going well. There's bumps and bruises along the way, but I think they feel very confident with where they're at right now.
Got to ask you about the big lawsuit, Josh, suing Freddie Whittingham, the big story of the day yesterday. I guess I'm just eager to get your thoughts on it as somebody who covered Freddie and obviously covers the university.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's gonna get big headlines just because the university's suing a former coach, and I'm not saying it shouldn't. I just think it's kind of a funny situation based on kind of the whole situation with the Whittingham family. You can be on both sides of the aisle to think that Kyle's time was done, as well as they should have let him go out on the time that he wanted to go. So, it's tough. But I think in this landscape now of collegiate sports where coaches are in very transactional mode, right? They're moving on wherever they need to. This does feel very interesting that they are kind of going after a tight ends coach. It feels very, I don't want to say it feels very petty because I don't know if it's that, but I think it's like, look, we want our what we're due based off of the contract that we signed with you. And especially if you're signing recruits or trying to promote guys coming from Utah to Michigan, I mean, that hurts the program. And so I think to some extent Utah should do that. It just feels kind of different in this day and age now where coaches are they're moving so much that is really Freddie Whittingham's salary or anything that he did the same when you're going to go pay Kyle Whittingham $18 million to coach at Michigan. So it's interesting.
It's super petty. It's petty on both sides. It's what makes it great. It's a great story.
And Josh, along these lines, having listened to everything Morgan said from these availabilities, and you've done a great job covering them, I don't get the impression he's hung up, at least publicly, on the guys that he did lose. I'm sure he'd love to have J.J. Buchanan or Smith Snowden on this roster anymore. But it does seem like he's ready to move forward while some people are still hanging back.
No, 100%. I mean, Morgan is very much so a forward thinker, not trying to look in the rearview mirror type guy. And he has to regardless this year, right? He can't continue to look back and say, oh, I love Kyle so much. I love what he did. Well, yeah, he can be thankful for that. But at the same time, he wants to move forward. And in the conversations that I've had with him, he didn't really want to entertain any of those conversations because he does want to move forward. He told me specifically, he said, I will do my players a disjustice if I do try to look back and try to do those things. And so I think for him, this is just kind of the side circus, right? He doesn't need to be involved with it. It's not his thing to worry about. His thing to worry about is trying to get his first win in 2 weeks, right? And so I think, that's his mindset. And I think the way that he's approached that is very fair. He's trying to buy in on the players that did stay. You can't get caught up on the guys that you lost. Yes, you would like to have some of these guys back, but at the same time, they feel very confident in the guys that they got through the portal, the guys that they returned, namely Devin Dampier, Bird Ficklin, those guys, they feel confident in what they've got right now.
We hear there was an observation period today. What did they let you guys see?
Yeah, today was situational stuff, and they're moving into kind of the Idaho prep. So there was a lot of trying to understand what Idaho does and trying to kind of counter that, right? It's an FCS team. I don't know that there's a ton that you feel like you have to do, but there's certain elements of what Idaho runs that other teams run throughout the season that Morgan's trying to get them acclimated to. So, we only got about 20 minutes. Some of it was watching the receivers catch passes from, Devin Dampier, Bird Ficklin. Those were pretty solid. I think just from that vantage point, Devin Dampier has seemingly taken the next step forward in terms of what he can do as a quarterback. He looks cleaner out there. His mechanics are a little better, but part of that is because he's not having to deal with 2 sports hernias. So, I think there's not a lot to glean from this per se, but I think it is more just kind of seeing the mechanics and everything that's coming together for this team. And ultimately, we won't know what this team looks like until they come out there.
Stevenson Sylvester Sly was on the station earlier today and was talking about how Morgan Scally has kind of allowed Utah football to evolve in how they practice, maybe shorter stretches, but more intense. Is that something you have noticed or have heard the players talk about? Has anyone mentioned kind of how that has affected the football team?
Yeah, I don't know that it's changed drastically in terms of like the players' thoughts, right? They're going to go to practice regardless. But I know Morgan wants to try to get the most out of these guys early so that they're not just lethargic throughout the day trying to go through things, right? He wants to get their best bet at the beginning of the day. Now, that's going to change when school officially starts and all that stuff. But he wants to be able to get these guys fresh. And like you said, they're not going to be these, Kyle Whittingham had these bloody Tuesdays, right? Where you were just going to go all out. You're going to kill each other on the field and then come out of that hoping to be better. Morgan is much more intentional in terms of trying to keep shorter practices, but making them very, intent on what they need to do, right? Shorter, trying to work on injury weight loads. They've got these little sensors that can kind of see if a body is overwhelmed or do different things that way. So it's really trying to hone in on more of the more modern approaches to practice. It's not just kind of, we're going to grind this until you guys figure it out type mindset. And so I think that alone has kind of been the biggest shift. But look, football practice is football practice. It's going to be tough. The guys that are going to be the best are the ones that put in the most to it. So not much of that has changed. It's really just more of a mindset shift in terms of kind of how he approaches the evolution of kind of understanding what a body takes and the physical load that it takes throughout the season.
Do we know what McGivens' offense is going to look like? And I'm just saying, are we going to see as much zone read type of stuff that we saw under Jason Beck? Is it going to be more pro style? Do we have any idea?
It's probably going to be more spread, I would say. I don't know that you're going to get a ton of the zone. That's the good question. Like the way that they talk about it is it's going to look very similar to what Utah did last year. But I think they're missing, they're just kind of throwing that out there. I think there's going to be much more of an emphasis in trying to establish the pass first before doing anything else. Now, ultimately, this is going to come down to who their playmakers are. And, they've got talent all across the board, but I think they feel very confident in what they had in their receiver room. And so they're going to try to be able to stretch the field a little bit more than you've ever seen, right? This is going to be a year where maybe it even looks, it's not going to be air raid like, right? But it's going to be much more of an emphasis in trying to get the balls out to the receivers, trying to get them to do that, which will then in turn relax that run game to allow Wayshawn Parker to do his thing. They also have Daniel Bray. They want to be able to utilize these guys in the backfield, but in a way that is also not just as a runner. They want to be able to use them as pass catchers too. So there's a lot of mixing and matching they're trying to do. It's trying to be able to put a lot of pressure on these defenses to say, hey, we're going to give you this look the first 3 times, but the next time we're going to kick out. Maybe it's a wheel route instead of a run or something like that. So it's going to be very similar in a lot of respects, but I think the way to look at it is it's probably going to be a little bit more pass heavy. It's going to be able to spread the ball around.
What role do you expect tight ends to play in this offense, and who are the names to keep an eye on?
Yeah, this is a position group that is very interesting to me because I don't know that there's necessarily a star player there, right? Like there's no Brant Keithley, there's no Dalton Kincaid. But with that said, a guy like Hunter Andrews, who is listed as a tight end, is going to be kind of this hybrid player that does everything. He can put his hand in the dirt, but he's probably more suited as a running back / a pass catcher. And so you're going to have him kind of all over the field. There's times where we've seen him as just a pure pass catcher. We saw him in the backfield a couple days ago, taking, handoffs and doing things that way. But then outside of that, you've got other guys that can kind of mix it up on the line, be your traditional prototypical tight end that has their hands in the dirt, a la Noah Benny. But you also have these 2 guys that they call the Rhinos, Sione and Semi, who are these big body guys who are going to kind of act like a fullback while also being pass catchers. So, I think it's really fascinating what this group is going to be. I don't know that there's a ton of clarity in that tight end room in terms of how it's going to look from an outside perspective. But I do know that coming into spring camp, they weren't as high on tight ends as they were as the end of camp, where they suddenly realized the assets that they had and what they're able to do. But I think it's going to be, I think that's going to be the most intriguing side of this offense, is just trying to understand how they're going to utilize these tight ends and what they do. But there's a lot of versatility there.
Resources has been a big topic at BYU over the past couple of weeks, and we had Dick Harmon on yesterday. And Ben, Dick estimated BYU's roster this year costing, what do you say, high teens. Low 20s maybe, but high teens I think is kind of where he settled. Do we have any idea how much Utah's roster is costing?
Not really. I mean, like, it's a little bit easier in some respects at Utah, but a lot of those deals, are private. It depends on who you believe. I mean, I've heard as much as up to 25 million. I don't know if I quite believe that. There's a bunch of players, obviously Devin Dampier and Bird Ficklin, that are going to take the bulk of that because they are the quarterbacks and they generally get the most money. But one of the things here is, Morgan isn't just going to pay a player to pay a player. I think there were times where Kyle would look at the quote unquote star power of a player and try to get that and try to spend a little bit more to get that. Whereas Morgan's going to try to be able to dial it in a little bit more, try to create more of that NFL model to say, hey, a running back is valued at this. This is what we're going to do based off of your experience. He's not necessarily going to go pay for a high-end recruit just to pay in for a high-end recruit. So, I don't know that Utah's probably that far off from where BYU is, at least on those figures that Dick Harmon gave. But I think they're going to try to maximize it and try to go for more of the experience than they are trying to go for potential. Obviously, you're going to pay for a guy like Kelvin Obot because he's a 5-star offensive lineman, and linemen are valuable, but you're not necessarily going to overpay just because a guy is coming in as a highly touted recruit.
What have you heard of Jordan Gross in his first year at Utah?
Honestly, it's just been a lot of positivity from him. I think a lot of the guys, they love that he can still kind of mix it in there, right? Like a lot of them will talk about he's a guy that can get in there, and they honestly believe that he could go play in the NFL right now. Now, that's a lot of talking about your coach and being positive about a guy that you feel strongly about. But I think there's a belief that because of what he can do and the technique and the things that he can kind of show them, that's giving these guys a lot more versatility to help them. Whatever Jordan Gross's, misgivings are in terms of not having the experience as a D1 head as a coach, he has Alex Gerke, who has had that experience with the offensive line, who's there to kind of help him and kind of evolve and grow in this system. So, there's a lot of positive vibes. Jordan Gross understands he doesn't know everything yet at this level, but I think he tries to meet these guys in the middle and understand, like, hey, if there's something I need to improve on, I'll do it. But at the same time, here's what I know and here's how we can get better. And at least, based on what they say, it sounds like that group has actually really developed under him. And so we'll see. We're not really going to know until they kick off, but it sounds like this group they feel confident about. It's just a matter of being able to see it all come together.
Give us kind of an under-the-radar story or player maybe that you've noticed being up there.
Yeah, one of the underrated players I'll say is probably Ricky Johnson. He's a wide receiver, transfers in from Mississippi State, didn't have a ton of catches at Mississippi State, and just kind of went under the radar in spring. There was a little bit of conversation about him and who he could be, but as the fall camp has developed, he's emerged as probably a top 3 receiver in this unit. Like, he's come in there and been one of the most consistent players on the team. That only adds to that depth and ability for this Utah team, because you have a guy like Kyrie Scholes who comes in with a proven record at San Jose State. He's kind of maybe falling into the background because of what Ricky Johnson is doing. So I think, if anything, that just adds to the value of this wide receiver room and giving them the depth that they need to, where they can be much more versatile than they've ever been. You had a bunch of guys in the past where you maybe had one player that could do well, and then you had some others. This now becomes a lot more of a multifaceted offense where they can go with different, wide receivers, different looks, different things to be able to help this team move, and you don't just focus on one guy. So he's a guy that I probably think is one of the most underrated players that people aren't going to know, but I'm really curious to see how it all comes together.
Unfortunately, it seems like the most important decisions right now in college football are being made in a courtroom, but this can apply to college football or basketball. Are the Utes affected in any way by today's court order that halts the eligibility of some or most players from the 2022 class?
No, Utah was entertaining bringing back at least one player from the 2022 class that graduated. They were entertaining those ideas, but ultimately they decided to keep their core of players. And so that doesn't really impact them. I think there's a lot of programs around the country that were really just kind of trying to wait and see. Plus, you don't know what these guys are going to look like coming into camp after spending the last 8 months off. So, this doesn't really impact them too much, though. I'm sure there's other court cases that will definitely impact everything.
What about on the basketball court? Didn't they have the kid from Northern Iowa, Trey Campbell? Have you heard anything on that front? Because he was in the summer league, I believe.
Oh, you're right. I forgot about that. I haven't heard anything on him specifically. I don't. That's a good question. Honestly, I haven't. I haven't.
Yeah, I didn't know if you
Football's
had an
been all
answer.
on my mind.
Was just
so-
curious.
Nope, I don't have an answer on that one. Sorry.
Well, Josh, thank you for jumping on with us. It's great to hear/see you. We appreciate all that you do and all the coverage you do for sure.
Thanks Josh.
man.
Appreciate you guys.
That's Josh Furlong joining us. Catch all his work at KSL.com. Other Utes news, but I didn't feel like we needed to ask Josh about this. Jen Shaw got her ankle monitor cut off today.
Legally, or she went rogue?
Yeah, no, legally. No,
Okay,
she's not. She's not fleeing justice. No, she was on home confinement.
Yeah, she's not a criminal.
Huh?
I was making a joke about that she would not cut off her own ankle bracelet.
No. Her sentence is over.
Better state already.
I'm trying to remember when she got out of jail, but that woman has a lot of energy. I would bet home confinement. She's ready to get outside.
Get out and about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Throw
Yeah.
some parties.
Something. Go somewhere else.
Where's the first place you'd go?
After getting off home confinement?
That should be a What You Got Wednesday.
First place you go after home confinement. I mean, isn't this what everyone did with COVID? It's like, oh yeah, you can. I mean, I know people are going to the grocery store, but places were closed. Entire buildings were closed. We were all had an ankle bracelet on.
Oh man, I was still coming into the station. So grateful.
Yeah.
Oh, so grateful.
Yeah, I believe it.
And made that experience so much less miserable.
It's got to be a restaurant or an establishment of some kind. And by that, I mean like...
We know what you mean.
Not James Harden style.
We know exactly what you mean.
Not James Harden style. Going out to eat. That's what I mean. That's it.
What's that club in Atlanta with the chicken wings?
Magic City.
Magic City?
I'm not going to Magic City.
Flying to Magic City?
No. Wouldn't even know how to do it. Other Utah news. Did you see the lawsuit that has been leveled against Sacramento Kings yesterday?
No.
A woman who was an athletic trainer had a child, and as she was coming back, she alleges that she was not, allowed to come back to her previous job, and was told by one of the athletic trainers, like the head of athletic training, that she was not, that it was because of the baby, which like obviously is illegal and should be absolutely prosecuted. Wes Wilcox, who's now the Utah basketball
GM.
He's all over this lawsuit. Now, it doesn't sound like he's, I'm not trying to sound salacious here. It doesn't sound like he's enforcing these rules, other than when she went to him, he said, yeah, you got to listen to that athletic guy. He knows. He didn't get in the way and kind of have her back. But he was listed 40 times in this lawsuit, which was not ideal. Could be worse. Could be Doug Christie, head coach, who has a quote in the lawsuit that says, "You're looking good. Don't go tell HR on me." something almost verbatim. Hey, Doug Christie.
Whose wife had to follow him on the road because he was such a hound dog.
Let's use our heads here.
Wow, yeah, that's not good for the GM to show up 40 times.
Yeah, you don't want to be there, and some history there already.
So somebody came to him and said, "Hey, I'm being discriminated against," and he said, "I don't know what you want me to do. My hands are tied."
On multiple occasions, Christie glanced up and down her figure, ending his inspection of her body by saying, "Don't report me to HR."
Oh, man.
Well, the Kings will Kings.
What a dysfunctional franchise.
What a bizarre, from the top down, just a disaster.
I mean, even through multiple ownership groups now. Super dysfunctional.
Yep, a mess.
All right, we'll have more coming up next. Stay tuned. Big thanks to Josh Furlong for jumping on with us. Tony Jones will be with us in our Live at 5 segment. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got closures on 54th South for both directions because of emergency road maintenance. Eastbound at 8400 West and westbound at Mountain View Corridor. I-15 southbound is already getting slow in spots between 90th South and Sandy and the Bluffdale exit. Want to remind you about our friends at UTA. It's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move what matters. You plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere.
Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit one gift card per customer account while supplies last.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, even our PHEV models, plus no payments till 2027. That's right, you don't pay till next year. It's happening now during the More to Move You sales event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC. $499 dealer doc fee required. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com. This week's High School Player of the Week knows success takes preparation, and the same is true for financial success. That's why Hercules First Federal Credit Union partners with Greenlight, the money and safety app for families. With a qualifying Hercules account, you can get Greenlight free and help your kids learn to save, spend wisely, and build healthy financial habits. Help your future MVP win the money management skills that last a lifetime. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Just doing it big, you know.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
When I woke up this morning, you were on my mind, and you were on my mind. I got trouble, so I got worries, oh, I got wounds to bind. So into the corner, just to ease my pain.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. Thanks to Josh Furlong for jumping on with us in the last segment. Tony Jones will join us coming up at the top of the 5 o'clock hour.
Well, not him. No, different guy.
So what? So some radio producer went viral for doing what, Christian?
Just readjusting, you know?
Not his chair.
Not his chair, no.
See, that is why I don't like the cameras. That is going to happen to me. So I'm going to
don't do that in public.
Do something.
You're an adult.
No, but it's I'm going to pick my nose or something, and all of a sudden I'm going to end up on awful announcing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I used to do whole shows with my finger in my nose, and now I can't do it at all.
Now you've got me all.
I know. I hate the cameras so much. Anyway, you can watch us on YouTube.
Not 4K.
That incentivizes people to watch. You know, keep an eye out in case you want to clip Jake doing something funny.
Ben, I felt like, well, I want to disagree with a Gordon Monson column. So I feel like it's 2019 again.
Okay.
You know, like I once started a show with Gordon. I said, Gordon, I hated your column so much.
Oh. Okay.
I don't even remember what that column was about. But Gordon Monson has written a column about the BYU extra, what are they calling them? Extra activities or opportunities that we talked about, a couple of days ago. And one thing I love about Gordon,
fan experience opportunities.
Yeah, one thing I love about Gordon is he's not shy of having an opinion, and he honestly doesn't mind if you disagree. Mm-hmm. So I hope I don't want to come across like I'm beating up my guy Monson, but I did not. I thought his column was way too sharp.
Okay.
Now they did change the headline. The headline now is, want Cosmo to visit your seat at BYU game? That'll cost you up to $3,203. The old headline was saying if you paid for any of these, you were an idiot. Mm-hmm. And he used the word idiot, which I thought was way too strong. But I heard Coach Lacombe going after BYU big time for this. I mean, Gordon, this is how Gordon wrapped up his column. Personally, no way would I shell out $3,203.06 for an in-seat visit from Cosmo at the BYU Notre Dame game. I might consider paying that much for him to stay the hell away.
You're right. The original headline was BYU is making football fans an offer only idiots can't refuse.
Yeah, it's sharp.
It's a good headline.
Sharp.
It's a funny headline.
He has other things. He's like, how about a couple of grand to do the Cougars post-game laundry? Those jocks and socks need cleaning. Helmets and pads need wipe downs. You too can bleach Bear Bachmeier's towels for a small fee. Drop a couple Benjamins in the bucket. Now, Gordon's a good writer, and that is funny. That does make me laugh. But I don't understand, Ben, and maybe you can help explain it to me. I don't understand just why people are so bent out of shape about this of all things. Why does Gordon inspire to write such a sharp column about this? What is it that inspires such feelings? I mean, you were a little worked up about it.
Pretty critical of it.
Tim was really worked up about it. I don't understand. Is it the price? Is that what people the price?
Well, okay, if everyone is frustrated by it and you're not, you go on the defensive or you go on the offensive. Why does this not bother you? What about this is something you're just cool with?
Because
I'm not totally disagreeing with you.
No, I know. And, well, that's why I bring it up. Mm-hmm. I mean, Gordon's writing a column with an opinion about it. That's why I'm bringing it up. Fans get squeezed all the time. You know, how much is a Crimson? You have to donate thousands of dollars or something to the Crimson Club just to have the ability to buy tickets, just to have the ability to give them more money to buy tickets. I don't know what makes this any different. It's a fundraiser. It feels to me like complaining about the price feels to me like the guy who goes to the school silent auction and complains about the price of the Wingers gift cards cost how much, you know? It's a fundraiser for the football team. So they're providing extra experiences at the football game as a fundraiser for the football team. I don't know why people would get that bent out of shape. And for Gordon, who says, I wouldn't pay that much, of course you wouldn't. You're not a BYU fan.
Sure.
It wouldn't be a special experience for you. Do you know how much it costs to get like a special experience at Disneyland? What's the what do they call that? Bippity Boppity Boutique where you get princessified at
the
Disneyland?
Character breakfast.
So I'm sure Gordon would say, I'm not going to pay $300 to get princessified at Disneyland. Of course you won't. It's not for you. It's for somebody else. Complaining about the $3,000, $3,203 to get Cosmo to visit your seats. What if you had 3 or 4 kids, you knew the families that sat around in your area because you've been sitting in the same place in the stadium 4 years, everybody's family or friends, you get together and you say, hey, why don't we pool some dough because we were going to contribute to NIL anyway, and we could get Cosmo to come give us a special experience at the seats. Why would that be so offensive? I don't know why people would be so upset about it. Again, we talked about the $800 to eat dinner next to Mitch Harper, right, in the press box. You get to eat with Mitch. You get to dab his chin with your napkin for $800. And Gordon gets to go to press boxes all the time.
Absolutely.
All the time. You realize, or I'm speaking to Gordon, but you realize most people, thousands of people, in fact, sit out in the freezing cold to watch those games. And they probably, all of them, at some point when the sleet is coming down, have looked up at the press box and gone, dude, it'd be pretty sweet to be up there. I wonder what it's like up there. Well, I'd like to take a picture with my family up in the press box.
Sure.
Of course, Gordon wouldn't spend $800 on that because he already goes to the press box every game. It's not special to him. But it would be special to a BYU fan or whoever would pay that much money. I don't understand why it inspires anger.
I do think the shock value of the price is a part of it. If it was $25, if it was $15, whatever, the dinner, $100, $800 is a huge amount of money.
Okay, I didn't bid on the $300 Hale Center experience at my kid's fundraiser. Then don't get Cosmo to come over.
Absolutely.
I could see you being upset if you were missing out on something. If you used to be able to get Cosmo to come to your section at beck and call, and now they're charging for it, I could see being like, hey, I used to get this for free. All these experiences are created. It's not like you could go down on the field to get the on-field experience. It's unique. It's not, you're not depriving anybody of anything. This is all additional stuff that you don't have to do.
Some of that is true. Some of that is not. Now, I don't pretend to be a part of the Cougar fan base that goes down and takes in these traditions every week. But, like, the access to the front row of the Cougar walk, like, did that used to cost money? To be in the front row to watch the Cougar walk, to watch them walk in? I don't know. Did it? Because now it costs you $160 to be in the front row of that.
So, an I don't know doesn't feel like a good reason to get bent out of shape. I don't know. I have never done the Cougar walk. If that was accessible and now it's not, how dare you? Then somebody's been wronged. Fine. But
I mean, that's the
a
point.
Small reason to get bent out of shape. Were they letting people down on the field before? No.
No, of course
Were they
not.
letting people into the press box before? No. Were they letting people into the locker room before? No. The media room before? No. All additional stuff. Nobody's being deprived of anything.
I think what this, though, does acknowledge or does recognize, and I have a little bit of the issue of the fan being pressed further, and no, the fan doesn't have to spend the money, and that's where I totally agree with you.
I agree with that, but that cat's been out of the bag forever.
You don't have to spend the money if you don't want to have Cosmo come to your chair. That's totally fine. I get it. If you don't have the money, don't spend it. Being responsible for yourself and your own finances is a part of being an adult and being a grown-up. I do worry a little bit about the idea of, like, loyalty of fans and preying on that, and that can feel a little bit predatory to me. But I don't feel obligated when I go to a Bees game to put my kids on the train. They don't need to go. If they want to go, they can. I don't feel like I have to put them on the little train that goes around anymore. And if I don't want to spend the 10 or 15, or I have no idea, to the point I've never done it.
Mhm.
I don't know what it costs.
I'm pretty sure it's free, but yeah.
Well, whatever. If it costs money, I don't do it because I don't want to spend my money on
You're
that.
rolling. I didn't mean to interrupt.
So along those lines, I think you are right. If you don't want to spend the money, don't spend the money. That's just part of it. But yes, it's just another step on top of it of like, no longer is this about going and enjoying a football game without trying to pull money out of your pocket every step of the way. And that is the Disneyification of something that, at least for a little while, felt like it was more than that. Now, you're right. The Crimson Club, whatever these companies
The
are
Cougar
or
Club?
these collections are that were even before the NIL, the Cougar Club that you had to pay in just to get access to something else. Right. This is not novel necessarily, but it's just the next step. It's just the back end. It's just the service fee. It's just all these things that do represent what's wrong. So no, I don't think it's a new problem. I don't think the reason my frustration with it was because it's something I've never seen before. I think it's just the recognition that this is never going to stop. And when is somebody going to say enough is enough? And the truth is it's not. And that kind of goes back to my whole problem with this is you can give schools or say schools can spend $20 million of their own money on their rosters, football, basketball, softball, volleyball, whatever you want to do. That's just inflationary. And this is just inflationary too. And who pays it? I guess the fans that can afford it. And if you can afford it, cool. But this isn't fixing anything. And I think that's where my real frustration comes from.
Here is what I would tell you and Gordon. Save your energy on this one and put this energy into when they raise the ticket prices. When they raise the ticket prices by 15% or 20% or whatever every year. That's what you should be complaining about. That's really squeezing every fan. That's really the predatory behavior that we're talking about here. This is just nothing. It isn't.
You're right. This is the add-on.
This is the add-on. This is something you don't have to do. This is the slingshot ride at Lagoon. You know what I'm talking
Right.
about?
There's plenty else to do. There's plenty else going on that are included with your ticket, including what you're actually there for, ideally, which is to watch the football game that happens on the field. You're right. You don't have to go eat in the press box. You don't have to get Cougar out or Cosmo out to your seat. You don't have to do the Cougar walk. You don't have to have the photo at the 50-yard line against Notre Dame. If you can, and that's something you want to be a part of, I guess feel free. Now you have the avenue to get there, and maybe in the past you didn't. And if that's the type of fan you want to be, I guess good for you. But I understand the idea that it's just never ending. It's just never going to stop.
Now, I am going to laugh heartily at specific Ute-leaning media / online people that are clowning BYU for this up and down. Because when Utah does the same thing, and they will.
Of course, everyone's going to.
And they will.
Yeah, of course.
Those same people will go, well, that's a good price on an experience to get down onto the field. This is genius about Utah raising money.
Which one's cheaper or which one raised more money.
People who are outraged now, as soon as the other side does it, they're going to go, oh, what a brilliant idea for Utah to really go out there and raise some money. It's so predictable. It's a joke because Utah will do the same thing. And those same people barbecuing BYU will all of a sudden be calling Utah geniuses. And the truth is, hopefully, the biggest part of this story is some young BYU fans get a chance to have some memorable experiences because their parents can afford it. Nobody has lost anything.
What I hate is that this does establish a norm. You're right. Again, it's just the add-on experience then, but now every school is going to do it. And if I didn't have to make it clear, this is not I think BYU's doing something wrong. This is college sports are as broken as we think and even more so. And every step of the way, it's going to get worse. That's what I hate about this. This isn't a BYU issue. This is an everybody issue. This is everybody's access. Everybody needing this to give access is the problem. I hate that. I absolutely hate that.
But that cat's out of the bag. That's what I was saying. Like,
still hate the cat.
When we initially brought this up, I said, I agree with you conceptually.
Uh-huh.
I do. Cause I do. I think fans are getting way too squeezed, and it is a racket. You know, it is a scam because you are playing on people's passions and emotions for sports. Again, sports is the most magical marketing tool ever, because even when the company or the product sucks, you're still completely attached to it and you're still following it. And we totally benefit from that. And I think people should be sensitive to preying on that. But those guardrails are long freaking gone, dude. Long gone. And so my point was, agreeing with you conceptually, this does not offend me as much as other things. This is like the least offensive thing.
And look, I went to a Yankees game over the summer, had a fun time, went into the fan area, what do they call it, the team store. I didn't spend $175 on an Aaron Judge jersey. I can't afford it. It's not for me.
Yeah, you didn't do it.
I didn't buy the add-on. And
Nope.
guess what? I left and I was just fine. I had fun at the Yankees game.
Probably bought a little like plastic bat or something.
That's not in my price range.
Yeah, I know.
So I left and I was fine.
I know.
So to the point, the guy who did, I wasn't mad at the guy who did buy the Aaron Judge jersey when he was there. Good for him. And this is more in line with buying something at the team store. It's just packaged at a time when it feels a little insensitive is the wrong word, but just in a free fall of where are we going to stop looking for money in college sports? It may be more bad timing than it is actually a bad idea.
Yeah, I just don't understand where the rage comes from. Why people are so worked up about it. And I guess it must be the sticker shock, but I just don't understand why people care. Like, why does Gordon care? I think
it's fair.
I think
your argument's totally fair.
I don't understand. Put that energy toward ticket prices. Seriously.
Yeah.
Which are outrageous.
And it's going to affect way more people.
And going to affect everyone, not just a couple of spendy folks who can eat dinner next to Mitch Harper in the press box. Take a selfie with Mitch.
Call him $800 Mitch. The $800 man.
More next. Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
None other than Pete Duchek is picking BYU to beat Notre Dame this season.
Finally, I got something in common with Pete.
Can it be true?
That's the game of the century.
Well, Jared says, hey, it could happen. Nobody picked BYU to beat Miami in 1990. Field got stormed that day. Notre Dame is getting criticized for the fact that they only have 2 or 3 good games on their schedule. They're largely, it's like that schedule is soft. They better not slip up because they can't get it back.
That only gets you into the playoff. You will be tested at some point. And if they sort of easy schedule their way, so to speak, into the playoff, and no one's getting to the final by backdooring and hopscotching through 15 games.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built Americans' financial foundation on the principle of sound, stable money, a principle later embodied by the gold standard. However, we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have since seen inflation erode the dollar's value. This is Stephen K. Bannon. What is the foundation of your savings? Birch Gold Group has been helping Americans solidify their savings with gold for the past 15 years. They help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and countless 5-star reviews, let Birch Gold help build your foundation with gold. To learn more, get your free info kit from Birch Gold by texting SECURE to 989898. That's SECURE to 989898. Take a stand for your financial future. Text SECURE to 989898 right now to receive your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold Group.
Message and data rates may apply.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America for a reason, and Silverado keeps its rhythm. You feel it in the TurboMax engine with best-in-class standard torque, an available Z71 off-road package that keeps you rolling when the road turns rough, and the most functional truck bed with best-in-class cargo space. They're trucks that work as hard as you do, so you can do more of what you love without missing a beat.
See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Based on latest competitive information, excludes other GM vehicles.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
This is Devin Dampier. As a quarterback, I spent a lot of time making good decisions. Throw it deep, check down, scramble, but one decision was easy. I stopped drinking weird tasting water. You know the kind, the water that makes you wonder, did somebody rinse their pennies in this? That's why I called Culligan Water Salt Lake City.
Culligan offers whole home water softeners, reverse osmosis drinking water systems, and bottle-free coolers designed to give your home cleaner, better tasting water.
Now my water tastes amazing. My teammates keep asking, what's my secret? More film study? Nope. Extra workouts? Not that either. Better water. Although, if you can tell, Coach, that's the reason I complete more passes. I'd appreciate it.
Right now, contact Culligan Water Salt Lake City and ask about their latest specials.
Life's too short for bad water. Trust me, I've been hit by linebackers. Some water is harder to swallow. Make the smart play and call Culligan Water Salt Lake City today.
Visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you love.
Just doing it big, you know.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a free ticket Friday. Be caller 12-801-575-ZONE, and you will win a friends and family 5-pack of tickets to go see Aerofest 2026 featuring Styx and Chicago at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater August 30th. It's coming up. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Ben, we got some feedback on the Talk Snap about our conversation about Gordon's column and the experiences down at BYU that you can pay for. Shiloh says, you just mentioned the other issue. You don't sit by people you know anymore. They took that away too, LOL. Well, that's lame.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
Jack Lindell says, my understanding on the Cougar Walk is that it is a small roped off section. It's only a handful of people who can take advantage each game. The rest of the walk is still first come, first serve.
So a VIP area.
Right.
Great. Thank you.
So nobody lost anything.
Okay. It's not really laid out in the website, so that makes sense.
And then Guy Andrus says, what does it cost to eat dinner with you guys? Because I got $5 and a box of mac and cheese burning a hole in my cupboard.
That's the legend, Dead Wookie on Twitter.
I'd take $5 and have mac and cheese dinner with you, Guy.
I'll pay you $5 to come eat with me. I don't need you to pay us to hang out with us. We're around sometimes. Come down to JCW's next time we're down at JCW's.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, free.
And grab a burger.
You got to get your burger.
It
doesn't cost anything to walk in the door.
No, it does not.
$160 VIP section. You can watch the show.
That's lame that they shuffled people around. When did that happen?
I have heard a lot of fans complaining about the difficulty of holding onto their seats, or yes, being able to keep some of their legacy seats. But I didn't dive that into it because, again, one of the hard parts I have, even though I get that I cover a beat, and this happens with the Jazz as well, with these new seats, the Jazz are reorganizing. People had to get different offers, season ticket holders, moving seats that just don't exist anymore, where they used to be, and some of the prices change. I think that is probably pretty universal, but yeah, you start selling. I don't know how it happened necessarily at the LaVell Edwards Stadium, but I have sympathy for you for sure.
Is that one of those things where they just jack up the prices on the seats so badly you're kind of forced to move, or your level, and this is again they've been squeezing people for years. Your level of contribution to the Cougar Club now only gives you access to these seats as opposed to these seats, but you can keep your seats if
for the low price,
for the low donation of an extra $1,000 or whatever it is to get you to Diamond status Cougar Club. Yeah.
You're right. That's a bigger issue.
That's a bigger issue than
VIP area at the Cougar Walk.
Worked up about the Cougar Walk. Yeah.
I think that's totally fair.
I do. I think the source of the negative energy is the sticker shock. But the idea of a fundraiser is to raise as many funds as you can. You know? Do you do that at when you do the silent auction? Do you try and, like, if you see something to bid, do you participate like, I'm going to try and get this for as little as possible? Or do you remember that you're there for a fundraiser and just go ahead and bid like a comfortable amount?
I think it's extremely nice our kids go to the same school that you participate in the silent auction.
You don't?
I do not.
No?
No.
Okay.
With all due respect, and now the teachers, when they ask for money, hey, we're going on a field trip, we could use X amount of dollars per student, and if you want to donate a little extra, or they need supplies for the class, I try and step up because I can't be an in classroom parent that goes and helps. It doesn't really work with our schedule and what we do. So I try and help where we can, but no, I don't do the silent auction. I'm not saying it's wrong to. I think it's nice that you do it, but no, I would do the opposite. I would bet so low that I have no chance of winning, so I'm not on the hook for the bill.
I debated doing this or not. I found out today one of my daughter's classrooms, because she has a couple she goes to because she's in the program. Mm-hmm. But one of her classrooms is at 85 degrees.
Oh.
And apparently they called the district to fix it. And the district said, nah, the average temp is 75. You're good. That was the response from Granite District. So now I have to send an angry email. But I thought I'd bring it up on the air. But nobody knows which specific school. So I figure the Granite School District could just fix all of them.
Yeah. Do that right.
Just
now, again,
keep fixing temperatures in classrooms until you get to all of them.
I will say we had a real temperature issue in here for a while, and we have since fixed it.
We have. It's nice.
Where you can wear a T-shirt, and I wear a long sleeve most days, and we feel fine.
Can you imagine trying to teach fourth graders in an 85-degree classroom? They'd all be asleep.
Yeah, the nice thing is the kids probably don't even recognize it.
Poor teachers having a heat stroke.
But the teacher's having a heat stroke, and the kids are exhausted, but they don't realize why they're exhausted. It's like, hey, you just had a lunch and ran around at recess and came into an even warmer room.
Imagine trying to teach like science to a fourth grader in an 85-degree room. They'd be out like a light.
I thought maybe you were going to bring in a portable AC unit for the class. I thought, that's very nice of you. That's better than a silent auction. That's really applicable.
That would make a difference.
Goes right
No,
right to the problem.
I didn't even think of that. Yeah. Do you have a portable air conditioning unit?
I do not. And they're expensive.
Are they? I have no idea. I've never purchased one.
$300 or $400, I would imagine.
All right. So. Well, anything for the kids. Or Granite District could just jump on it, Like
or that could be the teacher saying, hey, killing your poor teacher here. Every parent in this 30-kid classroom donates $10. I can go get one of these by Monday.
Can you imagine how exhausted that teacher is at the end of the day? Just sweating.
Just looking like, who was it, Sean Miller on the sidelines at Arizona, just caked.
Oh, and I bet that teacher is super grumpy.
Putting in a day's work.
Oh, it'd be awful.
Yep.
I guess they took the class out to the temporary classrooms because somehow those were better.
We have a bidding war to have dinner with us. Dead Wookie, we said, was $5 and a box of mac and cheese. Ute Shasta Trailer says, I'll see that $5 and a box of mac and cheese and raise you $5 plus whatever changes on my nightstand, a box of mac and cheese, and a half full box of the Necco wafers. Necco wafers?
Necco.
Sold. I, too, Ute Shasta Trailer, have a bowl of change on my dresser. I suspect a lot of people do. I have change in my car. I have they still have the coin purse.
Mm-hmm.
How long until that goes away?
I don't know. I don't have a lot of change anymore. And I used to have a ton.
Well, you used to have it to park anywhere.
Yeah.
The meters don't even have coin slots anymore. So you don't need it in your car. They took the cigarette lighters out of cars. The outlet is still there. but they don't have the actual push-in burner to pull out and light your cigarette because everyone's vaping these days. No one's really lighting their cigarettes in the car so much. So how long until the coin section is gone?
Well, I mean, cash in general. What's that guy's name?
Well,
Pablo Pledge-Cabar or whatever. He was slinging cocaine, and they were using Venmo.
Hey.
Like, you don't even need cash to buy drugs anymore.
But our body cavity lady yesterday was still big on cash.
Oh, she was. That's true.
So some people are still using cash.
Some people still into it. But I just don't get change anymore. That was a good story. That ended up being a success in that game, that story.
Yeah.
Imagine having to go get that money.
No, I don't want to imagine that.
Can you imagine it'll be like somebody needs to go in there and get it?
I'm missing $5.
It's another day on the bus for Ben.
Oh, man. All right. We're going to do some BYU sound coming up next. BYU Camp Sound straight ahead. Tony Jones at 5. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere.
Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Beehive Meals. Listen, school's back. We're all busy. There's soccer practices, dance. I mean, who has time to think about what to have for dinner, let alone put in the time to prepare it? Ben, if I did that every day, we wouldn't eat until 10 p.m. But Beehive is great. They have the crock pot meals and now the brand new flat top meals.
Yeah, these are fresh prep meals designed for your flat top grill, your griddle, or even a regular skillet. So you don't need to feel like, oh, well, I don't have the black stone in the backyard. This isn't for me. No, you can absolutely make them inside. It's just different from the crock pot meals. Those were very popular in the winter. We get it. Everyone likes a nice warm stew or anything you're looking for. I mean, they've got tons of great options when it comes to the crock pot meals, but the summer, you want to be outside, you want to be cooking, and they wanted to make sure that they were taking care of you as well. And again, the best part, the reason this exists, it's not to replace your entire diet. It's for those emergency situations that you're talking about. The night when you don't have time to chop, you don't have time to measure, you just thaw and you cook.
So if you're ready to make dinner easier and better, order now at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, even our PHEV models, plus no payments till 2027. That's right, you don't pay till next year. It's happening now during the More to Move You sales event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC. $499 dealer doc fee required. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief.
1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Every year, summer ends and the kids go back to school. This year, I'm going back too, at My Computer Career. They helped me get financial aid, and I got to choose online or on-campus classes to fit my needs. Now I'm on a fast track to a high-demand IT career where the rewards can finally match my value. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. It's never too late to go back to school.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Scotty G and the coach coming up next Tuesday from 10 to 2 at My Hearing Center. Is 8941 South, 700 East. Man, you know what? Our listeners are really funny. Guy who offered us $5 and a box of mac and cheese to have dinner with us. You asked him shells or noodles, and Guy responded, noodles. I don't have Jake Scott fridge money for the shells. It says, I don't even know if they cost anymore. I'm sure the shells are the upgrade.
I think they're a little fancier.
Are they?
Right? They're a little nicer. It's like it used to be 99 cents versus $1.29, so I don't know what the price is.
So I love it that my fridge now has become a joke about wealth. Then our friend Wild Turkey Fart Blunt says...
all one word.
He says, just say when and I'll make you all some of Wild Turkey's famous turkey sandwiches. And then adds, probably just you and Christian. I know Ben is probably vegan.
Jake's been burned by too many turkey sandwiches in his life. Turkey bacon sandwich really came and got him one time.
I just love it that he assumes that you're vegan. That's funny.
I'm not, but that's cool.
No, Ben is very much a meat eater.
Yeah.
Not a vegan.
Not a vegan. Never even dabbled. Never even had a stretch.
Nor a vegetarian.
Never even had a minute. In fact, I wonder how many days in my life I've gone without eating meat, especially as an adult.
Yeah, not many. Especially now.
Hopefully now.
Protein. Ben's basically on Atkins.
And I can't afford
365.
PB Fit, PB2.
Is that a flex too?
I mean, we just do Jif in my house. We do our peanut butter the old school way.
It's definitely more expensive than regular peanut butter, but I don't think it's it's not Bosch type money, no.
Your wife's
it's
drinking
not Shell's money.
I'm assuming.
Yeah, she's putting
she's
it in
making
a
protein
smoothie.
shake. Yeah. And it's easier to do than putting actual peanut butter in a smoothie. You can't ever get it off the spoon. It's a whole nightmare.
I just assumed it's more like a supplement than a replacement for peanut butter. I mean, we go through an incredible amount of just regular peanut butter. Okay. So if this is an and/or thing, then
I'm sure your daughters wouldn't love PB Fit on their
sandwiches.
Peanut butter jelly sandwiches. No.
Powdery today.
My one,
it's like
chalk. My one daughter in particular is all about peanut butter. We'd have a riot if we switched over to powdered peanut butter. But I didn't know all this stuff.
I keep mixing it with water, honey. I can't get the consistency right.
You guys tease me for this expensive stuff. Really, you should be teasing her, my wife. These are her things. Although I guess the fridge is an hour thing.
She's not. I mean, honestly, she's letting you go to the store with a list and you can walk up and down the aisles and pick foods out. She's not doing like the pre-order.
We have done that.
Yeah.
But
is that more expensive? I honestly don't know.
Depends on how. No, it's not but you have to get
X amount of dollars.
Like $30 worth of stuff.
Okay.
There is no
whatever.
pickup fee for most of our local groceries.
Which is
They
awesome.
don't charge an additional fee.
Which is awesome, by the way, except For those of us, sometimes I prefer to go in and do it, like picking up produce and stuff like that. And the carts for the people getting the groceries for the delivery are a bit of a nuisance.
That's made me stop going to certain stores.
But other than that, it's a great service. You can get them delivered.
That does cost, though, right?
Again, I think you just have to get...
You hit a certain number?
You just have to hit a certain number, I think.
Probably nice for a young family. Sometimes the baby.
Oh, it was nice. Yeah, the first few weeks after having the baby. Yeah. Super nice.
All right. I didn't know if your wife was like ordering online and then you were the pickup guy.
We do both.
Okay.
Little hybrid system there.
But then she can't get mad at you for PB Fit or PB2 because it's kind of on her.
On her, yeah.
Now, it was on the list. I saw the list.
It said PB2.
It said PB2.
And I get lectured. I get told,
You think
stick
I'm
to
going
the
back?
list.
You think I'm going back? Don't write down PB2. You've got to learn this lesson.
What do we want to start with, Christian? All right, let's get to some BYU camp sound, and let's start off with the coach, shall we? Here's BYU head coach Kalani Sitake.
Well, good practice. We've had some good live stuff, this week, and get a scrimmage tomorrow. So we're 2 weeks out from the game, and really excited about where we're at right now. I've had a really good 2-minute situation with the team at the end of practice, and I love the way the guys are working. And so it's going to be a lot of fun and playing some real football now, and seeing the guys learn and develop in the last couple weeks has been awesome, and really excited where this is headed, and we just got to take advantage of all the time that we have. What questions do you have for me?
Kalani, what was the deal with the bright blue helmets? Those are the game helmets, right?
Yeah, I think that because we've been wearing the white helmets most camp, and so we got to break in the helmets, and I think it's just so they didn't want to have it the first time that they're wearing the helmet is be in the game, and so I don't know. These guys are all spoiled. They have so many different helmets and shoes and all that stuff. So when I played, it was one helmet. That was it. And so so I think they have to just break them in a little bit and go with it. But it looks nice. I like the way the look of them, and I'm not sure what the uniform. Do we know what that is yet? Brett, do you know what it is?
I think it's royal top and white pants.
Okay, royal top and white pants. So I'm good with it. I like those colors.
When you brought in DeMario, he was originally going to do corners, and then you moved into safeties, I think, if I'm right. What was the thinking behind that?
Well, I think just looking at the candidates that we had for safeties and corners, we knew that DeMario could coach either one. And so, and he has had head coaching experience with his time in Southern Utah. He has coordinator experience, and so really like the way that he works. And he's also best friends with Gennaro Guilford, so they're very similar in their teaching style. And we just knew that there could be some flexibility with him there, and the opportunity to get Lewis Walker and Demo was really important. And I think they're going to be really good for us this year.
Will tomorrow be your last full live stadium look like you planned halfway through?
Yeah, with a lot of the guys, we probably already passed that. We did some live stuff this week, and I don't know if we need some of the guys to be live, but there's others that need to feel like what it's like to be tackled and break tackles, and so we'll get a look at all those guys. And then there's certain things that we need to do, as a team to get these guys to be a little bit more physical, but the majority of the guys are all ready to go. We just got to keep them. I mean, it's you develop these calluses and you get your body ready with the sparring that we do. So we I think most of the guys are ready, but there's some others that are a little bit soft skin, need a little beaten up. So we'll get that done tomorrow, and then we'll be ready for the season when we get to 2 weeks away.
Yeah, once you get to next Saturday, then you're into ramp up mode and a typical game build up at that point.
And then we focus more on our opponents too. Midway, so a week and a half out, we're going to be focusing on Utah Tech, and right now we're trying to get all our stuff in and figure out what's the best game plan, the strategy for week one. And so we'll just. It was a lot of work. The coaches did a great job, and we're almost there. But we'll need tomorrow, and we'll need the first 2 days next week to get ready.
When does fall camp officially close?
I think officially maybe middle of next week. Okay. And so, I thought the camp. I mean, the guys were way more ready than ever before, and so things were a lot easier. You could tell these guys spent a lot of time. Being football junkies and studying the game and studying. I mean, they did a lot of player-run meetings and player-run practices where they actually got together and took the initiative themselves to get their team ready. So a lot of the teaching, it was already done before we even got to camp, and I'm really pleased with the way they responded to it, and now we're just focusing on the technique and all the little details that can get us there.
Back in spring, Kelly Pinga noted that maybe an area that was of focus going into fall was the depth at cornerback. How do you feel about that? Guys emerging, we saw like Kevin Doe in some coverage today. Just how do you feel about the depth at cornerback after Shmev and Trey?
Yeah, and that's why we brought Jay Will here, so having him and seeing the development of K-Doe and seeing the development of Jordan Chris and Matthias Leach, those guys are coming along really nicely, and so we feel good about the depth there. Had Cannon DeVries playing some nickel for us too, and used Tommy there. So we've had a bunch of different versatile looks with the defense, and so I feel like we're in a really good spot. And there's a lot of corners that can play, and a lot of DBs that can play. We have safeties that can play corner, so there's a lot of cross training between the two positions. That's why it's important to have a lot of great communication between Demo and Coach Walker.
Anything else?
The development of the mustache, could you elaborate on?
Oh, the mustache, yeah. Honestly, I have a hurting. It's like an annoying pimple on my upper lip, and so I don't have skills to maneuver around that with my razor, and so I just had to let it grow. And as soon as the pimple heals, off comes the stash. So I don't look as good as my dad and others with it. Like look at Pops. He got a rocking a nice. Yeah, I mean, I would just be trying to imitate my father. I try to imitate him in a lot of different ways. The mustache, I don't know if I can pull it off. My 4-year-old daughter's already doesn't know how she feels about it. So yeah, this is just for comfort. You guys, this is allowed in the honor code and dressing grooming, and so. But as soon as this thing heals, it's off. Thanks for noticing like the little things that nobody cares about.
It's a flashback when you were a player.
Yeah,
I was going to say, was that 99? That
I didn't look. It didn't look good back then, and I don't know if it's going to look good now. But I mean.
You have a little bit more salt than you had.
I know.
A lot more pepper last year.
Thanks a lot, Griddle. Yeah, that's and don't look at my hair too. It's wisdom. Even in the upper lip, I got it. So yeah, I have wonderful people like you to remind me about my looks. So thank you guys.
All right, thanks, Appreciate it.
Mitch, you had one more question.
I just wanted to ask you about the linebacker position. There's so much talk about how talented that group. How deep does it go, like number-wise? Do you feel confident can play in a game?
Yeah, we have a lot of guys there that can play. I mean, we're going to be able to use as many of those guys as we can, and looking at different packages to help get them all on the field at the same time. But it's one of the deepest linebacking crews I've ever been around, and a lot of talent there too. So, and that's with Glasgow and Cade leading the way, but the rest of the guys are right there. They can play. I like that group, and so K-Pop was wise to take the inside linebacking group and the outside linebackers to coach. So, thanks guys, appreciate it, love you.
There you go, head coach of BYU, Kalani Sitake.
Jeez.
Spending way too much time
talking about his skincare,
breaking down his mustache,
telling these guys he loves them.
Got a pimple on my upper lip.
He didn't know Mitch by name. That's nice for Mitch.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, Kalani's growing a stash. Has a pimple. Hope that goes away.
Hiding the pimple. I don't grow facial hair that well, so I can't hide my blemishes.
Have you ever attempted a beard?
I get lazy.
No. But you haven't attempted a beard.
I've not gone for it. Christian, is this laziness, Christian, that you're working with, or this is on purpose? This is always kind of what your facial hair looks like.
This is on purpose, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just so patchy for me. It just looks ridiculous.
I've attempted a beard, and I can't get past the itchy phase.
Okay.
It itches so badly, and I have to shave it.
I can't get to the itchy phase, so that's the next step for me.
See, I would think Christian would be in the itchy phase right now. I don't know how he's not constantly scratching his face.
No, it's definitely. I'd say the first week is probably the itchy phase, and then after that, you're chilling.
You're doing.
But
all right.
I've had a beard for years. I haven't seen my chin since
I don't think
freshman
I've ever
year
seen you
of college.
Okay.
I think Christian should break in some new facial hair. What about just like a chin strap?
I had a chin strap in 10th grade.
Yes.
And it was awful.
I get it back.
I get Facebook memories of it, and it's awful.
Oh, speaking of Monson, I think you should just go with the goatee. You know what I mean?
Okay. Mine doesn't it doesn't connect yet. My mustache does not connect yet, so the goatee would not.
What's the difference between a goatee and a Fu Manchu?
Fu Manchu has no chin.
Fu Manchu is mustache,
and it goes straight down.
Just chin, right?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I guess, huh? Okay.
No, I don't think it's the just goes down and no chin. That would just be a mustache still. That wouldn't be a Fu Manchu.
That's the handlebars.
Yeah.
No, Fu Manchu. Maybe it has the just straight beard, but there's several different options. A lot of people are saying it is just the handlebar.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I thought that's what it was.
Okay.
But some people also say it has the long wispy beard.
You think people care about our facial hair more or Kalani Sitake's?
Neither.
Listening to the show?
Who was the president that had the sideburns go right into the mustache?
Yeah,
you know what I'm
good
talking
look.
about? I think that is the look for you, Christian. Sideburns right into the stash.
I'll work on it.
Yeah, it'd be a good look for you.
I think we need to bring a mustache on Ben. I think he'd look good with one of those like little pencil thin ones.
The pencil thin mustache?
Yeah,
There's a good
yeah.
Jimmy Buffett song about that.
Ty Corbin just did.
He had the pencil thin mustache. Yep.
Shaved the top half.
We used to play the pencil thin mustache song when we were talking about Ty Corbin. Great pencil thin mustache.
Remember MJ tried to rock the
Hitler stash.
The National Socialist stash for a minute.
He tried to bring the Hitler stash back.
You know
Mike,
what? If anyone can get this one back for us, Mike? And Barkley called him out and he shaved it.
Oh, I guarantee that was an ego play by Michael Jordan.
You don't think I can do this?
I'm so famous and everybody loves me so much that I could bring the Hitler stash back.
You know, technically Abe Lincoln rocked the chin strap.
Yeah, he had the chin.
Right, because he didn't have the mustache.
Uh-uh.
Maybe some photos, but I think he was all chin strapped. Now it got pretty big on the chin. But, you know, we make fun of Mike Bibby or even Kevin Love for rocking the chin strap early in their NBA careers.
Uh-huh.
Lincoln was rocking that thing in the mid-1800s. Looking great.
Pioneer. Pioneer.
Probably, most people say his greatest accomplishment.
Was getting the chin strap going?
Chin strap.
I think it would look good on Christian. I love it that he's tried it already. That's my favorite part of this segment so far.
Yeah,
That
it was bad.
Christian had the chin strap in 10th grade. How many dates were you getting in the 10th grade? I bet you were
Absolutely
swimming
zero.
in them.
No,
Oh.
zero. Yeah, it was terrible. I was so stupid. I was probably one of the dumbest 15-year-olds out there.
What would I Google? What president had the sideburn mustache?
Sideburns into mustache.
You could probably find a list, like craziest president facial hair.
I mean, John Quincy Adams did the real big, bushy cheeks.
Martin Van Buren, I think,
Van
is who
Buren,
I'm thinking
okay.
of.
Yeah, probably.
Or no, it was not. It was Chester A. Arthur.
Okay.
That was way better. All right. Let's get some more BYU sound. This time, let's hear from a player, shall we? This is a defensive tackle, Justin Kirkland, and his media availability today.
Justin, looking trim.
Yes, sir.
How'd the offseason treat you, man?
It was really good. They had us out there working out every morning in the summertime, you know what I'm saying? So hanging out with the boys, getting sweaty, all that, eating right. So it was fun.
Last year you were intermittent in your playing time, right?
Yep.
Why was that, and how are you taking on a bigger role this year?
Yeah, so when I first got here from Oklahoma State, it was like my first week working out and I tore my meniscus. So just kind of battling back through that one with that injury. And then that defensive line room already had some good veteran guys, JT, Keanu, and then our young guys really stepped up really well. So it just kind of made more sense for me to get back to 100% with my knee and stuff like that and then come back for the senior year.
So what's the total weight loss? What's the number? How much did you shed?
So last year I was weighing about 345, and this year I'm at 305. So yeah, it's been tell you what, shout out to my wife. She's been making chicken, avocado, really healthy stuff the whole time. Quit going to get ice cream. I was on a no fun food diet, but it worked. So
Was that the toughest thing, ice cream, cutting that out? Or?
Yeah, I'm a big ice cream guy. I actually live out in Springville, so shout out Maggleby's for their chocolate cake. It's delicious, man. But yeah, that was after I had to really limit myself to maybe one cheat meal a week, and then I've watched the pounds just fly off. Shout out to the strength conditioning team too. They were yelling at me the whole time, run harder, all that stuff too. So it was a group effort, but yeah, once I cut out the bad calories, it was pretty easy.
So what's it like playing at 40 less pounds?
Tell you what, I feel like I can run forever. So it's been a lot of fun, and just beat this defense in general. Like Oklahoma State, we were a true 3-down front, and so it was kind of not necessarily hold blockers, but it was hold blockers so the linebackers can make plays, where here it's like, dude, let loose and go have fun. So it's been just a lot more fun. Lower pad level, being able to run farther, just stuff like that. So plus all this offensive line might be the best offensive line in the country, and they're super athletic. So I was almost like a step behind when I was 340, and now we're all just on par with each other. You know what I'm saying?
Justin, speaking of the O-line, do you know what FTP stands for?
I tell you what, I've been with those guys for months, and I still have no idea. I just throw something out, make something up, It could be like for the popcorn, like they're putting on a show, something. I have no idea, and they won't tell me. So while we're in the middle of the play, I'll try to whisper in their ear and ask, but they're pretty secretive, those boys.
Do you have a favorite tech? Do you like to line in 1, 3, 0? Where do you like to be?
I like to line up where I get the double team so everybody else can get the one-on-one. You know what I'm saying?
Self-sacrifice.
Yeah, and then when I do get the one-on-one, it's finesse moves only. So if you see a lot of spin moves, just know that's my forte.
No bull rush.
No, you would think that. You would think that, but I'm more of a side scissors kind of guy. Hit him with the bear crawl move. I just try to throw things out there, see what happens. So
all that yoga work in the office.
Exactly. Yes. If you see me out there just doing some a backflip downward dog over someone, just know it was planned.
Justin, just dropping the weight, has it affected your ability to take on double teams, you feel like, at all?
I don't think so. It really, luckily, I was very blessed. I didn't lose any strength. So I just lost a lot of, the ice cream weight. And so it was really good. And then just the way his defense plays, too, like our linebackers, Cade, Ciale, Glasker, Jake, those boys, they're hitting the gap fast. And so our double teams, they last maybe 2 seconds max. So it's been... we worry about the double teams, but we don't worry about it because it's just a hard bump and climb. And so as long as we can just stick that, it works out pretty good.
How do you feel like the defense reacted from the scrimmage on Saturday through this week? It seems like Kalani in the post-scrimmage was giving credit to all the running backs that had great days. How did the defensive line, the defensive front react to that?
I tell you what, we're a bunch of old guys, and so we all have been on teams where, you get scored on. I've never seen a defense where they don't get scored on. And so having a team and a fall camp where the offense is really good and the defense is really good, it just kind of makes you look forward to the season, because if it was one-sided the whole time, it's that makes you nervous what the season looks like. And so just having the guys rally the troops and not we didn't lose composure or anything. Everybody kind of knew what we had to do, and then got everybody else on board and didn't let anybody panic or sink the boat. And we're flying around and making plays the same way. So it'll be good to get back in the stadium again tomorrow and give them a good run.
Does it mean anything to you to open against your former school, Utah Tech?
Yeah, how about that, man? Isn't that funny? Yeah, so when we played when I was at Utah Tech 2022, we played BYU, so it's kind of funny to go full circle and play those boys. It'll be fun.
Who do you like to match up against on the offensive line? Who typically gives you some fits and gives you a great look to prepare you for Big 12 play?
The All Big 12 center, Bruce Mitchell. That dude, he is phenomenal. That dude is, all of 6'4", 305 pounds. He plays with his pad levels, face mask on the ground half the time. You know what I'm saying? That dude is legit. Hard to bull rush, has a good frame, powerful. And then the problem with Bruce is he's always smiling too. And so even he'll get me a couple plays, I'll get him a couple plays, and we sit right next to each other in the locker room. And it's just all right, dude, you want to go get some lunch? You know what I'm saying? So he is a dude who on the field, he wants to kill you, but off the field, you could call him at 2 a.m. and he'd answer. So.
Is that part of the Kalani culture where you guys compete out here, but you guys love and learning in the locker room?
Yeah, for sure. And I think it just goes to in the locker room, we're all split up, so you're not with your position group. And in the team room, we're all sitting next to each other and stuff like that. And so just being able to be friends with everybody, it's it doesn't matter if Bruce is calling a DB or a DB is calling, wide receiver, everybody's friends. And obviously football, we're all competitors and stuff like that. And BYU plays a very physical brand of football. But then off the lines, it's I want to see you succeed just as much as you want to see me succeed. And so I do think that is a culture thing, and I do think the coaches do promote the lead with love very well. But at the same time, we did come here to play football, so it's a physical game.
You've been around the block
Last
a lot.
question.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so many of these guys you play on the defensive side of the ball were here last year. Cade's one of the guys that wasn't. So what have you seen from Cade that's impressed you?
Hey, that dude is a dog. And I tell you what, he showed up and immediately flowed in the system perfectly. And he showed up the right way. He didn't come in and try to, he wasn't overbearing or anything like that or try to impose his ways. He just kind of came in, rode the wave, and then obviously he's a phenomenal football player, phenomenal leader. And I'm super excited that he is a Cougar this year. So.
All right, there you go. That is Justin Kirkland doing a little check-in at BYU camp with the coach and there with Justin. We'll have more Jake and Ben coming up next. Tony Jones, top of the 5 o'clock hour. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 southbound is bogged down at the moment, at least temporarily, at the south interchange between Murray and Midville. We have more reduced speeds on the southbound side between Sandy and Draper as well, and also approaching the Bluffdale exit. Hey, if you're looking for a new ride, Doug Smith offers great savings on new and used vehicles. They've got a big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit them in American Fork, Spanish Fork, or Linden, or online at heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
You have made it through the desert of sports radio.
Yeah, and you know what? We had help. I want to thank Brendan Storsby for his contribution to this summer.
A lot of people have gotten us to where we're at today, and what we want to do is thank you.
The injunction definitely bought us another week.
A lot of judges have helped us throughout this summer.
Injunctions are the new rage.
You're not cool these days unless you have an injunction. They're handing them out like candy right now. Everybody's got an injunction for something.
Injunction. What's your function? Slowing down things we don't want to happen.
We've just spent a lot of time this summer talking about things that aren't necessarily sports, that would show up in a news headline instead of a sports headline. If you're a guy that got out of coaching, which you are, you couldn't have timed it any better.
No, I timed it so good.
You couldn't have timed it any better.
I missed COVID and NIL.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. And if you're trying to keep track of high school football games all across the state, make sure you listen to Game Night Live, Red Zone, tonight on 97.5 The Zone. Also tonight, NWSL action. The Utah Royals visit the San Diego Wave. First kick is at 8 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. And the Salt Lake Bees host the Reno Aces at 6:30 on 102.7 HD2 and the KSL Sports app. If you want to introduce your company to the Zone's passionate listeners, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing. Hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Now's the perfect time to recognize the everyday heroes who make youth sports happen in our communities. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are celebrating the coaches, referees, organizers, and volunteers who give their time so our kids can play. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. Each week, one deserving hero will be spotlighted during the Jake and Ben Show at 4:30 p.m. every Thursday. And the winner receives a $250 gift card courtesy of Beehive Meals. Don't wait. Lift up someone who lifts up our kids.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Ben, can I ask you a question? And we've had these similar conversations to these, but when it comes to the treatment of Caitlin Clark by referees in the WNBA, do you think that it's incompetence or vengeance the way that she's refereed? Can I show you the latest example?
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Okay, so Paige Beckers, who does she play for?
Dallas.
She plays for Dallas, taking on Indiana and Caitlin Clark. And Beckers is guarding Clark. Beckers intentionally fouls Caitlin Clark. The ref doesn't call it.
Okay.
She intentionally fouls her again. And this time the ref finally calls it, but Caitlin Clark throws the ball in frustration, and Paige Beckers tells her to calm down. So here it is, Ben. You can look at it. She's over there. Beckers fouls her. They don't call it. Then she has to foul her again, and she gets super frustrated, right? And then Paige tells her to calm down. Really, kind of a no big deal thing, other than like look how bad the intentional foul is. Like just a normal.
I mean, she grabs her by the arm.
Yeah, she's just trying to foul her. We see it half a dozen times in any basketball game where you're just trying to stop the play by fouling somebody.
She's quite literally trying to end the play.
Yeah.
And they probably have a foul to give because it looks like it's the end of the first half.
Yeah. And they don't call it. And so Beckers has to intentionally foul her again. Are these WNBA refs just purposely not calling anything that involves Caitlin Clark and letting her get beat up? Or are they just morons?
I think that's incompetence. In all honesty, I think it's incompetence. Though I'm sure there are some examples where, like, the league never figured out how to police Shaq correctly. College officials had no idea how to police Zach Edey and whether or not he's getting fouled every trip up the court or not. I actually think this is incompetence. Now, there are moments, again, like I said, where I think they're trying to be like, can't baby her, can't put her at the foul line every game. They're going to think we're showing bias towards her, so they're going to make it swing the other way. That's incompetence, and I say that because when I saw the foul and how egregious it was, I thought, is Dallas down 5 with 30 seconds to play? And I saw it was the second quarter in 5 seconds, and I realized, oh, they have a foul to give. The strategy is to foul to make them take the ball out to run an ATO or an out-of-bounds play, not an ATO.
We see it all the time.
Yeah.
The ref calls it because she intentionally fouled it, and I'm glad
because we know the strategy of what the team is trying to do. The ref is incompetent and doesn't realize that's a strategy. So I honestly think the ref just doesn't understand what's happening on the court, unfortunately.
Because she is ref terribly.
She is, yeah, absolutely.
And the difference with the Shaq thing is Shaq was a phenomenon physically. Caitlin Clark's
No,
not
she's
really,
not. She's very normal.
Yeah, Caitlin Clark's not really that. She should actually be really easy to referee. And much like Steph Curry, it should be the opposite way, where you get the gift calls, because that's what players like her get. They usually get the light whistle, right? And you just breathe on them and they're going to call a foul. With Caitlin Clark, they don't call fouls even when, and I'm glad we cleared up what kind of foul it is, because intentional foul sounds like flagrant
Not
foul.
flagrant.
Not
Yeah,
flagrant.
yeah.
No, just foul on purpose to stop the play.
Correct.
That they're either so ignoring everything that has to do with Caitlin Clark, or they really are just idiots. And I would buy into the latter. I would accept that explanation. I think for the most part, NBA refs are morons. So I can't imagine the people they find for the WNBA. I'm sure it's just awful.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a probably pretty difficult job. I'm not Christian over here. I've never been a basketball official. I don't crave that type of power that Mr. Esparza does. But I do think it must be difficult enough that you can't find that many good candidates, and most of the good candidates go to the higher paying jobs.
Probably.
So you're not left with the best of the best, unfortunately, even at the WNBA level.
But here's where the WNBA, this is where they're at fault. If David Stern were running the WNBA, he would call the head of officials and say, I want her to get the Michael Jordan treatment. I want her to get every freaking call because she is the money maker.
Yeah, bad choice of words on my part, but she's the prize pig.
Yes, she is bringing
she's the breadwinner.
I mean, Holly Rowe was crying on camera the other day because they had a sellout in Toronto, and it was weird, kind of, because I don't know if Holly was taking credit for it, or I don't know what she was trying to do. But the reason the game was sold out, Ben, was because who was Toronto playing?
Indiana.
Yeah. She's a star.
No, she's been as good for the league as anything that's happened in the
Absolutely.
WNBA.
And honestly, Paige Beckers is really good too. She should get every call.
Yeah, Paige is awesome too. Yeah. No, again, the league's in a really good place. I do think Kathy Engelbert, the commissioner, has really struggled to kind of catch up to the speed with the greatness that the league has become. And greatness, like it's a young league that's really developing. But you have not just right now Caitlin Clark or Paige Beckers, like Olivia Miles right now in Minnesota is insane and is a highlight every night. And they've just got all these like different conversations. They can't find it, to the point of where David Stern also had a lot of nonsense. I mean, the NBA was full of nonsense for a lot of David Stern's tenure. He was really good about making it about the things that people wanted to see, specifically the things he wanted you to see, namely Michael Jordan.
Because he is a star. And listen, who did they just honor in Phoenix? Diana Taurasi? Mm-hmm. Unbelievable basketball player. Some people consider her the GOAT, right? Mm-hmm. She wasn't a star. She wasn't. Right. She was way better than Caitlin Clark, probably. I don't know. We can get into evaluating games. She wasn't a star. She didn't draw the attention Caitlin does. And you might not like it, I guess, or say, oh, she's not good enough for that. It doesn't matter. She's tapped into whatever makes you a star in the culture. It's just
the it factor.
It's just she has the it factor.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. You're right. I was looking at, because Candace Parker just went into the WNBA or into the Basketball Hall of Fame. I looked at her career and was just blown away. 4 championships. She won MVP and Rookie of the Year the same year. She was traded to Chicago, won the title there her first year there. She's from Chicago. Like all these crazy things. And this is, again, some of my ignorance of just like, I didn't realize her career was this good. And now she does a great, you and I both really like her as an analyst.
She's like my favorite analyst.
She's phenomenal.
Yep.
Like, I didn't realize how good her career was because, again, like, for whatever reason, the star factor, and she could dunk, like, all of some of these things that we think would be a star factor or influence it just didn't quite break through at that level, even though she's one of the greatest players of all time, maybe the greatest. Whatever reason, Caitlin Clark has broken through, and you've got to ride the wave. You've got to find out how to do it.
I mean, I think the reasons are she is the all-time scoring leader in college basketball, which was amazing. Mm-hmm. The women's college basketball tournament overperforms. Like it's very popular, more than you would think. It's more popular than the WNBA. Yes, she had kind of the trash talk moment that got her onto the stage, and it's kind of like, oh, this person has no fear. Her game is totally different.
Yeah, she had the rivalry.
Where she shoots from, and all of that just captured everybody's attention. And then she takes that to the WNBA, and it lifts everybody in that league. But she is the star.
Yeah.
You could tell me, Asia Wilson?
Uh-huh.
You could tell me she's a better player. She's not a star.
It just doesn't matter.
She's not a star.
No, it's and it's not a criticism of anybody. Oh, well, it's not a criticism of the players, certainly. It's not a criticism of the talent of the players. Again, is Caitlin Clark the most talented player ever in the WNBA? No, she's not. But she's a star, and you don't turn your back on stars.
No, you don't.
You know what I mean? Tom Holland right now is a star. He's not a particularly good actor. He's Spider-Man. He's a star. For whatever reason, he's a star. So you find a way to use him where you can use him. He doesn't have to be the greatest. He's not Denzel.
Yeah.
I mean, Denzel was a star too, but you know what I mean? He's not the greatest actor of all time. He sells tickets. Dwayne The Rock Johnson's the best example of this. Dwayne is not Orson Welles, but he sold tickets forever, so you put him in movies. Like Caitlin Clark is selling tickets right now.
Yep.
Put her everywhere.
Yep.
Make her the face of everything, but you also have to protect her. Unfortunately, you have to protect her, and this type of stuff doesn't help.
Yeah, the commissioner should be on the horn and should have fixed this a long time ago. Because that is either on purpose, and this isn't a violent foul. This is just, but it's an example. That's either on purpose or incompetence.
Yep. And neither one is excusable.
Neither one is excusable, and they need to fix it. I can't understand why they don't lean into the Caitlin Clark thing. And I'm not talking about the players. I'm talking about the league.
Yep,
I don't get why they don't lean in. I actually think the rivalry amongst the players, I actually think that leads to making it more popular, to be honest.
No question. Yeah, people like that. People liked.
I don't know.
People like the.
He's not listening anyway.
That's good. People like that. The competitiveness.
Now, I don't think anybody needs to get stabbed in the eyeball with a fingernail.
No,
I don't think that's a good thing.
Trying to hurt anybody.
And some of these fouls are a little out of hand, to be honest. I had no idea it was such a rough league.
Mm-hmm.
They probably need to put a little bit of a lid on that. But lean into your star. Do what David Stern did.
Yep.
I mean, that's what's made the NBA.
And by the way, she's living up to it. Her first year, she was great. Her second year, she took a step backwards. Her third year this year, she's up at almost 22 points a game. She's up at 8 assists. She's up at 4 rebounds. Like, she's a baller. She should be, yes, the front page and the face of as much as you can do. The NBA was not shy. I grew up watching NBA on NBC. Michael played every Sunday. Certainly felt like it. Michael was always there.
Oh, what was the like Saturday, or maybe it was Sunday, the Saturday morning NBC
Inside
show, Inside Stuff with Ahmad Rashad?
Uh-huh.
That Michael Jordan, that show was about Michael Jordan.
It was the
basically.
Michael Jordan half hour on NBC.
And it was just Ahmad just kissing up to Michael Jordan the whole time, just kissing his backside. You know Michael loved it.
Absolutely. But it was good for the NBA.
Inside Stuff. Man, I haven't thought about that show in a long time. Do you know who Ahmad Rashad is, Christian?
It sounds familiar.
Okay. And what would you call him, Ben? A reporter? A personality?
Well, he was a terrific cornerback, right?
Was he? I actually don't know.
Yeah, I thought he was a very good
I only know
cornerback.
him as a TV personality.
He was the 4th overall selection of the 1972 NFL draft.
Wow.
He was a
baller.
Big-time player.
Yeah.
I don't know if injuries derailed his career. 4-time Pro Bowler. He played a while. No, he played 10 years. And then, went to become a basketball analyst, but really just a TV host. You're right. He was a TV host.
He wasn't really an analyst. No, he was more of a reporter, interviewer, host. Yes, TV host. Not really. He was never Steve Snapper Jones, you know?
I was thinking about Inside Stuff over the weekend, not to drag this on, because do you remember who some of his co-hosts were?
Uh-uh.
Do you remember Willow Bay? Do you remember that name?
No.
Willow Bay was one of his co-hosts. On the NBA, it was like where I learned about her. Willow Bay is married to Bob Iger.
No way.
So she's
really?
now a co-owner of the
Wow.
Lakers.
It all comes back to the mouse, man.
Small world.
It all comes back to like every story, it comes back to the pure evil that is Disney.
Who did Ahmad Rashad? He was like the wedding officiant for somebody, and it was like really awkward. I can't remember what it was now.
We've got the audio vault coming up next.
He's married to Bill Cosby's wife from The Cosby Show, Felicia Rashad.
Felicia Rashad. Okay. Oh, that's a nice couple.
Yeah. Felicia stuck with Bill a little too long. She had Bill's back too long.
Did she?
Yeah.
She held on a little bit long.
He didn't hurt me. Okay.
Bill's a free man, right?
on a technicality, Bill Cosby is a predator on the streets somewhere.
Okay, can I have this opinion? I went to see a Bill Cosby stand-up years ago. Hilarious.
I grew up falling asleep listening to, I started
Himself?
out as a child.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bill Cosby as himself. Absolutely. Some of the greatest comedy routines of all time.
I mean, one of the best, maybe the best stand-up ever.
The worst dude of all time.
He even did the dentist routine, which I'm sure he's done a million times, and I've heard a million times. I was dying. It was so funny.
Oh, no, this is the opposite. Ahmad, who was the groomsman at Ahmad Rashad's wedding? This is the funniest one. O.J. Simpson.
Wow. Yikes. Do you have to take down your wedding photos?
We cropped the wedding photos.
Yeah, what do you do with that?
We trimmed them down. I can only see this guy's shoulder. Who was that?
That's the juice.
Are there only 7 bridesmaids and 6 groomsmen?
Yeah, what happened here?
Well, let me tell you a little story about a Ford Bronco.
Oh, the Bills running back.
All right, Audio Vault straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's a slow cruise on southbound I-15 from 5300 South down to Draper and Bluffdale, with continued southbound slowing in Utah County from Lehigh's 2100 North exit down into the Linden area. We have northbound delays on the freeway next to Hill Air Force Base heading up to Roy and Riverdale as well. Attention property managers, customers see your parking lot first. If it's cracked, they're already walking away. Call GoPave Utah. Get that fixed. They have seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the entire Wasatch Front. Call them right now or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined by Jim Williams, longtime sports media producer, director, and executive. Keep an eye out when MLB expands. Salt Lake City is quietly becoming one of the hottest sports towns in America. Sports Business Journal just vaulted Salt Lake from number 44 to number 12 nationally, ahead of some legacy markets on its best sports business cities list. What has changed? What's driving that?
I think a lot of it is people are discovering Utah. And I think what's driving it is look at the attendance. Look at the attendance at the Mammoth hockey game. The Jazz have always been strong. And then you've got, of course, Real Salt Lake. People are getting to understand numbers are numbers, whether you want to argue them or whatever. But at the end of the day, you want to be where you're going to be appreciated. This is a fantastic up and growing market. It's going to help the entire region.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
The biggest Nissan savings of the summer are happening now at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Save up to $10,000 on Armadas and Muranos. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months. Lease a new Sentra for only $199 a month. A luxurious Rogue Platinum for just $425 a month. Or drive off in a tough new Frontier for only $29,999. Or 0%. But move fast. Visit Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. 11155 South Jordan Gateway in South Jordan. Or shop now at TimDalySouthtown.com. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Bigger selection, bigger savings, bigger deals. OAC, see dealer for details.
Your student's career doesn't begin after college graduation. It starts the day they arrive. At the John M. Huntsman School of Business, every student is surrounded by career coaches, faculty mentors, employers, and real-world experiences that build confidence, professional skills, and meaningful connections. From the first semester to graduation, everything is designed to prepare students for career success. The John M. Huntsman School of Business. Dare mighty things.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. And if you're trying to keep track of high school football games all across the state, make sure you listen to Game Night Live, Red Zone, tonight on 97.5 The Zone. Also tonight, NWSL action. The Utah Royals visit the San Diego Wave. First kick is at 8 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. And the Salt Lake Bees host the Reno Aces at 6:30 on 102.7 HD2 and the KSL Sports app. If you want to introduce your company to the Zone's passionate listeners, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Bat on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is our song for Joe Ingles. Joe Ingles, Joe Ingles, Joe Ingles, you make my body tingle. Joe Ingles, our awesome Aussie hero. Joe Ingles, Joe Ingles.
The Audio Vault.
By the way,
spirits from your chair. If Joe's not there, then we don't care. Joe Ingles, Joe Ingles.
Joe Ingles is going to be a part of the Audio Vault.
Quick correction, Ahmad Rashad, receiver. I don't know why I thought he was a corner. My apologies.
Had both Bill Cosby and O.J. Simpson.
And other retraction.
Is he better than Art Monk?
Bill Cosby and O.J. as his agreement.
This Art Monk slander is does it have to continue? Art Monk was way better than Ahmad Rashad.
I'm just trying to get a gauge of how good this guy was.
Well, Art Monk's in the Hall of Fame. Yeah? No?
I don't know. That's a good question. He should be.
Ahmad Rashad's in the College Football Hall of Fame. 4-time Pro Bowler. Second team All-Pro. He is listed as one of the 50 greatest Vikings of all time. He's in the Vikings Ring of Honor. He's in the Vikings 25th anniversary team. He's on the Vikings 40th anniversary team.
Yes, Art Monk is in the Pro Football and the College Football Hall of Fame.
So a better player than Ahmad.
So put that in your office and frame it, Ben.
Ahmad.
You too, Christian.
An Oregon Duck.
Listen, both of these guys were before my time. I'm just trying to get a gauge.
He won 3 Super Bowls in Washington.
Okay.
Retired as the NFL's all-time leader in career receptions. Does that sound like just a guy?
All right. No. He's not a Jag.
Ahmad wasted his career with the Cardinals, the Bills, and the Vikings. So, no, he never won a title.
All right. We were playing the Joe Ingles song for a reason before we got distracted with this Art Monk slander.
This is our song for Joe Ingles. Joe Ingles, Joe Ingles.
I forgot how bad this is. This was my idea to play this song. I forgot how bad it is. Our awesome Aussie hero.
Well, it started with the Rudy Gobert one.
Oh, yeah, French. Right. That's right. Okay, so Joe Ingles, set this up for us, Ben. You found our Audio Vault material today.
It's pretty easy to understand. He's just doing an interview on a sideline. He's playing in Australia right now after retiring from the NBA. He's still playing, and somebody was asking him a question.
Which player did you play against the most?
In the whole league?
Got to think some playoff
West Coast,
here, yeah.
playoff series. So it has to be like Denver, LA. Not my buddy, Paul George.
No. I left him out of this on purpose. Do you talk?
Me and him?
Yeah.
No. I ain't got no problem with him, but I don't we don't.
Well, it's iconic.
He hates me. I don't really care. Like I'm not losing sleep over him.
Joe's not losing sleep over push-off P.
I think we just wanted to play the Joe Ingles song again.
We did, kind of. Can I ask you this? So he's playing in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Does Joe Ingles have like a gambling problem or something? Like, what does he need the money?
Does he need the cash?
Why is he playing in Australia? Joe, you're 105. Your body's giving out on you. What are you doing? There's no way he's making millions of dollars in Australia. Is Joe blown through all his cash? He made a lot of money in the NBA.
I have bad news, and I'm not trying to insult anyone from our station.
Uh-oh.
There's a reason Joe liked to come on the morning show, DJ and PK, a lot. There's a reason he's still finding cameras. There's a reason he hung around the NBA. I don't think Joe can say goodbye. I think Joe likes the spotlight.
This is Aaron
Rodgers.
This is an ego thing.
This is an ego thing. I think Joe likes being on camera.
Okay.
I think Joe likes Joe.
Joe Ingles made. Do you want to play this game? Do you want to take a guess how much Joe Ingles made?
Let's see. I remember he signed a 5-year deal with the Jazz. I remember where I was when this was announced because I was doing a show from somebody had a pop-up camper. Joe Ingles made $68 million in his career.
91.5.
Wow.
91.5. In fact, he made more than $70 million with the Jazz alone.
Wow. Well, he was a good player. Joe was good. Joe, very good 6-man.
91.5.
Woof.
Joe, retire,
so
bro.
No, Joe didn't need the money.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Does he have some sort of compulsive behavior
He
problem?
does. It's a compulsive behavior problem. Compulsively looking for the camera or the microphone.
Dude, Joe, I've been to Fiji. Move out there, bro.
I don't have this whole video clip. I don't actually know who Joe Ingles played against the most in his career.
Nor do I care. That's a really weird question.
Though my friends at AI said he played the most games in his career against the Trailblazers and the Thunder. And I would actually bet Dame might be the answer because that was the only person who was consistently on that team most of, if not all of Joe Ingles' career. And then when Joe went east might have also been the time that Dame went east.
So that's got to be regular season because there's no way that's the answer. Because the Jazz didn't play either of those teams in the playoffs with Joe Ingles. So it
could have been like a Jokic.
It's got to be Houston, the Lakers. Who else did they play over and over again in the playoffs? They played Golden State at least once.
Yeah.
It's got to be Houston. Because
Houston.
they kept running up against Houston in the playoffs.
If those guys were on the same team that long is
the
the
guy
only
nods
question.
his head when Joe Ingles guesses L.A.
Okay.
But you don't know if it's
LeBron.
Lakers or Clippers.
Probably LeBron. Just because LeBron was in the NBA all of Joe's career. It might have just
Did LeBron play every game?
He wasn't on the Lakers all of Joe's career.
No, he wasn't. I'll see if I can find this. Not that it matters.
Not that it matters at all. Tony Jones.
Speaking of LeBron.
Who's watched Joe Ingles play a lot. Is going to join the show. Coming up next, stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once a year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
AI is everywhere, but how can it actually help your business? Every business is hearing about AI, but knowing where it can make the biggest difference isn't always obvious. DevSimplify.com helps you identify where AI can save time, reduce costs, and improve the way your business operates using the team you already have. DevSimplify.com custom builds the right solution for your business. The businesses that embrace AI strategically today will lead tomorrow. Learn how to make AI your advantage. DevSimplify.com. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just doing it big, you know.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Up every morning just to keep a job. I gotta find my way through the hustle and mob. Sounds of the city pounding in my brain while another day goes down the drain. But in the private world when the whistle blows, no one owns a piece of my time. And there's a 5 o'clock for me inside my clothes.
Jacob in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's talk a little NBA with one of our very favorites. He covers the league for The Athletic. He is now based in Philadelphia and covering the Sixers. But, of course, you still know him. You love him. He's the one and only Tony Jones. What's going on, Tony?
Yo, we got to, like, tie Jake down so we can talk about LeBron because, you know, it's a bit like this. Jake, do you need to, like, blink twice if you're in trouble? We need help?
No, we don't need a signal, Tony. It's okay. I can be an adult and talk about LeBron. I will try.
Tony, you come from a long line of former Tribune reporters who have abandoned our state to go cover LeBron. Kyle Goon and Bill Oram, and now Tony Jones. What's the deal?
Abandon is such a strong word. I'll give you a pretty nice story. I was at the National Association of Black Journalists Convention in Atlanta.
Shout out to your mom, by the way.
Shout out to my mom. Definitely. Shout out Jackie Jones, NABJ Hall of Famer. Love you, Mom. So I took a Delta flight back to Philadelphia because my time in Atlanta. My time in Atlanta was over. And the crew of that flight was from Salt Lake City because, you know, obviously Salt Lake City is a Delta hub. And I had an SLC Summer League jersey on. I mean, not jersey, Summer League hoodie on. And they called me a deserter, and they said that I was a turncoat, and They were very mean to me because I told them that I moved from Salt Lake City to Philly.
To be fair, LeBron came to find you. You didn't go chase him.
That's how I prefer to look at it.
Wow. And believe it or not, that's the second Magic City reference on the show today, which is pretty amazing. That's pretty awesome, actually.
I went for the wing.
When do you get your first availability with LeBron? Is that before camp?
Media day. So September 28th.
Dude, you got to cook up a good one, Tony. For the first one, you got to cook up a good question.
I mean, yeah, cook up a good question, cook up a good story. It's going to be obviously a dominant story at media day because it's going to be the first time that he's talked.
Well,
obviously.
How does this compare, Tony? I mean, you covered. Look, I'm not going to pretend the Jazz compare to anything that you've covered otherwise. This was a good Jazz team that went all in and went and got Mike Conley and Bojan Bogdanovic, and people were excited. But that was also kind of right before COVID, and things got very weird there. You've covered the Nuggets. They won a title with Jokic. He's one of the greatest players in the NBA. There's some media attention there. This has got to be unlike anything I think you've probably covered on a beat. I mean, LeBron coming after Jaylen Brown with the Joel Embiid circus. Tyrese Maxey's one of the best young players in the league. This has to be, I mean, what the only thing anyone's talking about, or are there other sports in Philly that are still mattering?
To answer the first part of your question, man, like this, it's obviously different than anything that I have ever experienced or will have ever experienced. So there's some bracing for that. I mean, you think about it like this. I mean, since he signed, there have been multiple LeBron James murals go up in the city of Philadelphia. Ticket prices have become an insane price. There's stories to be done there. Phil Handy just signed with the Lakers to be an assistant coach. And that's, you get players and then, you get LeBron, and then LeBron's starting to bring his guys in, Contavious Caldwell-Pope, Phil Handy. I mean, so you see, even before, 5 weeks before media day, 5 weeks before training camp starts, you already see some of the impact that LeBron is having on the Sixers and internally. So, there's that, and and obviously this is a huge thing, for the league, just for LeBron to go back to the Eastern Conference, to go to a team that he feels that he has a chance to win a championship with, whether he turns out to be right or wrong. And when LeBron did sign with Philly, I talked to a league source, and when we got off the phone, his last words to me were, "Get ready, Tony. The circus is coming to town."
All right, so weigh in on a debate Ben and I had earlier in the show. Who's a better player right now, LeBron or Con Knipple?
Y'all didn't have that debate.
Absolutely, we did.
One of us tried to have the debate, and one of us, rightfully so, dismissed it outright.
Oh, dude, Con's way better. What, LeBron, the cherry-picking LeBron? You take him over Con Knipple? Come on.
Jake, LeBron is still – I still would not take 10 players in the league over LeBron in a playoff series. Think of it like this. He just took he just took a team without Austin Reeves, without Luka Doncic, and beat a team that was favored in a playoff series, was by far the best player in that playoff series, and was the second best player in the next playoff series, even though his team got swept. He was the second best player in that series behind SGA. He's still very, very much a star-level player. He's still very much an all-star level player. And if you give him enough wherewithal and responsibility, he's probably still very much an all-NBA level player. I don't think that he should have that kind of responsibility in the regular season, just because of his age and, just because of the mileage. But, I mean, let's be real. I mean, we're still talking about one of the best 10 to 12, maybe 15 best players in the league.
Best 10 to 12 players on his team, maybe.
Inarguably.
See, this is Jake. This is why I asked you if you were capable of having this conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not.
This is actually really interesting, Tony. What you bring up is interesting because Joel plays 50 games if you're lucky at this point in his career. Joel, when he's on the court, is still as good as basically any player in the league with his skill and his size, but he just doesn't play enough. LeBron is at a point where you probably can't ask him to play 70 nights. If you are, you're probably asking a little much of him. Tyrese Maxey is so good and so young. Jaylen Brown's a metronome. He plays most games throughout his career. There are some real pluses here. What do you think about how this is all going to mend together and blend? Because you have guys who don't play every night, and you have some guys who are going to always be in the rotation. That's not always a great formula.
Well, the pluses of this, and this is where Jaylen Brown comes in. Jaylen Brown plays 75 nights a year. Tyrese Maxey plays 75 nights a year. VJ Epstein plays 75 nights a year, well, in his 1 year. So those guys are going to be on the floor unless they're hurt. So what you have to do if you're Nick Nurse is, and LeBron James still played 60 games last year. He had the sciatica, and then, once he came back from the sciatica, he was pretty much available for the remainder of the year, save for a few nights where he load managed, here or there. What you probably want is to stagger LeBron and Joel Embiid through the back-to-backs, which was huge, which is a huge luxury for Nick Nurse this year, because he was going through back-to-backs without Joel Embiid and Paul George for most of the last 2 years. So if you stagger LeBron and Joel through the back-to-backs, you'll probably have one of those two on most nights. Hope Joel doesn't get hurt. But then, obviously load manage the heck out of Joel, because you don't need him in the regular season. But if you want to win a championship, you absolutely need him. So you need him healthy in the postseason, and and hope that the rest of the roster has relative health. I've been around the Sixers for the last year and a half. There are so many nights that, Nick Nurse will come in for his pregame talk, and I promise you, he did not know who was available on those nights. So he didn't know whether he'd have Joel. He didn't know whether he'd have Paul George. And we'd be sitting there and asking him, and his response would be like, yeah, we just got to see how they warm up and how they feel and what the medical team says, and and then we'll just go from there. This is, an hour and a half before the game, I haven't thought that Nick Nurse has done the greatest job. I thought he was great in the playoffs last year, but I thought holes in the regular season. But he hasn't, in his turn in his time with the Sixers, by and large, had a full deck in terms of a roster from night to night. And it was no coincidence I thought that he did a great job in the playoffs, because he had a full roster from night to night, and he knew what he was preparing for from night to night. So, I think that, I think that the health thing, when people talk about Philly, is a little bit overblown, because, Joel Embiid is the only guy that's historically not durable. But at the same time, they still have to watch and monitor the health as well.
What position do you think LeBron's going to play, Tony? I know his camp was floating out point guard, but it seems to me that Philly has a lot of people who like to dribble the basketball. So what's his natural fit with this team?
Well, he'll play power forward, but he'll run the offense a lot, and he'll have the ball in his hands a lot. I mean, Tyrese Maxey can move without the basketball, and he played off the ball pretty much all of James Harden's tenure. I mean, it's not foreign to him to not, have the ball in his hands for 40% of the time. I think that, Jaylen Brown's going to have to make some kind of adjustment. And I think that, Joel Embiid, should try to adjust this is ironic because of, the history between the two. But Joel Embiid should be less Joel Embiid this year and more Nikola Jokic, just distributing from the elbows, running DHOs, hitting cutters. He's a great passer. doing those things, but, I think that people are talking about Jaylen Brown in terms of him having to take a step back. I think it benefits the Sixers a lot more if Jaylen Brown still averages 28 points a game, because this team, LeBron and Joel, they need a regular season innings eater. And, Jaylen Brown is that guy. He is going to go out, and if you give him 35% usage, he's still going to put up really good numbers. And I don't think it benefits this Sixers roster if he's taking a step back and taking 12 shots a game. So, we'll see how it works. But, I think that, these guys are going to come in, kind of with their hearts open. They're going to be, unselfish, and we'll see if it works. I think that, a slow start is predictable with this group because it's going to take a while for them to figure out how to play with each other. But if they figure it out, the talent level has a chance to be overwhelming.
Jazz fans love Ace Bailey. VJ Edgecombe was in that same draft, went 2 spots ahead of him. What do you make of VJ? He had a great rookie season. How does this all affect him?
I thought he had a tremendous rookie season, and I thought that, going into the offseason, he had a chance to really progress into a major offensive force. That obviously is probably not going to happen on this roster. But I don't think that, people predicting that, the Sixers are just going to stick him in the corner, I don't think that's accurate either. I think that he's going to have the ball in his hands a lot this year for 2 reasons. Number one, I think Nick Nurse is going to stagger the heck out of those 5 so that those guys can all get a chance to kind of touch the basketball, have their time, where they're featured. Secondly, because I think that he's too talented to really stave off. I think cream rises to the top. But thirdly, between LeBron and Joel, they're going to be missed games. And, and if LeBron and Joel are out at the same time, he's going to be counted on to get 20 points on that night. And, so he's they're going to be, I still see him as, 15 to 18 point per game guy just by osmosis because he cuts so well without the ball. He's so good in transition. He's going to get, if you're having to defend a team that has, Tyrese Maxey, Jaylen Brown, LeBron James, and Joel Embiid on it, you got to leave somebody open. You got to concede something, so VJ Edgecombe is going to get a lot of open looks this year, and he's going to get a lot of open runs to the basket off of cuts to the basket. He's going to get a lot of open runs to the basket off of transition. There's just going to be a lot there for him to where he's going to be able to be efficient enough to still make a real impact.
Is Philly the favorite in the East in your mind now?
I wouldn't put them as favorite in the East. My New York Knicks are there, and they're still in the East. And, they won the NBA title for a reason, and there wasn't a fluke. They were the best team in the NBA by far. And, I think that they took some hits. Them going from Mitchell Robinson to Andre Drummond is it's going to show up. And, but I think that they're still really, really, really good. And the East is going to be a bear, between Philly and New York and Toronto and Cleveland and Detroit and Miami. And, Indiana's getting all of their guys back. And, Boston's got all of their I still think Boston's really going to be good. And, Atlanta's had a great offseason. And Orlando is still, I think they made a real coaching leap with bringing in Sean Sweeney, so it's going to be a real bear in the Eastern Conference. It's going to be as competitive as it has been in decades. And, I'm looking forward to it because I think that, as much as I was like, man, I'm going out east, so I'm not going to see great basketball every night because of all the great basketballs in the West. I think the great basketball is going to be in the East this year.
Big E over Pac. I've always said it. East over West.
Uh-oh. The West is still going to be good.
Yeah, the West will be good. But the East might be better. I think you're right. It's more competitive. It's more interesting.
Yeah, I would say that for sure.
Who's a better player, SVHT or LeBron?
He doesn't know who SVHT is.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
Svi Mikhailuk.
That's my nickname for Svi Mikhailuk. So, kidding. I'm teasing, of course. Tony, this was great. Thank you for coming on
Thanks,
with us.
Tony.
We really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it, and listen, man. I just went to Magic City for the wings and to see.
I'm sure they were delicious.
See if Lou Williams was correct. I just, my wife be listening to these things, so I just want to just put that out there. Right?
Is your daughter still working here?
No, she was an intern 2 summers ago.
Was that long ago? Man, time flies.
She is graduating from college this coming May. So yeah, y'all people should hire her.
That's amazing.
Okay.
2020 was a very unfunny year. Was the Lou Williams breaking out of the bubble to go to Magic City the funniest story of 2020? It had to be it, right?
It was, and you can never have it. Listen, I'm not even gonna lie to you. So, obviously, I did go to and watch the athletes at Magic City, but the athletes. I'm gonna say athletes. But however, there were so many people in that wings line. Like, it was out the door. It was out the door. This girl asked me, she said, hey, you have an ID. Can you go in and get, she was like a 16, 17-year-old girl. She was like, can you go and get my wings for me? And, she gave me the money, and I went and got the wings and bought it out to her. Like, that's how popular the wings are there.
There's a situation where that story ends with Tony dying. So I'm glad that it worked out. Okay.
I just think it's funny that
Tony disappeared that day. He was talking to a 16-year-old outside of Magic City and disappeared. We never
I
heard from him
wasn't
again.
talking to her. I got her wings for her.
It's a financial transaction.
I just think it's funny that Tony got hey mistered for wings.
Yeah, for wings.
Not hey mistered for we go get me a 6-pack of beer, but hey mistered for wings.
You need the lemon pepper wings, Tone.
That's so funny. Tony,
she got the honey hot wings.
Okay,
those were fire.
Tony, we love you. We appreciate you, and hope you have a great weekend.
Love you guys too. Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Tony. You're the best. There
Tony
you go.
is the best, man.
The great Tony Jones. That's so funny. I have never been hey mistered.
Oh, really?
I
have.
Have you?
Mm-hmm.
Not by a stranger, anyway.
I used to hey Mr. Kids at one of the local ski resorts because if they bought a ticket, kids could get in for $10 if they were under 13 years old. So I used to hey Mr. people at the ski resort, never for any substances of any kind.
But that's pretty funny about the wings. Hey mistered for wings.
Hey Mister, I want some honey hot wings.
Christian, have you been hey mistered?
No, I feel like I don't look that old yet. I don't know.
Not
you got a
yet.
beard?
I guess.
You've got a chin strap.
Right.
The mutton chops into the mustache.
The mutton chops, yep.
Yeah. Nope, never been. I got hey mistered outside of a convenience store. And I remember there was a very popular rumor, which is probably true, but the rumor might be more valuable than the actual people doing it, that what's the alcohol and NABC, what's it called? The ABC, the alcohol.
BAC?
The BAC, excuse me. No, that's blood alcohol content.
Is that not what you're asking?
No, he's looking for the alcohol
enforcement
division
agency
of the state.
Yeah, whatever it's called. There was a rumor that they were sending young people out to go and bust people that would say yes to hey mistering.
They're narcs.
Right, but I actually think that just having the rumor out there was probably enough. You probably didn't actually need a bunch of kids out there hey mistering anybody. And so I said no to the people.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Because they're stinging the misters.
Because apparently they're stinging the misters.
They're not stinging Johns. They're stinging misters.
Which is different.
Yeah.
Which I'm not going to buy you alcohol, kids. I don't want to ply a bunch of young people with alcohol. That's not good for you.
Not at all.
Stay away.
All right. Thanks to Tony Jones for jumping on with us.
Indulge in the hot wings.
We'll have more next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoq.
BYU has always done more with less. That's kind of their calling card. And it was only maybe a year or two ago where a prominent guy down there stepped up and said, look, we're never going to be the highest bidder. We're never going to throw as much into this as some of these big schools. Well, here we are now, and the coach is asking for more stuff. I honestly believe, Scotty, that what the issue is more than anything, this has happened fast. BYU's been in the game, but every single year there's a demand for more. Money is not, like everybody said, just growing down there on trees.
That is a huge reason why you're even seeing Alabama, you're seeing Michigan, you're seeing a lot of these schools begging Congress to get involved to protect them from themselves, because everybody has a point where it's like, we can't do this anymore.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
New siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
UCCU Mobile Banking now comes with Learn and Earn, a fun way to learn about money. Learn and Earn breaks down financial topics into fun, bite-sized games like quizzes and trivia for your entire family. Every time someone in your family completes a game, they earn points towards gift cards from Apple, Amazon, Walmart, and a lot more. The more you play, the more you learn. The more you learn, the more you earn. Visit uccu.com/learn to start learning and earning today.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss this limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit 1 gift card per customer account while supplies last.
Utah's only PGA Tour event is back. The Bank of Utah Championship returns to stunning Black Desert Resort October 1st through the 4th. Experience championship golf, incredible southern Utah views, and an unforgettable atmosphere for golf fans and non-golf fans alike. Upgrade to the Greater Zion Club for premium views and all-inclusive food and beverage. Don't miss your chance. Ticket prices increase September 14th. Get your tickets today at bankofutahchampionship.com.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Scotty G and the coach coming up from 10 to 2 next Tuesday at My Hearing Center, 8941 South, 700 East. We can reset that Sly stuff here in a second, but I just saw this story, Ben, and this fits right into our discussion about Caitlin Clark and the WNBA we had in the last hour. Inter Miami's Lionel Messi and Ian Frey have been fined undisclosed amounts for making contact in the head and neck area of opponents in separate incidents during the second half and stoppage time of a 2-2 draw against Philadelphia in Major League Soccer on Friday. Lionel Messi slapped the back of some dude's neck.
Don't do that.
Dude, what are you doing finding
Yeah.
Lionel Messi?
Yeah, you can't find Messi.
Dude, he could beat somebody down on the field, and Major League Soccer should be like, no, it's fine.
Thought he had diplomatic immunity.
Lionel.
Yeah, I thought he was just fine. I thought he could, whatever
Doesn't he
wants
own
to
the
do.
league?
I think part of it, he gets a cut of their TV deal. Like, Lionel should be able to get away with anything.
Lionel.
They should not even be calling offsides on Lionel.
Correct. He's got his own rules.
Own rules, dude. Major League Soccer needs Lionel.
Yeah.
So badly. They should never be finding him ever. He should be able to slap a whole team.
It actually might have been the funniest thing MLS could have done. Is as soon as he got here, they were just enforcing every rule against him so harshly. They were just like absolutely putting the screws to him, just making his life impossible. No star treatment,
nothing,
making him earn every bit of it.
That's what the WNBA is doing to Caitlin
That's
Clark.
what they're doing every wrong offsides call, just absolutely every chance they could.
Like Don Garber watched the World Cup, right? He knows what a big deal Lionel is. And he's playing in your league.
It's got to be the face of everything.
There he is, Lionel.
I bet
You're
you
gonna
that's
fine him?
I bet you that's why they left the fines undisclosed.
Yeah, right.
I bet you the fine is the announcement of a fine. You know what I mean?
It's a warning. We'll call it a fine.
Listen, Lionel, we're not going to fine you, but I have to appear as if I have a spine. So we're going to announce that we fined you an undisclosed amount. I mean, if it were the NBA, they would have fined the Jazz.
Leave Lionel alone.
There he is, Lionel.
I love that drop. We need to talk Lionel Messi more. Can we mix that in more?
I think we saw him the only time he came to town, unfortunately.
By the way, that bit, just because we probably should reset
every once in a while.
our bits.
There he is, Lionel.
I watched. That's from the documentary about making We Are the World.
Mm-hmm.
And Michael Jackson would call Lionel Richie
Lionel.
And there is a clip in the movie where Lionel Richie talks about it, where he's like, he always called me Lionel. I don't know why.
Yes, it's Lionel Richie impersonating Michael Jackson saying his own name wrong, or saying Lionel's name
This
wrong.
particular clip, Michael Jackson lost his snake, and they were recording, and the snake slithered out, and Michael says,
There he is.
There he is, Lionel.
And we have an on the air, off the air joke about how big a deal somebody has to be that you cannot correct them on how to pronounce your name. Like Michael Jackson can pronounce your name however
he
you want.
wants.
Like
Even if you're Lionel Richie.
Lionel Richie can correct pretty much anybody on the planet.
Right.
Except for Michael Jackson.
Right.
So it's pretty funny that Lionel.
There he is, Lionel.
Didn't know he was talking about a snake on the loose, but Michael Jackson was a strange person.
You should watch that.
I didn't need to watch it.
You should watch it. It's good. Stevie Wonder has to teach Bob Dylan how to sing like himself, which is some weird part.
Okay.
Like Bob Dylan.
And then Bob just mouths the words.
Well, Bob couldn't figure out how to sing on the song.
Okay.
And Stevie Wonder's like, you just sing like yourself, Bob. And then apparently Stevie sat down at the piano and started doing a impression of Bob Dylan. And then Bob's like, oh, okay.
Figured it out.
So that's kind of funny.
Steve's a genius.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Stevenson Sylvester, Sly, our buddy Sly, was on with Coach Tim Lacombe earlier today. And Sly is going to be doing color analyst work for the radio broadcast. So he's getting a little more access to camp. And he talked about some changes Morgan Scalley is making with camp. And I haven't heard anybody else talk about these. So this really stood out to me. Let's play those comments now.
I want to maximize output. That means I'm going to take time off of being out here in training camp. Training camp used to be like we're out on the field for an hour and a half to 2 hours every single time. 2 hours, 2.5 hours in the hot sun, 2 times a day, yada, yada, yada. Morgan isn't like that. Morgan is like, I'm taking the approach of we're getting out here for 60 to 90 minutes, right? But when we're out here, I want you guys to sprint, maximize efficiency as if it's game-like scenarios, so that becomes your normal.
So he's shortened practices, but made them more intense. So instead of going for 2-3 hours, they're going for an hour or 90 minutes. But they're sprinting or going full out the whole time.
In concept, I love it. In concept, I love efficiency. I like the idea that the players are working just as hard, maybe working a little bit less. So the burnout is a different type of burnout. Ideally, it's not time related, which I think emotionally would cause you to check out. This gets you ready for game day when, yeah, you have to be, going 100% all the time. And if you're used to 4-hour practices where you're going 60% just so you can get to the end, I get the value. I'm curious sometimes when people try to reinvent the wheel. And I wonder if that's what Morgan Scalley's doing.
Yeah, I think we kind of talked about the balance of it before. There are better ways to do things. Just because something has been done one way for eternity doesn't mean that that's the best way. But there are some proven things that tend to work. I find it fascinating. I wonder, do you think it could also be a recruiting tool?
We don't work as hard as the rest?
Or at least as shorter. Because we know one thing for sure. Players hate camp.
Yeah.
With the fire of 1,000 suns.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's a selling point where we're doing practices different. You don't have to sweat it out for 3 hours. You have to bust your butt, but we're only doing an hour and a half.
What I might believe, in all honesty, is this encourages even some of the star players to be a part of it more. Very famously, what did Witt call it? The pit.
The pit. That was an Urban Meyer thing, by the way. That Kyle Whittingham continued.
Every wide receiver at Utah was in the pit through all of camp because they're like, coach, my hamstring hurts. He's like, all right, well, you're going to go do pull-ups and push-ups and things that don't affect your hamstring, but you're working just as hard as everybody else for 4 hours. But it didn't seem like everybody was totally bought in on the idea of these longer WIT practices. Maybe if it's only 90 minutes, you get everyone participating more. You get more people participating because they're thinking, well, I don't want to be doing this for 4 hours, but if I only have to work this hard for 90, I'll be a part of it. I honestly wonder if you get better investment from your players in a shorter period of time. I get that. I can't judge it, though I'm a little skeptical because it's like every tech person who's ever come in. If you've ever had a new boss that comes in, if you've ever had a new manager that comes in, everyone thinks they can do things more efficiently. And truthfully, as you get older, what you realize is there's just no substitution for doing the work. The shortcut is actually doing the work. It's not doing less. It's not being more efficient. For the most part, it's just about doing the work. But if we see Utah come out and look sharper and feels like everyone has come along and they've got a lot of unproven names, especially on the offensive and defensive line, young guys, if they're getting more out of this, I'm totally open to the concept. And I do believe that there is a possibility, which you presented off the air last time we talked about this, that Morgan being, 45?
Yeah, he's around my age. He might be a year older. Yeah.
Has a more modern and maybe practical approach than the 65-year-old who grew up in a different environment and went through a different training regimen himself and may still be stuck in his old ways in Kyle Whittingham.
Could be. I mean, I made the joke off the air, and I don't think Witt is this guy, but he could be water is for weakness type of coach, you know? Like talk about an old school, tried and true policy that was completely off the mark. Let's make our players tougher by not giving them water, you know? Just an example of, we've evolved how we look at things. And with athletics, it's very much a science, right? There's a lot of science that goes into it. So if you're telling me that Morgan has adapted a new concept and is using some different data, some different science to make the decisions, I'd listen.
When your parents, when you're looking for a job, tell you to go knock on the door at the company and walk your resume into the front door and ask if you can speak to the CEO, that's not good advice anymore.
No.
That's not how the business world works anymore. Or when they think you work a 9 to 5, no, you're on your email all the time. You're always expected to be available. That's how work is now. Unfortunately, maybe that's not better, But that is the evolution, and taking the advice of, oh, well, I just get to shut it down at 5 o'clock, or, oh, I just go knock on the door with my resume and that's how you get a job. That's not really accurate. So if you were to tell me that there is a better way to do it than how Witt did it, I would believe you. But again, the most important thing is going to be the results once you get on the field. But I'm expecting Utah to be good. I'm expecting Morgan Scalley to have these guys ready to play. But you know what? Again, as we've talked about a lot, you don't know what you don't know. Morgan's going to make mistakes, inevitably. Morgan's not going to know how to do certain things. You and I were talking off the air about, it's funny you have to be in radio so long before you recognize certain examples, certain situations, something goes wrong, something works out right. You just have to do it wrong enough times before you do it right, because you and I have both led shows for a long time and you finally get there. Morgan Scalley's going to go through the same thing as a head coach.
Yep.
Just natural.
Can I ask you a mystery real quick? And we don't need to dwell on this, but you mentioned check your email. So I struggle checking my email. So I actually just brought up my email. And I've gotten 1, 2, 3, 4 emails from 5, 6, 7 emails from X, from Twitter.
Yes.
And it says, we noticed a login on your account at KSL Sports from a new device. Was this you? Why on earth would that email be coming to me? Of all people in this office, why on earth is my email even associated with that?
It's going to KSL
handle?
Sports. In general, the sports department, the same way Rusty was able to get online and complain to the entire company about you thinking you're the smartest guy in the room. Is that what the complaint was?
Yeah.
It's a similar situation.
Did you get him too?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
But it has
I
to do
feel
with the
better
fact that we recently had to change a password or opted to
All
change
right. No,
a password.
I get it. I know the
So
the
everyone on the digital team has had to re-log into this website, and Twitter sends it to an email.
I see. That goes to everybody.
Because the email is associated with the account.
Because of all people, why would this email be coming to me?
I actually don't know what the email is. Like, I don't know what the email account you use to log into the KSL Sports Twitter is, but clearly it's associated with KSL.
Okay. I feel better.
Company-wide.
I feel like I'm letting them down, like we're getting hacked or something, and I'm falling asleep at the switch.
Don't go in there and say, no, this wasn't me, because this wasn't sent to jakescott@gmail.com.
Okay.
This was sent to somebody else. And if you say no, it's going to log everybody out and
really
freeze the account.
Screw somebody
Really
else.
make Maddie's life
On a
hell
Friday
for a
night,
week.
there's going to be a
for the
lot of high
weekend.
school football clips.
Are you guys trying to talk me into it? Because it sounds like you kind of are.
You could actually kill Maddie tonight if you did that.
No, I don't want to do that. All right. We'll get to your voicemails coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
None other than Pete Duchek is picking BYU to beat Notre Dame this season.
Finally, I got something in common with Pete.
Can it be true?
Oh, that's the game of the century.
Well, Jared says, hey, it could happen. Nobody picked BYU to beat Miami in 1990. Field got stormed that day. Notre Dame is getting criticized for the fact that they only have 2 or 3 good games on their schedule. They're largely, it's like that schedule is soft. They better not slip up because they can't get it back.
That only gets you into the playoff. You will be tested at some point. And if they sort of easy schedule their way, so to speak, into the playoff, and no one's getting to the final by backdooring and hopscotching through 15 games.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
As summer winds down, it's time to get back into a routine. Between school drop-offs, homework, sports, and everything else on your calendar, dinner shouldn't be another thing to worry about. Beehive Meals makes back to school easier with meals your family will actually look forward to. This month's menus include favorites like chicken Alfredo, chicken burrito bowls, meatball marinara, steak fajitas, and jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. Spend less time stressing over dinner and more time enjoying the moments that matter. Visit beehivemeals.com and make this school year your easiest one yet.
Summer gave us memories we'll never forget, but it also left behind footprints, spills, pet messes, and everything that comes with a summer well lived. So give your home a refresh with Zero Res carpet and air duct cleaning, and upgrade the 3-room special with a 4th room free with code UPGRADE. Plus, get 20% off air duct cleaning with code DUCT20. Keep the memories. Get rid of the messes with Zero Res. Visit ZeroRes.com to book today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards, Zero Res is the right way to clean.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined by Jim Williams, longtime sports media producer, director, and executive. Keep an eye out when MLB expands. Salt Lake City is quietly becoming one of the hottest sports towns in America. Sports Business Journal just vaulted Salt Lake from number 44 to number 12 nationally, ahead of some legacy markets on its best sports business cities list. What has changed? What's driving that?
I think a lot of it is people are discovering Utah. And I think what's driving it is look at the attendance. Look at the attendance at the Mammoth hockey game. The Jazz have always been strong. And then you've got, of course, Real Salt Lake. People are getting to understand numbers are numbers, whether you want to argue them or whatever. But at the end of the day, you want to be where you're going to be appreciated. This is a fantastic up and growing market. It's going to help the entire region.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The biggest Nissan savings of the summer are happening now at Tyndale Nissan Southtown. Save up to $10,000 on Armadas and Muranos. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months. Lease a new Sentra for only $199 a month. A luxurious Rogue Platinum for just $425 a month. Or drive off in a tough new Frontier for only $29,999. Or 0%. But move fast. Visit Tyndale Nissan Southtown. 11155 South Jordan Gateway in South Jordan. Or shop now at TyndaleSouthtown.com. Tyndale Nissan Southtown. Bigger selection. Bigger savings. Bigger deals. OACC dealer for details. 3, 2, 1.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
You have made it through the desert of sports radio.
Yeah, and you know what? We had help. I want to thank Brendan Storsby for his contribution to this summer.
A lot of people have gotten us to where we're at today, and what we want to do is thank you.
The injunction definitely bought us another week.
A lot of judges have helped us throughout this summer.
Injunctions are the new rage.
You're not cool these days unless you have an injunction. They're handing them out like candy right now. Everybody's got an injunction for something.
Junction. What's your function? Slowing down things we don't want to happen.
We've just spent a lot of time this summer talking about things that aren't necessarily sports, that would show up in a news headline instead of a sports headline. If you're a guy that got out of coaching, which you are, you couldn't have timed it any better.
No, I timed it
You
so
couldn't
good.
have timed it
I missed
any better.
COVID and NIL.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two niggas on the airways, talking sports. They got it made drinks and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Hey, Jake and Ben, I heard you talking about the optional experiences at the BYU game. I agree with you, Jake. Like, this isn't the thing to complain about. This is actually a really nice way to monetize things. My daughter's a massive Dodgers fan, And so for her 18th birthday, I took her out to LA, got tickets to the Dodgers game. And right before we went, I noticed that they had a VIP experience before. They had two types, one where you could kind of tour the stadium and stuff, and another one where it was more expensive and you toured the stadium and then you actually got to go on the field for batting practice and then line up, and then players would stop by, talk to you. You could take pictures with them and get an autograph. And Mookie Betts walked right up to her and signed her jersey, and we met the manager and a bunch of other players, and she was over the moon. Sure, it was pricey, but worth it. It was awesome.
This message is for Jake and Ben. I love your guys' show. I listen to it every day. You guys are hilarious. You make me laugh. Thank you so much for your show.
Hey, that was nice.
That's a very nice thing to say.
All right. First message right there was from Dan, and that second one was from Jake. So thank you both for leaving a voicemail. Yeah, that was me. I snuck out during the break. I recorded it. I'm glad people like this show. I mean, that's kind of the idea. So appreciate that.
Man,
feedback.
I hope so.
You can, if you, the rule of the show is if you have something to say, leave a voicemail. You can download the KSL Sports app, go to the voicemail section and record a message, send it to Christian right there in the control room. Yeah, I think people are just way too worked up over the BYU experiences thing. I don't understand. And you help walk me through it. I just don't understand why so much energy is going into hating this particular thing.
And you're right. You know what? And this is a very good example. You go to a Dodgers game. It's a special event. The Dodgers aren't expecting you to do this for all 81 home games that year. But if you're a lifelong fan and you want to go and you get the special experience and you know, some people go and want to catch a foul ball or a what's it called? A batting practice ball.
Yeah, right.
Some people want to go, this is an opportunity. You're kind of guaranteed to get something. It's a lifelong thing. I get it. In all honesty, I do get it. It's just a lot. And it representing how much more money can we get, and the fact that this needs to happen to keep your program competitive, or at least teams feel. That's what feels icky for me. But you know what? Yeah, man, if some kid has the time of their life, I'm not going to yuck your yum, as the kids like to say. Good for you.
But media members saying, I would never pay that, does kind of bug me. I mean, Ben, where you sit at the Jazz game and walking through the tunnels and stuff like that, it probably feels...
It's old hat.
It probably feels...
Friday, he's checked
Yeah,
out.
he's done.
Completely done.
It feels mundane to you.
Clocked out about 5 minutes ago.
But a normal Jazz fan, like a 15-year-old Jazz fan would probably get a huge kick.
Oh, my kids would love to go
experience.
down on the floor.
Right.
It's just like I'm just walking from one side to the other.
So if somebody came up to you, Ben, and said, hey, would you pay $50 to have your normal game day experience? You would say, no.
No.
But?
My brother. Who works on movies and has worked with all these different famous people that I think would be really interesting. He texts me, it's like, have you ever stood close to Victor Wembanyama? And I sent him a photo I had of Victor shooting up, and I was shooting around.
Easy there.
Shooting around. And I was right behind him just because I'm going to put it on the KSL Sports Twitter pages.
And you're kind of a stalker.
I was like, yeah. Okay, well, that's that would be...
Okay, that was funny.
That was me yelling at him as I'm filming the video.
Yeah.
For some people, that's a big deal. And I
Right.
get why somebody would want to be a part of that. So, again, I don't need to rain on your parade.
Just a lot of energy hating on that thing. It's a fundraiser.
Yeah.
All right. We've got 6 o'clock hour. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Utah's only PGA Tour event is back. The Bank of Utah Championship returns to stunning Black Desert Resort October 1st through the 4th. Experience championship golf, incredible southern Utah views, and an unforgettable atmosphere for golf fans and non-golf fans alike. Upgrade to the Greater Zion Club for premium views and all-inclusive food and beverage. Don't miss your chance. Ticket prices increase September 14th. Get your tickets today at bankofutahchampionship.com.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Get ready, Utah. Southern rock legends Leonard Skinner are coming to the Utah State Fair Park. Hear the songs that defined a generation. Sweet Home Alabama, Freebird, and more. Live in concert. One unforgettable night. September 19th. Your ticket gets you into the show and the fair, rides, food, and all the fun. Don't miss your chance to see rock history live. Get your tickets now at utahstatefair.com.